bases with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Haliburton looking. Haliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's gone! It's gone! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Haliburton does it again.
Oh, heck yeah.
Their first lead of the game.
This sucker.
Mike Breen on the call for ESPN on ABC. And the Indiana freaking Pacers do it again. This team won't die. They refuse to die. They are Bruce Willis and Die Hard, Joe. As I say good morning to you. 111, 110 the final. Tyrese Haliburton goes Shang Tsung, Mortal Kombat, your soul is mine. And the Pacers, massive underdogs against one of the greatest regular season playoff teams, whatever you want to call them, one of the greatest seasons we're seeing in NBA history, according to some. The Oklahoma City Thunder, Pacers get it done in game one, and they steal it, and now they got home court advantage, heading back to Indiana in a couple days, but they take game one. And I just, how? The Thunder were in control that entire game until the last few minutes, and then something just clicks. I don't know what it is, whether it's the pressure building for the Knicks at one point, and now the Thunder, and the Pacers just thrive off it, like Obi Toppin, that guy who I left for dead after he was a quote-unquote bust with the Knicks. He was massive off the bench. Nembhard at times, Naismith, and then Haliburton, who couldn't really hit a shot all day, at least from beyond the arc. He hits that one, and of course he does. 14 points for him, 10 boards, 6 assists. And the Pacers steal game one. Insanity.
This particular playoffs, if you're a Warrior fan, has been some version of essentially the 2020 draft ghosts coming to roost. Anthony Edwards, number 1 overall. We take Wiseman. Then obviously LaMelo Ball and Patrick Williams, Okoro, Okongwu, who we saw earlier this year. Obi Toppin, number 8. And number 12, Tyrese Haliburton. It's just, like as a Warrior fan, it's like I thumb my nose down at Obi Toppin, and here he goes, not only like making big plays down the stretch, hitting 5 threes? 5 threes off the bench. No, look, him and Haliburton, multiple teams. So, there's lots of organizations that also miss out on them, but like Haliburton.
That's the one,
Obi
right?
Toppin.
Haliburton's the one.
I know.
And
it's all of it. It's not just one it's just all of it. It's just bad luck.
The Warriors weren't taking Tyrese Haliburton with the number 2 overall pick. They just weren't. But
people brought it up.
People brought it up. Callers,
Obi Toppin was referenced.
Yeah, I know. We had a drop that said Obi Toppin is a bad man. They didn't even know his last name. They didn't even know how to pronounce it. That was a drop I played all the time. But they liked him. He was a high flyer out of Dayton, obviously. And the shot just wasn't there in New York. And the shot was there yesterday as Obi Toppin, as you said, dropped 5 3-pointers off the bench, 17 points for him. Pascal Siakam was huge rebounds for them, 4 offensive. And Miles Turner, again, dominating the glass when they needed it the most. There was a lot of smoked layups I saw from Chet Holmgren in crunch time yesterday. I think I've seen that a lot during these playoffs. Listen, he's a young player. This is his first go around, and he's come up short a bunch. I thought Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 14 of 30. Obviously, he was shooting the ball left and right, not with huge efficiency. 38 points for him. Dort was awesome from beyond the arc, but they needed someone else to step up late, and they just couldn't do it. Jalen Williams struggled shooting the ball, and 111, 110 the final. It was something about this Pacers team. I don't like saying team of destiny because you know what? Oklahoma City could bounce back, blow out the Thunder this next game, blow out the Pacers in this next game, blow out the Pacers again, and then they get the home court back, and everyone's like, all right, well, this series is over. But there's something to be said in basketball, Joe, where almost always the talent just rises to the top. It's not like Eli Manning and Nick Foles of the world beating Tom Brady and the Patriots. Football's a little different. It just is. Baseball even. We've seen it ad nauseum. The hottest team heading into it. The Giants, I don't think were the best team overall in 2010.
No.
But they won it, right? But with basketball, almost always we see the collection of talent just win out no matter what. except for a couple times. You referenced the Detroit Pistons of the early 2000s.
Looking back on it now, everyone's like, that team was loaded. Going into it, no one gave him a chance.
I mean, let's just be honest. Kobe and Shaq are two of the top 10 players in the history of the sport.
Well,
and they were in their primes.
And they had, the glove, and they had Karl Malone.
Who are old, but still.
But they were the top, cachet, yes.
Absolutely. Two of the top players of all time as well. And then you go to maybe the Dallas Mavericks of 2011 beating the Heatles, the first Heatles go around. But Dirk is an all-time player too.
Kidd, Sean Marion, Jason Terry. That team was pretty loaded.
Right? Sean Marion, obviously, a.k.a. Jonathan Kuminga as well.
Yeah.
So, but it doesn't happen in NBA. So like
I would agree.
When we see a team like the Pacers, I think even still heading into that game, most people are saying, well, it's the East, the Knicks. I don't know. How for real are they? The Thunder should clap them.
We just doubted them at every turn.
I was doubting them up until that final minute. I was like, the Thunder still got this.
They feel like a team of destiny.
It feels like that, right? And watching Tyrese Haliburton and the entire last few months of going back to the NBA players and their votes through The Athletic, when all the players are voting for the most underrated player, the best GM, the best, whatever, best teams. It was the anonymous player poll. And they do it every year, whether it's the NFL and the NBA. And the NBA, they voted Tyrese Haliburton the most overrated player. I mean, talk about freezing cold takes from the players. This is why I laugh at NBA players when it comes to their X's and O's and their breakdowns. Not to say that all of them are bad, but this notion that the NBA player knows all and they know more than the average Joe Schmo on the street. Like, really? Tyrese Haliburton, most overrated player? It's pretty laughable at this point. Right?
Well, there's a lot of haterade. When you talk to people that are in the industry, there's ego that's involved. Whatever it is, whatever industry it is, tech, go to a plumbing job site. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of hatred over there. Like, nobody wants to admit someone else is better than them. But there's clearly a lot of envy when it comes to Tyrese Haliburton.
But it's such a random player to be like that guy who he was an underrated guy. He had an unorthodox jump shot, still does. God, he had some floaters yesterday that were like, right before the three-point line. I don't know what that was.
Steph was hated by his own guys, by many of his own peers.
Still is.
And I think that there's this, how do I put this? There is a group of guys Steph didn't come up the hard way. What are you saying right now under your breath?
Well,
that's what people say.
What is the hard way? What do you want him to do? You want him to struggle in the streets of wherever, Carolina?
Again, there's jealousy there because, people didn't have maybe both of their parents be extremely successful prior and come up in a very nice neighborhood and nice schools. There's jealousy, Joe. This exists everywhere, and the irony of it was LeBron was at the forefront of it, and as now his children have lived more like Steph Curry grew up than the other way around, right? And so I hear you, but this team does feel like a team of destiny. Look, as a Warrior fan, I'm telling you. You could say to me, you weren't going to draft any of these guys. You're right. But that COVID year, that draft, 2020, whether it's the NFL or whether it's the NBA, there were some monumental misses. And I look at the Warriors taking James Wiseman. And look, Joe, you could say they never were going to look at any of these other guys. Here were some of the people just drafted in general in that draft. LaMelo, obviously, is everyone going. Tyrese Haliburton, 12th overall. The guy Obi Toppin, who I referenced. Cole Anthony, Isaiah Stewart, Sadiq Bey. Then you get down to Tyrese Maxey, Jaden McDaniels, who you saw earlier these playoffs, and Desmond Bane. All right? Now, again, individually, I would say, the Warriors weren't sniffing around any of those guys. But part of why they are where they are right now is because they literally missed out on that entire draft. I mean, what would they take? Jessup in the second round?
Justinian.
I mean, Joe, anyone other than Wiseman would have been, and look, I was rooting for Wiseman. I thought he would be okay. I thought it would work out. It clearly hasn't. No. He's on the Pacers with a torn Achilles right now.
He's going to get a ring? Another one?
I mean,
James Wiseman? Get two?
Again, let me name some of the names. Obviously, Haliburton's going to be the headliner, but Ant Edwards goes 1. LaMelo goes 3. Haliburton goes 12. Obi Toppin there in 8. Cole Anthony 15th. Isaiah Stewart 16th.
You didn't mention Denny Avdija, who I really like, actually.
I like him too. Sadiq Bey, Tyrese Maxey, 21st overall. Jaden McDaniels, 28th overall. Desmond Bane, 30th overall.
I know.
It's a tough one to swallow, and there are certain drafts, like I'll always remember the Vince Wilfork draft when the Niners passed on him. It's like, oh my God, dude, this guy could be a 15-year player for you in the middle of your defense. I'll never forget when they passed on Deshaun Jackson multiple times. Yeah. It's like, what are we doing? We took Shiloh Rashal and Kentwan Balmer.
He was right there in your backyard,
you
right?
know, Warriors, taking Joe Smith, even though he had a good rookie year. I hated Joe Smith. He was like the 5th best player in the ACC that year, in my term,
right.
in my estimation, heading into the draft. Like Rasheed Wallace, Jerry Stackhouse, you're taking Joe Smith. I would have taken Antonio McDyess. Right. So there are certain drafts that are just going to live with you for a long, long time. That 2020 draft, and what's worse, not even sniffing around some of those players or having Tyrese Haliburton and being the Kings.
Right.
And trading him away.
We always go back to this. It's definitely the Kings. You had him, and you chose De'Aaron Fox, who in turn said, kick rocks, I want to leave this place.
Oh, no.
And now they're talking about breaking up. Like, it's so funny. I saw this, whether it was Shams or whoever, it's just like the big 3 in Sacramento, and maybe the Kings are looking to break it up. I'm like, what? Stop. Just because you have a collection of players people have heard of does not make it a big 3. Like, even the Curry, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, that is not a big 3.
Well,
the big 3 ended with KD, Steph, and Clay. That was the last true big 3, quote unquote. The Heatles were a big 3. Like, stop it with the big 3. DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and Domantas Sabonis. Really? Really? Relax here. By the way, I think you sent something in the chat yesterday about a proposed blockbuster trade that you saw. It was like Zach Loeb said it or something. And it was like, hold on. It was Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajewski, and like a pick for Cade Cunningham. I was like, what are we doing right now?
Which I don't think that was actually a real fake trade, by the way.
Was it? Okay,
that was a real fake trade.
Fake,
what does that even mean?
Which, I don't know, that might be the most 2025 thing I've ever said.
That was the
It's
worst.
line season.
Oh, by the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online. Or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Cratchit in San Francisco. It is Spadoni back. Shout out Mark Grandy, the Grandy man, filling in for me the last few days. Everything okay? Grandy man, good? Was he well behaved? Mark Grandy, he can get out of control. You can get out of control, that Mark Grandy. All right? Don't let the appearances deceive you, Joe.
What was worse? Like, again, I listed off all those names, or the Niners moving 3 picks for Trey Lance. No. And here's who went after him. Just wanted you to know. Forget Kyle Pitts, but Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Micah Parsons, Rashawn Slater. I mean, wow.
It was actually a really good draft and pretty deep. And he took Trey Lance. Chargers might have something there. We'll see with Jim Harbaugh.
In both circumstances.
It's definitely the Trey Lance one, though.
No, I know, but in both circumstances, because of COVID, you couldn't get a lot of face-to-face with people. There was no NFL Combine. As you could see, there's clearly tons of misses. Now, there are in every draft. I mean,
well, real quick, though, Joe, we say that, like the Wiseman whiff, the Lance whiff. The Niners are just a year removed from making the Super Bowl and being a quarter away from winning it. And the Warriors did win a championship post-Wiseman pick. So there is that to fall back on now.
Doesn't mean no. Good.
No, it doesn't mean that. But
it's like when I used to hear people talk about who was the guy they took number 2 overall instead of taking Carmelo. Come on, the Pistons.
Oh, Darko Milicic.
Yeah. They're like, oh well, they won a championship.
They did.
So yeah, you won a championship because you overcame the whole of the number 2 pick who wasn't good.
Just think if you actually chose the correct player, how much would that would set you up for the future? Like right now, if James Wiseman did hit, maybe we're talking about another title. Instead, maybe there's no Jimmy Butler. You never know with all these things. It's just more frustrating when I see good young players and the organizations believe in them and keeping them there. Like the Pacers clearly saw Haliburton as a fit. They didn't see Sabonis as a fit, and they flipped him. And it was the right move. It was. And credit to them. And Rick Carlisle, I do think we underrate Rick Carlisle and all this. The guy has won a title. He's been there on the biggest stage. He's very underrated. And it was underrated yesterday. He had a timeout, choosing not to elect it, to use it. They let Haliburton just dribble, find a spot, and they went with it. He could have easily called a timeout, set up a play, ran a play, and done something, but that would have allowed a very good defensive team in the Thunder to also make some substitutions, see what they want to do there. And they didn't do that, and they allowed to go, and credit to Tyrese Haliburton, hell of a shot, and the Pacers take game 1, 111-110 in the NBA Finals. Real quick on the NBA Finals, though, Joe. I texted this in the chat. As good as that game was, and it was, and I know a lot of people,
it had
you and
ebbs
I
and
included,
flows.
It had ebbs and flows. But like the matchup isn't sexy. It's not Lakers Celtics. It's not Warriors. It's not Warriors Heat even, or Warriors Cavs. Obviously with LeBron, it's not any of that stuff. I know Warriors Heat haven't played, but just hypothetical, just big names, big free agents, or big marquee players. No NBA Finals logo on the court. No national anthem being played. No player introductions. Like, it's the little things that actually do matter. To make it feel big time, Joe, like, if I was just to tell someone that was an NBA Finals game yesterday, only that little logo on the score bug would show that. Outside of that, I wouldn't have known.
And they didn't have the championship thing on their jerseys.
No.
You know what I'm talking about? They usually have the Larry O'Brien trophy, stitched onto the jersey.
Or it says finals on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love those things. I know that sounds foolish, but me and the jerseys, I love the little details.
Well, it matters when I have no dog in the fight, and I love that stuff when it was, I want to hear the home court booing Haliburton. Yeah. I want to hear them booing everyone on the Pacers, right? And going nuts for Shea, Gilgeous, Alex. That's part of the fun. When we watched the Warriors versus the Cavs, part of the fun was Oracle booing the hell out of LeBron. Wasn't that fun? You get that, it feels authentic, right? And I wanted to feel that more. And even the national anthem, we all get involved. That's part of the Super Bowl. That's part of why the Super Bowl's the World Series even, right?
This is a league that literally changed up every single court for a stupid in-game tournament. And they couldn't put a finals logo on the floor for the biggest game of the year.
Thank you. That's literally.
But this is where it goes back to, I'm telling you, Adam Silver is hands down the worst commissioner in sports. You could give me Manfred, I will listen. I would argue that Manfred changed baseball with the rules, and it's offset. And the A's fans are going to hate me for saying this because I know what he's done to you, and it's awful, and I'm not here to defend that. But in terms of people who step back and look at the sport, banning the shift, putting in the pitch clock have been unbelievable successes.
Sure.
But what they've done to a specific fan base, the Oakland A's, I cannot oversee. I'm not trying to say that he's not a horrible commissioner for that.
He's culpable. I'd still go to ownership is first and foremost. It's John Fisher for me. Yes.
But when I look at the sport as a whole and the changes that Adam Silver has made, he told you, and he's letting you see, he wants a faceless, nameless, parody-driven league when for the last 30, maybe 50 years, it's been a superstar-driven team. When I was a Warrior fan in the 90s, you know what package they sold me? The Michael Jordan 6-game package. You know what they sold me in the 2000s? The Kobe Bryant Lakers 6-game package. This was when I was a Warrior fan.
Right.
Okay? They were selling me on the stars of the other team. He told, this is, we want parity in our league. All right, well, then you're going to get Indiana and Oklahoma City, which that's fine. Yeah. And people could say those are the two most deserving teams. They are. There's no doubt about it. But when you don't have the brand recognition of the players, and you don't have the brand recognition with the logos on the floor, and you don't have the brand recognition with the logos on the jerseys, and teams are firing coaches like Tom Thibodeau who have name recognition for no reason, okay? You're creating a faceless product.
Real quick on that, because I was gone the last few days, obviously, playing catch up, celebrating my birthday, went down to Monterey with friends and family. It was beautiful, always a good time. But that was a head scratcher for me. And we'll get into the Giants, by the way. Huge split for them. We got Bryce Eldridge watch. You see what he did after getting called to AAA? Ballin'. And we'll talk to Dave Fleming about that at 8 o'clock, our 95.7 The Game Giants Insider. But to your point, Joe, the Thibodeau firing, I found very curious. I mean, that was the first time the Knicks have made the conference finals in 20 plus years, 25 years, something ridiculous.
Their whole team is Thibodeau players.
Exactly. That's their brand of basketball is the reason they got to that point anyways. And then they try to make Karl-Anthony Towns the scapegoat, as if you didn't already know he didn't play defense his entire career. Let's blame that guy. Very player driven, that whole thing. I think Jalen Brunson is calling the shots over there first and foremost. I know his dad is works there or worked. I don't even know. There's something there with that. The whole thing is very fishy, whether you blame Dolan, Leon Rose, the GM, I don't know. But that whole thing was very fishy to me. But going back to Adam Silver, and we'll play some of the sound that what he spoke to, I think yesterday, either Fox or the day before, whoever it was.
I want to go in on him because I'm I'm big on the jerseys and the brand recognition. Imagine being a kid yesterday in the living room, which my son was shooting baskets. He's only 1.5. Imagine being a 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old. How would you know watching television that game was big?
You wouldn't. You wouldn't. It wasn't on the court. It was the scorebook, as I said, just at NBA Finals. There was just nothing big time about it.
But yet when I watch the stupid in-game tournament, okay, what did I see?
Emirates NBA Cup.
Okay, whatever the hell it's called. What did I see? I saw a floor that looked ridiculous. I saw jerseys I didn't recognize, with teams I don't recognize, with a bunch of players I don't recognize. And again, a league with restrictions so difficult to keep teams together, it's absurd.
As I mentioned, Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, joining us at 8 o'clock today. Bonte Hill, who does know a thing or two about basketball, will join us for the entire hour in studio at 9 o'clock, plus this or that at 9:30. And it might have to do with what Robbie Ray, Giants pitcher, said with Willard and Dibbs. If you missed any of that interview, you can find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. And by the way, what's coming up with the game is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
everybody's boy Zuchu, man. And you're listening to the Noon Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy Joe Shasky and my boy Joe Down.
Oh, heck yes.
Certainly are. Oh, so I guess Mark Grandy was freaking out a little bit. Shasky wasn't back from break a couple times the last few days. That's all right. It happens.
Wait, really? He was freaking out?
Well,
He was more confused, I think.
What's he confused about?
He was confused because he's about to do a show and he looks over where his co-host was and his co-host wasn't there.
scared.
He's not used to that.
He was scared. He was scared. He was worried about you.
Tell him I work off ball like Steph Curry. All right?
Well, Dibbs never leaves the studio when he does the show with him, so he's probably not used to that.
Does Dibbs just sit there the entire time? Doesn't have a potty break?
I need to get out and walk. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Walk around.
Gotta get a little oxygen.
No,
Gotta be
you're
back
good.
in time.
You're good. I like that jacket on you, by the way. Giants, you're decked out in San Francisco. What is that, the bridge? The logo on the hat? Look at that.
And then I got my Grateful Dead shirt
Oh, look
in.
at you.
In honor of
Okay.
my dad.
By the way, I was watching the Giants Padres, and we'll continue on Pacers and Thunder here in a
Yeah,
second.
I'm not done
Pacers
on the
take
brand
game one.
thing.
We will. I was out at a bar out on Tuesday night, it was. Yeah, Tuesday night. And it was the Giants that had the lead. Was it 2-0 in the ninth inning? I was like, oh, yeah, I can leave.
Kiss of death.
I was like, they got this in the bag. It's over. And I actually leaned in because there was two guys just watching the game, just randos, just chilling at the bar. And I asked them because they were wearing their City Connects. I was like, hey, you guys like the City Connects? You guys Giants fans? First off, both of them said no. I was like, okay, well, great. But the older guy was like, you know what? Someone told me it kind of looks like a San Francisco dispensary sponsored look. And he's like, and when I look at through that lens, I kind of like it. And mind you, this guy was like in his 70s. And I was just like, oh, my guy's getting lit. Okay. And I was like, all right, who are you a fan of? He's like, oh, the Reds. I was like, do you like the Red City Connects? He's like, I think because there's like a blackout look. And that was like the red trim. He's like, they're whatever. And then the other guys I asked, he's like, oh, I'm an Angels fan. I was like, oh, well, whatever. Just the most nondescript. Oh, Mike Trout. There you go.
I think
He's
he
like,
stinks.
yeah, it's just like, okay, well, that didn't help me at all. But I thought they had it in the bag. And they didn't. And the Padres came back. And it felt like the lowest point of the season. And then all of a sudden, 2 days later, we're back in action, baby. And we'll talk to Dave Fleming about that at 8 o'clock. And we'll get into some Giants and Padres thoughts there as the Giants are going to be taking on the not hot Atlanta Braves because they're struggling as of late as well. So we'll discuss that upcoming. And then they got the Dodgers after the Rockies, who are the worst team in baseball. So a lot happening going forward. Bryce Eldridge hitting a grand salami for the AAA team yesterday. A lot to get into. But first and foremost, Joe, you're seething about one Adam Silver as the commissioner of the NBA. And yesterday, not that the game was bad. The game was incredible. It was everything else. It was the little things that made it not feel big at the time heading into it. No national anthem for game one of the NBA Finals yesterday. No player introduction. No on-court logo. They've been not doing that for a long time now. Why? And you made a great point. If we could take all the time for the Emirates NBA Cup court to change, just make it it looks disgusting. It looks like a Jackson Pollock, Andy Warhol had a baby on the court. And we could do that, but we can't just have a normal NBA Finals logo. I feel you on that. It just didn't feel big time at all if I was a casual fan turning on the game. It felt like a Thursday night or a Wednesday night NBA and TNT, just regular season game. It did.
I'm just going to go off the last 2 years, right? Last few years, excuse me. You know, what has been in our lifetime the NBA brand, just as in general? What has the NBA brand been?
Star driven.
100%, right? Big, iconic brands.
Yes.
Now, we can all roll our eyes at Lakers, Celtics, but there is a reason why those two organizations, obviously their longevity and whatever, like when you close your eyes, you know exactly what the logo looks like. You know exactly who their big brands and big players are throughout the years. Now, they've had some alterations to their jerseys, but very subtle, right?
Correct.
That Laker logo has not been touched 50 years.
Yeah.
The Celtic logo hasn't been touched in 50 years. I'm a Warrior fan, huge Warrior fan. In the last 2 years alone, they've worn over 12 different jerseys.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that again. In the last 2 years alone, they've worn over 12 jerseys. That's not exclusive to them. That's the league. There is the association jersey. There's the icon jersey. There's the statement jersey. There's the city jersey. There's the second association jersey. Then there's the throwback jerseys. Okay? It's too many. What right now, if I said to you, what is the Warrior basic uniform?
Ooh. I would like to say the the blues, just the normal blues, right? With like the gold trim, like when the numbers. No, you're looking at me like, I don't know. Like
when you turn on a Warrior game, and look, is it cool to mix it up and have different uniforms and stuff from time to time? There's no doubt. I do believe there's a line of demarcation where once you cross it, you dilute your brand.
It was refreshing yesterday just to see the home whites for the home team with the Thunder, and then we had the Pacers wearing their yellows. That was nice to see. That looked normal. I was like, okay, I recognize these brands and these teams. You're talking about Adam Silver, though. We have this sound.
I'm not done. I'm not done here. I'm not done here. But like the Warriors are a small microcosm for the entire league, giving us basically way too much stuff, which has diluted their brands. And I look at yesterday, and it is another kind of step in that direction as we have the CBA where no super teams, everything's got to be parity. Well, now you're kind of diluting things. So get ready because you're going to have more faceless, under the radar type teams, and everything's going to look so blurred. I don't know what I'm watching. Now, was there a finals logo on the floor? No. Was there finals logo Larry O'Brien patches on their jersey? No. I've come accustomed to those things. I live for those things. I love seeing that cursive F finals that's written on the floor. Like this is the little stuff to me that sucks me in. When I tune in, I know what I'm getting. Opening day of baseball. Close your eyes. What do you see?
You see opening day everywhere.
Yeah, no, what do you see? The red, white, and blue.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever those things are called, those little half-cylinder circles.
Oh, like the little banners.
Yes.
Yeah, little banner ribbon
You
things.
see them everywhere. You see them everywhere. The Super Bowl. What do you see?
You see the Lombardi Trophy everywhere. And the Lombardi Trophy is Super Bowl X whatever. The
what
Roman
does every
numerals.
jersey have?
It has the patch.
The Super Bowl logo patch. Branding is extremely important, is it not?
It's very important.
Would you have a Super Bowl without having those things? What do they put in the end zones, even though it's a neutral site? Your team's home color logos, the other team's home color logos, right? So I'm big in branding in sports, and I'm watching this game yesterday, and I'm saying, this is Adam Silver's NBA. This is what he wants. Oklahoma City, you're lucky. Wait till you have to pay Jalen. Wait till you have to make a decision on Chet. Like, you're smiling, but it's true.
Are you like super into the Pacers and beating the Thunder? Like, are you anti-Thunder?
I am so pulling for the Pacers.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think I had a dog in the fight. Now I'm so pulling for the Pacers.
Why do you think that is?
Because I look at Oklahoma City and I say to myself, hoarding picks for years on end, even though they've executed quite well on it. Yeah. No, you shouldn't have to suffer for 8 years or 7 years of going through the desert to be good. Like, there should be a reward for trying to go all in year after year after year. Look at the Pittsburgh Steelers this morning. They woke up. Now, look, we can roll our eyes. They signed Aaron Rodgers. They, every year, are like, hey, we're right there near the playoffs. They're rewarded every single year. Every year. And they get their first-round draft pick, and there's an equity to it. And I feel like, there's a reason why in the NBA, like, the bad place to be is in the middle. It really is. It's the worst place to be. You don't want to overpay the wrong guy. You'd be screwed. I don't know. It bugs me.
Well, I'll say this. There's that. You can view it like that, but I also view it the other way, saying I'm kind of glad they've gotten rewarded because they got rid of a player in Paul George that everyone said, oh, yeah, they're tanking it up. They're going to be horrible. They're going to be horrible. Well, it's actually kind of interesting that both these squads ended up kind of tanking because they traded their star player at the time, who was Paul George, for both of these franchises. Yes. And it kind of set in motion what we see right now. In a weird way, Paul George is the reason both of these teams are where they're at now. I wonder how he's feeling, by the way, watching this. I'd be feeling some type of way. But to your point, I do think the Thunder have done it the right way. Now, it was the Supersonics when they drafted Kevin Durant, obviously, drafting Russell Westbrook and everything, and Nick Collison, right? I think those are the only ones. And then they shifted and they moved and all of that. So they have done it the right way, quote unquote. And I do think we should be rewarding teams. And it is nice to see teams getting rewarded for identifying the young talent and building around said talent. But I hear you when you say these teams have sucked for so long. And it's just like, okay, like, what are we doing here? Thunder, I'm going to give somewhat of a pass. Like, the Pistons are showing you why it's like up until recent, why it was so awful for so long in the lottery system and all of that. The Hawks, right? I know they had the one deep run with Trae Young at one point, but that's another. The Kings forever. Oh my God, the Kings, right? So I hear you on that. I just think that goes to bad organizations and bad ownership at the end of the day. But I do want to get into what Adam Silver said on the other side here because I know we're up against it. Adam Silver.
Sorry, I talked too long.
No. Hey, no, this is
I wanted to hear that drop.
No, we still got it. We still got it. We'll get into that. Plus, we'll get into what the Giants did yesterday and what they got upcoming here on the weekend. The Giants, they got action, people. And you know what? It's not too late to hop on the bus. I feel like everyone thought the season was over a couple days ago. I wasn't here, but I'm sure that was the vibe. Hell, I wasn't here and I saw a clip on my YouTube feed on my Twitter. What were you doing in here, Joe? Trying to flip a table? What the hell was that?
Classic Nahegan.
Oh, no, it wasn't you. It wasn't a Shasky original. What were you doing? Flipping the spread? You don't want to do
fun.
Having
wanted
fun?
to see a little fire. And then my guy Elliot Ramos got a double and he fired up the squad. It was exactly what we needed. I actually think Buster might have fired them up in the pregame saying, it's go time.
No, that's when you're supposed to say, I was the reason that they shifted everything.
I'm a team player.
You're a team player.
Mm-hmm.
You think Elliot Ramos and the Giants watched that pregame? He's like, you know what? We got to do this for Shasky.
My brand is I'm more of a gel guy than I am a lead artist.
And that's what's coming up the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. On the Odyssey app or just the radio dial. This song right now, the billboards as just faded away, that was a Carter original. He got my ear and said, Joe, I made this song and beat in college. And he named it Billboards because he said, quote, I'm going to be on the billboards one day with this song.
DJC?
There you go. The pride of where did you go to college?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like Tiesto one day.
Please.
I don't know. Who?
Tiesto is one of the most famous like European DJs.
Okay.
Yeah, big, yeah. He has
Travel around the world, party.
you know.
Well, you already do that.
Think David Guetta. Yeah, there you go. Another guy like a famous
Again,
DJ.
I don't know any of these DJs.
You'll know some of their songs.
I know he's the guy that
They're
like,
missing literally nothing.
Okay.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the beer for the generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. I wonder if Dave Fleming has heard of Tiesto. He'll join us at 8 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, Bonte Hill in studio in the 9 o'clock hour, as he is each and every Friday. By the way, this or that with Bonte at 9:30, Joe. And it's going to be a food-related one. Interesting. Might have to do with pizza as well.
Yeah, Willard and Dibbs asked Robbie Ray yesterday the exact same question we have for this or that.
Ooh, I can't wait. That's a
This
tease.
is my favorite game that we play, and I really, really hope the audience is digging today's one because it's a great one. Classic food question that I think people are ready to fight on either side of the aisle.
Speaking of ready to fight, that's what you're ready to do to Adam Silver when it comes to some of this NBA Finals stuff. And we teased the sound, and we're going to play it now. Adam Silver, this is him talking about the matchup heading into the NBA Finals. You know, it's Indiana, it's Oklahoma City. Not exactly the sexiest matchup when you think of Lakers, Celtics of the past, right? Well, he's kind of tired of listening to all that. And for Adam Silver to go off, this is kind of what he sounds like, which is basically raising his voice just a decibel, because the guy just kind of talks like this when he's talking about the sport. For as much as people want to talk about him and being a great orator or being a great face of a league, I do think he comes up small when we compare him to Roger Goodell. And say what you will about Roger Goodell and some of the shortcomings of the NFL. When he speaks, I do listen. He can't command a room. He is a bigger guy and a bigger presence, Roger Goodell. I do think a guy that comes up very small in regards to that is my guy for Major League, Manfred. I think of the Dodgers, right? You think of that. He's not a great
public speaker.
He's not. I think Adam Silver's kind of in the middle there. So here's Adam Silver talking about the finals matchup, and he does do a comparison when it comes to the NFL. Take a listen.
It's one thing I really admire about the NFL. I mean, if we were going into a Super Bowl and it was Packers against Steelers, you guys would be celebrating that. Those would be storied franchises. People wouldn't be talking about, the fact that Pittsburgh is a small market. So in fact, I'm happy whatever team ends up in the finals, but it's been intentional from our standpoint to create a system, a collective bargaining agreement that allows more teams to compete. And just by way of background, we're going to have to go through a process of getting to the point where people are accustomed to tuning into the finals because it's the two teams that deserve to be there, and it's the best basketball. Similar to, again, with the Super Bowl, if I asked somebody if they were going to watch the Super Bowl, they wouldn't say who's playing. It's a national holiday. And now that's nirvana.
That's
I'm not saying we're anywhere close to that yet. There's still, if the Knicks are in the finals, there's a segment of our fan base that's going to watch that may not watch if it's other teams. But my job is to get people to love and follow this game, and so that if you're a huge basketball fan, you should want to tune into the finals because that's the best basketball.
Okay. That was on Breakfast Ball, Fox Sports. Adam Silver sitting down with Craig Carton, Mark Schlereth, and Danny Parkins. So the notion, and I get what he's saying here, he wants it to basically be that at one day for the NBA Finals. He wants it to be like if it was the Green Bay Packers or Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think that's the right comparison because those are, as they mentioned, storied franchises. No one looks at the market when it comes to the NFL. They just don't. And I think that's what he wants to get to at one point when it comes to NBA. Now, the difference is, Joe, and I think it's just always going to come down to this. Whenever you're comparing to the NFL, everything else is going to come short. Whether it's the Major League Baseball, whether it's NHL or NBA, it's because there's 7-game series. They're just not going to get the urgency that one-game elimination has in the NFL. They're just not going to get that. It's just never going to be that. And that's what makes it special. So if it was, and I think this is more of an apt comparison, would be Jacksonville versus Carolina, right? Stay with me on this. Jacksonville and Carolina. Carolina's been to a couple of Super Bowls.
Okay.
They've lost. They're 0-2. But I liken, the Carolina Panthers to maybe a team like either the Thunder or the Pacers. They're kind of an expansion the last 30 years. They're kind of there. They don't really have an iconic brand. And Jacksonville's the same thing. They've gone to the AFC Championship a couple times. Blake Bortles, I think Brunell might have been there once. But that would be the comparison to this finals matchup. But even that would dwarf anything because we care about where all those players came from in the college ranks. Like, there's stuff built into it. Like, I do think this starts in college basketball or college football when we start caring about these players. Like, if the Jacksonville Jaguars made the Super Bowl next year, best believe Trevor Lawrence is going to be a major part of that. And Trevor Lawrence being a highly touted phenom, Clemson, all of that baked into the equation. Liam Cohen, a rookie head coach. Oh, my goodness. And then if it was the Carolina Panthers back, oh my God, Bryce Young, another guy, Heisman Trophy winner, left for dead, everyone. And then he came back because Dave Canales believed in them. And everyone would be, oh my God, this is an awesome one. And again, be another thing where who's the country rooting for? Who cares? We just want a good game. But I do think this starts at the college level. And right now, we just don't care enough about these players when they come from these college ranks anymore. Did you watch a lot of Tyrese Haliburton at Iowa State? Did you?
No, but I also didn't watch a lot of Brock Purdy at Iowa State.
There you go. But I think you might have probably watched more Brock Purdy games or had it on. But again, you didn't really care about Iowa State football. And that's fair enough. He was Mr. Irrelevant after all. Tyrese Haliburton was a top 12 pick in the NBA. So I do think it starts there. And I know I'm pretty long-winded here. But there's just the comparison overall, Joe. It leaves me just scratching my head a little bit with Adam Silver here.
But he needs to embrace who he is and not try to pretend to be what the NFL is. You know what he is? He's a league where the biggest issues right now are the CBA, players resting, and brand recognition. You know what's not a problem in the NFL? Brand recognition, players resting, and the CBA.
Right.
They're pretty locked in, all right? They have to tell teams at the end of the year, the NFL does, like, we literally need to deactivate players so that we could lose this game to get the number one pick.
Correct.
Whereas in the NBA, I can't even get my best guys to want to play. Right. If at least the feeling is over the last couple of years. They're just not the same. It's apples and oranges. I mean, and Adam Silver, you'll never be the NFL, nor should you try to be. Why can't you just lean in to what you do really well? You know what the Packers and Steelers have that you don't have? National fan bases.
Yes.
You know why? Because those teams were very, very popular for 40, 50, and in the Steelers' case, 70 straight years on television. The Steelers have been to the playoffs 35 times. Yeah. We obviously know about the Super Bowl appearances and all that and name recognition, but at the advent of television, the Steelers were in the Super Bowl year after year after year. So when you go to a Niner game, and the Niners are a big, big brand, the Steeler fans are everywhere. When you go to a Warrior Thunder game, like, into his analogy, a Thunder fan?
Yeah, no.
What are you talking about?
No.
Like, what?
No.
And so I just think that this is a guy that, again, going back to brands, whatever, like, I don't even know if he loves his own sport.
Well, I think it's interesting when you talk about national brands, and obviously no one's confusing the Indiana Pacers or the Thunder for national brands, right? But when it comes to the NBA and brands in general, how many can you name, Joe, that are actually like legit national brands? Okay, Lakers, Celtics, let's do right off the top.
LeBron and Steph.
Those are just brands in and of themselves.
But to me, they by themselves.
Okay, yeah,
Kind of
so-
like Brady Manning.
But I would put the Warriors now as a brand because of
Sure,
Steph.
absolutely.
Just like the Chicago Bulls.
Miami Heat.
The Chicago Bulls became a brand because of Michael.
They still are.
They still are because of him.
they
So
still
Miami
are.
Heat, so that's about 5, I think, right there.
Even if their brand sucks currently, at least but there's a brand recognition.
Knicks, that's a brand.
Absolutely.
So that's 6 right there. Am I missing any other brand, like national brands?
I don't know if Detroit still resonates
No,
like that.
I
It
don't
did
think
at
they're a
one
brand.
time.
Not right now.
I don't know if Dallas, the Mavericks, because of
No.
everything that's going on, I don't know if that resonates.
No, exactly. I
think the Clippers have a pretty big brand, and it's you're not the Lakers.
Exactly. That is their brand. You're the afterthought in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
That is their brand. That's not a brand that you want to be a part of. So I think that's really it. We're talking about like 6 teams and maybe 7 if someone else could think of another one that could talk me into it. But that's what I'm talking about here. Compare that to the NFL. The entire NFC East alone is a brand. The Commanders, who are a doormat forever, are they just in 1 year, all that national fan base they cultivated in the 80s and 90s, it popped back up, right? In one season, all it took, Jaden Daniels, they got the entire LSU squad backing them. Again, it goes back to college, Joe, because Jaden Daniels played for Louisiana State, who's one of the biggest college football brands.
Yeah.
So now you take that contingent. Oh, I'm going to be paying attention to Jaden now. He's won a Heisman for us. You just got a whole new swarm of fans right there. But the Cowboys, brand. Giants, brand. Eagles, brand. Now the Commanders. I go to the NFC North. Chicago Bears, they've been bad for a lot of my life.
Yeah, but they have a brand.
They're a brand.
And Caleb is
a brand.
Yes.
Playing for USC.
Caleb's more popular than every player in this NBA draft. I don't know. Cooper Flag's pretty
big.
He's pretty big this year.
Yes.
So I would pause there, but Caleb's brand's pretty huge.
Packers, massive brand. Hell, the Vikings I consider a brand.
The Packers have been on our television on the afternoon slot in Fox for the last 40 years because of Brett Favre.
Exactly.
Or 30 at least, Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers.
Right, there you go.
And now Jordan Love.
Hell, even the Lions in these last couple of years have kind of risen from the ashes there. Not that they were ever a huge brand, but hell, I watched that NFC Championship game at Levi Stadium. Joe, how many people were there in Honolulu Blue?
A lot.
It was like, hell, Eminem was flipping the bird at people, and it was a big thing. But there's a lot of people
the
there.
NFL is the juggernaut, and so to me,
that was 2 divisions, and I already named like as much as the NFL.
But for the NBA to try to compete with them and try to do exactly what they're doing is foolish. I use this analogy in food service all the time. A white tablecloth, sit down, fork and knife burger joint, okay, is not going to operate the same way. Hey, we're selling burgers for $12, a pop. With a food tray. You're not going to have the same business model. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Right? And so, nor should they operate. Both can be thriving businesses. Both can make a ton of money. Both can have overlapping clientele. But you should not operate those two businesses the same way.
And as we're putting a bow on this conversation, the game itself was awesome. The product, listen, I still love the NBA product now as things shifted and the 3-and-D aspect, the Stephen Curry Warriors changing the game, quote unquote. That's fine with me. The rest part, if we need to tinker that, I guess, I think they've been doing the same thing for the last 20 plus years. Wasn't a problem 20 years ago like it is now. Is it because of the athletes running around more so than ever? I don't know. But the game yesterday was awesome. It turned into like an NBA Finals. It felt like that towards the end because the intensity I felt from that arena. People were clenching. The lemon booty was real, as Bonte says. He's joining us at 9 o'clock. The lemon booty was real in Oklahoma City yesterday. It's like, oh, God, we just watched Tyrese Haliburton, the Pacers, do this to the Knicks. They're really about to do this. No, we're better than the Knicks. This can't happen to us. And lo and behold, it happened to them. So, the game itself, which we talked about that entire first segment, if you missed it on the Odyssey app, we did. We're just talking about how this league could get on par with the NFL, and that's what Adam Silver's saying. You're never going to be on par with them. Just stick with what you do best. And just do the little things. We're just asking to do the little things first. Just nail the little things is what the NFL does very well, and they do the big things well too. Just nail the little things.
But you know what they don't do in the NFL? Even though they've got, obviously football on their station, they don't shove Stephen A. Smith down my throat.
No, they don't. They have an actual, like, I will go to ESPN. I will go to NBC. I will go to CBS. I will go to Fox. They have legit competition. Now, they all work in tandem together, and they gas up the league, because you'll see that all the time. It's like, hey, they'll come with a national broadcast coming up for the National Football League. We got, the crew at ESPN. We have the crew on NBC doing this. Like, collectively, now they have Amazon Prime, obviously, being a part of that. So they have so many different outlets that I can go to. It doesn't feel like NBA, on TV anyways, has those outlets that I can go to and get legit basketball breakdown.
I think we're this all goes back to, and again, when you're talking about all the stuff that you're bringing up, it all goes back to ESPN and the way that they broadcast and who they choose to put out there. And I think it's ruining just the coverage of the game. Stephen A. Smith at halftime blasting Tyrese Haliburton for Tyrese Haliburton to only come out and basically shove it in his face. Right. I mean, what are we doing? We don't need first
Why
take.
Why was he blasting Tyrese Haliburton?
About he didn't do anything in the first half. And it's the first tankification of the coverage is a big part. This is why I'm telling you, the NBA needs NBC more than NBC needs the NBA. Right now, they need them in such a bad way. They need something fresh and different from a competition perspective, as you reference all of the different places that broadcast the NFL. I can't with Stephen A. Smith anymore. And I'm telling you, ESPN is as much to do with the blame of the demise of the NBA product as anything.
The Milkman in San Francisco wants to join in this conversation. 888-957-9570. Milkman, what's up, man? You on with Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast.
Well, that was fast, and the milk didn't even have a chance to get warm or spoil.
We don't like more milk here. We like a straight cold, ice cold milk, man, like your takes.
There you go. The game itself is not compelling enough without villains and heroes. I mean, almost every other sport has that.
Yes.
You know, there's a show right now on HBO, and I'm not going to give any spoilers away, but they kill people off. But you know, and they get rid of the main character, and you're like, why am I watching now? Why am I interested in this? I've been talking to my friends at work, and I said, did you watch the end of that game? And you know how they answer? Who won? And these are like diehard Dubs fans, but they're not watching. And we have to remember that only 45 years ago, the NBA Finals was on tape delay. People forget that. And it can go right back to that. The other thing about football and basketball is there's 17 games of football. There's over 100 games of basketball when you include the regular season and the postseason. Yeah. It's almost too much.
I agree.
I'm not even going to comment too much about just the style of the game, where everybody I'm a Celtic fan. I can't stand their game. I can't stand just shooting 50, 60 threes a game. To me, that's not interesting. It's not interesting to watch. It's like baseball, where all they care about is, you know, ball velocity and angle, and everybody's just trying to hit a home run. Just not an interesting game. When you take away all the little incidental nuances of the game, that's what draws people in.
Yeah,
looking over batting averages and all that. But you know, anyway.
No, it's a good
I love
call.
you guys, and I wish you guys were Boston sports radio.
Well, thank you for the call.
Man.
Like, I think about this all the time in the NFL. If all it was were 50-yard passes for touchdowns, I think early on we'd be like, yes, right? But if all we had was 1-yard running back runs, right, which are dunks, right, or however you want to put it, QB sneaks or something like that, and 50-yard bombs, right, that would get tired real quick. And it's the same thing that happened in baseball, where it was like home runs and strikeouts. We got bored of that real quick.
Wasn't it refreshing for the first half of last year in the NFL, Joe? Like, defenses were balling.
Yes.
And everyone's like, what's going on with offenses around the league? Oh, you mean like the teams adjusting around the league and the defensive coordinators being a step ahead? Yeah, it was refreshing to watch. All these, the Mahomes of the world struggling, right? Josh Allen early on struggling, or Lamar Jackson, everyone's Brock Purdy. Like, a lot of these guys were struggling early on in the season. It was like, it's kind of refreshing to watch.
And wasn't it refreshing to have the rejuvenation of the running back position?
It was.
With CMC and then now Barkley, and obviously Derrick Henry being as great as he was.
Jacobs last year.
There's so many guys that were awesome. But again, this goes back to, I think in life, just in general, you know, a good mix.
Right.
a good blend. Too much of anything is bad for you. And right now, too many threes, just 3-pointers and dunks is not enough.
You know, it is funny, and we're talking about this now. We're talking about the comparison between leagues because remember, it was Super Bowl week, Joe, leading up to it is when we first started together on the show. And it was the Luka trade. It was the Jimmy Butler trade. It was all of that.
The
Super Bowl week. NBA dominated Super Bowl week. And they really dominated post-Super Bowl because Super Bowl was a blowout. We had maybe half a show on Monday talking about the Eagles blowing out the Chiefs. And that was about it. Like, that was it. And it was like, how can the Niners get back to this level? And Jalen Hurts, hey, congratulations, Nick Sirianni versus Kyle Shanahan. So it wasn't even the product. It was the drama around the league. It was who's getting traded here. It was the Spurs being involved, and Wemby, and De'Aaron Fox, and obviously Luka and the Lakers, Jimmy, and the Miami Heat, and that whole thing, how it went down. It was just crazy now that I'm looking back that during that era, during that run a couple months ago to the Super Bowl week, it was the NBA dominating. And we were talking about the league. And we did have a huge stretch of months talking about, wow, look at the Lakers, the Grizzlies, the Nuggets, the Warriors, all fighting for that top 6 seed, right? In the West, the Timberwolves. Like, that was really fun. Well, and all those teams, now that I mention it, kind of had players that you care about more so than the Thunder and the Pacers. And that's kind of why people are not really tuning in.
Well, I think, the other unfortunate thing is like zoom out, right? If I say NFL playoffs, right? Whatever, oh man, Lamar couldn't get it done again. Josh Allen couldn't get it done again. Oh, Matt Stafford came up short. Jaden Daniels, they went a little farther than we thought. Oh, Detroit laid an egg. Sam Darnold laid an egg. In the NBA, if I say, what were the headlines from the playoffs? You might go Knicks Pacers, right? That was pretty fun. And the Pacers' dramatic flair for the comeback. I think most people would start with like, Steph got hurt. Jason Tatum got hurt. Look, this just sucks. Yeah. Maybe it's just this particular playoffs. But like, those are headliners. Thibodeau got fired. It was all the stuff that was kind of off the floor, which kind of sucks.
Right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Valkyries and the Warriors. Valkyries, by the way, falling yesterday to the Phoenix Mercury. Final score 86-77. And the WNBA Commissioner's Cup. Do they change the floor for the Commissioner's Cup?
Dude,
Is someone locked in on that?
I was driving around and I was listening to Dana and Sophie Jones. Kevin Dana is just so good.
He is.
I mean, so good. And like, they're blowing this big lead. It's happening again. And he's nailing it.
And by the way, they are always live on the free Odyssey app for every single Valkyries game. You can find that on the Valkyries tab there on the Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. It's Spadoni at Jasky, 1 hour down here on a payday Friday. We got Bonta Hill joining us in studio at 9 o'clock hour. We'll touch more on the NBA Finals then with him as well and get his thoughts on the Pacers stealing Game 1. We'll also get his thoughts and Dave Fleming's thoughts at 8 o'clock on the Giants and that massive split, Joe, against the San Diego Padres. Again, we were referencing it earlier, and I was saying it must have been doom and gloom around here after that, second game of this series loss and how it all went down and being down 5-0 just the other day and feeling like, God, is this rock bottom for this team? They can't score anything. 5-0 might as well have been 20-0 when it comes to the bats of these Giants. But for them to fight back in that game and come back in that Elliot Ramos double and what he was able to do, yelling at the dugout, he was insane. Jung-Hoo Lee, wow, a sac fly? Whoa, I haven't seen one of those in years. It's great. And then for them to come back and win it, and then winning yesterday, right? 3-2 the final. Robbie Ray just balling again. Doval being able to slam the door with runners on second and third and 2 outs. That was a little nerve-wracking there, right?
Yeah.
But able to get it done.
100 career saves now for Camilo.
Really? Look at that. 100
career saves.
It's kind of fast, sneakily, because he's been up and down and up and down. It's pretty incredible for Camilo Doval. But, wow, what a way to split that. And not all splits are built the same. You could be feeling like the Padres right now. They're probably feeling like, man, I don't feel good coming out of that split. We should have swept this team. Now, if you're the Giants saying, wow, we split this team and we could have swept them. We let this stuff go, right? So overall, a great split for them against a division rival now heading into a 3-game set against Atlanta, Joe.
Yeah, this is a great win for the Giants. And to get the split after I felt like they were going to, I felt like they were going to get swept.
It felt
This
like
is a huge one, and it just feels like the momentum has completely shifted. Guys are starting to play really well. Robbie Ray's been outstanding, and I want to get into it more.
On the other side, we're going to do that because they're only 2.5 back from the Dodgers in first place. I'm not saying they're going to win the division, but let's not act like they can't at this point. It's June 6th, and they're right there. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
And I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Glad to do so. You can find us on the Odyssey app, Dial, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. Doesn't matter. We're there. Dave Fleming joining us. Top of the hour. Our 95 The Game Giants insider. Calls the games for the team. And also Bonte Hill, who's been doing some pre- and post-game coverage for the Giants on NBC Sports Bay Area, obviously known for the Warriors pre- and post-game coverage as well for that team. So we'll talk NBA Finals. And also Gigantes baseball with him in the 9 o'clock hour as he joins us in studio. Plus, we will have this or that in that hour, and it's going to be Robbie Ray related as Robbie Ray continues to win, Joe. 8-1, really should be 9-0 on the season, but he's been incredible, man. Talking about Cy Young candidates in the NL, again, it's June 6th. We have a long way to go. He's absolutely a part of the conversation, and you know what? We talk about it, and there's a lot still to happen. As the Giants win yesterday in a final score 3-2, Kimmel Duvall gets the save. Dylan Cease takes the L there. But this plays down the stretch. This kind of baseball, when you have starters that can go this long and go 7 innings, giving up just 2 earned runs, 4 hits, you get 9 Ks, that plays. He has won Cy Youngs in the past. When I have Logan Webb seemingly going 7 innings strong every single time out there, when he leads the league every single year in innings pitched, I know what I'm getting. Excuse me. Landon Roop, he's been solid. Now, is that going to continue? I don't know. Hayden Burnsong has been encouraging, right? I know Harrison got hurt. I hope it wasn't too serious. Was it just a bruise? I think Bo Mel said it wasn't too serious when he had to come out of the game the other day. He's shown some flashes, but I don't expect him to be that starter, but he can give you some bullpen innings. And obviously the bullpen has been nails as of late. Now, I don't know if they have a definitive closer. Hopefully it's Duvall going forward. I know Randy Rodriguez came in the other day. Ryan Walker, I don't know what's going on there, so we'll see. But Justin Verlander, another guy, when he comes back, he's not Cy Young Verlander anymore, but hell, when I know when push comes to shove, he's going to give me 5, he's going to give me maybe 6, and he's not going to give up more than 3 earned runs. That plays. Now, can the bats just give me some consistency going forward? I think they can. I think they can, Joe. And I keep watching this team and expecting them to hit a major, major lull, but they don't. They're 7 games over. They're 19-11 at home. Oracle was balling yesterday on a day game. The atmosphere feels like it's back at Oracle. And that's a big thing because it's felt stale the last few years. Really stale.
Yeah, no, it has. Getting to Robbie Ray here. So, did you ever watch Cliff Lee closely?
Closely, those big, postseason starts, yes.
Yeah.
He used to play the A's for when he was a Texas Ranger. But, yeah. And obviously against the Giants, but Phillies, he's played a lot of different teams, and I watched him. Yeah.
He's a guy that I don't think people would say the name of initially as some dominant pitcher, but during his heyday, he would pitch ace-like for stretches. I mean, long stretches. And he had multiple really good years. I think it was at least a 4-time All-Star. I know he had the 1 Cy Young, bounced around, played on a lot of teams. I'm looking at Robbie Ray and just his career arc. And you pull up his baseball reference page, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, the amount of teams this guy's played for is kind of remarkable. Detroit, Arizona, Toronto, Seattle, and now the Giants. Mm-hmm. He's had an underrated great career.
No, Robbie Ray's been really good. It's just the injuries. I think his whole persona, the tight pants, the grunts, it's kind of you're I don't know, but don't let that fool you. It's funny, and it's kind of a thing, his own little shtick, if you will. But he's legit. He's got the stuff.
Well, that's where I'm going with this. Cliff Lee, because he was left-handed, threw hard and had a really nice breaking ball. When he was on, he was incredible. Just incredible. And when I watch Robbie Ray, I'm like, dude, when this guy's on, he is incredible.
If you were to tell me he debuted, Joe, in 2014, I'd be like, wait, what? I just looked at his age, 33 years old, Robbie
I know.
Ray.
He's been around forever.
That's actually kind of wild.
I know.
Because I feel like I've only paid attention to him
the last 5 years.
The last 5, with the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
That's really when I started paying attention to the guy. And he was a Diamondback for 5 years, so the Giants have been playing against him. but like that's really when he kind of came of age, if you will, because he was an all-star back in 2017, I think 1 year with the D-backs, but really it was that Cy Young year with Toronto in 2021. It's like, oh, okay, he's officially on the map, and he wore the tight pants and everything, and then the Mariners get him, and it's like, okay, all right, then he gets hurt. So he's had a kind of a journeyman approach, as you've mentioned, but I didn't see this coming. I didn't. Awesome. Did you see this coming when the Giants required him? What did you make of Robbie Ray when they did get him?
Well, like you have to understand, like they signed Mitch Haniger and T. Scafani, and those were just horrible deals. They were horrible deals.
And they let go Rodon. Well, Rodon didn't want to come here. Kevin Gausman, obviously.
I viewed it more as like, here's a flyer. We'll take a flyer on Robbie Ray. That's what I viewed it as at the time. It's a great trade. In retrospect, a great trade. Farhan deserves a ton of credit. And Robbie and the staff and the recovery process, whatever they've done, they deserve credit. You know, obviously the individual, his team, his doctor, his physicians, the Giants staff, the medical, the training staff, and how they've worked this thing out. Look, Logan Webb's a stud, and I know for a lot of people, I'm going to throw this out there, and they're going to think I'm crazy. If you're telling me this guy is in form like this come playoff time, the way he looks right now, I think he has an argument to be the guy who gets the ball game one over Logan Webb.
I don't know.
No disrespect to Logan Webb whatsoever, but that's how good, like right now, Robbie Ray is pitching as good as anyone in baseball.
He is. He's legitimately on the short list for NL Cy Young.
Yesterday, let's talk about yesterday. So yesterday,
2.44 ERA.
Yesterday, guy gets on base. Unfortunate play. Anyway, he hangs one to Machado. That's basically the whole game right there. He hung one pitch. That's how good he was yesterday. He was lights out outside of that.
And Machado's an all-time player. I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done.
Machado in this series was the best player on the field for 3 out of 4 games.
Yeah. He's been incredible.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And right now I'm watching that Padres team. My overall takeaway, the Giants are neck and neck with them. And if you told me that these two teams end up playing down the stretch for one of the wild card spots, and it's just the two of them, it's going to come down to who makes the shakeup at the deadline and gets that one piece that puts them one game over the top. That's what it feels like to me right now.
Again, we mentioned this, like, if I'm a Padres fan waking up this morning, I was like, man, we really squandered this series. We could have swept this team, or at the very least won this series
100%.
3 games to 1. If I'm the Giants saying, like, hell, man, we salvaged this series in a huge way, and now let's take this momentum. Like, that Elliot Ramos hit the other night, Joe, when was the last time you felt that good about a regular season Giants play? Like, with everything baked into it, you felt like, wow, that felt big time, which is crazy because we're in the early part of June. Like, I haven't felt like that in a long time if I'm a Giants fan.
Look, it's easy to forget full seasons that when you don't win, like 2022, 2023, last year.
Like, even the no-hitter with Blake Snell that he had last year, it didn't feel big because they were on the road. That was a part of it. So it didn't feel like that. And the fact that this was front of the home crowd.
We have to let some time happen.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you.
And the DFAs being a part of it that day.
Hypothetically, they go on a nice little run here, right? Like over the next month. This could be like the Talkman play, you know, from a couple of years back in 2021. That's what I had brought up the next day. It's like, that's how fired up I was.
Dodgers, Giants, Pujols being a part of it, right?
And seeing the young guy, Johnson, the local guy, make multiple plays, the defensive play, multiple hits. And then yesterday, Dom Smith doing what he did. Like, that's the little magic of kind of just changing the roster over and having some success. That's what really spurred them in 2021.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shasky alluded to it right there. We can throw out that. Same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. We want your participation, people. Logan Webb, Robbie Ray. Who's the real one on this team right now? If you had to go one game right now, let's go back to old wild card days, right?
In their form right now.
If this was one game wild card.
That last start by Logan Webb's as good as it gets.
So good.
I mean, it's as good as it gets. So if you're going to go off like form right now, it's going to be Logan Webb. But let's just, you know, if you'd asked me before the last start, I would have said Robbie Ray because Logan's last 2 starts weren't great, even though he's a stud. Also, to me, being a lefty plays into this. So what is the lineup that I'm going up against? If you'd asked me last year at this time, I might have taken Logan Webb over anyone that they had. But then later on in the year, I would have taken Blake Snell.
See, it's fun. It's interesting.
You know what I mean?
And it is matchup dependent. No, absolutely.
And form. I think form matters in this.
Because I do trust Logan Webb if they're going up against like the Dodgers, let's say, for example. Because I've seen him go up against the Dodgers
that's a good point.
in a game one situation.
He knows their bats very well.
He knows them. He absolutely knows them.
I
so
would
that's
agree.
baked into it. And Robbie Ray, he's been incredible this season. I'm not taking anything away from him. He has had in the past, I've seen him get just battered and beaten and bruised, and the game could get away from him very quickly. I've seen him at times be a little bit of a head case. At times, I've seen that. He hasn't been that this season for the most part. He's been freaking incredible. Again, 8-1, 2.44 ERA, 87 strikeouts, barely has a over one whip. That's
to me,
incredible.
it's the lack of loud contact.
Yes.
The Machado play notwithstanding, he's just been unbelievable. I mean, he really has. Look, when you are having these kinds, and these are fun, these are sports discussions.
Yeah.
For how many years it was Kane or Lincecum, one game scenario, and it ended up working out where Lincecum was your 1, Kane was your 2, right? And then 2012, Kane was clearly your ace of the staff, and he was your 2012 number 1, and Lincecum kind of fell out of favor of the rotation. This is the fun sports talk stuff that I kind of live for, and I don't think it's a disrespect of either player. It's just, it's having fun and talking about it. Like right now, like Camilo got his 100th save. You know what I thought was the most important play of the game yesterday? Was Randy Rodriguez getting out of that inning when he did. Was it the 8th inning, I believe it was? He has been phenomenal. Like, I love both players. I need both players to get where I want to go. So these are the fun things that we, like, when you have the pitching that they have, you can have these fun discussions. You know, and there's going to be a point, Joe. There's going to be a point where you're going to be able to set your rotation up coming out of the break. And just think about where we're at right now. Landon Roop's looking really good.
Yes.
Hayden Birdsong looks really good right now. Who knows where Verlander's at? Like, I don't know. Who knows where Harrison's at? We're not really sure right now. But you got Logan Webb, you got Robbie Ray, you got Birdsong, you got Roop. How many teams in the National League, forget the American,
I was going to say,
would die to have that 4?
Oh, are you kidding me? Like, just those top 2 alone, I would put
13 teams.
I put that duo against anyone else in Major League Baseball, American League included. Like, it's Max Fried and Carlos Rodon, and then I'm putting Robbie Ray and Logan Webb with them.
If I asked you, hey, Joe, you get to pick 1 starter and 1 reliever, right, from the Giants, all right? And then
that's a fun question, actually, because I don't know who their closer is right now. I don't.
I think it's Camilo for now, but it's situation based.
You just said it right there. I think it's him for now. There's a lot of qualifiers. I don't think
it's a knock on Camilo.
No,
he's been great. He had the 1 bad outing, all right, but he's been great. So like in this hypothetical, let's say I take Logan Webb and Randy Rodriguez.
Okay,
you're running to the table and taking
Robbie Ray and Camilo Duvall.
Right
there, you go.
And there's no wrong answer.
No.
But that's how good this team's been right now. And I look at San Diego, and although they have a pretty good bullpen as well,
they do.
Dylan Cease is a good pitcher. I don't think he's better than Ray or Logan Webb this year. I don't.
No, he's not. Great mustache, but he's been kind of all over the place.
He got hit back up the middle yesterday.
Yeah,
he got pegged.
And he's pause. He had 7 strikeouts yesterday, 3 walks, 5 hits. 3 earned runs and just 5 innings. But he's another guy where I've seen he gets hit a lot in big moments I've seen, and in playoff games in particular. If his stuff isn't biting and he's not fooling anyone, they're just sitting on some of those sliders, and he hangs them a lot, and they take advantage. He's really good. I've seen him throw a no-hitter. He threw one, I think, last year, right, for the Pods. Like, he's a really good pitcher. But would I say he's like an all-timer that I'm going to be fearing in a playoff scenario? No, because I've seen him get bounced around and hit around, whether it was with the White Sox or with the Padres. 888-957-9570. I kind of like that. Which tandem are you taking right now? Of closer or bullpen arm and starting pitcher. I love that.
707. If it's on the road, Ray has to get the ball game 1. Ooh. Home, I give it to Webb. Webb's way better at home. So that's an interesting element. You know, that's a really interesting element. You know, against
because he's a contact pitcher, I guess, a ground ball guy. Yeah. So, like, if I'm in, I don't know, Cincinnati, right, which is a hitter's park, do you feel better about Robbie Ray being in there than you do Logan Webb in that scenario, where I feel better about the shutdown guy when it comes to strikeouts and Robbie being a lefty? Yeah. And again, you mentioned this. The lineups matter. And form always matters when they're heading in the playoffs. Why? It mattered for the Giants in 2010. They got hot at the right time. You mentioned the D-backs a couple years ago against the Rangers. Like, the D-backs, and they did. Zach Gallen was in form, and Merrill Kelly was in form. Those are their kind of top two guys. But again, conversely, the Rangers, who didn't have DeGrom, obviously, he was hurt. I think Scherzer was hurt at one point too. Who are they leaning on? Nathan Eovaldi, big time pitcher, but he's not really like a perennial all-star, but he's just a gamer. Yeah. It's kind of like a Ryan Vogelsong, if you will. I know Eovaldi's I think he's better overall. His career's been better, but like kind of that form, if you will. Maybe Matt Cain's probably a better comp for Eovaldi, just a big game player. And then they had Jordan Montgomery that season, right? And it all just kind of worked together, and they just rode those two players. I mean, you can't tell me that Logan Webb, a perennial Cy Young candidate, and Robbie Ray, who's won a Cy Young, those guys can't do damage come playoff time. So we're talking about this, Joe, in the NL West, in this little bubble, if you will. And why not the Giants? Hell with just being a wild card team. Why can't they win the division? All the injuries I'm seeing with the Dodgers pitching, yes, their lineup is freaking incredible. No one's going to deny. They have MVPs left and right. Like, my God, it's incredible whenever I watch them. And again, MLB's shoving them down our throat when it comes to Mookie Betts and Shohei. I'm saying all the time. I get it. They're the cash cows. Like, that's fine. That's what they're going to lean on constantly. It's like the NFL with Mahomes. They're going to show us every single Mahomes highlight. Great. They're 5-6 or they're 6-5. I get it. Whatever. But the Padres even too. It's fun. I get it. Machado, Tatis, they're the fun team right now. But when I just look at both those teams compared to the Giants, it's night and day when it comes to the pitching, which is what you need in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
And I doubt that they're going to have the pitching when it comes to the health, when it comes to anything, to take them all the way to the championship. And I do think the Giants have what it takes to win a series or two with their pitching alone if it is in form.
And look, I don't think this is a disrespect. Let's look at the Dodgers, for example. The Giants are, let's say hypothetically, the Giants are in a playoff series down the stretch. It's to get into the playoffs against the Dodgers, and you have an opportunity to set your rotation, right? If it's against the Dodgers and they start Freddie Freeman, Max Muncy, Conforto, and Shohei, that's 4 lefties in the lineup. Okay? Against lefties this year, and I'm getting real in the weeds here, Robbie Ray has an opponent batting average against lefties of 206. Logan Webb's is 277. So in that particular one, as much as I love, Logan Webb, if he's not in form and they're going to stack it with a bunch of lefties in the lineup, well, maybe I do start Robbie Ray before Logan Webb. Now, if it's all righties, I think I go in the other direction. And at least, more because they're going to have Freeman and Ohtani in the lineup probably no matter what. But if they don't have Conforto in the lineup and they've got some more righties, then I'm more inclined to play the mashups and go with Logan Webb. This is such a great problem to have.
It is.
I mean, how many teams actually have this luxury?
I was actually talking about why I feel better about Logan Webb against the Dodgers, but conversely, you just look at just stats against a franchise. Now, it changes, teams change constantly, but I do think it matters at the end of the day because ownage is ownage no matter what. I mean, I don't care who the uniform is, but Paul Goldschmidt, when he comes to San Francisco, is going to hit a home run. It's baked into my head. It doesn't matter. I'm
totally with you.
Right? Like certain things are going to happen, especially if it's
like Machado versus the Giants. He's going to do something.
He's going to do something, right? And now I think Ohtani's going to be a part of that situation.
They had a bases loaded, and they were up 2 runs the other night. And I think there was 2 outs. And
who was up? Sorry, it was
Machado up.
Machado was
with
up,
Jackson Merrill on deck.
Yeah.
And I swear to you, it crossed my mind. Maybe he'll walk in the run here and just put Machado on. Because I fear, to your point, I fear Machado so much.
Right.
Now, in that scenario, you're putting the game-winning run at second base. But that's how much I fear that guy. So I'm with you. There are certain guys I would rather not beat me.
Absolutely. And Robbie Ray, I just looked this up. This is courtesy of StatMuse. Robbie Ray against the Dodgers in his career, 9-6, 3.33 ERA, 173 strikeouts, and 22 appearances. So in 22 games against said Dodgers,
not bad.
It's pretty good, actually.
Not bad.
Logan Webb, and he's had 16 appearances. So doing the quick math there, that's 6 fewer than Robbie Ray. 4-6 with an ERA of 4.11.
Wow, that's surprising.
So
but that doesn't include the playoffs where game 1 and game 5 he was outstanding.
You're absolutely correct. That does not include
because he had multiple I mean, not good, brilliant outings.
And I don't know
in the playoffs.
Right. And I don't know if Robbie Ray has ever faced the Dodgers come playoff time. I'm not sure if when he was a Diamondback or not.
And I put more weight into those playoff performance. Even though it was 4 years ago, I put so much more weight into those.
No, absolutely. Well, you want to hear from Robbie Ray?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Is this on with Willard and Dibbs, right? Thumbs up. And you can find that entire interview when he joined Willard and Dibbs on the Odyssey app, which is free, or on YouTube. So let's hear Robbie Ray talking about the starters, right? Because so much has been made, Joe, about the starters going long and getting 0 run support. But they understand at the end of the day, the bats are gonna pick them up at some point, and he's gonna have a struggle here or there, or maybe a stretch where he's not pitching well, and the bats bring him up. So it's always a give and take. But I always love when the pitchers have the bats' backs, if you will. And here's Robbie talk about the starters needing to hold it down right now.
Yeah, I mean, coming into spring training, we talked about, the starting rotation, doing our best to carry the team each and every night. As starters, you want to get 21 outs every single day. So that's kind of been our goal is to kind of be the anchor of this ball club and keep us in the game each and every night. That's something that, we've been able to do, and that's kind of what we pride ourselves on.
And again, we're talking about the starting pitching, holding it down right now. There's going to be a moment. I promise, Giants fans. I promise. All right? There's going to be a stretch here in this summer where the bats will get hot and the pitching might dip for a second. There's ebbs and flows in every single season. So there's going to be a point where we're ragging on the bats right now that you're going to be like, oh, well, where'd this starting pitching go? It's always going to be changing. So the fact that there's 7 games over 500 right now and the bats have been awful and your highest paid player in the history of the franchise has been awful at the plate, and Willie Adamus, and defensively not that great either. Although I did see your tweet the other day, and there is something to be said about him being able to turn quick double plays, just touching the bag and throwing it. There's something to be said there. Now, can he just field his position correctly at times? It's been a little bit of an adventure, but I do think Willie Adamus, because he can't be any worse right now, at some point he will break through this slump.
You want to talk about a tale of 2 weeks? Last 7 games, Chapman has 9 hits in 24 at-bats and is batting .375, obviously with some huge moments. Adamus, last 7 games, 2 for 21, 7 strikeouts.
It's not good, Joe. It's not good.
He does have 6 walks, but, I mean, he's batting .095 for the week. And it's just, it's been a bad week. The poor guy struck out twice yesterday on breaking balls. Looking, and he's in his head. It's so it's so cloudy for the guy right now. Like, you're seeing so many check swings. He needs a 3-hit day so bad. The way I needed McDonald's breakfast this morning from Carter, like we do on our Friday.
We're calling it McFridays now, by the way.
All right. The way I needed the sausage egg McMuffin on a McFriday here at 95.7 The Game so bad. That's how bad Willie Adamus needs a 3-hit day.
It's desperately, right? And no better time to do that against the Braves right now, who are also scuffling.
Did you see what happened to them?
What happened?
They blew a 7-run lead or so. Or no, they gave up 7 late in the game to lose. I think it was to Arizona.
Oh, my God.
I sent the audio to the group yesterday. They're not good right now. The Braves,
oh, my God. And Zeno, at top of the 9th.
Yeah.
They had a 10-2 lead? Oh my God! 7 runs. So they had a 6-run lead. Oh my God!
It's incredible, right?
Oh my God!
I mean, the script writes itself, but that's like the worst team I want to see right now. Is the team that just blew a huge lead and is scuffling. It's like, oh, this is the get hot game.
Diamondbacks are weird, man. Like they're 500 right now. I swear to God, whenever I pull up like Twitter feed, it's just them having incredible comebacks, or just clutch home runs.
They remind me of the Pacers
a little bit, right?
Don't count them out. The other thing about yesterday's game with the Giants that we have to get into. How about Dom Smith?
Yeah,
and the amount of Mets fans that are so miserable that try to get in my mentions. He's not going to do anything for you. You're going to get excited, and then he's going to suck again. We got him for free. They brought him in for nothing. And he's already in 2 games done more. And I hate to bash on Lamont Wade, but let's call it what it is. He's had as much of an impact on winning in 2 games as Lamont has had in months. And I'm not trying to be mean. What Lamont did prior is great, but they've already won the acquisition. Even if he does nothing from here on out, like Dom Smith, huge hit yesterday, makes a couple of really nice defensive plays, and then in the post game, is referencing, even though I'm an LA guy, I like that Mac Dre. As he comes up, what was the name of the song that he used?
I think he used Feeling Myself.
Oh, clutch. Come on. I mean,
only Mac Dre can rap to that beat.
It's so.
Give me the beat at some point. Pull it up, Carter.
We'll have a rejoin
Dom
with
Smith,
it.
a guy from LA, saying, I got to get my Vallejo, my Bay Area on. I love that. As he's also got the Vallejo boy batting leadoff and Daniel Johnson in the outfield. It's just, sometimes you need a spark, and sometimes you need to make some moves and tweak some things, and sometimes, like, for example, you need a Guy Santos moment, and the Giants kind of got a Guy Santos moment, as I go cross-sport analogy here.
Pat Spencer.
Yeah, they got a little something from Pat Spencer.
Okay, there you go. I'm not mad at that.
They got the Dom Smith game.
By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Go to Laughing Monk, watch some Giants games there. Get a brewski, get some lobster linguine, get a burger, get a salad, whatever you want. It is a payday Friday here, 95 cents the game. We are feeling it. The Giants are feeling it. Dominic Smith is feeling himself. And real quick on that, I did want to get your thoughts though, Joe, on Lamont Wade being DFA'd, right? Like, did that happen? What, 9:30? You guys were on air when it happened. Mm-hmm. Just your quick thoughts on that. I do want to know, because for a guy that he got a nickname, and I get it, it was a really fun season. Yeah. It was awesome. Like, he had a couple months, right? He had a couple months.
No,
he had some moment.
He had a magical run at the end of 2021.
That's what it was, right? Yeah. And it was fun. Yeah. It was fun. Like, were you feeling like sad? Were you feeling like, this just is what it is? I'll always remember that. It was late night Lamont. He'll always have a little bit moment.
No, there's some mixed feelings.
Okay, mixed feelings.
Right. Like, there's on one angle, like, and I brought this up, and people are always triggered by this, but like on one level, like, when he got brought in for the team, it was like, man, this guy's contributing, and he's a big part of their late game success. There's not a chance in hell they sniff the playoffs in 2021 without him. There's not a chance in hell they win 107 without him. And also the reality is, like, right now he's not good enough to justify a spot on the roster.
It's not.
And on a team that didn't have a lot of African-American representation, and I've talked about this a lot, that, I'm not saying that you have to have specific ethnicities on the roster to fill a quota, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I coach a lot of inner city kids and a lot of black kids, and for them to have a player who looks like them, and for all the white kids and young Asian American and Latino American kids that I coach, for them to have different types of players from different backgrounds that they could look up to as a hero, that, to me, that does matter. For a long time, like, I wanted an international player like Jung-Hoo Lee, right? I wanted them to bring in that, because when can we have our guys, see Ichiro and Yamamoto and Shohei, and it's cool that we have that kind of a guy, and to see the stands and how he's become a fan favorite in Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, it was really cool that we had Lamont Wade Jr. at a time when it felt like that representation of black players, black American, African-American players in baseball was underrepresented compared to what it was in years past. And so, like, on that level, like, yeah, dude, like, he meant more than just the hits that he got to some of the kids on my team, and that's not lost on me.
Fair enough.
And also, like, he's not good enough, and that's the meritocracy of sports. So even though those things are cool and that's awesome, it's also you have to produce, and he didn't produce. And so next man up, Casey Schmidt gets a chance to play first base. Mm-hmm. They bring in Dom Smith, who also happens to be African-American, and they bring in Daniel Johnson. And so the reason why I love sports is anyone can be good. Big, small, tall, fat, skinny, whatever color, whatever gender, it doesn't matter. You can be good or you can be bad. And if you're good, you will stay. And if you're not, you're gone. And that's the beauty of American sports. But, also, like, I remember what he represented and also what he meant to the team those years. When he was coming up in a pinch hit situation, it felt like some magic was going to happen.
Late night Lamont. Late night Lamont was a great nickname, is because he delivered late in clutch situations.
But we also ran out of, the pixie dust, right?
And that happens.
But I would say the same thing about Austin Slater. Austin Slater at one time was a late game substitution guy who was awesome and had his moments and whatever. And the pixie dust ran out, and that's okay. And you got to move on. And I don't know. I don't know if Farhan moves on from him, honestly.
Well, and you see that in just not baseball. You see it in basketball too. I think the pixie dust ran out for some players in the Warriors run. We saw it. It was the Gary Payton, right? Gary Paytons of the world, Kevon Looney. Like, sometimes you need to turn a page certain situations. Not to say that they're going to do that yet. We'll see the transactions that'll be made this summer, but sometimes you just got to turn the page. And you got to make some moves that'll get the attention of a clubhouse as well.
Yeah.
And Buster Posey spoke to that, obviously running the show now for the San Francisco Giants, talking about those moves igniting the clubhouse.
As much as anything, you're trying to ignite something, I think. That was another one. I mean, cost too. They're not easy decisions, but we're just trying to provide a little bit more offense and have some versatility, whether it's more at-bats when these players are starting or coming off the bench, that just gives us a little bit more offensive upside right now.
It's time to go, is what Buster Posey said. And I love that. Like, this is him putting the team on notice, where I never felt any of that urgency from Farhan Zaidi. I just never did. And that might not be Farhan's fault. It's just Buster Posey has a presence about him. He does. Not to say he has a huge personality, but you don't need to have a huge personality to feel someone's presence. Like, you look at a guy and sometimes you can just feel it. And he's one of those dudes. And he commands respect because of what he's meant for this franchise, and him being a big game player for this franchise for so long, being a Hall of Famer and for the Giants, and also just Major League Baseball in general. I felt that, and God, it was refreshing to feel a guy that actually feels what the fan base is feeling. He felt like he had the pulse of this fan base, which I don't think a guy in his position has felt for in quite some time.
They're searching so bad in terms of looking for any spark offensively. We were tricking ourselves into believing 200 career at-bat guy Gerard Encarnacion could be the answer. And look, he's hit the ball hard. He has nothing to show for it. He's 0 for 10 to start the year, right? But like, they're searching so bad. They acquired a guy who's bounced around 1,000 times and was also playing in the Mexican League like Gerard in Johnson, the kid from Vallejo, who I'm rooting for. After one night of production, they batted him leadoff. Like, that's, again, I'm not mad at him. I'm happy for him. I really am. I'm legitimately happy for him. But that kind of speaks to how bad they're searching right now. They're searching so bad, they acquired Dom Smith when no one else in baseball wanted him and put him in the lineup right away and started him at first base 2 back-to-back games. Now, they were rewarded with that by him making plays, but again, that's multiple players, okay, in your starting lineup where you're just searching. And the analogy I would use is, I think we've all seen it at when you go to the bowling alley, or maybe you go to the video game place or the movie theater. There's that little claw, and you got all these prizes.
The claw machine.
Yeah, and it can go down, and you're trying to grab something in there, and you're just searching, and you're reaching the claw down, and you're trying to pull something out.
Dude, I had to clutch one of those because they have these massive claw games now. You can get massive stuffed animals. First try I did at the bowling alley out in Alameda. Got a huge Oscar the Grouch in a trash can stuffed. Seriously.
A hell of a
pull.
pull.
No, it's a huge one, and I got that, and Benny is like the happiest guy. Like, Dad, I can't believe you won that. Made me feel like, dude, I can do no wrong.
The dad of the year right there.
MacGyver
I was like,
over
see ya,
here.
I'm out.
You got to retire from the claw machine after that.
Mookie Betts of the claw.
Right, that's me. Shout out Jim Carrey and Liar Liar. The claw.
But then you had to walk around with said thing.
You know, we did. Well, it was taller than Benny, so I absolutely had to.
So did you go back to the car and then drop it off and then come back? Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Yeah, because I tried, see the practical sense in me. It thinks about that because I'm always like, hey guys, you want coffee? I'm gonna go get coffee. And then I have like 3 coffees and I'm walking down the road. I'm like, I'm spilling it all over my shoes.
There you go.
What was I thinking?
Well, that one was easy because the parking lot was right there. But like if you're at the boardwalk, right? Because a lot of people are going to the boardwalk in summertime. That's the worst thing is when you went and then you parked all the way over on the other side. It's just like, who's holding this crap? Not me. I don't want to. Then you're going to go on rides. You're going to leave it. Someone's going to take it. I don't know what you're supposed to do there. By the way, here's more from Buster Posey speaking to the media on what I just said. The message to the clubhouse right now, it's time to go. Shout out E40.
Yeah, I mean, it's time to go. I mean, I think we all believe that we're better than what we've been with the bats the last 2.5, 3 weeks, and it's time to go.
I love the background music right there. It's good.
It's a good bass drop there.
It is. I think that's Take Over Control by Afrojack. That is what it is.
Did you guys notice that this week Giants attendance was awesome?
Dude, on fire yesterday.
You could say the Padres are a part of that, and I would agree. I'm not going to argue with you on that.
Which is actually awesome because the Padres as a fan base have been laughable for most of my entire life. And the fact that they become so relevant, it does add more juice to these games.
I got a homie, Jameson, down in San Diego, who is all in on, like he has been his whole life, but all in on the Padres. And it's a fun little rivalry. You can say Joe's not a rivalry. I actually think it is.
It is becoming one.
I think it is.
And you know what?
Because we're all going for the same thing right now.
All the young kids like the Padres.
They do.
They're the young up-and-coming team. They love this team right now. Kind of like the Thunder with Durant and Westbrook and Harden for a little bit. Like they were like the rising league in the NBA, or the rising team, I should say.
Let me give you something
Padres right now.
Let me give you something on them. I keep running you off the road.
No, you're good.
The boss said to me, there's not a chance in hell I would want Machado or Tatis on my team.
What?
After watching them for 4 days. He's like, I just don't like them as players. Like, not that they're not good. They are good. He thinks that they do dumb things. And I said, is that like my LaMelo take? Meaning, LaMelo's a good player. I recognize he's a good player. I don't think he's a winning player that I would want on my team. That doesn't mean he can't win, and that doesn't mean that in the right circumstance, he can even be more productive. I find him to be a knucklehead, right? And I think the boss is kind of going that way with Tatis and Machado. And when I say that to you, you were like, what?
Yeah, come on. Like, those guys are incredible. Like,
but they do some dumb stuff. When you watch a 4-game series, no, they're really good. Machado less so than Tatis.
Machado's really good. He's a really good defensive third baseman still, I think.
When it's all said and done, I think he'll have a case for the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he'll get there, but I think he'll have a case for it.
He'll be an interesting one. He's going to finish with more than 400 home runs, probably.
That's what I'm saying.
And, like, I get, like, the clubhouse presence or, like, being, like, a jerk, quote-unquote. Like, I don't think any should that matter. Like, it's on the field. It should not matter, all of that.
He's also a dramatically underrated defender.
Right? Like, that's what I'm saying.
Like, well, he has 11 errors. I'm like, yeah, because he gets the balls that others can't get to.
Correct.
Like, that. I don't know. I think he's so good.
Now,
I love watching.
Where the boss, I think, is coming from on this, by the way, Manny Machado's batting .317 this year, 8 home runs, 31 RBIs. He's pretty freaking good.
He was a factor in this series.
Can those two be the best? Like, can they be the leaders on your team, quote unquote? I don't know about that.
Well, Tatis does some dumb stuff.
He does. And you know what?
But he's so talented.
If he was on the Dodgers, would it have mattered? Like, would it matter? Like, that's what I'm saying here. Like, it's a team game still.
Sure.
You have to have other players around them. Like, Jackson Merrill, like, they locked him up. He's going to be a guy for years to come for them.
Hey.
And he's probably going to be the future, too, the guy that they lean on.
The only reason you don't walk Machado is because of Jackson Merrill.
Exactly.
And I think the world's coming around on him. He is a stud.
He is.
He's a stud.
Right.
Well, and their team is loaded. Like, when Xander Bogaerts is batting 6th or 7th for you on a nightly basis, like, you're doing pretty good.
And Cronenworth, I know he's kind of having like a down year.
Like Cronenworth.
Cronenworth's really good.
He's very versatile.
He's very versatile.
Every team needs a Cronenworth.
Every team also needs an injury report, I think. Right, Carter? All right. As I flip my pages here, the A's might be getting healthier soon. God, they stink right now. The team announced that the first baseman, Nicholas Kurtz, is expected to be activated and rejoin the team this coming Monday, June 9th. Kurtz has been out since May 24th with a hip flexor strain. Kurtz will resume running drills this weekend, paving the way for his activation next week. He is one of their top prospects. The offense for the A's isn't the problem. It is their pitching. It's almost the inverse of the Giants. They're in the midst of like losing 20 of their last 22 games, so they're ridiculous. They are one of the worst teams in baseball now. I remember you betting the over on their win total, you and Carter. It's not looking too good at this point, but maybe they'll get hot towards the end, Joe. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Real quick, what are you looking at me like that for? You're looking at me with disgust. What?
No, I didn't say nothing.
Okay.
He's bewildered that an A's player is in the injury report.
I'm just...
Who's hurt right now, Shasky? Besides you.
I mean, Steiny looked like he was walking in with a limp over there.
What?
Yeah, he might have
Steiny's injured?
Might have had a little too much
That's just how he
fun.
walks.
Well, especially after you shoot a 90-plus at Carica or wherever the hell he played.
shot a 90.
Hey, man, he was cooking on garlic fries and baseball guys yesterday.
Was he?
You know who's going to be cooking next? Dave Fleming. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. Let's go, Filmo. Miss that voice. Shout out to Filmo, Mike. Shout out to Joe Shasky, Carter, Sam.
I'm Sam Lubman.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freedman's Appliances this Saturday.
That was basically his last dish, Shasky, you and Grandy.
Hey, shout out Friedman's Appliance. They got everything you need. Have you still gotten that? Have you gotten the air fryer yet, Joe?
No.
You need to grab one. I know Dave Fleming probably has one. He's going to be joining us very shortly.
I've just gotten a ton of stuff from Freedman's because of my buddy Alex. So
nice.
He's handling all that. I believe it's the Santa Rosa location.
Okay, not mad at that. Go to Pleasant Hill, go to Santa Rosa. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Halfway home here on a payday Friday. We got Bonta Hill joining us. Thank you. In the 9 o'clock hour in the studios. He joined us each and every Friday. We got This or That happening in the 9 o'clock hour as well.
Let's start. Let's do this right now with Dave.
Okay.
Let's do it right now.
So I got an intro for him. Real quick. Dave Fleming, brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today as he joins us on the River Islands. Guest line, I got the sound you're referring to, Joe, as Dave Fleming on 95.7 The Game Giants insider, voice of the San Francisco Giants, joins us right now. And
so Dave, we're going to get right into it. Dave, we play a favorite game every day. It's called This or That, right? And I love the game. And today we're finally going to do some non-sports stuff, okay? We asked Robbie Ray as a station yesterday this question about pineapple, and then I'm going to ask you the exact same one. It's yes or no. Here's the question.
First thing, favorite toppings to put on a pizza, and / is pineapple allowable?
Ooh, this is going to be very controversial, but I do believe that pineapple is allowed on pizza. But my favorite topping is by far pepperoni.
Now, will you mix the two? Will you conflate the pepperoni with the pineapple, or are those going to be two different pizza experiences?
Those are two different ones. I'm going to go ham and pineapple, and pepperoni is just by itself.
The hard-hitting analysis, only right here on 95.7 The Game.
Dave, you're a man of the people. Pineapple on a pizza, yes or no?
It's allowable, yes. It is. It's allowable.
I love it. I love it.
You know what? And I'm not
hard-hitting stuff.
I'm not the gatekeeper.
95.7.
Dave, my last name is Spadoni. It's Italian, right? So people always seem to come to me. I'm Italian American, by the way. I'm not from Italy, people. So anyone with an Italian last name, they don't get to say the end-all be-all on pizza. I also agree with you, Dave. It is okay to go Hawaiian pizza. And I'm not mad at that.
I like pepperoni with pineapple. I'm actually not mad at that combination either.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Not at all. What's the difference between pepperoni and ham? They're made from the same thing.
One's crispier. One's crispier, Dave. One's a little crispier. All right. I don't know. Now we're mixing the waters here.
You know what's Hawaiian. Dave, I saw you on Monday casually coming in and out, and I'm thinking this is a huge week for the Giants. Huge week for the Giants. And the way it started, and then by the way it ended, there are seminal moments in a season, and we'll see where it ends up when it's all said and done. But Ramos has doubled down the line. And I know Chapman had a home run, and Jelly was great. There were a lot of other supporting people in that moment. But Ramos's hit, it felt Talkman-like, where it was a moment in a season where I think we're going to look back, if they can go on a little run here, and say, that's the time everything changed. What did you feel when Ramos ripped that ball down the line?
Yeah, I did. I felt that is one of the biggest moments of this year, maybe the biggest so far, for a couple reasons. Number one, they just needed a game to get out of the discussion, the rut. I mean, it's not like they're permanently out of it, but this whole thing was starting to weigh on them. Like, it was the same game every day for 2 weeks, and everybody down there can deny that they're feeling the pressure of that, but it's just inevitable that you do. So they needed a hit to just get out of that we can't score 5 runs thing. They also needed to prove that they can beat the Padres. They lost 7 games in a row going back to last year against the Padres. And we know the Padres are good, and it's one of their top competition in the division for one of those playoff spots in all those different ways. They had to prove to themselves and to the Padres that they can beat that team. And they proved it that night, and they did it again yesterday because the games in San Diego were kind of ugly, even though the Giants were playing great ball back then. San Diego kind of had their number. So for a couple reasons, I agree with you. That was a very big hit. That's the hit that's been missing. They found ways to win games. They found ways to sort of tread water through all their offensive struggles. You can't go a whole season like that. You can't. So they needed it bad, and he gave it to him. And he's, Elliott's been their best hitter this year. He's been, whether you say he's been their best overall player, I guess you could debate that, but Elliot Ramos has been their best hitter.
Well, I want to actually ask another question about Ramos, because when I think about when a team turns the corner in terms of development and just franchise stability overall, we've had so many questions about just outfield development, player development, assessment of players or whatever. Bryce is going to be Bryce, and we know that's the big ticket item. But in a weird way, Ramos is also dramatically important as to how I'm perceiving the development and the sustainability of all these other young players, whether fair or not. Like, I think he's as important as any other guy not named Bryce in the future of the Giants.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that. And here's my lesson from Ramos, because player development, okay, one lesson is player development's really hard, and it's really hard to predict. And you can be a super smart baseball person and still, was it a year ago? I guess a little more than that, where the Giants might have just released him. And the Giants weren't filled with dumb people. They just weren't seeing what they needed to see out of him. The other lesson, because, it's really hard to evaluate. The other lesson is sometimes you have to be patient with the guys who have those. You got to be patient with everybody in this sport, but especially with the players who have the true rarer physical traits. And Elliott has those. Elliott is a extremely physically gifted player. And he's got strength, he's got explosion, he's got power, he's got speed, he's got bat speed. And maybe, those guys deserve some longer leeway, and he has sure taken advantage of it. All the credit goes to him. Giants have done good work with him and helped him become the best version of himself, but that's a dude who never got down and out, who never got overly discouraged. He wasn't getting his, ultimate opportunity, and now that he has, he's really taken advantage of it.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on 95.7 The Game, Giants Insider on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky, and you use the word right there, patience. And I think Giants fans have been very patient when it comes to Willie Adamus. He's batting 198 this season, obviously the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. It's been a struggle to watch, Dave. Listen, there's not really, we can talk about it every single week, and we want him to do better. Everyone wants him to do better. Does it come to a point, though, like do you take him out for a game? Do you try to let him, regroup himself? Is there anything Bob Melvin can maybe help Willie Adamus with when it comes to the approach, whatever? It's a struggle right now.
It is. And maybe there is a time where you give him a day or even 2 days off to, try to hit the reset button. I know Willie, we were on this last road trip and Adamus was really struggling, and Bob told him, okay, the day game in Detroit, you're getting a day off. And then Thursday was just a scheduled off day. So I think Bob's idea was, take a couple days, just kind of get away from the stress of it all. And then Tuesday night, he hit 2 balls really hard up the middle and went to Bob and said, hey, we fixed something, and I got to be back in there. We found a little something, and I got to get in there again. And, if you're the manager and it's one of your team leaders and he's a veteran and he tells you that, I think you listen, and Bob listened and put him back in there. And obviously that has not carried on. So yeah, I think a day off or 2 is probably coming at some point. Whether maybe that comes on Sunday and then you give it and Sunday together off, something like that. I don't know. But there's no way around it. He hasn't been unlucky. It hasn't been bad breaks. It hasn't been anything other than just he's not hitting the ball hard at all. And there's been no loud contact here of late. And the at-bats have been way better. There was an ugly one yesterday, but for the most part, he's been staying in the strike zone. He's been taking a lot of walks. getting himself into tons of good counts, and he's just not taking advantage of those. There's a lot of 2-0, 3-1, 3-2 where it doesn't end up in a bullet or a shot to the wall or anything like that. So, look, we're half year into 7 years of this. He's a much better player than this. He didn't forget how to play. He didn't forget that he's one of the better players at his position in the game. It's in there, but it is not pretty right now. So whatever you got to do to try to help him get out of this, I think all options are on the table with that.
Yeah, we're pulling for him. I was talking about, he got that big walk the other day to start that rally where we're almost got. I thought that was a huge at bat, just in general for him, for the team, for everyone. And you just got to cling to some of the positivity. The game can be so humbling with all the failures, and that's why I want to get into the guys succeeding right now. I mean, there's so many good stories. Like we were talking about Robbie Ray. Oh man, he reminds me of Cliff Lee. Like when he's on, he is filthy. But the guy that I got to get to, and I brought him up yesterday to Zach. We had Zach on, the GM of the Giants. Randy Rodriguez is okay. I remember when K-Rod came up and he had the higher leg kick, but it's the devastating breaking ball with the electric fastball and the moxie, and there's just this aura about him. Randy Rodriguez, to me, it reminds me, he's a different player, but he reminds me so much of K-Rod. He is a weapon, and I think he's their all-star this year. He's amazing. Dave, I don't even have a question. He's been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think he definitely has an argument to be an all-star. If you line up everybody in the league relief-wise, he's probably been the best reliever in the National League. So, I mean, I think Robbie Ray and Logan Webb both should be going to the All-Star game personally. And I tend to just prioritize the starting pitchers over the relievers. Not that the relievers aren't super important, but here's the thing about Randy, though, and you saw it yesterday. Like the Giants have treated him very gently, and yesterday they asked him to come, in on a back-to-back after pitching the other night, two nights ago, and he was a little shakier yesterday, and he didn't have his great stuff, and he got through it, but Tatis hit that ball really hard against him, and you saw him in the dugout afterwards kind of manipulating his. He's got an arm that hasn't yet proven that he can be like what K-Rod was, where you just use him like you would a sort of high usage super reliever. That is going to limit, and look, that is not a criticism. I use him the way that you get this kind of performance out of him, and he's amazing. Like, he's been great, but until he builds up whatever it is that he can be a little more of a high usage guy, it is going to just cap him a little bit in terms of, like, he's probably not going to be the closer on this team, because if you can't go back to back reliably and feel great in that back to back, it's hard to be a ninth inning guy. Again, that doesn't mean that can't change. They haven't asked him to do it much in his career, and he's a guy who was, he's just now coming into his own. So that's the next step. That's all me agreeing with you and saying there is one more step for him to take. As awesome as he's been, as great as his stuff is, there's one more thing for him to prove, to where then I think you can say, man, they've got the ultimate weapon back there.
Talking to Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line, voice of the San Francisco Giants and R95 in the Game Giants insider. And Dave, we're sitting here June 6th. All right, a couple months in, Giants third wild card, a couple games back from the Dodgers in first place. Just going to ask it, you know what? Why not the Giants? Why can't they win this division? I know the bats, I know. But when I look at the pitching of this team in comparison to the Dodgers with all those injuries, in comparison to the Padres, obviously with all those injuries, and Dylan Cease is not being that good this year so far to his standards. He can bounce back, obviously. But why not the Giants? Get some juice in here. Maybe it's an Eldridge getting called up. I don't know. I feel like they are a hot stretch from the bats away again. It's a big if, but they're a hot stretch away with the bats to maybe being in first place at the end of the month. Is that too crazy to say?
No, but you did answer your own question. Like, why not?
I know.
There is one big reason why not. They need more offense. If you're going to take down that team down in LA, and frankly, the team we just saw, you got to get more from the offense than they've gotten. But they have a championship pitching squad right now. They do. And they can't. I think we're already seeing this week, and it's this isn't Rodriguez specific, but Doval had his blip. Eric Miller had a sort of a rocky. You've put so much pressure on those guys where every game has been a tight game. Every game for weeks and weeks and weeks. That's a hard way to go forever. And so they need to alleviate a little bit of that. They need to give those guys a breather where there's a week of games that aren't quite like that. And if they can do that a little more consistently, I'm with you. There's no reason why they can't compete, because the pitching side for the Giants is championship caliber.
And a guy that could potentially help those bats, Dave, their young phenom, Bryce Eldridge. We're on Eldridge watch. We had JT Snow join us on Monday, former Giants first baseman, Gold Glover. And he is, at the time, Eldridge was still in Double-A. He's like, yeah, hell, I'd call him up right now, right? It's usually harder to be in Double-A when it comes to the pitchers and the stuff you see than it is in the Triple-A for some of these 4A guys, fringe guys working on their stuff and rehab assignments. And now Bryce gets called up, hits a grand slam. Like, potential, we see Eldridge coming up here sooner rather than later?
Yes. I mean, I've definitely, you guys have asked me this a couple times this year, and I've always been real sort of conservative about, I didn't think that we were going to see him. And I think circumstances have changed. And so I do think the fact that he was promoted to AAA means that the timeline's been a little accelerated. It's up to Bryce. It's up to him to handle that level and thrive. He's not going to get called up until he's, really hot down there and until the defense looks big league ready. And he knows that. Bryce has been working his tail off on it. That's everything that we hear, and I ask about him all the time, and everything we hear is he seeks people out. He whoever, whether it's Joe Panic is in town or whoever the special instructor is who's in town where he is at that time, Ron Wodas, let's go work on defense. Let's go. I want to go do it. He's not waiting for them to come to him. He wants to be better at that. He knows that he needs to be better on defense. Now, could you call him up and get him some DH at bats, right away? Sure, you could, but you have Wilmer, who's, probably going to be the DH on this team. So, Wilmer could get hurt. That could change things. But while Wilmer is Wilmer, then Bryce needs to be able to handle first base. But yeah, to answer your question, the timeline has been accelerated, and there is a pretty good chance we're going to see him this summer, it's exciting. It is. He's a really talented guy. And maybe my favorite thing about Bryce Eldridge, I don't know him real well yet. I can't wait to get to know him better. He's going to be a big part of this team. Maybe my favorite thing about him is when you watch him, when you listen to him, he knows he's really good. He's humble. He's a humble, nice, friendly kid who knows I'm good enough to do this. And that, that confidence level from somebody who's 20 years old, whether it's come from playing on Team USA or, playing at such a young age against guys who are 4, 5, 6, 7 years older than he is and being one of the best players on the field, wherever it comes from, that's a big part of success in this game.
I was thinking about Buster in the dugout, getting peppered by questions from the media, and he's basically saying, like, it's go time. It's like right now. He makes a slew of moves. And we were just saying, like, this team needs a spark. Like, they need a spark. They need something. And I always question, how much can come from the front office, like it's the players that have to make plays and the manager can do only so much. But there are times where I go to a 49er practice and I see John Lynch and I go, man, the way he walks around that field, there are times where I feel like the team kind of takes on his personality. What have you seen this team take on from Buster's personality in his short tenure thus far with the Giants?
Yeah, I think they have, don't you? I think they have taken on his personality. It's a personality of work. But when I think of Buster as a player, what was Buster as a player? Buster was a guy who put everything on the back burner other than being the best version on the field that he could be during the season. Buster was just a maniacal professional who there was never a day, not one time in all the years when I was around him, where Buster was before a game, doing a crossword puzzle or pulling a prank never. I never saw that from him. He was just a preparer. And, he was also really, really, really talented, but he unlocked all of that talent by the way he approached it. And not everybody can be that way. I'm not saying everybody has to be as focused and serious as Buster was as a player, because some guys can't handle that and need the release of, some other stuff. I'm not saying everybody has to be like him, but that's what defined Buster as a player. And, being the most prepared we can be to win a game today. And I think that's all he's asking from this group, but he's asking it based on who he is, and those players all know it about him. So to me, I have seen that from this Giants team. And you're right, the players have to do it, and you still have to have the talent level on your roster to do it. But it was not a coincidence, I don't think, that the Giants won those 2 games this week after those moves were made. And the guys who got called up helped win the game, so that was part of it. But it was also, whatever you want to call it, a wake-up call, a message, even those 2 words you just said, let's go, like it's time to go. I think that was received around that Giants clubhouse. I do.
Dave, it is time to go. This is the end of our interview, and we greatly appreciate it.
I made it too easy for you to kick me out.
Hey, Dave, really good stuff, though, seriously, and we really appreciate your insight each and every week. And, yeah, that was a huge split. That was massive. Like, it could have gone one or two ways, or you split a series and you feel like the Padres today. It's just like you're not feeling very good about it because you could have swept. Now you're the Giants saying, man, we came back in those games. Maybe we should have swept, but you're feeling a whole hell of a lot better about it. So we appreciate it, and good luck this weekend calling Braves games.
Yeah, and I'll say one last thing about those Braves games. Like, Giants fans were awesome this week, and they were a factor in those games. They were. And I have a feeling it's going to be a spirited weekend and a Friday night tonight. But the players responded to that. Like, it was noted by a lot of different people that the game 2 nights ago when the Giants, won the 3rd game of the series and came back from 5-0, how loud and raucous it was, even when the Giants were down. It was noticed by everybody. So, if you're coming to one of these games this weekend and you're listening to us right now, just know that the atmosphere in the ballpark helped the Giants win those 2 games, and they need that help this weekend against a talented team.
Dave, you're telling me my presence Monday night was a part of the great week and Carter's attendance yesterday? I love it. Let's go.
They lost Monday.
Yeah. I always am glad to see you wandering around the ballpark.
I know.
You got to come say hi more often.
Well, you know what? I'm working on a project that I know you know about at Crocker Park, and I'm really like the Giants Community Fund and everything. And I can't really explain all the details right now. I grew up in that neighborhood. My mom is in that neighborhood. We need this project. And hearing Jack Bear and some of the people explain it, Matt Valdez and them, like, oh my God, we talk about these teams and their impact on the community. I'm going to get emotional here. Like, I grew up taking thousands of ground balls at Crocker Park. And if we can deliver what is trying to be delivered at that park, I'm telling you, it's going to be the crown jewel of San Francisco, and it's going to change the neighborhood in a positive way for generations to come. And that's what being part of the community is all about. I'm dead serious when I say this.
So keep working on that. And then when you're at the ballpark working on it, come say hi to me.
I will.
Dave,
don't ignore me.
Have a good one, buddy.
Good stuff.
All
I
right,
love Dave. There he goes. Dave Fleming, brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supplies, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. We'll react to that on the other side.
No, we got this or that.
We got this or that. Well, we got Bonte.
We got my favorite episode of the week. Actually, technically, it's my favorite thing we do every day. It's this or that. We throw you a topic. Today's non-sports. Tell them what the topip is.
Oh, it's
one of my
pizza.
favorites.
It's about pizza and whether or not pineapple on pizza is acceptable. 888-957-9570.
Bananas in the chat. They're going crazy.
They're not going pineapples
on the text.
They're going bananas, not pineapples. Some people don't believe that.
They're going coconuts.
Fruit should be hot. Some people just don't say any fruit should be hot at all. That's like a take.
Fruit should be hot. I got to think about. What about banana? Like in like a banana cream pie, don't you want it somewhat
That's
warm?
cold. Banana cream pies are usually cold.
Bananas Foster.
Yeah, but like an apple pie, isn't that warm? I'm trying to think of like pies that are warm.
On the other
blueberry
side,
pie.
We'll discuss about it. Yeah, the blueberry pie. I'm a blackberry guy myself. Brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
It's always fun game.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
They're not very good.
Wow. I think we're pretty good. We're rolling, baby. And apparently, right when I walked to this microphone, Shasta was like, you gotta gas up this segment, bro. This is huge. This is massive. It's this or that. Do we have an open for it? Do we do it now or do it when Bonte comes in? What do you want to do with that? We're doing it right now. We'll turn on your mic. God.
We're doing it now. We're doing it live.
Hit the open. Come on. Hit it. Yeah, fade it out.
Light up the phone lines.
Screw that.
I don't know.
Let's go. This or that. It's simple. Let's play it. Robbie Ray, yesterday, correct? On our station, Willard and Dibs.
First thing, favorite toppings to put on a pizza and / is pineapple allowable?
Ooh, this is going to be very controversial, but I do believe that pineapple is allowed on pizza. But my favorite topping is by far pepperoni.
Now, will you mix the two? Will you conflate the pepperoni with the pineapple, or are those going to be two different pizza experiences?
Those are two different ones. I'm going to go ham and pineapple, and pepperoni is just by itself.
This or that. Pineapple on pizza. It's a yes or no.
All right,
in or
go.
out.
People are already starting to come in. Get in on the phone line. 888-957-9570. Here we go. 510. Bacon and pineapple FTW. 415. Pepperoni, jalapeno, and pineapple together is the most fire combo of all time. 510. Pineapple, pepperoni, jalapeno. Wow. I'm going to try that. I didn't even try that.
A lot of toppings.
From the 650. Hell no. No fruit on my pizza. What are you doing? Wow.
People are very passionate about their pizza. I will say that. And we got to remember, people, everyone tries to say that's not authentic. Unless you were from the country of Italy, like my boy Mazzetti in the French Open just got absolutely popped by Alcaraz, had to do an injury timeout or an injury withdrawal. Like, unless you're from the country, I don't want to hear about it's disrespectful. Please. We have our own thing in America. We take everything else as the melting pot and we make it better. We make it better. And you all hate us so much because we make everything better here. We take what you had, your original invention, and we put our own twist on it, and it's always better. It just, California, it's better. We do it.
We're smarter than
we're
you.
Smart. We're so much smarter than you.
Just
we are.
ask us.
Just say, please. So if you have something to say it to my face. 888-957-9570. My last name is Italian, and I say go all in. Go all in on the Hawaiian pizza, baby.
There's people that disagree. Fakey, I don't know who the heck the name is, says, what kind of inhumane monster ruins the pizza by having pineapples put on the top of it? My mother, for one, is the sole reason why I stopped saying Happy Mother's Day to her. Wow.
Jesus.
That
got deep right there.
I should have maybe proofread the last sentence of that.
You're allowing pizza to get in the way of your happiness, people. Look at it. Take a look in the mirror, all right? I'm looking at the man in the mirror right now, and I'm saying I like Hawaiian pizza.
Maxi Lopez says, I'm down with pineapple, ham, and jalapeno.
The jalapeno one's interesting to me. That it hurts my tummy. I am a gringo after all, so any sort of heat just destroys me later on. I like it. I'll eat it. I'll regret it at 2 a.m.
From the 8 something or other, my girl from the 408, my girl is born and raised in the Bronx. I give her pineapple, and she's done with me.
Oh, wow. So people from the Bronx clearly know everything about food and pizza. How about you tell them to actually learn how to cook Mexican food out there too? Do you guys do that? Because you guys messed that up. You guys are supposed to be the greatest city ever. You can't even make tacos correct out there. Please.
I didn't even know that was a problem out there.
They can't. They don't get Mexican food. They just don't. Ask any Mexican
you know. Kind of far away from Mexico.
Well, great. We're far away from Italy, so they know everything on pizza.
That's
Please,
true.
come on.
That is true.
It's the whole ocean.
Yeah, that is true.
Come on, man.
That is true.
Oh, Bobby in Los Altos wants to join the conversation. Hey, Bobby, we have Mick Fridays now in honor of you at this station. So we had our egg and sausage McMuffins. Good morning, Bobby.
What's up, Bobby?
Pineapple on pizza. You in or you out?
Oh, you
You made me so happy. Here's my answer. It depends on the crust. If you got some nice Neapolitan crust.
Oh, no. Bobby. He faded out.
Chevy Mo, the sleeper pizza, is the Mexican pizza from Little Joe's, my favorite, in the Excelsior District. Call cheese, beans, chorizo, or substitute the chicken with jalapeno. Chevy Mo's all over the place.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. Someone said bacon and pineapple, which I want to try because that's basically like El Pastor, which is pork and pineapple together,
which is good.
It's sweet and salty.
And 650, pizza's not a fruit salad. Keep the pineapple in the blender.
Who said fruit salad? What are we doing here? It's on cheese. A fruit salad is all fruit.
925. I bartend at a pizzeria. The most fire combo there is pepperoni, bacon, jalapeno, pineapple, fresh tomato slices on top after it's cooked.
Okay.
Wow, 925.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, tomato is a fruit. So if we're going to keep it a buck here, the entire pizza, unless it's a white pizza, which is just like ricotta.
This is now opening up a category that I didn't think we were going to go to today. Sandwich places, if you can hear me. There's this little thing that you can buy at any grocery store. You can get it at Restaurant Depot. It takes the little pit, the green little pit out of the tomato top, okay? So when you're slicing tomatoes, I don't want to bite in to the little stem green thing at the top. I used to own a deli, or I used to slice many. It's
like getting the base of like the lettuce or something like that.
Don't want that. Just take the 10 seconds out before you start slicing the tomato to core out the middle of the tomato. You know what I'm talking about? It's on both ends of it, okay?
I got you.
It's the stem area. Just take the extra second and do it. It's malpractice if I bite into one of your sandwiches and in the middle of the tomato is the little green stem thingy. Biggest bugaboo of this team. What are we doing?
So we're talking about Robbie Ray saying he's in pineapple on pizza. That's our this or that today. Are you in or are you out? Pineapple on pizza. Chevy Mo is an SF.
Chevy Mo.
Chevy Mo, pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Oh, man, I could go with it all day. But have you ever had a Mexican pizza from Little Joe's in the Excelsior?
I mean, I've been to Little Joe's 1,000 times. I don't always get that pizza. I always go extra cheese, though.
Oh, yeah, their chicken wings are the best, hands down.
They really are.
But the Mexican pizza, they substitute the tomato with beans. Sounds weird, but...
No, that's what a Mexican pizza is, right?
Chevy Mo, are you from the E? Because I've spent so many countless times sitting there waiting for multiple slices or a whole pizza, looking at all the Giants and Niner memorabilia on the Little Joe's wall. It's one of my favorite places in the world.
Oh, man, the best pizza in the world. It tops Bravos all day.
All day.
And old school Romas.
Yeah, look at you. Look at you. Let's go, Chevy Mo.
All right, I asked ChatGPT this because, you know what, we ask AI whether is pineapple on pizza acceptable? And it says, ChatGPT, this is AI. These are our future leaders, guys. All right. Whether pineapple on pizza is, quote, acceptable depends entirely on personal taste. Culinary speaking, there's no right or wrong answer. And the arguments for pineapple on pizza, the sweet and savory combo, creates contrast, which many people enjoy. It adds a juicy texture and a bit of acidity that could brighten the overall flavor.
Shut up.
It's popular enough to have become a mainstay on menus globally, especially as, quote, Hawaiian pizza. So there you go.
Here's 650. Sweet and acidic pineapple overpowers the subtle flavors of a good pizza. Then you get the 707. I'm a certified chef. I don't know what that means. Taste buds naturally like sweet and salty.
Yes.
Pineapple is sweet, the ham is salty. Maybe if you don't like it, your taste buds aren't right.
Wow. Well, there are some people where they're not. Like cilantro, it tastes like soap for some people.
What?
They just can't. Yeah. There's like part of the population where they eat cilantro. It doesn't taste like how it tastes for us, which is delicious. Yeah. You're looking at me perplexed right now. Wow. It's a fact. Yeah.
Wow.
Does baby LJ, does he like pineapple on pizza?
I'm little LJ will eat anything right now.
Okay,
I mean,
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
He is eating like no other. Right now, he's figured out how to hold two basketballs, the little rubber ones, with each hand. And so he's dunking one-handed, and he's just all over the place.
Damn, LeBron James over here. 888-957-9570. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
He definitely ate up almost an entire watermelon just between the two of us, me and him.
Ooh, I love
Yeah, he loves the watermelon.
Sandia. Hey, well, do we have Sam, do we have a poll on this? Yes or no? Where are we at on said poll? You can hit us up on YouTube. We're streaming every single day for this or that. We have the poll up. Join the conversation. We love it.
I honestly like pineapple, which is fine. I have no problem with pineapple on a pizza. It doesn't one way or the other, enrage me. I'll eat it. I have no problem with it, but it does fall off the pizza a lot.
It does. It has to be kind of
folded. You have to fold and then boom.
And
right
the
into
pieces can't be too chunky. That's what I'll say too. You have to have the right size of it, or else it is going to be too overpowering. But that's with anything. If you put too much of anything on a pizza, it can be too overpowering. I'm a very simple guy myself. A nice margarita pizza, a nice pepperoni. If you want to do a meat lovers, I'm cool with that. It's rare that I don't like a certain pizza. My brother used to order a pizza that actually pissed me the hell off because I'm not a huge mushroom fan.
What?
And he'd literally no.
What?
He'd literally order a pizza with just mushrooms on it, and I'd be so pissed. Like, what the hell are you doing? Just mushrooms on a pizza?
I don't care what anyone says. Mushrooms and pepperoni, undefeated, never lost.
Okay, that's fine.
Undefeated, never.
Have you ever
and if
wanted?
I want to go the extra step, it depends on where we're at. Throw the sausage on there too. Let's go.
Have you ever just wanted just mushrooms on a pizza?
I've had people order just mushrooms and I eat it just fine.
No, it's weird.
Mushrooms
Very
are delicious.
odd.
What are you talking about? You're an Italian. Chicken marsala.
I
and
know.
all the different dishes.
I know. That's the least Italian thing about me. I don't like mushrooms.
Like garlic, and also garlic on a pizza is delicious as well.
Oh, pepperoni and garlic, fire.
Garlic with anything, but garlic and pepperoni, fire. But pepperoni is just great. You know what I don't like?
What?
Of all the things on a pizza? I just hate olives.
Black olives.
Olive oil, don't like olives at all.
The black olives.
At all.
Not doing it for
I'm
you.
out on olives.
Okay.
All olives. I'm out.
Even just like a Greek salad, you get the olives, the Kalamata, whatever it's called, right?
On olives.
I'm with you on that.
I don't care if they're green. I don't care if they're black. I'm out on olives.
Okay.
I'm out on all of them.
But I do like olive oil.
That's a 5, Sam, by the way. What's our poll at? Sam, I think I threw it to you, but I didn't throw it to you. We have a poll up on this. In or out on pineapple on pizza.
And when I think of, I don't know about you guys, but, round tables started in, I believe, Redwood City. It's a West Coast thing.
It is a West Coast
right?
chain,
And so,
yes.
the Maui Zowie pizza was an option, so it always felt acceptable for my entire life. So maybe I'm just in the minority here.
It actually is founded in Menlo Park.
Menlo, I thought it was Redwood.
But it's headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, which is very interesting.
Well, taxes.
Georgia. All right, Sam.
All right, so the YouTube poll's up. It's still pretty fresh right now. It's a simple question as, pineapple on pizza. Is it allowable? Yes or no? With 60 votes in so far, yes, out to a massive lead.
Whoa.
63-37 to start things off here. So all you pineapple on pizza haters, get into the YouTube chat and let's even this poll up a little bit.
See, now the New York elitists of the world, the people that find themselves cultured, the New Jerseyites and all them, like my mom and everyone, like, white pizza and Italian
White
American
pizza's
pizza.
good. I have no problem with that.
All the East Coast pizzerias, they're going to scoff at it. They're going to be like, whatever. What do California people know about pizza? All right?
I think we know pretty damn good. You ever been to Delfina? Delfina's pretty cracking. You ever been to Tony's?
Well,
pretty cracking.
I was going to say, doesn't Tony's have like the number one pizza in the world kind of thing?
No, I know, but I'm just saying, but there's all these different types. There's the thin kind, like Giolina's in Glen Park. Fire Spot. Totally different from Little Joe's on Mission Street, which is to me, medium style, classic pizza. Dude, it's impossible to screw up pizza to me. It's impossible. I mean, Nazario's on the late night. If it's 2 o'clock, I'm coming out of the Abbey Tavern back in the late 90s, early 00s. I'm getting me a cardboard slice with a ton of grease and a ton of, you throw all the toppings, put that thing in there. Let's go. I'm going to eat it so fast, I'm going to ask for 2 or 3.
Listen, I'm on Tony's Pizza Napolitana right now. You got the little kahuna, freshly sliced pineapple rings, some smoked applewood bacon, mozzarella, ham, and honey. Oh, I'm smashing that all day. Sounds delicious. Right now at 8:45 a.m., I'm smashing that entire pizza. All right. And I'm actually not a huge hot honey guy on pizza. That's the new thing.
Oh, no,
That's the big thing.
No.
I'm not a huge guy on it, but it's acceptable.
There's this place up in Windsor that was on the Food Network. My boy Tommy Call, remember, used to work at the station.
I love Tommy.
It's called Pizza Leah. The woman's name is Leah. So Pizza Leah, they have a jalapeno, red pepper, pepperoni, hot honey pizza. Oh my God, dude. It's fall out of the chair incredible.
Oh my God, dude.
No, it's incredible. Blew my mind.
John is in Fairfax. He wants to join in on this conversation. John, pineapple on pizza. Are you in or are you out?
I'm okay with pineapple on pizza as long as it's with ham. And my 2-year-old will eat pineapple pizza. but I'm going to suggest a Greek-style pizza. Kalamata olives, feta cheese, some grilled chicken, and some caramelized red onions. And that's a good pizza. Super thin crust.
Okay, there you go. I'm not mad at that, John. And you know what?
Greek pizza is good, actually.
Greek pizza is good. And
It is.
And some artichoke hearts on there. I am not mad at all. I love me some artichoke hearts. Little vinegary taste on there, too.
I love artichoke hearts.
They're delicious. But you're just out on the black olives. That's
I'm
all.
just out on black olives.
That's fine. And I was out on the mushrooms, and that's okay. You know what? To each their own.
Last year during the NFL draft party, Lucas Alexander actually ordered us a banana pizza.
No, he didn't.
It was awful. Cheese, banana, and that's it.
Where did he get it from?
I don't know, but I never want it again.
Like, Lucas is such a weird eater.
I'm actually like upset about that order. Like that legitimately angered
and
me.
It was awful.
Yeah, and then
bananas.
Yeah, and then we did the show, for the Doobie Awards down, and Lucas and I stayed together in a motel, and he wanted to order for dinner Indian pizza.
Well, if it's like a buttered chicken or something, or tikka masala.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Lucas is so weird.
Well,
I mean, God,
director of sports.
God, the guy's a weirdo.
He's the banana pizza of producers. Is that what you're saying?
Just a weirdo. I mean, God.
He is. Well, the guy wore flip flops like cheetah print socks for half the time here.
He's a 30-year-old playing in a 40 and over league, and he's talking about how he gets a single here and there, and I'm like, dude, you're not 40.
No, but he's got the ACLs of a 40 or 50-year-old.
He's not 40.
Coach Solomon is in Berkeley. Wants to join
bananas to put a banana on a pizza.
This is bananas. BANANAS. Coach Solomon, in or out? Pineapple on pizza.
Man, I definitely love pineapple on pizza, man.
Let's go.
You got the pineapple pizza with the mushrooms and bacon is fire. They got a spot in Berkeley called Blondie's next to Cal Berkeley. Blondie's and Fat Slice been there for years.
Yeah, Blondie's is good.
It's really good.
Yeah. We went
Not mad at that, Coach Solomon. Thank you.
We went to Blondie's when we all went to the Cal game. Goo and I got some slices of pizza there. It was fire.
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 And
fire.
And then you left at halftime?
No, I left third quarter.
Third quarter. Got it. Okay, that's right.
It was 11 o'clock at night.
And then you got back for the fourth quarter. You got to watch
the whole fourth quarter.
You still got to watch the entire thing.
Doing like a hundo on the bridge just before they put in those speed check cameras.
Oh yeah, they're everywhere now. You got to be careful.
I just got an alert.
Oh no.
I was going 43 coming off at King Street at 3:36 in the morning, and it was like, you're 11 miles per hour over the speed limit.
Did they give you a ticket?
No, it was a warning.
Oh God, this is. You know what I was actually thinking about this morning at 888-957-9570, this or that, pineapple on pizza. We got Bonte joining us in 10 minutes. In studio, of course, as he is each and every Friday. I just saw him walk in the building right there. The Waymo vehicle.
This guy just flipped me off through the glass.
He flipped a bird.
What are you doing?
Well, you know what?
Is it because you like pineapple on a pizza or because you don't like pineapple on a pizza?
Okay, he's in.
Okay,
there you go.
Loves pizza.
Look at that smile. Look how happy he is.
Does anyone not like pizza? Can I ask that question?
There are people that don't, but I don't trust those people.
Cheese and bread?
Well, some people are lactose intolerant, Joe.
Yeah, that's true.
They can't handle the cheese. But if you can't handle the cheese, stay out of the kitchen.
Oh, the high cheese.
Right, the high cheese. Thank you. But I was thinking about this driving in with all the Waymos around, Joe. We're going to get to a point where there's going to be police cars that are Waymo that literally just give you tickets because they have all the cameras on there.
Joe, if
and
that
they're gonna be recording you and everything.
If that happens, I'm gonna pull a Grand Theft Auto and I'm gonna get out of my car, shoot their tires,
God.
I'm gonna keep it moving.
Sure, I'm sure they're not gonna book you there for shooting their tires.
I'm so anti-gun, but no. Look, you can have a gun, but living in the city, I don't want to. Anyway, but that being said, I'm having fun with this joke.
You're hitting the cheat code, and all of a sudden, Joe Shasky gets the rocket launcher. In the chainsaw.
In my mind, there is a time and a place to go Grand Theft Auto. Like when I see people driving like crazy, I want to pull my car in front of them, stop, get out, drag them out of the car, and beat them up like in Grand Theft Auto.
On Disney Plus, they have all the stuff on there, and every time we pull it up on the menu, Deadpool versus Wolverine pops up there, and Benny's like, I want to watch it. He's 5, mind you.
Best scene.
I know, it's so funny. I was like,
he's like fighting in the minivan.
And do you know what's sad? It's like, it's not even the violence, because I think the violence would be fine for him, which is saying something how desensitized just kids are in general these days. But I was playing, as you're saying, Grand Theft Auto, I was playing that when I was like 6 years old. I had 6 older brothers, right? 5 older brothers. I don't even remember anymore. But he was just, I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I watched South Park the movie when that came out like in 99 or 2000. I was 7. I should not have watched a second of that movie.
Joe, my favorite movie one of them was Caddyshack, and I watch it now, and I was like so young. When I was like, Mom, Dad, what were we doing? Like, it was the 80s.
It was the 80s. They fall back. It's like, whatever. What are you going to do?
It was the 80s.
What are you going to do?
The jokes.
Jonas is in Eastside, San Jose, wants to join the conversation.
Let's go.
Jonas, this or that? Are you in and out on pineapple pizza?
Spadoni, welcome back. I got to first say for this and that, out on pineapple because I'd rather have pineapple in my pina colada, but I don't drink anymore, so let's just call it virgin.
Well, good for you.
Let me give my public service announcement about it, though. If you're going to talk about pizza, I go straight up to Slice of New York next to Valley Fair in San Jose.
Good spot.
But you get the raw dough. You could get the raw dough cut by them, and then you'll have your own kids make it, let's say, on an island back at home.
Nice.
And that's a great family inside out thing. So you could put anything you want on that and just watch them throw flour everywhere.
Yeah, it's fun with that.
No, I understand what you're saying though, Jonas. Yeah, you're good off the cleanup, but it is fun to make the pizza with the kids. You get the sauce, they ladle it on there. You have
is this homemade? No, it's DiGiorno.
Yeah, no, it's a delivery. It's DiGiorno. There you go. Come on, Joe. You got to get that. Like the Papa Murphy's and that stuff. You get the take and bake. I'll just bake the pizza. I'll just literally get the dough and I'll do that all at my house. Way more fun.
Papa John's might be a sponsor, so I don't want to ruin it. But the more I have to dip, into something else, the more I'm masking the basic taste of what you've got going.
Ranch dipping with pizza, in or out on that?
Oh, I'm fire.
It's delicious, right?
Creamy garlic ranch from Round Table is undefeated.
I love any ranch. Doesn't matter where it's from. Now
I'm in on that too.
They're charging a lot now for some of these side cups.
What's your favorite
ridiculous.
ranch?
Gotta bring your own ranch.
Ken's is good. Hidden Valley's always there.
Yeah, Hidden Valley's a
But
classic.
the best ranch, you want to know where it's actually from, and you don't get it from a pizza place. It's actually Chick-fil-A's ranch. That one it's fire. It's like
I'm
their
sure it's made by a
garden
big
herb
company.
ranch or whatever.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Honestly,
Chick-fil-A.
Gott's has crazy good ranch, too.
Okay.
Gott's burgers are really good.
Gots to have it.
Call.
Dave Fleming, pineapple on pizza, is it allowable?
It's allowable, yes. It is. It's allowable.
That's Dave Fleming, the end-all be-all.
So here, let me ask you about the ranch, because now you've opened up when you're at a party, okay?
Okay.
And it's not family, because family's different. And people are taking the buffalo chicken wings that are super
spicy.
No, but they're drippy. And then they go into the
they're
ranch.
wet. They're wet.
Yes. And they go into the ranch and they pull it out and they go back in. It does get a little dicey. Would we all agree?
Yeah.
You don't have your own individual ranch portions.
Certain things, ranch being one of them, you need to have it individual. Unless you're with your significant other, your kids.
That's why I said family notwithstanding.
Exactly. No, yeah, you have to have your individual. I will honestly pull my ranch dressing out of my fridge or whatever and get your own little bowl and dip it on there for that. You can have, that's yours. You can't share mine with
Don't touch me.
That
Howie Mandel Spadoni over here. Don't get your germs near me.
I'm actually not that guy.
I love it.
I'm the guy that shares I'm the guy that has a swig of my water bottle here because Benny and Nora here we both have it. I'm not gonna have it after that, but you guys can have it because they backwash with kids.
Joe's comes with a COVID mask and plastic gloves and
there you go. I'm not that guy. I'm not.
I still laugh and look. I know it's not funny, but it is to me. It is. If I pull up at a stop sign and you got plastic gloves on and a mask and no one's in the car, I'm sorry. It just makes me laugh.
That is stupid. Yes, I will. That is dumb. Sean is in Petaluma. Before we get
it makes me laugh.
Sean, pineapple on pizza. You in or out?
It's going to be a no for me, dog. It's egregious to even have that on there. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real. They'll say what you need is you need mushrooms.
What was that? I don't know what the hell you need mushrooms and what kind of mushrooms.
That was pineapple murking him out.
Oh, that was
in the car.
Is he macro dosing on that thing? The mushrooms on the pizza? All right. Well, I was going to ask Sean. Doesn't sound like an Italian name, but that's okay. I was like, who are people to say what you can and can't have? I always thought that's so laughable to me. The whole notion is oh, Joe, you're Italian. What do you think about it? It's no, first off, I'm Italian-American. It's way different.
Well, but there are levels to this because my wife is picky. I love you, Michelle, but she can be picky. But she's not.
Does she separate her food?
No, she doesn't like her fruit touching. That's her, her thing.
See, I don't care about that.
She thinks fruit salad is nasty, which I was like, huh? Anyway, she'll we'll order a meat. She's not she only eats a burger occasionally. She doesn't eat meat normally. If we order a mushroom and pepperoni pizza, and that's all that's there, she'll take the pizza and peel the pepperoni off. She's not gonna be like, ew, gross.
Give it to me. I'll eat it.
Yeah, pepperoni touched my pizza. Like whatever.
She'll give it to LJ now. Here you go. Eat it. Here you go.
She'll work around it. Like she's not one of those. There are people like, oh my God, onions are on the pizza. I can't eat any of it.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Now there are some people dietary.
No, if you have a diet, like a specific nutritional, restriction, that's different. But you get where I'm going.
But also you're eating pizza. So
well, that's my favorite. I had a cousin. I'm gonna call him out. My cousin Jack, like I'm gluten-free now. Dog, you drink 400 Coors Lights a week. What are you talking about? You're gluten-free. You're literally like just like basing in wheat as you drink Coors Light. What?
Quick Google search. No, Coors Light is not gluten-free. It is brewed with barley.
That's my point.
There you go.
It's
what is gluten-free? Do they have gluten-free beers? Gluten.
He's like, I only eat gluten-free now. But your beverage diet of choice, which you're bathing in, is, and I'm teasing Jack. You know I love you.
Worth it.
Exactly.
They have Glutenberg. Oh, that's cute. Gluten-free.
We all have friends like this, right? They do absurd things that you're just like, what are you doing?
Bonte Hill, speaking of absurdity, Bonte Hill joining us in a couple minutes here. Talk some finals, talk pineapple on pizza, talk some gigantes. Tony is in Sunnyvale. Tony, pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
No, definitely not. Doesn't taste good with whiskey.
Oh, that's it? Has to taste good with whiskey? Yeah?
With Howie's, a combination with lots of anchovies.
Oh, wow. Anchovies on pizza. See, that's old school, Tony. Not a lot of people like it.
Where am I getting this pizza with anchovies on it? Because I think that does matter.
Howie's, Palo Alto.
Howie's.
Okay.
Got it.
You.
I thought you were talking about a certain whiskey type or brand.
I was
like, Jack Daniels? No. Tony, I appreciate that. That's 3 in a row now.
Gentleman's cut Steph Curry bourbon.
So funny. We were walking past one of those trucks because it was Steph on there with the gentleman's cut. And Benny stops the truck. Dad, that's Steph Curry. What is he drinking? I was just like, oh, whiskey. Oh, do they all drink whiskey? I was just like, some of them do. I don't know.
I don't even know if Steph drinks that.
Well, of course. But you know what? That's okay. Hey, Steph. I can be bought. You want to bring some?
It's like Tiger Woods. Like
I'm just gonna do what Steph wants me to do.
Tiger. I'll drink
I drive a Buick. Tiger, no, you don't. You drive a giant Suburban.
I don't Bonte
and a
Hill.
Lamborghini.
I don't Bonte Hill's all into the gentleman's cut whiskey. Steph Curry. We're all in on that. You want to send it to the studio?
Well, when you get free bottles.
I mean, it's on the rocks, off the rock doesn't matter. A little Manhattan action. I'm not mad at that. Get that little orange twist in there. I do love me some whiskey. I do. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios as Bonte Hill joins us in the studio, courtesy of River Islands. Good morning, Bonte Hill. As you're still getting ready there. Sorry, I threw you.
It's not quite 9 o'clock yet.
18 seconds.
Clock starts at 9 o'clock. We got about 15 seconds. Keep filibustering.
That's actually slow. It's actually slow, actually, that one right there.
What is your favorite pizza spot? And that's a very loose one. You can name a couple, but what are your go-tos?
Oh, my gosh. I just went to Nazario's the other day because I was in the area.
Yeah.
That's a late night. I love Tony's Pizza.
But
Golden
Tony's
Boy.
is very specific. You
Very
can't just,
specific,
hey, we're going to
yeah.
go to Tony's tonight. Like, you got to kind of plan Tony's
Yeah, you got to plan Tony's. Nazario's is good. I was a bus stop pizza guy because it was right by my spot.
That's actually a good spot, yeah. Underrated.
Haight Street.
Yeah, very underrated.
Fat slices,
Yeah.
big slices. Really got a bang for your buck. Those are the two. Those I'll go with those two.
Okay, I like
Signori's
that.
is cool.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at Signori's. The quality.
Well, I mean, you have to have a night of drinking at the Shannon to really enjoy that.
I went
or
to
hanging out at the Grove.
Over in North Beach. I went to Flower and Water. They're pretty good.
They're really good.
And
That's high end.
They're in it a little bit.
Yeah,
But the price. No. The price. I will say this for Flower and Water. The price is very reasonable for a sit-down
Really?
restaurant, which I appreciated. Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. But didn't hurt the wallet.
Yeah.
It was great.
I like Giolina's in Glen Park. I like Delfina.
I shouldn't say it didn't hurt the wallet.
Delfina's good.
Delfina's
really good.
But again, these are like, you can pop into Giolina's. Like Delfina, you have to like prioritize.
Yeah,
that wait list is a really long, but it's obviously worth it. It's a very, me and Michelle, when we first started dating, she like introduced me to Delfina 20 years ago, whatever. And so it's a special spot for us.
Yeah, Delfina's good. That's really, really good. We've been going to Burley Game Ave. I think they have a Delfina on Burley
They do.
Game Ave.
Yeah, it's right near the
And I
Apple
love
store,
it.
but
Yep.
on the down on the right-hand side.
Exactly.
It's
they got
much
the little
bigger.
Much bigger. They got the heated.
Really good.
We go there a lot because we do Pizza Fridays for Baby Chess to try to keep her off pizza. So Pizza Fridays, Delfina's been a frequent spot for us.
I like
Love
that.
it. Pineapple on pizza.
I'm a mushroom, black olive, pepperoni guy.
Yeah, but would you
just took
eat
the two
pineapple?
things.
Yeah, I need pineapple. I need pineapple. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't like olives.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for olives.
Really?
Olives and mushrooms. And my daughter's all about it. Green olives, black olives, does
like
not
olives
matter.
too.
But I go black olives on my pizza, but
Okay.
I love olives.
I didn't know that.
But pineapple, look, I'm not going to order pineapple and pepperoni, but I'm not mad at pineapple.
it's there,
That's how I feel.
Right.
I'm the same way. If it's at the party and all the pepperoni and mushrooms gone, like, I'll go to that.
I'll rock with it. I'm not going to scoff at it.
Exactly.
Like, these East Coasters, they look down at us for doing it. It's like, are you
Please.
serious? That's not real pizza?
Please, they claim that you even invented pizza is laughable. You have your own version of it. It came from Italy, just across an ocean from you guys. And I said this on the front end, Bonte. Can New York just worry about their Mexican food? They can't even do that right. So worry about one thing that's actually a neighbor to our country.
You know
Can
what's
worry
a
about
random spot you guys should try? They do a sourdough bread pizza, Goat Hill.
Oh, nice.
Potrero Hill?
Yeah, but there's also one on West Portal. It's
Goat Hill. I know what you're talking about.
Very unique. It's really good. I love, obviously, Little Joe's, mozzarella, Pasquale's.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places that we could.
Pasquale's,
But right now, the number one in our household, Original Joe's on West Portal. Joe's to go. That's the one my wife loves.
Red Boy Pizza does a good one
Red
too.
Boy,
they're out. There's one
Red
out in
Boy's
Oakland
good.
that I go to. That's
You can't go
crust.
if you mess up pizza. I mean,
that's what
it's
I'm
really
saying.
hard to do because I'm a sucker for any pizza anywhere, anytime. There should be this spot on Divisadero where K Fico is now. I forget the name of it, but it was really good back in the day. Somebody maybe on YouTube or the text line will know, but it was right there on Divisadero between Fulton and McAllister. It was a cutty spot.
Right, I want to start here. I know obviously we got the Haliburton shot and all that. We'll get to that in a second. There are seminal moments in a season, depending on how the season plays out, that get elevated over time.
Mm-hmm.
But in real time, when Ramos had that hit down the line, I'm not saying it was on the level of Mike Tauchman, but I could see if they go on a little run and they're competitive and they find a way to make the playoffs, I think we're going to point back to that moment as one of those ones. And to see him fired up and and yelling, like I jumped out of bed and I was losing my mind. If ever a team needed a hit down the line to tie the game, it was that team in that moment. And I'm just so happy for Elliot Ramos.
No, Elliot Ramos is a great guy. I know you were talking about me meeting with Adamus, but I was down there just trying to familiarize myself with the Giants. And he's got a good spirit, Ramos, that is, and he's been on fire. I mean, the guy, outside of Freddie Freeman and our boy in Cleveland, Jose Ramirez.
Baller.
Ramos is batting just as well as those guys. He's batting over 380 over his last 25 games or whatnot. In that moment, I think we all thought it as Giants fans. If they win this game, that's a game we're going to look back at because I watched them. I was chilling yesterday at Oracle watching people walk into the gates, and there's a vibe. There's a bug going around down at 3rd and King where somebody feels like, I'm starting to feel like something special may be happening with this team. Now, they're a couple players away. I'm not saying championship or anything like that, but that play, Shasky, to your point, they have that because they're down 5-0. They hadn't scored 4 runs in God knows how long.
And Kyle Harrison gets knocked off the mound, even though it wasn't. I didn't think it was the worst start, but I could already see where it was going. Oh, they can't score. Oh, Harrison's not good. Oh, this, all that. And I could see where it was going.
And they picked them up. And look, hey, we'll get to Harrison and everything like that. But considering the way the day started, with Lamont Wade Jr. being designated for assignment, Christian Koss going back down to Sacramento, and you're bringing up guys we don't even know, Daniel Johnson, and you signed Dominic Smith, who I knew was a Met. I remember watching him with the Met, but I didn't think anything of it. But to just see Posey make some moves and then tell Alex Pavlovich, it's go time. Yeah. And when he said it's go time, I felt like putting on eye black. And I thought about Posey coming up May 29th, back in 2010. And what he did that June when he batted over 400.
15 years ago this week.
15 years ago this week. And automatically I said, we got the right guy in place. All right, Farhan, give him his credit because he found a lot of these players.
Robbie Ray trade was a great trade.
It was a great trade to get Henniger and DeSclafani out of here. Robbie Ray's pitching like a Cy Young Award winner again. And when he said, it's go time, it sent the message to the clubhouse. And I think it sent the message to the fans saying, we're not messing around here, or we're not wasting this opportunity to be in a race with the Dodgers and the Padres. Let's make something of this season. So I'm fired up about the Giants right now. I don't know about you guys.
I went to the game Monday.
Yeah,
and you could feel the energy going. And I think also the Padres, the Bean Bowl war that happened early in the week, I'm telling you, I'm not saying they're rivals, but there's something brewing between the Padres, Bob Melvin, the Giants, everything. Machado, Tatis. Like I'm telling, there's something here. I don't know what it is, but it's simmering.
You know what it is, Spadoni? It's the Giants reintroducing themselves to the NL West rival, saying we're no longer a pushover anymore. Yeah, the Rockies are they're the Sweller dwellers, but the Diamondbacks and the Padres, no. This division is between the Giants and the Dodgers, and I think the Giants sending that message, getting a split. That split was massive for them to come back from 5-0 and then win that game yesterday when Doval didn't have his best stuff. Look, man, they're a couple players away. That pitching, you can't fake pitching.
No.
It's elite. The bullpen, the starters now, I would like to see another lefty, and I think that's where Kyle Harrison comes into play. There's value here. I'm not mad if he goes back to the pen as a lefty because Eric Miller's giving up. Opponents are batting 270 against Eric Miller.
He's not throwing strikes.
Yeah, he's not throwing strikes. He's not locating it. It feels like it's just a matter of time before he gets lit up. Now I got another lefty in the bullpen to go along with Birdsong. I got the Wisenhunt guy in AAA. Verlander's coming back soon. Just get the hitting going, and it's streaky right now, but find a way to win games. I think these 2 games we're going to look back at and say these are pivotal moments this year.
No, you hope so, and you mentioned something there. Talking about the pulse of a fan base and knowing it, it's so important when you're the GM. So many times I felt like, whether it's John Lynch at times, when he speaks to the media, it's like, you know what, I feel the urgency when he speaks. And listen, this isn't the Crush Farhan hour. You mentioned he made some good moves that are still helping out the team today, obviously Robbie Ray being one of them. But when he spoke, I never felt the connection. If I'm a fan, I just never felt it. And the fact that Buster Posey, fan favorite, 3-time World Series champion, Giants Hall of Famer, going to be a future Major League Baseball Hall of Famer, and he's not this huge rah-rah guy, but he is intense. And I do feel the urgency when he speaks. So when he said it's time to go, I felt that. And it's like, good. Like, someone needed to say it. And first of all, like, Bob Melvin's not really that rah-rah guy. Like, he gets ejected, he gets fiery sometimes, but that's not really who he is. And it was the time for Buster Posey to say that, and for them to react the way they did, being down 5-0 when it felt like it was 20-0. That was huge for them to come back.
We've talked a lot about Bob Melvin, and he's kind of like, not that he's monotone, but he's not like flip the spread kind of a guy. He's not. Kyle Shanahan isn't either. And when I go to practice, I don't go all the time, but when I go to practice, there is something about John Lynch when he walks onto the field. I'm not saying everyone takes their cue from him, but a large part of that team you could see built in his vision. The physicality, the intensity, and like a Fred Warner or whatever. Kyle is just Kyle. And he's the X's and O's genius, but I don't think the team takes on his personality per se. That doesn't mean he's not a great coach, right? Some teams take on the personality of other people, their quarterback or the defensive coordinator or a GM. In this circumstance, I do feel like Posey has now taken on, like, that's the vision of where they're going. The intensity is going to come from him. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense because Lynch, I was already envisioning Lynch being down on the field while the team is practicing. And he's 40 yards away with his arms crossed, just watching everything from behind the free safety. Posey did something this spring training I think doesn't get highlighted enough. He brought back a lot of the old guard. Where the previous regime didn't really embrace the history of the Giants, he enhanced the history. Pennant, come back. Crawford, come back. Bonds, come around. JT Snow, come around. Sean Estes, where you at? Rich Uria, where you at? Dusty, where? Let me make some phone calls and get all the old guard here to show them what the Giants are about, the fabric of the Giants. And so they got that cue from him. And now you look at them play and the way they started the season and how they're going about it. Look, we know about the slump. You're going to have slumps when you're hitting. And it was actually pretty laughable the way they weren't scoring 4 runs and they were getting shut down. But then I had to, and maybe I'm getting a little soft here, but I had to sit back for a second and say, you know what? They're 1 hit away from winning some of these games. They're 1 hit away because the pitching continued to roll. So, yes, that intensity saying that we can win any given game on any given day, that does come from Buster Posey. And that presence of just having him around and knowing what he's about and knowing what this team is about. Again, 15 years almost to the day when he was called up. And when he said, it is time to go, it hit me in my cardiac, as Guru would say, Shasky and Spadoni. Like, Posey means business. And they're not done yet. You know they're not done yet.
Are you doing games tonight?
No, I'm off until Tuesday. So I'm
you know what tonight is? You know what tonight is? What? I just got the text from Timmy Manning. Irish Heritage Night at the ballpark tonight, and Sawyer and Tanner and other boys are playing the bagpipes.
Who are Sawyer and Tanner?
At the Mannings. The Mannings are like my nephews. Peyton? At the O'Doul Gate, and there's also an Irish Center play ball kids on the field tonight.
Oh, that's awesome. So you're going?
Well, I'm not going.
Oh, I tell you, you're going.
Yeah.
You're going to see Ronald Acuna and the struggling Braves.
Dude, they gave up 7
I know.
in the 9th inning.
Iglesias can't get anybody out. That team's a mess. Acuna doesn't like to coach Snicker. That team's a joke right now. They're a mess right now. The Braves catching them at the right time.
I'm looking at the Giants right now, and I'm saying to myself, like Logan, what an unbelievable start. Robbie Ray, and I asked him this, and I'll throw it to you. I'm not saying he is this guy, but when he's dominant and the way he turns his shoulder, and like he's been on a lot of teams, I get like envisioning shades of Cliff Lee when I'm watching Robbie Ray kind of dominate. They're different pitchers, they're different players, but like Cliff was always underrated and you kind of forgot about him. And then he had his run with the Rangers and obviously with the Phillies when he went back there. Like Robbie Ray, when he's on, it reminds me of Cliff Lee.
Isn't it? It's crazy that Robbie Ray's been in the league since 2014.
He's good though.
But I haven't started paying attention. I don't know about you, Bonte. I know you're big into fantasy baseball, but like I haven't paid attention to the guy since he was a Blue Jay, which was 5 years ago. More than half his career was as a Diamondback. Like it's like I don't remember him as a. I'm trying to remember him as a Diamondback, and I don't.
In fantasy baseball, he was either really good or he struggled, but he would get strikeouts. So you would select him.
Right.
Look, Cliff Lee's interesting because he would work quick. Quickly would work quick.
Yeah.
Robbie Ray kind of takes his time, and he kind of. But he's just got nasty stuff.
It's that lefty kind of like I hold my shoulder. I don't know. It's hard to explain it. He just reminds me of him when he's on.
But this is why in today's modern game, if you could just get in, and we're a long way away. But when you got Webb and Ray at the top of your rotation, and whether or not Ray's the one or Webb's the one, I don't really care. They're both giving you 7. And it could be like Logan Webb's ERA at home this year is under 1.39.
Yeah,
he's shoving at Oracle Park. Yeah. So you just got to get through the first 3 innings as we're showing the numbers here. His ERA the first 3 innings is just wild, right?
I thought he had his best stuff of the year the other night.
Yep. 9-pitch first inning against the Padres. Yeah, the sweeper was rolling. 9-pitch first inning, and you see that he was on. So you got Ray and you got Webb. Birdsong's coming along. As long as he doesn't walk guys, Birdsong's coming along. He's learning how to pitch. Landon Roop's already hit a career high, I believe, in innings. But Roop, since May 5th, has got an ERA under 2. He's dealing right now, working the all-speed stuff, the curveball, obviously. And then you get Justin Verlander back, who I think I want to keep around here because he knows what it's like to navigate through a pennant race. I'm not done with him because he can help the Birdsongs. Yeah. He can help the Harrisons. If they call up Wisenhunt, he can help these youngsters navigate through August and September saying, this is how you pitch with the pressure on the line here. So there's a spot for Verlander. Now, Harrison, whether he starts in the rotation or goes out of the pen, there's value with him. So I like where the pitching at. Now you got to just get the bats rolling.
When I heard it's go time, and I know you were off for your birthday. Happy birthday again.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
When I heard go time, I saw it as a catch-all. So it's go time like in the standings. Yep. It's go time offense, get it going. It's go time, hey, veterans, wake up.
Yep.
Like this isn't the first month or even the second month. We are in the 3rd month of the season. Adamus, Chapman, et cetera, Jung-Hoo Lee. And then also to the young guys. And I think you have a slew. I was looking at the Sacramento River Cats. Meckler and Grant McCrary and Luciano, and they've got a ton of guys, and I'm saying to myself, there's too many young guys to not make a trade. I don't know what it gets you. I don't know what those guys are going to fetch you. Wisenhunt, obviously Harrison and Birdsong, they are dealing from a position of strength, and I think that if they are going to make a deal, they do have a lot of pieces. Matos is another name I haven't referenced. I think that they've got desirable young players, maybe a couple of pitching arms that you could throw in there. I don't know what it gets you, but I do think a trade's coming.
Yeah, no, they're going to wait on that, and I do think they're not done making moves. And to your point, some of these youngsters, Posey has emphasized a running game. You notice over the last week, they're running a lot more. You know how I feel about this Park, Shasky, and Spadoni. I want guys running. That's why I want Jung-Hoo Lee. If he's batting, I want Jung-Hoo Lee running more.
How about Ramos tagging up on the play where Fitzgerald scored, and I thought he was going to get thrown out at third.
But I want the running game.
I agree.
Cause chaos on the base pass. Get more athletic. And so far, just the defense in 2 games. In 2 games without Lamont Wade Jr. with Yaz on the bench. Dominic Smith and this Daniel Johnson guy who made that catch in the 9th inning Wednesday night as if he wanted nothing to do with Sacramento ever again. He was on his high horse, and he came through with that. I said, okay, this guy's got athleticism. You got quicker. You got speedier with the lineup, so now you just need a little power. So I think Posey will tinker with the lineup, saying, we got to run more, we got to bump more, we got to do whatever we got to do to win baseball games. So to your point, it's time to go.
Let's go.
It's a message to everybody in this organization. And if you're not with the program, you may be like Lamont Wade Jr. saying, bye-bye, I'm looking for another job somewhere.
Montiel joining us in studio, courtesy of River Island's pre- and post-game host for the Giants and Warriors on NBC Sports Bay Area. Talk about the Giants splitting against the Padres, taking on the Braves now, starting today in a 3-game set.
I'm telling you, I got the Bugs, Badoni. I got the bug.
I'm
The
so
last 2
excited.
nights in there, I'm telling you, I got the bug, man. I'm watching these games, and even the Miami series and the Tiger series where they got swept.
Tigers are really good.
They're
Tigers
really
are the
good.
best team in baseball. Like, there's no
They're
shame
like
in that.
the Pacers, where I think everyone's sleeping on them, and they're really good.
We'll get to the Pacers. We'll get to the Pacers. But I want to, real quick, you said something a couple minutes ago where you said, this is a 2-team division. You didn't say it was a 3-team. You said Giants, Dodgers, and this was the Giants flexing a little bit these last couple games, saying, we're not going to go away quietly.
Right.
No. We're trying to make it a 2-team. What do you make of the Padres real quick? Because Shasky and I were talking about something off air I thought was interesting, and Big Boss Man likes to bring it up. Whenever he watches Machado and Tatis, he just doesn't like them as leaders
To
on
him,
on the lineup. He doesn't think they're leaders.
LaMelo Ball to him. Knuckleheads. Good players, but knuckleheads. Keep going.
I think Machado's matured though as a leader.
I
with
think
that
so,
Padres
too.
team.
I fear him so much.
Do you see what he's doing right now? And I was talking to Richie about this. He goes, Scott Roller's in the Hall of Fame. Hey, no, because that's my shortstop. Rich Aurelia is my shortstop. He's your shortstop.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, those are our guys. He had the best era, 37 home runs. We talk about that all the time. He's like, dude, all of a sudden the Cup's coming around because they're like, Richie, you got 37 home runs. But Manny Machado numbers is already eclipsing Scott Rowland. He's walking into the Hall of Fame. He may hit 450 home runs, Manny Machado.
He might be the last player. I just saw this article. I think it was from The Athletic, because he's 28 from 2,000 hits. Excuse me. He's 28 hits away from at 2,000. He might be the last player, because he's 32 right now.
32 years old, yeah.
To even get to 3,000, they're saying. He might be the last ever player to have a chance to just to have a chance, because they're not hitting at that level anymore. They're just people aren't anymore.
Yeah, well, Machado's going to go into the Hall of Fame.
I think
whether he hits 3,000, we'll see about that. But I think he's a leader on that team. The problem with them is that Xander Bogaerts' contract is not aging well, and he's not playing well. I mean, outside Tatis is slumping right now, but he's going to get his numbers.
Yeah, the Tatis, Arise, Machado, Jackson, Merrill.
Top 4?
Come
That
on,
is scary.
man.
And this guy, Gavin Sheets, is hitting the hell out the
That's what I'm
baseball.
saying. And
They
I
say
like
different
their
from the White
catcher.
Sox, and I like their catcher,
He
too.
is.
He's good. Xander Bogaerts has got to get his act together. And then their pitching's let them down. Dylan Cease has been inconsistent. Yu Darvish is hurt. He's got bullpen sessions going on right now. He'll come back at some point, but he's a little long in the tooth. And so the Padres are good, but to get to that next step, they need an entire I don't know. Something's amiss with them, with the starting rotation, something their bullpen. But Machado's a leader, though.
Well, it's fun. Well,
and they're not going anywhere. The Padres. I'm saying that the Giants, they'll make a trade, and they're not going anywhere. So it's going to be a great 3-team race between the 3 California teams.
I just think it's laughable, and I get it where the boss man's coming from. But if you were to ask Giants fans, would you rather have Tatis and Machado or Chapman and Adames? It's not even close. I'm taking Tatis and I'm taking Machado as a tandem over those guys.
The boss man said he'd rather have Adames and Chapman.
He thinks that they're knuckleheads.
He'd rather have the Giants lineup over the Padres.
No, Giants staff, pitching staff over their lineup, but those two in particular, he's just out on them because he thinks they're knuckleheads.
Yeah, we'll go poll Giants fans and ask them. And I love Chapman and Adames.
Yeah, I know.
We're talking Tatis and Machado here. I mean, come on.
Me, I know. He's got a gold glove right there. Guys, switch positions.
By the way, Mike Trout still out there. He's been balling since he came back. I'm just saying. He's got 10 hits in his last 5 games.
How much money's left on that deal?
A lot, like 200. It's a lot. But you have a lot of money. That's the thing. You can absorb it.
I know.
And you just don't have a lot of outfield spots for all the youngsters that you have. It would make sense.
I think you can wait on Trout.
Okay.
Get closer to the deadline. You can wait on Trout. We'll see what else is out there first.
The other night, Machado's coming to the plate. It's 2-0, and the bases are loaded. And Doval clearly can't throw, and he's not throwing any cutters or fastballs.
All sliders.
Okay.
All sliders.
It crossed my mind. I know this is going to sound insane. It crossed my mind. maybe you intentionally walk him to get to Jackson Merrill in this situation. Just because he had like 3 hits in that game leading up to that. I know, it sounds insane.
It's funny. The anniversary just happened with the Barry Bonds.
Yes.
Yeah. Britt
May flew out, but it's you don't want to put the game-winning run at second. No. I know, it sounds insane. It just crossed my mind. Had they done it, I think the internet would have exploded. Walking Machado and then walking a run in.
I didn't even think about it because we're sitting there getting ready for the show. And Duvall's been so good. He had like 20-plus scoreless innings.
But he clearly had short-circuited.
Yeah, no doubt. He hadn't given up a run since April 7th, but that day he was – and really – Eric Miller struggled.
All 3 guys.
Roger struggled. Yes. And so it was just a matter of time. And
Chapman made a hell of a play to get out of that inning.
The double play was great. It snagged that ball, step on third base, and then make a great throw to first. But really that game, which we didn't talk about, I don't know if you guys did, the Flores sent when Chapman hit the 2-run home run. And I get why Matt Williams sent Flores.
Adamus was on deck.
Adamus is on deck. And in his previous 16 games, he's batting 120. And you think about where Adamus is now, he's batting under 200. So I get why Matt Williams sent him. You go up 3-0. You still got Chapman on second, and maybe Adamus comes through. So I understand why you sent Flores. That game should have been over by then. But then you don't get a runner to second base until you get the ghost runner in the 10th inning. So it was a tough spot for Duvall. And look, I didn't think about walking him in that situation.
Insane.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But now I go back and think about it. Who would I rather face? Manny Machado or Jackson Merrill?
But here's the other part. You'd walk in a run. Now it's 2-1. And now the game-winning run is at second on a base hit.
Still 2 outs.
No, I'm with
still 2 outs.
Like, again, this is the old, who do you fear more? Like, in this situation. And honestly, I love Jackson Merrill. I fear Machado way more.
Yeah, and Jackson Merrill's having a hell of a season.
He's a baller.
He's on such a good team-friendly deal.
Man.
He's on such a good team-friendly deal. I likened it to what the Braves did with Acuna and Ozzie Albies, getting those contracts out of the way early at such a reasonable price. They did that with Merrill. He's so young, too.
Can I throw you guys one of my favorite stats? I hear everyone like obsessed about barrel rate and exit velo. In the top 10, average exit velo. Who has the lowest amount of velocity off the bat? Can you name 4 guys?
Wilmer Flores is one of them,
what?
right? Wilmer Flores
was the Giants or just anyone?
They were in this, 4 guys in this series, Padres, Giants, were the bottom 10 guys, average exit velo.
Luis Arias,
Luis Arias. Iglesias, third baseman. Ramos, Fitzgerald. So my point being is that exit velo, I know there's this obsession. When I watch Luis Arias, I go, he is the classic, I hit it where you ain't. Right. He's great. He's a great player.
Well, this is what's funny. You know, and I'm not even trying to flex here, but I've been fortunate. I've been blessed, and I'm lucky and privileged. I think we're all privileged to do this job. Yeah. We get to talk sports for a living. No matter what, whether it's TV or radio, we're all blessed and privileged to do this job. But we got to keep that in perspective. And I'm blessed to be able to work with dudes who played in this league, whether it's Major League Baseball or the NBA. And when they say exit velo, what are we talking about? Or when we're talking plus minus, they're like, plus minus, dude. Just put the ball in the hoop to score off turnovers. Like, you know, so when they say all these advanced analytics,
his launch angle,
bad bip and launch angle and exit velo, I thought I was the only one. I thought I was the old guy on the lawn saying, get off my lawn, advanced analytics. But when they're like, dude, exit velo, come on, man. Put the ball in play.
Look at Jung Hoo Lee right now. I'm watching the game on Monday. I go, Jung Hoo, they are literally daring you to hit a chopper down the third baseline. Drop a bunt. Right. Do something. The only guy on the team right now who consistently is willing to hit a ground ball the other way is Wilmer. And that's why Wilmer is good.
They're going to see a guy this week, and they do it all the time too. Matt Olson, right? They would do that all the time. And he would do it sometimes. It was great. He just sent a bunt down there, and he's slow as molasses, but he just does it. You got to do it.
But the Giants, though, one thing they're going to have to do, they're dead last in baseball when it comes to hitting fastballs. They can't hit 4-seam fastballs right now, and that's Jung Hoo Lee. That's Adamus. That's Chapman. All these guys.
Let me give you something on
Jung Hoo. And look, we go back and forth on Jung Hoo. I like Jung Hoo. And I think there's something there with him.
He's defensively, he's good.
Defensively, he's really good. He got to some balls yesterday. I mean, he was getting worn out.
Sliding.
And even a double yesterday. The Padres got lucky there. I was disappointed because I wanted to see him run. I hadn't seen him in person run around the bases. I want to see him run because I want to see the speed. I love the speed element of baseball. It doesn't get talked about enough. The athleticism and causing chaos, going first to third, first to home. I love that stuff. Give me the running game all day long. But Jung Hoo Lee with that back control, I do think he can go the other way more. And Willie Adamus can go the other way a little more. So there's going to be a shift here in the philosophy, but I do think the bats get rolling here over the weekend against Atlanta, and then they play Colorado, and now it becomes contagious going into late June here because Lifetime, a lot of these guys have good numbers in the summer.
And could they be getting a call-up with the potential big bat here? Bonte, we're going to talk about that on the other side with one Bryce Eldridge. Plus, we want to get your thoughts on Game 1 of the NBA Finals yesterday. The Pacers stealing Game 1 in typical Pacers fashion. Tyrese Haliburton's so sick. Talking about most overrated, right? Yeah, I don't think so. That's what's coming out of the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
So I come in.
bases with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Haliburton looking. Haliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's gold! It's gold! With 3/10 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Haliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
That was Mike Breen on the call for ABC on ESPN. Or is it ESPN on ABC? I think it's the other way around. 111-110, the final. Tyrese Haliburton does it again. 6 of 13 overall, 14, but none bigger than that. Awkward jump shot, push shot, whatever they call it. It goes in the hoop. That's all that matters, people. And they steal one. The massive underdog that is the Indiana Pacers. Bonte Hill, get the job done. As I said, good morning to Bonte and Shasky. Bonte Hill in studio with us for the entire hour, as he is each and every Friday. Game 1 of the finals goes to the Pacers.
Love it. I mean, sports are incredible right now. I got the French Open on right now. I got the great semifinals. Joker's about to play center.
I mean, Mazzetti, the Italian retiring.
Yeah, well, Alcaraz is going to win that match anyway. But you got Coco Gauff and Sabalenka playing in the final in the women's. You got the Giants playing well. Baseball's starting to heat up.
You got the RBC Canadian Open. It was incredible yesterday.
You lost me on that one.
I don't know if you saw it. Danny Willett's back.
Oh, Danny
Master
Willett?
winner.
Yeah,
the Englishman?
Yeah, he's in top 5.
Okay.
Yeah, you lost me on that one.
Yesterday.
You lost me on that one. I was going to go college softball championship, Texas Tech.
Dude.
And then I was going to go college World Series. These dudes are out here bat flipping, talking trash, stare downs. The Florida coach needs a pipe down.
Then you're going WNBA Commissioner's Cup, obviously. Valkyries falling yesterday, 86-77.
Okay, so as you guys talk about the finals, the game was good. That being said,
was great. Towards the end.
I've now completely come over to your side. You've been talking about the broadcast, meaning, ESPN. I've been getting so many spam calls on my phone. It's driving me nuts. I watched the pregame. LJ and I were hanging with my nephew, Mikey G. We're in the living room. We're watching. The pregame had no sizzle. There was no hype. Now, maybe I'm just a TNT guy.
Right.
And TNT in general, even though they don't do the finals, going from TNT now to ABC, a.k.a. Disney, a.k.a. ESPN, it's a downgrade. This obsession with forcing Stephen A. Smith down my throat really bugs me, and it didn't feel big time. It felt very Wednesday night, Friday night, ESPN. Then there was no logos on the floor.
Yeah.
And I'm saying to myself, the coolest part about the finals when the Warriors won, I needed one of those hats.
Right.
I had to get one of those final logos hats.
Yeah.
Right? And
they haven't had the logos in a while, though.
No.
They've done that. That's
here's what I
disappointing
want
me,
to
though.
know.
But yeah.
Okay. Yet for the NBA Cup, you put the flooring that is
know.
absurd.
You're so right.
And you couldn't put, I'm watching with LJ.
Give me the Larry O'Brien trophy on the court. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
It just, the presentation didn't feel big time. Now, the game was good, but I sound like a hater when I say that. I'm like, no,
you're not a hater.
I want the pomp and circumstance. When it's the World Series, put the bunting out.
Yeah.
Give me the national anthem. Do the player intros. That's where it's big time. Didn't you love when he's
Chicago Bulls, mid-90s, going into the old black arena, that's the whole thing. I get chills thinking about it.
Yes.
Or
you're not time now.
Davidson.
Right.
The Warriors, Cavs. I want to hear LeBron get booed at Oracle Arena. I want to hear Steph get booed at the Q.
It was nothing like when you hear number 23 from St. Mary, St. Vincent, LeBron James, and yo, boo! And it was just like the way he walked out. Yeah, no. Listen, I'll say this because we've talked about it a lot, Spadoni and Shasky. I have no ambition to get home for the pregame show anymore. My setting is 5:30, get there for the game,
that's
it. Because it does suck, because I like Bob Myers. I think Kendrick Perkins has a lot of potential. Malika Andrews is a hell of a conductor on that pregame show.
She had a great interview with SGA pregame.
She's awesome. But Stephen A. being forced in my television where he's just talking about, this guy's not a star. He's playing for the face. And I'm like, dude, I don't need to hear from you. I don't. And then the presentation, you're right, the starting lineups. We grew up on NBA on NBC where Costas was there setting its home for the pregame show with Peter Vesey. And then you kick it to Marv Albert, and they got the aerial shot of the arena, and you get the starting lineups, and you get all the finals logos on the floor, on the court. The montage. That's one thing they do well. Is the old photos of the NBA Finals. I love seeing Shaq and Hakeem battling Puerto Rico. It's not enough at all. It doesn't feel big time enough. And so They need to do more. That goes with the dialogue leading up to the game. It's First Take. It's all those other shows that are arguing about the wrong things.
But how come ESPN has the NFL and they don't do it for Monday Night Football?
Yeah, it's crazy. They go all in on NFL. The NFL live show's phenomenal.
It's
with
awesome.
Orlovsky and Spears.
Yeah. Well, even the Alex Smith, Randy Moss show.
Yes, that's good too.
With Rex Ryan is good too.
The day of.
Yes, that's good.
Countdown.
But my point is like, you're not shoveling Stephen A. Smith down my throat for that.
Yeah.
No. Who is it? It's Scott Van Pelt, Ryan Clark, and Marcus Spears?
Yeah, but why do they
Jeff Saturday was
Jeff
doing
Saturday,
it.
Who is asking for more Stephen A.
Jason
Smith?
Kelsey.
Jason Kelsey, thank you.
Who's that?
They got to make it worth it. They're paying them all this money, and it's just like, but TNT's coming over and they cannot tinker with that show. Leave that show alone. And they're going to do the show from Atlanta.
It's not going to be the same. Because think about the halftime show alone, right? And Bill Simmons was right about this. The TNT halftime show, it's a chunky 10. You do TV, you know. It's a chunky 10-minute kind of thing. ESPN, this is how it goes. Let's say I'm Greeny. Oh, yeah, Bob Myers, what do you got? 30 seconds. Kendrick, what do you got?
It's like our half times at NBC because we got to pay the bills. So like 1 minute, you feel rushed. You're like, blah, 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 blah. All right, see you afterwards.
Yeah.
But that's ESPN. ESPN needs to be more big. Not showing the starting lineups.
That's pretty weak, right?
Not showing the starting lineups. Forces Stephen A. Stephen A. doesn't watch Oklahoma City. Like, I know Michelle Beto, Stephen A. had this thing going on where,
Sirius XM.
she's over her head sometimes.
She's been fired from everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
but she did have something to say. It was like, this guy's wrong about everything. She has been fired everywhere.
It was just, the way you said it was Trump.
I mean, she didn't
fired everywhere.
Well, no.
She's bad at her job.
Well, she didn't get fired for the N-word.
No. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, right? That happened.
She didn't get fired for the N-word.
And then they all laughed about it, and it was nothing.
Well, look, NBA and NBC, they're setting it up. They got the guys lined up. NBA on NBC is going to be big time.
I agree with you.
It's going to be big time.
They're not going to get in their package the finals games.
Not yet.
Which sucks.
It does suck.
And I honestly think it's the only way to save the whole thing wrapped around the broadcast, because the broadcast is important.
It is very important.
It really is important. And I feel like the NFL, we've crushed Amazon for their broadcast.
And look, I got a lot of respect for Doris Burke. I have respect for Richard Jefferson. But people who wanted Van Gundy and Mark Jackson out of that seat for so long, now you're sitting back saying, damn, we kind of miss them now. Because we kind of miss them now, right? I'm seeing the internet saying, boy, Mike Breen's not the same without those guys.
I was going to say, that's the guy who misses them the most, is Mike Breen. Because people are trying to come out and like, oh, Mike Breen, has he lost? I was like, no, he hasn't. It matters who you host with no matter what. Whether we're in this position, whether we're in that position over there in ESPN. Like, we're talking about it with Kirk Herbstreit and Al Michaels. Like, the chemistry is just not there for either of those guys. It's just not there. Whether it's Kirk coming from college to the NFL or Al Michaels being old, the combination of it all, it does not work.
I agree.
And that matters to the broadcast. It does.
I'm also intrigued with Amazon because don't forget, they have Dirk Nowitzki, I think Blake Griffin and Taylor Rook's going to do their.
Taylor's good in a lot.
Taylor's really good. And Dirk, I think, is going to be underrated. And Blake Griffin has a personality.
Dirk's sneaky funny, by the way. Like, you just hear him like his dry humor. He'll be good. Well, and he's respected around the league. And Kevin Harlan's going to be doing the games there, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I hope
There's a couple of people right now in sports I just don't want to hear from. One of them is Gilbert Arenas, and the other one is Stephen A. Smith.
Gilbert Arenas is talking a lot.
Gilbert needs to take a chill.
Well, did you watch Shooting Guards on Netflix?
No.
Him and Javaris Crittenson.
I haven't even gotten to that.
No. Oh, yeah, you'll just watch it. I don't want to ruin it, but yeah,
it's a lot. There's a lot happening.
I think RJ, Richard Jefferson, that is, who I don't like, just because of who he is as a player and all that stuff, he's growing on me, and I think he has potential. But I do believe the pairing that you have him with is really going to make or break him.
I thought I thought Doc was actually going to be good because he's done it in the past. Like, Doc was going to be fine. That's who they wanted, was it last year?
Yeah.
And then he obviously takes the Milwaukee Bucks job, and he's been there, and he's sticking there. But they initially did that to pair with Doris, and Doris just, again, I got to be careful here because I'm not trying to crush her as an analyst. She's really good at her job. She is. But that individual pairing with Mike Breen and Jefferson just doesn't work.
She's fine. It just doesn't work. Doubleheader game.
Right.
Yes. She's not fine for the standalone.
I don't think finals. I like Doris Burke, but I don't think number one crew NBA finals. And it has nothing to do with their gender. It has nothing to do with their race. It's just whatever, dude.
If I was a New York Knicks fan, I'm telling you,
that was criminal. To have Reggie pass the trophy to the Pacers, to have him point at Haliburton after game one, it's like you can't. Like, come on. But also, not every 3-person booth is going to work.
Yes.
Like, the greatest 3-person booth in the NBA, in my opinion, was Steve Snapper Jones, Bill Walton and Tom Hammond, and sometimes Mike Breen. They worked well together. But not all three-person pairing, like Van Gundy, Mark Jackson, Mike Breen. That worked well together. Yeah. Not all three-person. Remember they tried to force like Joe Buck, Aikman, and Collinsworth? It was it doesn't really work in the NFL. Not, like Monday Night Football, what we grew up with, Frank Allen Den, that worked. Not all three-person booths work. And we try to force these three-person booths.
Jaws?
No.
Well, there was Jaworski. there was
PTI guy.
Kornheiser.
It was Kornheiser and then Dennis Miller.
Dennis Miller was
so bad.
Yeah, it was rough.
You had a comedian in there from SNL.
And I like
Kornheiser?
Yeah, Kornheiser. I do, but not on that show. Again,
that was tough.
Just because you're good in one aspect doesn't mean I want you in another one. There's times where I love Mad Dog, right? I do. I love Mad Dog. And I didn't love him being so prominent on the MLB network because of I didn't think it was the right setting for
I did like High Heat, though.
High Heat was great.
That was
the first few years.
Show.
Yeah, that was his show.
That was his show.
Yeah, High Heat was
like
fun.
him on the panel with other people.
Yeah. High Heat was his, and then he really toned it down on High Heat because he was ripping announcers left and right, ripping players.
Real quick on the game itself. Pacers take game one. Are they really about to win this thing? I think they are, which is crazy because OKC historically is having one of the greatest seasons of all time. And yet, and Shasky was saying this, and yet, I think we now know who America wants to win. I do think it's Indiana. People want Indiana. Tyrese Haliburton, the overrated thing, and him kind of clapping back at the rest of the league and only his way with the smile on his face, doing the choke sign, obviously, to the Knicks. Like, we all thought maybe, just maybe, it was the Knicks being the Knicks, and they blew a 20-point lead. But this is the Thunder, man. The Thunder have had a really impressive run. They've been really freaking good.
Yeah.
And for them to lose the game that they were in control of for basically the entirety of it, I still, even in the final minute, Bonte, I was like, oh, okay, they're still going to win. No, you didn't? Okay.
Because this is one thing I thought, well, I have OKC winning.
Okay, still.
Originally, I had them winning in 5. Now I'm like, oh, boy, this could be a deeper series, or Indiana may have just taken everything away from OKC. But the box score just doesn't make sense. They had 16 more shots in Indiana. Indiana has 20 turnovers in the first half yet. Oklahoma City only scores 11 points off those 25 turnovers. So the box score doesn't even make sense. And the pressure. But I thought in this series coming into it, when I was talking to Monty on the Dubs Talk podcast, I said, I just want to see if Indiana could take OKC in the deep waters, because OKC is accustomed to blowing out all these teams. Now, if they get into a game where it's a 2-point game or a 3-point game in the final 2 minutes, I favor Indiana because they've been in these games all playoff. They've done it in the Eastern Conference, being in deep waters. Can you take this young OKC team into deep waters and force them to do something that they're unaccustomed to doing, which is making plays down the stretch? And by the way, the fact that they made an adjustment before the game, and I you know me, I don't get caught up in starting lineup, Shasky and Spinoni, but they adjusted, and then they downsize, and they don't go fast. They play even slower by downsizing. No, if you're going to go small, you have to play faster. And the fact that they adjusted to Indiana and it wasn't the other way around, I don't know about this one. It's a little strange.
Chet looked like he was a young player yesterday. He looked like he smoked some layups there, smoked some wide open dunks. He did. 6 points only for him. And Shea, I know he's 14-30 overall, Joe, but and he was a +3, 38 points. I didn't feel like that was a great game from him though. For all those attempts that was there, he was pressing a lot in that second quarter. They just chucking, and I felt like the pressure got to him a little bit too.
You know, we opened the show, we were just talking about the game in general, and just through a Warrior fan prism. I'm not even saying they should have taken any of these guys. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying sometimes when you miss in a draft and the other people around that player play unbelievably well, it's hard to not be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not even mad at anyone, but it just sucks. Yeah. We took Wiseman. You lost to James Edwards, who went 1 pick ahead. LaMelo, whatever. But you got Obi Toppin on his second or third team playing with the Indiana Pacers. All right. Tyrese Haliburton on his second team playing the lead role right there. Aaron Nesmith on his second team. Cole Anthony's in the league. Isaiah Stewart's in the league, doing things. Sadiq Bey. Tyrese Maxey signed a monster deal with Philadelphia.
He's a good player.
Jaden McDaniels was in that draft. That draft.
Desmond Bain.
Oh my, Desmond Bain, who had the 30th overall.
Peyton Pritchard.
It's just...
There's a lot of names.
No, I know, but it's just so hard.
Sacramento's feeling a lot worse.
Oh my, we were talking.
I agree.
But you know what? I know what it is. You saw the clip circulating yesterday on the internet. Bob Myers.
No.
At the first midseason Emirates NBA Cup.
That.
And Bob Myers touching on Tyrese Haliburton. Maybe we got time to flip
What
it.
did he say?
But he talked for a minute 45 and he discussed how they worked out Haliburton. But he goes, well, we met the person. We met the person. There was conviction that he was going to be special. And he basically was admitting that we missed on that one. We liked the player. And yeah, he had the quirky shot and the form and everything, but he was making them. And he goes, the player, there was conviction that the player was going to be great. It was a great 90-second cut, Bob Myers on Tyrese Haliburton. This is not this past season, but last year.
They played the Lakers.
They played the Lakers in the final in Vegas.
Go back to when we were there. So, like, the argument for Haliburton, didn't they at the time feel like they had just, I'm not saying Jordan Poole was great because he wasn't good until the end, but they had just invested, I mean, I don't know.
Well, here's the deal.
Okay.
They thought they had Clay coming back.
Yes.
He got hurt on draft day.
Yes.
Right before the draft.
Literally the day before.
Literally draft night.
Yeah.
It happened like hours before Wiseman was drafted. We got the word that, oh boy, Clay's going to be out for the year. So maybe they didn't adjust their draft board at the time, but they were looking for size and athleticism. And the way people were talking about, I never forget Mark Spears telling me, and my boy from TNT, Jason, this guy's the next Chris Webber, James Wiseman. Remember we were joking? I was like, yo, he's Chris Webber, James Wiseman.
Kevin Garnett, I heard too.
Kevin Garnett, so I understand why the Warriors would make that selection. And to your point, they had Clay, Steph, and Jordan Poole. So does Haliburton become this player with the Golden State Warriors?
I don't know.
I go back and forth with that.
I don't know.
And I don't even think he'd be the point guard. I know everyone was trying to make the LeVar Ball thing. Like, oh, LeVar, I don't want to deal with him with LaMelo. LaMelo was like the point guard you would have probably wanted. I think anyways, in hindsight, I think Tyrese Haliburton's a superstar. I think we're seeing it on this level. Now, maybe people are going to overreact to even that. But yeah, but he was 12th overall. 12th.
Well, everyone missed on him.
11 other teams also missed on him.
That's why I see things like who regrets not having Haliburton more, Warrior fans or Kings fans? Well, the Kings had him. The Kings had him and Fox. And now they don't have either or.
Yeah,
so,
right.
And they took
the guy that didn't want you.
3 in a row. They had 3 in a row.
Right.
Don't forget, they took 3 point guards in a row.
So no, I don't regret
Luka. God, they should have taken him.
Over Marvin Bagley.
Luka younger than SGA. I still can't believe that.
Yeah, that is wild.
I can't believe that.
SGA with the Clippers. Yeah, no, it's pretty wild. But this is gonna be a fun series.
How about your Pittsburgh Steelers?
Did that even move anybody? When we start getting all the alerts?
See the meme?
No, I didn't see the meme.
I'm going to pull it up right now. I'm going to show it to you.
Did that move you, though, when Rodgers signed with the Steelers? That didn't move me at all.
Is there a more insufferable current athlete in all sports than Aaron Rodgers? I cannot stand that guy at all. Throw Rogan is what I call it.
So it says, the Pittsburgh Steelers landing Aaron Rodgers is like you finally landing your high school crush when she's 40, has 4 kids, and is really overweight.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's the meme that's circulating the internet.
It didn't move me.
I edited that.
It didn't move me. I was just like, all right, cool, great.
Does nothing for me. And it'd be hilarious if this is the one season where they don't make the playoffs.
You know what I'm taking?
But also
DK.
Yeah, but you know what? Why did they move off Pickens so quick?
Because he's a knucklehead.
I know he is, but you would have had DK and Pickens.
And Aaron Rodgers. I'm sure that'll be a great. I'm sure.
Dickens.
Yeah, Charles Dickens. There you go. Fast Five.
Pause.
We ready for that?
Alex Dickerson.
Alex Dickerson. Oh no, Philly cheesesteaks.
Philly cheesesteak shop. Hey, I like their cheesesteaks. They're good. Real quick, I'm being told we have the Korean call on the Tyrese Haliburton shot. I'm just going to play it right now because why not?
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는데.
It's so good. Wow! Can we isolate that? Wow, that is so good.
I love it.
Our boy Jet Li somewhere smiling. Our boy Jet,
Jet
covers the Warriors.
Oh yeah.
Wait, not the Jet Li.
Not the Jet Li. My boy Jet Li from Warriors Media. That's my guy.
Got you, Tiger Hidden Dragon on line 1. There you go. What's your final thought, Joe?
My final thought, man. I don't know. You put me on the spot here. I'm just trying to. There's so many of them. I don't even know.
Toppin?
You know what?
Toppin.
This week
he was really good yesterday.
School gets out for almost everybody, either yesterday or today. Yeah. God bless the teachers. I'm going to be real on this one. I feel for the parents that have a child at home on the phone, on the laptop, on the Xbox, on the PS5 all day long. It's just I don't even know how these parents are going to do it.
That was me. I did it all the time. And I did. What? That turned out fine. I was playing World of Warcraft all summer long. What was that look you just gave
It explains a lot, Spadoni. It explains a lot.
Look,
Get out the damn house, you kids.
That's what I'm saying.
Get outside.
I
did. Vitamin D.
I went to 7-Eleven to go get
little
some
boys. little boys and little
Game
girls.
fuel. Remember that?
We run into the ground of exhaustion every day.
You know what we had planned for baby Ches? She's going to a day camp.
Nice.
From 9 to 3.
Well, how much is that costing?
Well, I'm still paying off the credit card bill. Let me just say that. And then after day camp, we got swim class 4 days a week.
Nice.
So she's going to be worn out in bed by 7:30 to allow me to watch the Giants, because that is my final thought. First of all, graduates and everything, to your point, Jessica.
Yeah.
Congratulations on all that. Parents, students, all that stuff. But also, I got the bug, man. I got the bug. I was driving in here and said I couldn't wait to talk Giants baseball. I hadn't been relishing talking Giants baseball since Farhan got here.
Here, let me. I got a segment idea, but I want to be a part of it. I'm letting you know right now. NBC producers, David Tedlow.
No. See, now you got to cut that.
Me, Bonte, and Sam. I'm stealing something that I was going to do with you. I'm now going to do with Bonte. It's going to be on television. I want to go up to all the Giants. I'm going to bring my bag of gloves, and we're going to go. Are you a Wilson guy? Are you a Rollins guy? A Marucci guy? I want to know about their gloves. Let's go into the dugout. Let's talk to these guys. We'll play catch on the field. I'll play catch. You can watch.
You can do that for 95.7 Digital. You know that?
I'm ready to do it. Sam,
just highlight.
Well, first you got to come down to the game with your press pass. We keep kind of running into issues there.
I used it the other day.
Listen. I do. I used it yesterday too.
Where are you hanging out these days in the suites? What suite are you utilizing?
I can't really tell you, Sasky. You're trying to find all. You're trying to come on TV.
He's in Larry's suite.
You just hijacked my airtime on TV. This is crazy. It's so serious.
Charles Johnson gives him his suite for the day.
You trolled me yesterday. Because I texted you about Willie Adamus, didn't even give you the full context, and you're trolling me talking about my ground zero. I just like to figure out what's going on with the yard, because I got that itch. I got the Giants bug right now. It's got me right now. It's got me. Something special's happening. I'm telling you. Buckle up, Giants fans. I think we're in for a memorable summer. I got the itch. I got the bug.
Boy, one check from Larry Bear, and look at how his entire
I knew you were going to say that.
Changes.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
I run into some people with the Giants, and the first thing they say is, "Oh yeah, Bonte. Oh yeah. Oh, well aware of you and Bonte. Bonte's not even on the show anymore. Oh, we know. Oh, we know. We know. Oh, they're so happy he's on the roll.
They are.
As in the payroll.
Giants isn't. No, I'm not on the payroll. Number one, it's just having perspective. It's having perspective. It's June. I'm not going to be flipping Gatorade buckets in June, but it is nice to be part of the Giants fabric once again. Felt like I missed home. It was like I'm just doing this with Marty Lurie. All of a sudden, Marty and I are talking every day.
I want to ask you a question. It's me and it's Marty Lurie on two opposite ends of the street. We both need help. Who are you running to go help first?
We'll be careful with questions you don't want the answer to.
I know. You know, my guy.
I am a little younger than Marty, so I would help Marty.
I would help Marty too. Look at Paulo Cruz on YouTube. Bonte on the Giants payroll. Let's ride. I'm on all the payrolls now. Niners, Giants, and Warriors.
Not the A's. I don't see you in West Sacramento with Carlos Ramirez and Chris Townsend with security guards taking people off camera because they're wearing a Cell T-shirt.
Bro, Towdy trying to
five of them.
Towdy trying to dress up the losing streak of the Oakland A's. Him trying to dress it up.
Dude, they've lost 20 of 22 or something.
Tell you though, they're one hit away from breaking out of this.
One hit away.
Well, that's the thing. They get the hits. They can't stop anyone else from hitting. That's the problem.
Oh my God. I do 6 Giant shows and Shaska's already got segment ideas.
That was
shoving me to the air.
That was Fast Five brought to you by
Xfinity. Be a producer to start.
At home long ago.
Richie was
Look at the Fast Five with all your devices.
Did you like my orange tie too?
Steiny and Guru are next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I got a big ass.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, you couldn't have scripted it any better.
We're kicking early.
It's a payday Friday.
Well,
and the boss is at a quote-unquote off-site.
Stop! I hope he's listening. I don't like when he ain't here, man. Really, I don't.
What's that?
I don't like when he's not here. I like to perform and know my boss is listening.
Oh, man. It's so nice to do a show without handcuffs.
Oh, boy. I do have to do something. I'm going to start the show with an apology.
Good. What?
Evan Giddings, I am sorry. You know, I got one job before I get on air, and it's to set my camera up. But I'm talking to Bonte, Shasky, Spadoni, and Carter, and he has to get in my ear and say, "Goo camera." I know camera, Evan. So I apologize this payday Friday morning because he has to deal with you driving us off cliffs all day, every day. I apologize, buddy, for not being ready, but I love people.
And that's what life's about.
I love people, and I just have 10 conversations at once. What up?
Those guys got to clear out a little sooner.
It's like a hockey change.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like a pit, a NASCAR race.
Yeah, except they don't want to move fast.
No, they don't.
It's not any NASCAR.
That's what I said.
Sound like you said gar.
Don't do this. Hey,
he's the special guest.
Dude, we got a special guest coming up at 10:30.
Who is it? Yeah.
I'm wondering if we should drop dime now.
Well, then it wouldn't be a surprise. How long have you been in the business? Don't spoil it.
All right, so we just
say we got a special guest.
But
it could be Beyonce.
What if the guest turns out to be underwhelming, and then our listeners go, "Well, that wasn't a great guest."
No, we built it up.
We'll see. Yeah. All right, we got a special guest at 10:30.
Giants.
You're kind of nervous, aren't you, Stanny?
Please.
I'm like,
please.
I can see it in your eyes.
Please.
That shirt's still in the rotation. Got bacon collar.
No. This is the way
it's got the bacon collar. I get it.
It's got buttons. It's not.
From where I'm looking,
we'll ask the guest.
Okay.
We'll ask our guest at 10:30.
Yeah, that thing's got a 10-day contract.
It looks like Steakums, though. Remember Steakums?
Hold on. Let me.
What you got?
It doesn't look bad on the YouTube.
It's like the shirts in the Hanes commercials they used to show how good Hanes are.
No doubt. But you look fly, baby. Let's go.
Well,
NBA. Haliburton. Dude, what is
Oh, here we go. Go ahead.
No, you said something I'm going to give you credit for. You did Sam Willard. You talked about Carlisle and just how good, you might have said it, how good of a coach he is. But Sonny, real quick, if he coached his ass off, they didn't even play their best game. They never go away. And Tyrese Haliburton, Steiny, he's got more game winners in the playoffs than some of the LeBron James. I'll stop. You know what I mean?
Haliburton's hit 3 game winners in the last 3 weeks, which is 2 more than Curry's had in 17 years. Just say it.
It was incredible.
Actually, I don't want to get under people's skin today.
Well, you naturally do.
No.
Yeah.
I take a shot at Curry just because Haliburton's leapfrogged him.
Yeah.
I mean,
Curry may have a new coach. The rumors. What's going on in the world?
Where did that one come from again?
The New York morning show. The boss sent it to us. We got the sound. Evan's going to play for it later.
Okay.
Giants 2 in a row. New guys making contributions.
And that's what I told Evan yesterday when we were we watched the game together, the end of it. Hey.
You watched it where?
Cafeteria.
At the cafeteria is right. Wow. What I was going to say was, hey, let's not, Harvey Keitel in Pulp Fiction, let's not start.
The Wolf.
Because think about it. It's these two new guys who aren't really part of the future who just won the Giants their last 2 games. They're not going to be able to do that.
Oh, Ray helped too, Stoney. Stop. He pitched his ass off.
Nice little pitcher, but let me guess. And we do this all the time.
Buster, we trust.
With the Bay Area athletes. Yeah, okay, Dominic Smith. What do you big hit, right? Yeah.
Hits.
Yeah, you know who else? You know who else had a couple buckets for the Warriors? Alan Smiley.
Well, but now you're doing what you said you don't want to do. Get under people's skin. It's just kind of funny in a season that is so long, like Major League Baseball, 162 games, you go make DFA guys, you make moves around the edges, and I'm just early on, and I'll be at the yard tonight, nobody asked. Early on, they're making contributions, and now you can give guys like Yaz rest, and you might can go back to that platoon, Charlie Sheen, if you want to, but I'm just saying, Buster's luck looks good right now in regard to who's Dominic Smith. Who's who's Mr. Johnson? I'm just saying, Stoney, it's early, but damn, 2 in a row.
Yeah, no.
Since that day. Yeah. You don't have to.
I mean, I think they're the key to the future. 2 guys you never heard of before 3 days ago.
Well, they're helping you get wins.
They helped you get 2. Yeah. They helped you get 2.
That's the only 2 they played.
Well,
and that's what life's about.
And in fairness, they've helped the
bring your tone
Giants
down.
win.
Bring your tone down. The volume. Go ahead.
Nice one, Gil.
That's my new one. Yeah.
How did Adamus do yesterday? Sack fly. I'll tell you what. You want to talk about situational hitting.
Stoney, you're trolling, though.
Listen, I've seen baseball for decades.
You did a podcast last night.
I did.
We're going to hear it.
Oh, cool. Can we play the whole thing?
What grade would you give yourself? Seriously.
I was pretty good. And like I was telling, I did the, what's it called again?
Garlic fries and baseball guys.
Yeah, garlic fries and sausage guys I did. And it was with Sam Lubman.
No Shasky?
No, I took his place. But I was telling Lubman.
We'll try to.
It was so refreshing to talk baseball with Sam Lubman because baseball just doesn't lend itself to the kind of talking that you do about sports. So
it was just
be
careful there.
No, it was just really nice to just have a conversation about where the team is without hot takes and without outlandish predictions.
So what did you bring to the table?
Meaning?
Because that sounds like Lubman. What happened when you opened your mouth?
Well, I had a lot of good. He asked me a couple questions about something, and I said, Sam, that's baseball.
I hope we get that. Stoney, I hope we get that one if that was really said.
I'm just telling you.
This guy is a ball player.
Steve Kerr.
Let me see. Who didn't come up? Patrick Bailey didn't come up.
I mean, why would he?
He hit a ball that would have been a homer the other night.
We don't do woulda, couldas, and shouldas on this shit. Well, you could have went D1.
Hey, this is what we talked about. I said to Lubman, and this is...
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, my God.
No, go ahead. Tell me what you thought. Hurry up. Go ahead. We want to know.
Yeah, set it up, Sonny.
We just talked about how had we done the podcast on Tuesday, everybody would have been miserable.
Oh, right.
No, we did it on Thursday after the Giants had won 2 in a row, and everything's fine now. It's like, when are you going to, when are you going to learn?
No, you're talking to the Jackals. That's life, Stoney. I loved it. I wasn't a part of that.
When are you going to realize that baseball has a rhythm all its own?
I like that.
Yeah.
And you create it.
I don't know what that means.
You create if you're playing good baseball, you sustain the good juju, the good vibes.
Yeah. Ask me about their 32 runs in 16 games.
What do you think of the 32 runs in 16 games by the Giants?
That's baseball. That's baseball.
That's pretty good.
And for the Giants to have weathered that storm, and now the bats are booming. They've averaged 4.5 runs a game in the last 2. And I think we got action.
Yeah. my guy Apollo Cruz in the chat, our guy.
Yeah.
All caps. Goo wanted to trade the farm for Mike Trout the other day. Mm-hmm. Hey, I still want Trout, Apollo. I still want Trout.
I just realized who Steiny sounds like when he says that.
Oh.
Mark Jackson. Well, it's a make-or-miss league.
That man.
That's your make-or-miss league.
Mark?
Oh, I did not get that.
No, did Mark. Ritter. Because that's the first time Raymond, 2018, we were over at the facility doing the show.
It's probably something that Mark Jackson thinks or says he made up, but he didn't.
I don't know why I live my life according to me. I feel like he's a candidate for the Nick.
Oh, I thought you said I feel like he's
Mark
a cancer.
Jackson, Evan. I just feel like
he's not.
Until
he's not.
We find out he's not.
There might be a familiar name though.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that on the other side.
Let's do it.
We're going to get half the Warrior fan base excited. Yeah, maybe 40% of the fan base excited.
Yeah.
But
payday.
Speaking of the New York job, you know what bothers me more than anything?
You couldn't make it there.
Well, that's true. Rick Pitino. What a clown.
Yesterday, that was Calipari.
I can't stand guys who take themselves out of a job they were never going to get in the first place. Oh, I have no interest in coaching the Knicks. Well, that's great because they have no interest in having you as a coach.
That's what you call finesse. Did he say that? I have no interest.
He did. All right, 888-957-9570. Special guest coming up at 10:30.
Yeah.
And we're going to have some fun today. The boss isn't here.
We're efforting another guest.
Right, but the special guest
I got you.
is coming at 10:30. 10:30. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. The boss isn't here today, so if you want to call in and ask us anything, it doesn't matter.
Well, you can do that daily.
Yeah, but he's usually listening. He shouldn't be listening today. He's at an off-site. God, I love the ring of that. What's coming up in a game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Mm-hmm.
The world would be my lab.
One. Hey, welcome everybody to the pregame show.
Payday Friday.
Can I get through the intro?
Yeah, you know what? That was too quick.
Sponsored by New Vodka.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Guru, let me thank you, man. I do want to thank you for helping me out with the pregame show that we're now doing on our social media. Sponsored by New Vodka, NUE Vodka. Look for it at your local bar or your local distributor. Ask for it if it's not there. Mm-hmm.
I got a bottle in the trunk.
I appreciate you helping me do those things, even though you're really not a part of it.
I think you said all that to tell people that I'm not a part of it. But yeah, I'm here for you, buddy.
No,
you've had my back at every turn.
Thank you, buddy.
Like
Thank
Atco,
you.
You're not a part of it, but
wait, of what?
Atco Pest Control.
That's right.
But you help me out.
That's true. How much you get from them, by the way?
Dude, how much you getting from Nui?
I haven't seen yet. It's not. Don't do that.
I know.
Don't do
From
that.
New
It's a
Vodka,
sponsor.
I got you.
Don't say Nui.
I'm disappointed in your math game if you don't know what you're getting. I don't sign on the dotted line until I know the numbers.
Yeah, yesterday you said you knew everyone's contract at the station.
That was the biggest.
Yeah, sometimes I'm full of it.
Well, a lot.
I enjoy having fun at other people's expense. Pretty much. Hey, did you hear? Let's talk about the game last night.
Go ahead. I don't want to hear about ratings. We're talking about basketball. It was incredible. I jumped up. Little Daryl jumped up. Mia jumped up. Like we bonded over a great game. Go ahead.
Well, God, there was a great.
Damn, Evan on the.
There was a great. Oh, there it is. Here it is. From the 925.
Who cares? I want to hear you.
I can't wait till Guru starts talking about the Pacers dynasty that's to come.
Well, they got a long ways to go.
Great game last night.
Well, you were doing two things at once. So did you really watch?
I missed the first quarter.
My God, that bothers me. You missed tip?
They were down 9. Big deal. You know the Pacers are going to make a run.
Dude, they don't quit, man.
No, they're Haliburton's on a run.
Is he a superstar?
Yes, he's a superstar. He's the best player on a team that's in the finals.
Could have been in a Warrior uniform. Could have been in a King uniform.
That would have taken foresight. All right?
Wow.
Not going to lie, I was at a cafeteria after we left Steiny. There was about 5 people. Every time he hit a shot, it was, we could have had that guy. He should have been a Warrior.
Let's do, Evan, that's valid. Is any parking ticket. You had a chance. Don't tell me ain't other people missed it. I don't care. I'm trying to get the right answer. Steiny, just say it. They missed.
Who?
The Warriors.
Yeah, they missed on Wiseman.
Well, I was trying not to go there, but we're talking about Haliburton, man. Dude, man. I couldn't believe that ball went in.
Yet another decision impacted by one guy. Everything for Steph. If everything's for Steph, you weren't going to draft Haliburton.
Oh, don't.
They had Curry, Clay, and Poole. No room at the inn. Let's go big.
Carter brings up a good point.
Oh,
the Pacers win a championship. That's 2-time champion James Wiseman.
No doubt. Yeah, quietly.
He's going to be the next Patrick McCaw.
Robert Horry. He contributed.
But Horry never played for the Warriors. That's the connection between Wiseman and McCaw. You see what I'm saying?
Take the base out. Yeah.
Hey, we got a special guest coming up in 8 minutes. I would just advise some of our listeners, make sure you check out the YouTube chat. Go to YouTube, 95.7 The Game, and you'll be able to see who it is.
We got an 800 on there now.
Well,
minus some.
A little.
They can see how many are on there.
Oh, they can see too?
Evan, it was the half fun. That was a joke. All
right, I'll tell you what.
I would never lie to the people.
Here's what I'll do. Okay, we got about 300 plus.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
Let's see if we can get to 400 or 500, and here's how I'll do it. Our special guest is a woman.
Yeah, there we go. Look at it, right?
Let's see. Man. 329.
Look at it.
334.
Go on once, go on. 340. Look at it. 330.
There you go. 330. See if we can get it to 500. We have a special guest. Somewhat of a sports aficionado in her own right.
What do you make of OKC tinkering with their lineup? I did not like that.
Well, Goo, like you said, I didn't see the first quarter, so I didn't know they did that.
Did not start.
Oh, did he not get it? How many rebounds did he get?
He covered. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank God.
I'm giving money out. Anyway, when I saw him didn't start, he wasn't started. I was like, OMG, Becky.
Yeah, and they were up 12 the whole first half.
Dude, they had the game, but the Pacers just keep playing, man.
Collapse or comeback? I know where you're going to go.
Oh, comeback.
Collapse.
No,
comeback. I have comeback.
No,
you have the negative.
Stop. Comeback. You are Mr. Negative. Can they pull this off?
Yes.
Carlisle? Steiny, he was a maestro at the end. Even though they got away with the foul, that was a foul.
Which one?
On OKC. They were trying to get a loose ball. Siakam got pushed to the ground. They called it out of bounds challenge, and it still was OKC's ball.
Right.
But ball don't lie, and that's why they lost. Because that would have been free throws on the other end. Yeah.
No,
Pacer gang.
They didn't get the call, and they still won.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because they should have got the call. So the basketball guys rewarded him in a different way.
I got to tell you something.
They missed, Donnie.
I didn't know.
Had a little bunny.
Wait, he's a choke artist.
No, he was balling.
Go ahead and say it.
No, he was balling.
I got a text from Carter last night, and he's talking about the game. And he's like, "What? I've never seen anything like this. What happened?" And I said, "Hey, just say somebody choked. That's what works on Sports Talk Radio."
Yeah, Carter texted me, but it was all gamble talk.
What's new?
So you're...
Oh, hey, Carter. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, man.
I'll tell you what, though. There was a play that bothered the hell out of me.
Give it to us.
So, middle of the third quarter.
Let me see if I can guess it.
Miles Turner catches the ball at the three-point line.
Okay.
Holmgren's coming out to contest. He gives him a wonderful head fake.
All right.
Goes to the basket, comes to a jump stop. Holmgren flies by. He lays it in. They call a walk.
Yeah.
No guard in the league would have ever been called for a walk.
It's the finals, though, Steiny. It's the finals.
Hey,
you gotta guess.
Let's welcome in Marcy Weiser. There's the. Oh boy, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Are we okay?
Yeah, can you?
Just the three of us.
I appreciate you inviting me in to share my incredible sports knowledge.
Well, if you're not familiar with Marcy, she DJs 6 to 10 at Live 105, and we're trying to do more cross promoting.
And she's also our friend.
Yes,
right.
We're family. And
thank you, Guru.
A former jazz dancer.
No,
I'm sorry.
Jazz fan.
Oh, jazz fan.
Jerry Sloan days.
God, I miss guys like him, Marcy.
Stockton,
Man.
Horny. I know.
Man. So,
such a jazz fan.
I got to think now you're not a Michael Jordan fan, huh?
No, you know, I was really getting into the Warriors.
Oh,
I was bummed. I was so bummed. But, and they kind of remind me of old school jazz. Just pulling off the wins in the end.
Look at her. She knows her stuff,
Jazz never won a title, Marcy. The Warriors have won 4.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. So tell me about Live 105. How's it going? You've been here about a year, right?
Has it been a year?
Okay.
Not quite.
Okay.
September, October, it'll be a year.
Speak into the mic. I don't know if this is...
She's nervous.
This is a radio studio.
It's the dojo.
I'm okay. I'm all right.
Well, that's good to hear. We're going to go down the sports teams in the
stand
back.
up. There.
But before we do, I just want to invite myself somewhere. So you guys sound great when he comes in there. Yeah. I just want to let you know I'm available too. If he's ever out,
hey, Goo.
You can't find him. I'm yours. Yep.
I was gonna pull out the little thing and I can't remember what it is.
That's a drop.
You are welcome in the studio anytime.
Okay,
I don't want you to sit here like a bump on a pickle.
Yeah. Oh, you heard that? Mr. Etchell, my science teacher, said that to me.
You are welcome. You are welcome to do anything with Marcy, but not from 8:50 to 9.
Oh my God,
that's our time.
He's jealous.
Are you?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
You come in anytime, Guru.
I do want to ask Marcy one question because we're family,
right?
And I hope you don't judge me with this take, but it's real, and I just need your honest assessment of it. Okay.
All right.
There's Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And there's Father's Day, which is coming up next weekend. I don't feel like Father's Day get the same energy. You say what to that?
I think you're probably right.
Oh, I don't like this
so
at
we're
all.
still cool. Yeah.
I mean, that's a tough. I mean, Guru. I'm gonna get in trouble if I.
Yeah, I got you.
No, dads get the ties and socks.
What did you do for Mother's Day? What did you get a vacuum or a Cuisinart, anything like that?
My girls, they made me breakfast in bed.
That is awesome.
Went miniature golfing.
Okay.
And hung out, got some flowers.
Avocado toast.
No avocado toast.
Breakfast burrito.
Like toast with gummy bears. It was the best.
Boy, they
went all
put in
out.
the effort.
I know.
Yeah, they really did. So the Giants, they are on a 2-game winning streak. Now, how much do
That's Evans.
What just happened?
Yeah. We have children running the show sometimes.
There's children running the show everywhere.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
They keep us young, though.
So have you been to a Giants game yet?
No, and listen, I don't know if I can afford to go to a Giants game.
I had tickets tonight. I should have invited her.
We got a friend. We know people, Guru.
Okay, because I wanted to go. I wanted to go Steph Curry night. When is that?
You broke that on Hurt the Show. When is that? It's coming up.
July 26th, I think.
Scotty goes, he has to be there, right? Yeah. That's going to be awesome. I'm going to be there.
What's he going to do?
I think Guru, we got to get you and meet her for Live 105. He's listening to the show.
Oh, no doubt. You guys got to get going. Yeah, I love it.
Just get the ratings on my segment. That's all that matters.
But I can't wait. You'll be in the house for the Curry.
Yeah, that's. I would love to.
Have you met him before?
I have not.
Yeah. Well, he's nothing special.
Please.
Trust me.
He's the man.
I've heard very good things about Curry. Personally.
Like what?
What a great, nice guy he is.
Well, hold on first. They told me to reset. So if you're just joining us, it's Steiny and Guru, and we're welcoming in Marcy Weiser, Live 105, big sports fan, and yet has not met Steph Curry, but has heard all about him.
Yeah, nice guy, right?
He's all right.
Does a lot in the community.
Everything. Allegedly.
Yeah, right?
Great dad, husband.
Well,
I'm jealous.
We're relying on hearsay for that.
No, we've met him. We talked to him. It's real.
We met a lot of people who aren't good husbands.
Marcy, have you met Carl Malone?
I have. I've interviewed
How
Carl.
is he? Cool dude?
He's a cool dude. Yeah.
Carl?
Yeah.
Black neck. That's what they used to call him.
They used to call him what?
Black neck, because he's country.
Yeah.
He like in the...
Okay.
Not... Yeah.
No, I got you. He's
get
from
it,
Louisiana.
Yeah.
We're vibing over here.
How about Stockton?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
He's
Back
a
in the day.
bore. I mean, he is a flat out... He's a bore.
Him. I love that
How
guy.
How mean is that? And what if he is?
Have you met him?
I interviewed him once, and it was...
Everybody's not Dave Chappelle, Steiny.
Right?
Gosh.
I mean, he's a basketball player.
Yeah.
He's fine.
I can't believe he just said that about him.
He's a little more shy.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean.
That's fine.
Well, you didn't say it. You
like
said
shy
he's a
guys?
bore.
You like wallflowers?
No, hey, listen, I can appreciate a person for who they are.
Okay. Jerry Sloan? Did you meet the late Jerry Sloan?
No, he, I don't know. I don't know what was going on with Jerry.
That's a no. All right.
Did he pass away? It was cancer, right?
Yeah.
That was a bummer.
He actually is a great guy. No. Was a great guy, Jerry Sloan. So you haven't been out to a Giants game yet, but you're planning on going.
Yeah, I would love to get out there.
Can I give you a recommendation?
Please.
I would sit on the third level.
Okay.
Now you're going to think they're nosebleeds, but they're not.
Okay.
They're up there, but behind home plate, and then you can see the entire bay, the Coke bottle, the glove. Perfect. Great angle for the game. That's what I would recommend. And you know what? Up on that third level, tickets are a little more affordable if that's a concern.
And I like to say it's like going to a ball game and being in Mexico at the same time. When you look at the endless water, it's just, he doesn't understand it. But if you can get that visual, oh my goodness.
Right. It's just a cove.
I'm really looking forward to that. I am.
It is. Mm-hmm. And you should take the girls.
I will.
It's a great family environment.
I just had an idea.
Okay.
But us three or whoever, all of us, of Valkyries. Have you been to a Valkyrie game?
No, would love to.
Since the Warriors are off, we should do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a thing right now. They're a vibe, is my kids say. So Valkyries.
It doesn't sound like you get out much.
I'm a mom. I'm a taxi driver.
I
is
like
what I
that.
am.
Uber. Yeah.
Robert De Niro. Taxi driver.
The movie.
The movie.
Not his best work, guys.
So if you're not familiar with Guru, he's
I'm a movie buff.
Yeah, he's known for
be careful.
No, anytime somebody says something that's a song lyric or something, he'll have to mention the artist.
Like if you said Thriller, I'd be Michael Jackson.
Sure,
Yeah.
I get that. I
He'd
get
be
that.
like, do it for this. You know this one. So, Marcy, that would be your prerogative.
Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
Like to see
You get it.
Yeah.
You absolutely get it.
Oh, you're dropping movie lines all the time, Stein.
Well,
Stein.
Oh, sorry, Stein.
No, I like Stein.
Steinman,
Yeah,
Steiny?
I think I like Stein. What's up, Stein?
Steinmeister?
It doesn't matter.
Steiny Stenner?
That's good. Call me, whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Take your coat off. You're making me hot, and I'm
Why
in
are you
a
wearing a
sweater.
coat
I'll
in
tell
here?
you why.
It's hot in here.
It's June.
Have you ever heard of bacon collar?
What?
Exactly.
It's
Why
when
don't you tell her
when your collar is
how
kind of
you insult
wilted
me.
like his is, and it looks like bacon? Oh, I didn't mean to baker like you told me to tell her, but that's bacon collar.
So is that why you had your coat on? Because you have bacon collar?
Because I didn't want him to remember that he had been making fun of me about it.
And I'm in a sweater in June.
Yeah, you better have a heavier jacket for tonight's
Yeah,
game.
I got one in the car.
This is San Francisco. It's sweater weather year round.
Yeah.
Different times of day.
Now, what other markets have you worked in, if you don't mind me asking?
You name it.
Atlanta,
Except Atlanta.
Boston,
No Boston.
Detroit.
Okay, never mind.
Chicago.
Los Angeles.
LA.
New York. Seattle. Utah. Arizona. Washington, D.C.
How long were you in New York? I take it you were in Manhattan?
A little over a year. And then they flipped formats and they laid everybody off. But except for me, and they said, Washington, D.C. will take you. Do you want it? And I said, well, I don't want to be unemployed in New York City. So, yeah.
How was that?
Well, it was cool. It was
New York's too much.
So much history there.
Where?
D.C.
Oh, I thought you were talking about New York.
No. I was going to ask you, I just went recently to L.A. Did you get tired of it?
No. Great weather.
L.A.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Where'd you live?
Culver City.
I'm not asking for your address.
I don't live there anymore, so it's...
Culver City?
Yeah.
Is that even L.A.?
Is that close to Woodland Hills? I used to date a young lady when I was single at Woodland Hills. Yeah.
That's a nice
ritzy.
So it's good to know that New York got the best of you,
Hey.
too. I've had my struggles in New York also.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big city.
Yeah, it is.
And Guru's kind of owned it.
But I'm a little upset, Marcy. I wanted to get out to Bottleneck last week. You were out there. How was that?
It was awesome. It was a very cool
All
festival.
ages, all walks of life.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Did you say bottleneck?
Yes, he did.
Bottle rock.
And then I was going to correct you, and then I thought I didn't want to be rude.
No.
Kevin, did I say
That's your job,
bottleneck?
To be rude.
Bottleneck and yeah.
The Guru and I have an agreement that if we ever misspeak, we present a fact that's not a fact, we try to help each other out. So, who'd you see?
Bottle Rock.
Yeah, who'd you see?
Green Day was there. Sublime was there.
Oh,
Sublime. Yeah, those were the.
Now, do you know the lead singers of both those bands?
We were there. We were hanging. I just caught up with Trey Cool. I didn't catch up with Billy.
Do you ever get nervous interviewing?
I don't. You can't ask me to, and then you play the drip, and then that turns into this weird braggy thing.
Yeah. Show your stuff.
I'm not. I'm just gonna sit here.
Yeah. Well, she is awesome, man.
Relax.
She can come in anytime unannounced. You're now family.
All right.
Awesome.
So,
Careful what you.
Green Day and Sublime. What's that one song Sublime has that I like?
They've got many.
What's their most famous?
Doing Time.
Sing it for me.
It's the one that you liked I think you said one day that you liked. Was it you? Said you liked the Lana Del Rey cover.
Oh yeah. Oh, Summertime Sadness, right? Got that summertime sadness. All right.
Yeah, now he's got a voice. Sometimes.
Hey, do you play guitar?
I lick guitars. So Sublime, they've got Santeria, What I Got.
I like Santeria.
Wrong Way, Smoke Two Joints. We play it all.
Oh, that's them too?
Wow.
Yeah. Yes. Press Me Down.
What?
Great one.
What do you mean?
Waiting for
so
my
you don't
Ruka?
play guitar?
No, I don't. My daughter plays.
Oh, really?
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, she's great.
That sounds.
She plays.
I never played the instrument. How about yourself?
Piano.
Uh-oh.
I've tried guitar, and I am terrible.
Steiny?
I'm terrible.
Instrument? That's our answer.
No.
No. Why not? No
You know what?
rhythm?
No, it's like I made a mistake. I should have picked up an instrument when I was younger.
Yeah.
There's a drop for you, Evan. And
I could see you playing the trumpet.
Triangle.
Wow, Steiny.
Kettle drum.
Yeah.
Kettle drum. And what was the other thing I was thinking about? And I kick myself every day, Marcy and Guru, for not learning a second language.
Well, there's still time. You're not dead.
No, but it's quite an investment and very busy. Very busy. Like after every show, it seems like we have plans after every show, Guru.
Yeah. Well, you and
what
Evan,
are you doing?
They've kind of phased me out. It used to be the three of us. Now I come in and find out I didn't even get an invite, but I don't let it bother me or get to me. Like yesterday,
Steiny, that's what's going on.
I don't know.
There.
We're fading.
Sometimes we, how a conversation will just end of its own volition. Sometimes that happens with Guru and
She
I at
can
the
be
end
our
of a
therapist.
show.
Yeah.
So you're not coming out today?
Oh, of course I am.
Okay.
Is the sun yellow?
Yeah.
What do you got going, lady? You want to meet us out?
Gotta.
You're not going to be the only woman. We have it's a mixed group.
How about this?
Yeah.
You guys come to me today, and then I stay in the city next week.
Oh.
Could work.
I have to do a podcast.
And she said you guys.
But she lives up near Ukiah, don't you?
Oh, boy.
I'm that way. I'm north.
Marin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a long way, Goo.
Yeah, they got some good happy hours in Marin, I hear.
Is that a commitment?
Rick Tittle told me. Marin is nice.
How does he know?
Yeah.
He's an Oakland guy. When I was talking about somebody Marcy has no idea about. So is this everything you thought it would be?
This is great. It's hot in here, though.
Yeah.
You guys dying?
Well, I was till I took my jacket off.
Maybe it's just a hot flash.
You're listening to the wonderful voice of Marcy Weiser.
Yeah.
She's on with Steiny and Guru. You can
I
hear
don't
her
want her
6
to
to 10.
leave because you come across different. Stay. Stay.
6 to 10, live 105. You can hear her playing those alternative songs. Go ahead.
Is this not normal, Steiny?
It's not. Because he's on good behavior. He's being polite. And usually he's just yelling and anything I say is bad. So,
I will say,
this is not.
You sports dudes are loud.
Now that hurt.
You're talking about Shasky.
Yeah, she has to be.
Shasky.
Well, Bonte was in
long,
here today,
all day
too.
long.
Yeah.
I can just hear yelling coming from the studio all day.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's Willard and Dibbs.
No, it's the morning show because that's when Marcy
No, it's
works.
you and I, too.
No, it's not. She's not even here when we do our show most of the time.
I hear you guys.
She's trying to tell us politely we need to take it down a notch. That's what she's telling us.
No, you guys do your thing.
Yeah, we fight, but we love each other.
Yeah.
The boss is out today. That's one of the big reasons.
Is that
you're
why
in
I'm here?
Yeah, he's at an offsite, Marcy.
Well, what? So what? Is he listening? Is there a chance he's listening?
Yeah, Marcy, how
that's a good
immature
question.
is that? The boss is out. Like, we're grown. I hate when he does. Who cares? The boss is out. Like, you gonna come in late? I don't understand. I hate that.
Are you worried?
I'm not sure I like this guru either.
Yeah, I got
this
company.
is an emboldened guru. No, I got. No, I'm sure. Yeah, he's listening on the Odyssey app, and
Right.
of course, he'll be able to rewind this segment if he just is joining.
And it could be brought to you by maybe somebody listening. We got something going on
That's
Fridays.
True. You want to make this a?
I do, but I think what you're saying is Boss Man isn't going to be welcoming of.
No, he will.
No,
he's told us that Fridays don't matter, so you're welcome here.
Ouch!
Ouch! We love you.
All right.
Life's about.
All right, that's a drop. You don't use drops on your show.
I got one question before you go.
Okay,
Michael
okay,
Jackson,
okay, yes.
Off the Wall or Thriller?
Thriller.
Evan says Off the Wall, and that's my girl because Thriller is it.
I mean,
yeah, Evan, there you go, baby.
Who's your first concert?
we're not doing
No,
that.
this is real because does she know yours?
I don't know. Oh. No. How would she know mine?
What's yours?
Rick James.
Wow.
Bitch.
Go figure. Yeah.
Cut.
Super freak. Yeah.
You
she is awesome.
Have a mouth.
Sorry. This is my potty mouth.
He's only one. It was an all-day concert. Rick James, Kool and the Gang, War,
yeah.
Atlantic Star.
Nice.
There you go. All right, well,
You're awesome. Have a
it's
great
break
weekend.
time and have a great weekend, Marcy. Thanks for joining us.
See you
We'll
next
probably be
Friday.
able to do it again.
Right. Sounds good.
Don't go anywhere because I guess we got to get back to sports on the other side. 95.7 the game. I'm done discussing sports.
Okay, sorry.
Can you not?
You really mean that?
I'd prefer if you wouldn't. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, she was great.
But
and
clearly...
does something to you, like diffuses you of some of your weaponry.
Well, you know what, Guru?
And I'm having fun with that.
I'm going to be honest.
And I just own in.
I'm going to be honest. You know, I have 3 daughters, so I'm very comfortable around women.
One about to get married. Congratulations.
Correct. That's correct.
No invite for Goo, but
my brother didn't even get invited. So you got
you
no
don't
chance.
like him.
I know. I don't like you either. No, she get married in a month. Goo. A month.
You giving her away?
You know, it's going to be somewhat of an untraditional wedding. However, that's a good question.
Well,
I would assume.
You'll be there. That's all that matters.
Of course.
Why would I? I'm so random.
Of course.
Yeah.
You know what? I got
Joe Ski Love, real quick on the chat. We got to grade our guest. Marcy is official. Yeah. Like a referee with a whistle.
Yeah, she was dynamite. Dynamite. What was I going to say? Okay,
about your daughter, I just interrupted.
Married,
yeah. Untraditional, you'll be there. You're sad.
Like a bump on a pickle.
Mr. Etchell.
Who's that?
My science teacher that said that to me.
That's
why you're sitting there like he told Norm it was teacher's night, parents' night.
I mean, I don't want to
sit in the back like a bump on the pickle. I was like, damn.
I don't want to stroke your ego too much, but that's what she said earlier today. She's like, I was listening to you guys the other day, and oh my God, Guru had me cracking up.
She said that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why we were vibing.
Yeah, and I said, why? Not that funny. She said, he said something I'd never heard before. I was like, what? He said, bump on a pickle. Oh, that had me rolling. And I was like, oh, God. Wait till the 7th time you hear it. It won't be as funny. What were you going to say about Haliburton? What's the matter?
I'm getting mad because the trolls
don't.
are out. And I love them. They love me. But it's a love-hate relationship. You've poisoned them. Guru ready to say OKC are jokers. I'm not.
Nah, you kind of are.
It was a great basketball game. But I'm sitting here in the bushes like OKC. Okay, now y'all playing. I mean, man, the Pacers they don't quit. And Tyrese Haliburton, along with 7 other Pacers, and we got to be prepared for Willard today.
Why?
Do you remember the content that started the crossover yesterday when he said he just has, I'm paraphrasing, a gut feeling about Indiana, and he was putting some chicken on the Pacers?
That's right.
Be prepared.
550.
He's not that type of dude to super gloat, but he'll pat himself on the back.
I tell you what.
Yeah. Oh, God, what?
Evan took a big shot at Willard yesterday, but because I love Evan.
He's snitching E.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love Evan.
Pay it. No,
I will. I will.
Man up and say it.
Because it's going to be,
since you guys are moonlighting behind my back.
So, we were watching the Giants game at the, whatever. Crossover was 2-ish. The game was going on. And Padres scored, I think, 2 in the second or third?
Yeah, Machado hit a homer.
Yeah, so it's 2-0. And
scored.
Willard comes into the crossover, and usually he dominates. And usually, he occupies 83% of the entire crossover.
I went 4 corners.
But yesterday, he was kind of watching the Giants, so he wasn't as involved.
Oh, okay.
And then, what's his name? The new our new all-star Dominic Smith.
Yeah.
He doubles, and Willard is like jumping around like a child.
Well, he's got this new thing on Twitter.
And Evan goes, tell Willard it's the 3rd inning.
Oh, fuck. That's not it. I was looking for something to cut him. That's not.
Well, he was acting like it was Game 4 of the World Series.
Fan is short for fanatic. You seen what he's doing on Twitter? You would know. Evan,
tell me.
Every at bat by Eldridge, he's posting what happened. And Eldridge had a grand slam in AAA, Macramento for some.
It's not. Nobody calls it that.
The streets, Donnie. The streets. just be quiet and lay out the streets.
When he watches a River Cats game, then we can have a conversation.
All right, but a grand slammy.
Okay. Can I tell you something about the game last night?
Man, I don't think we're giving it enough love.
No, we will. We will. So I'm watching the game. Oh, boy, was this a little pet peeve. And now Marcy's been gone for 10 minutes, so I'm getting upset again.
I'm here for you.
I'm watching the game, and they put up a graphic The Pacers are 7-1 in clutch games in the playoffs.
Damn.
That's not a statistic.
Oh.
It is not a statistic.
Well,
clutch is not a statistic. It's arbitrary.
Curry won the clutch award a couple years ago.
It's a joke.
Oh, wow.
Okay, let me tell you what a statistic is. Batting average with runners in scoring position.
Okay.
That's a stat.
I got
Free
you.
throw percentage. That's a stat. 3-point field goal percentage. That's a stat.
So is clutch
rebounds
time.
per game. That's a stat. This is an arbitrary thing where somebody came up with a cockamamie idea that we're going to call something clutch time by our standards that mean nothing to anybody else. 5 minutes in an NBA game is clutch? Get out of here.
Wow.
Get out of here.
But the last 5 minutes, Steiny.
Don't tell me what clutch is. Don't tell me what clutch is. It's
I'm trying to help you,
crap.
but Steiny, it's crunch. It's go time. Who's got the biggest cojones?
Okay.
The last 5 minutes.
No, I think crunch
does
time.
it basket?
Last 2 minutes.
All right.
Last 2 minutes is clutch, and it's got to be a one possession
you don't get
game.
that big sample size.
Thank you, because it's not clutch.
So you would tell this to Curry's face when he got the award a couple years ago.
Yes,
and
I
they
would.
did make the playoffs.
Yes, I did.
I'm just saying.
Yes, I would.
I get the premise, man.
Okay. So 50 of 80 games are technically clutch games because it's always a 5-point game with 5 minutes left.
Well,
it's a joke.
Yeah, but honestly, it's not. Though.
Yeah, in the NBA, where nobody cares about the regular season, nobody. Now they're going to say, oh, even though the NBA regular season doesn't matter, we're going to create something arbitrary that make people think that the games are more important than they are. Hit the pike. Get out of my face.
I think you're by yourself.
No,
I
I'm not.
appreciate the passion.
If you make a shot with 4:58 left and it makes it 80-75, it's not a clutch shot.
Yeah.
I mean,
Pacers did what they
point
did.
stands, though. It still is a stat.
Yeah.
It's a concocted statistic. That's all.
Not every shot is made in just under 5 minutes. Like last night was a clutch game. And they've been very good in them.
Oh, my gosh.
But you're missing the point.
You could argue the most clutch.
I don't subscribe to that being a phrase. Anything. It means nothing. I'm 60 years old, okay?
Oh.
I've had a definition for clutch time for 57 years. Some tool working for the NBA is not going to try to impose his idea of what clutch or crunch time is on me. That's not happening.
What's your definition?
2 minutes.
No, my definition is I'll tell you when I see it.
Well,
that's not a definition.
There are not.
You tripping.
Oh, boy.
You're the guy that's I'm not going to stop at the red light.
So you didn't see me just spill water?
No, I can't. I tried to have your back.
You imbecile. There aren't 7 clutch shots a game. Thank you.
Steiny, there can be 11 a game. All depending. You go, come on, man. I'm really bothered that first quarter, second quarter, come on. But last 5 minutes of a final or a championship game, that's like baseball. The 7th, 8th, and 9th are different.
If you want to use it as clutch time, feel free. But don't bring it up to me like it has any credence.
Well, I think you're Gilligan. I think you're on the island all by yourself.
I don't.
And this is why you are who you are. Like the stuff that we all accept bothers you.
Watch this. 888-957-9570. Who's with me on this crap, this concocted crap that the NBA keeps coming up with?
Don't read the chat in Austin and San Jose.
Well,
I've got to read it. I'll read it for you.
He's the
Steiny's still in Radnich's stick.
He's the YouTube version of me, Austin. But you're going to listen to him. You don't listen to me.
Oh, yeah. You're losing this one, buddy. The Pacers. It's the Pacer gang. Like Steiny, I'm telling you, man.
Now you like him. Okay.
I've always liked him.
Who was the first guy at 95.7 The Game who said, I got to tell you what, Pacers have action.
Is that
they
why
are
you're,
good.
just real quick, because is that why you're in this business? You are Mr. Victory Lap. That's all you're in it for, is I got one right, and that's why you hate
I get
that
it
I have
all right.
No,
I get it all right.
Like, that hurts me. You are
too bad.
Too
Live
old
with it.
to be, I
Live
got
with it.
something right. How many you got wrong, or how
Very
many
few.
non-takes did you not give?
Very few.
Are you trying to claim
Very
Indiana? No, your
Absolutely.
team is in Minneapolis.
They're
are
my
at
Western
home.
Conference team.
Oh, stop, Evan, get your boy.
You said you hated Rick Carlisle.
Man.
I did. Back in the day.
Oh, my.
When he was coaching the Mavericks, I thought I wasn't a big fan of him. But now I love his fit with this team.
Oh, my
Carlisle.
gosh. Stop. You're getting exposed. You're telling on yourself.
What do you mean?
Now you're good? No, you don't get it's over. Divorce is final.
See, this is where I like to challenge Warrior fans too. Remember when you all used to laugh at Miles Turner?
I've never laughed at him.
Yes, you have. How about this? Circa 2000 and whenever the Wiseman pick was made. Hey, should the Warriors use the pick on James Wiseman, or maybe they could do a deal? You know what? They could trade the number 2 and come out of it with Miles Turner. We don't want Miles Turner. He stinks.
Nobody, real basketball aficionados, nobody even fixed their mouth to say that. And I'm happy for him. Steiny, they remind me of the 14th, so does OKC to a degree. They're just deep, and they keep coming at you. Willard said real quick on the thread, you're making it easy for what's bugging you today. Wow.
I think he's talking to me.
Well,
might be Evan. Might be both. Evan ain't scared.
So what, this is supposed to be the first time they're going to take subject matter from us? Please.
No, we've never went at each other on, you know what, Willard or Dibs, you're bugging me. It's pretty funny.
Here's how Willard starts the show usually. So Shasky said something in the morning that I thought was completely wrong. And Steiny, you said something that you're going to have to explain to me. And Guru, I don't know what you were talking about.
He's never
we love
said
you, Willie.
You got something for him, Goo, right?
Well, you guys kind of ruined it.
The other guy, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know what?
I was saying that you guys ruined it, though. You ruined it. Sometimes you got to let it breathe.
You can tell he's not listening because he's not in the chat.
No, Dibs is he's never in the chat, is he? I saw Bronte in the chat the other day.
No way.
He misses us.
You think?
He misses the streets.
He was listening to the Marcy segment.
Of course he was.
We didn't get rave reviews from him, though, either.
Well, of course not. He's jealous.
Well, I didn't think of it like that.
Give me the hey, you know how the boss...
I didn't think of it.
You know how the boss is always... Every time you look in the boss's office, he's either like poring over numbers that he can't understand, or he's putting together some montage of Curry highlights.
Can I just, before you finish?
You don't like that?
No, I don't like that he likes you. He shouldn't like you because you do this, but go ahead.
He knows. He knows. Anyway, we got to get the numbers for the 10:30 segment because I think they're going to blow up. Let's go to the legal.
Well, the show's healthy.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Fran.
I tell you what, I don't know how many games the Valkyries are going to win, but I watched them in Phoenix last night. They play their asses off.
Well, they should. They're an expansion team.
They blew that game.
What do you think?
Evan, I didn't want to go there, but they did.
They blew that game.
They play hard, man. We need to get some of the players on.
We're gonna.
What do you mean
we're gonna? I'm sorry. I've been talking to Raymond Ritter and the boss about it. We're gonna have a Valkyries presence probably pretty soon.
You get clearance from me too.
Well,
speaking of the boss, I don't think he was very happy with our pregame show brought to you by New Vodka.
Are you serious about that?
Hold on. We were in his office.
I thought it was pretty good.
Was it the locale?
It was the destination.
Oh. And it was your pea-brain idea. Let's go into the office when he's not there.
It was Evans.
I know.
Hey, boss, that was
Evan.
Out.
Oh,
Evan
boy.
picked the lock, in fact.
I texted Myers last night.
Of course you did.
I got a bone to pick with ESPN.
You are so thirsty.
You can't do a pregame for the finals and not do post. They go to Sports Center. TNT, the best part of Charles, Ernie, Jack, and Chuck. I said Chuck twice. we get to see the aftermath.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just do the pre and drive off. I told him I didn't like.
I'm sure changes are on the horizon.
But he didn't respond. Dude, I'm waiting.
That'd be the best job in sports. You do the pregame, the halftime, then you take off.
Oh, my God. That would be great.
You don't even have to watch the second half.
We worked with a guy that did that. Snitches get stitches. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. Let's go to Phil Mo Mike.
Mike,
he's
Friday.
He's in San Fran. What's up, Phil Mo? How you doing?
I'm good.
Mike.
I'm good. Hold on, man. I was washing dishes, man. But man, I've never agreed with a white person, a Caucasian person this many times in 2 weeks. but Steiny, and shout to the man out there, Happy Men Health Awareness Month. But Steiny, I totally agree. It's going to drive me crazy. They keep making up these cockamamie stats. Wow. That's not a stat. That's, bro, I swear to God, I kid you not. You know what it reminds me of? I'm going to call it the gentrification of basketball.
Oh, my goodness.
I swear to God, this was going on. They're trying to, it's like in the mission, right? It's a Mexican, it's a taqueria. They all damn near got the same name. But on 24th Street in the Mission, they have a parentheses underneath 24th Street that says Latino District. Duh! Of course I know it's a Latino district. It's all these Mexican shops with burritos and all type of stuff. Duh! I can see that, bro. Cesar Chavez Street is right there. So my point is this. When you see Clutch, you know Clutch.
Yes.
You don't gotta tell me what's Clutch.
Wow.
I know what's Clutch.
I like that.
You can't tell me, you can't give me a time span of what Clutch is. You could be Clutch in the first quarter. You could be Clutch in the third quarter. He was clutching that third quarter. How many times we done heard Clay? Clay, well, wasn't with Clay for that third quarter. So I don't like the time. Don't try to gentrify my sports.
Wow, Mike.
I know sports.
I agree.
It's up to the community to tell people, oh, man, I was watching the Celtics doc. They yelling, foul. They have 1 point, 2 point. Foul in the 60s. So it's like, Clutch. My point is like, I can see it. Allow the fan to get educated. Leave some intrigue. Don't just think that we're all just dumb.
So, Mike, let me give you this, and I'm being real. He says that it hits different than when you said, Mike, a couple years ago, Curry won that award. I'm just being real, 100. Did you have a problem with it then when Curry got it? Or you just like, because if you do, then I'll say this, if Bozos were winning the award, I wouldn't like it. But if Haliburton is at the top, which I think he should be in the dogs, I think what's wrong with it? Because we're just putting emphasis on them being clutch.
Nah, I think Curry don't even put that trophy up.
Wow.
I think it's in Cannon's. I think it's in Cannon's room. I think it's almost like saying it's like slapping me in the face with a compliment. Wow. It's like, bro, I don't want this trophy. Wow. Like you basically saying that like I'm the best loser.
Wow. Hey, Mike,
what you saying.
Mike, you get it. Mike, you get it. Mike gets it.
But we're taking the focus off of Haliburton. He's clowning right now he hit Cleveland for 2 dagger. This dude, don't take Jerry West off the logo and put Haliburton on.
Don't overthink this. You ready? Here's how you measure clutch. Hey, Goo, who's been the most clutch player in the postseason?
Haliburton.
End of story. End of story. Period.
And you just don't want the award. You and Mike just don't want it.
How do you win the clutch award if you don't make the playoffs?
All right. You got that from me.
Steve in Redwood City.
Yeah.
Steve, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm enjoying your show here.
Thank you. Did you hear Marcy?
Marcy?
Yeah, we had a special.
I heard this last caller.
Oh, okay. Well, we had a special guest at 10:30, but go ahead. You can rewind it on the Odyssey app. All you, Steve.
I was playing pickleball, dude.
Nice. Don't hurt yourself.
I look at this thing as just an artificial hype. It's like QVC saying we only have 8,000 luggage sets left, so you need to get excited and call us now. I just think it's an artificial hype, which is way too much of that in our world today, and I don't need it in my sports world.
I'm totally with you, Steve. Thanks for hanging in there. And I'm completely
artificial
with you. It
hype.
is. It's
Wow.
artificial, synthetic, if you will.
Well, again, I'm looking forward to Finals MVP because to me that's better than MVP. That means you were the baddest at the most clutch time, which is the whole series, no matter how many games it goes. But man, the Pacer gang is here, Steiny, and you said something I didn't even tell you. It hit me just about Carlisle, and if somehow he could pull this off.
Yes.
And the last one he beat a LeBron James team where nobody gave Dallas a chance. We'll see. But I just don't like Dagnall messing with his lineup. Why did you take
it? Worked. They were up 10 after the first quarter.
It worked. They lost.
Doesn't matter.
It didn't work.
Matters.
So if we're
The
being
first
real with
quarter,
no,
they
the
were up
bottom
10.
line is the result.
The rotation got right back on track. No, it wasn't.
I bet he starts Sunday.
Who?
Hartenstein.
Well, then don't yell at me when they're down 10 to start. It's
I'm
about
trying
when the
to win
guys
the game, bud.
Right.
Why did you won 68 games?
How did that
Why
unit
did you
work?
It doesn't matter.
So what if they would have? They take Hartenstein out of the lineup. They go 35-8 in the first quarter.
Steiny.
Apparently,
and
he
he
wasn't.
didn't finish the game either.
Oh, well, that's because he's got limitations.
Evan, your thoughts.
Here it is.
I think he got
this is
too
what
cute.
he does.
No.
This is what he does. He watches 3 seconds of Oklahoma City Thunder, and now he's going to talk about a coach that he's never heard of before,
I'm
2 weeks
part of
ago?
the League Pass boys, Bonte and myself. But go ahead, Evan.
What was the biggest play of the game besides the jump shot?
Mr.
Probably, was it Nembhard who hit a big 3?
Either Nembhard's make or his miss, because there was a rebound that Hartenstein could have got.
And they lost the rebounding battle by 16.
What's your point?
Maybe if you didn't get too cute.
Maybe
and
if you
tell
knew
the
anything
Pacers,
about
we got
the
a
way-
problem.
Okay.
And go beat them.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
You're talking about
Dance with who you brought.
You're
Dance with who you brought. Trying to get cute. Oh, we'll change it up. It's like asshole.
It is kind of strange. You got to admit, Steiny. You won 68 games.
Steve Kerr used 9 different lineups in the playoffs.
Steiny, you know
and
what
he's
we're
a
talking
genius.
about.
You don't know what you're
gang.
talking about.
Pacers in 5.
Dagenau hasn't used the word combinations once
I
this
can't,
year.
I'm sitting there, even Doris and Breen are like,
Vintage
what's going on
goo.
here?
Vintage goo.
By the way, they were up 10 and they turned them over 19 times. Can you please get a bigger lead?
No, you got 16
No,
more
we won't.
shot attempts.
Don't tell the
OKC
Thunder how to
did.
play. And don't tell Dagnall how to coach.
Sunday.
Oh, God. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Gotta wait till Sunday.
Hey, and you're going to be happy they get so much rest. They get so much rest.
Right. The product will be better.
I'll just give them a week off then.
2 weeks. And we got some sound on that, huh? Adam Silver.
No
spoke.
sound. Sorry. If you want to use it, you got to find
You
it.
are a cold jive turkey, man.
I'll find it, Goo.
I love you. Thank you, man.
All right.
You good?
What's that?
You good? I miss Marcy.
888-9. Go see her. She's still doing her show.
I'm on her show, like the threesome.
All right. 888-9.
Simmer.
Oh, grow
such
up.
an-
Simmer.
Oh, my God. What? How old are
How
you?
juvenile can you be?
That's sophomoric that you stopped.
Thank you, Goo. So
I
don't do
like
it
that
anymore.
stuff.
Don't do it anymore. Winning with class. That's what we do here.
It hurts.
Hold on a sec.
The big
Just
three.
talk.
All
I gotta.
The big 3.
Nobody noticed I spilled water.
Okay, my boy Squirt texted me. Let's see if he agrees
Speaking
with
of
me.
water,
I agree with you, Lack. OKC shouldn't have changed their starters. I mean, I coach CYO, Steiny, Eddie House, 3rd to 5th, 8th grade. A couple chips. That's just, we used to meet at Winchell's Donuts. But anyway, dude, what were you doing? You overthought it.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's the most meaningless so-called statistic in sports? I got clutch time.
Seth's
statistics.
listening to you and Mike, man.
Of course he's not.
You don't know that.
He's not in the Bay.
Yeah.
I got one that's going to really hurt your childhood.
And he
Steiny.
also ain't in the lab. 888-957-9570.
I'm having a good day.
Good for you on 95.7 The Game.
Of course I know it's the Latino district.
center field. Merrill on the move. And he can't get it. Up and over the wall. The Giants take the lead. All right, a spirited at-bat.
What a great at-bat. He does it in 2-strike, 2-out situation. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is that the Willie Adamus sac fly? That got him on the board.
You troll with the best of them.
What are you talking about?
No, you've mastered the skill of trolling.
Well,
we used to call it in the
why don't
Union
you
City
wipe
mean
your mouth
streets.
because you got some food on?
If it bothers you, I'm leaving it there.
No, it's like it's white. And then,
I had a donut.
Okay.
Damn.
Who brought the donuts today, by the way?
I just eat them. I don't even
The
care
ones in the
about
kitchen?
Yeah. Did you have one?
No.
Looks like it. I'm playing. You look good.
Hey, Goo. So speaking of Adamus, Steiny was on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast yesterday with our own Sam Lubman. He was asked about Willie Adamus' defense. Would you like to hear his answer?
Oh, boy. Scorching earth.
I like what Ramos does in defense, but yeah, the Willie Adamus defense, though, that's a bit of an adventure. What are you seeing defensively from Adamus, though, this year?
Well, first of all, what am I seeing defensively from Adamus? I could get into that, but I'm not going to get into the weeds.
Yeah,
I think it's more like you know me. I look at the Giants over the big picture, and I do see some like Ramos is good. Like he's good. Like he looks like a really good player. Will he ever hit 30 homers? What do you think? God, it's so refreshing to talk to
You just
baseball
basically
guy.
told Lubman, shut up and let me run the show, and I'm going to block your question and go to Ramos. Now you know how I got to deal with you for 4 hours, man.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the weeds.
Like nobody wants to hear about fielding percentages. And
The guy that had you on, whose podcast it is, he wanted your answer.
He's not a great fielder.
Well, don't say it now. It's too late. The show's over.
But the Garlic
hit
Fries
Ramos.
podcast is about positive Giants news, and I wanted to stick to Ramos. They just won two in a row. Adamus had his best at-bat of the season. He had his best at-bat of the season. What was it?
That.
It was.
Well, it was on the YouTube.
Oh, you're talking about the podcast?
Yeah.
I thought you meant the game.
Oh, yeah.
No, I thought you meant the
We
game.
may have a guest coming up that was at the game yesterday.
I think we do for sure. So, yeah, 11:30. That's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Rod Brooks.
Yeah, he was in the
NBC
house.
Sports Bay Area does 49er pre and post game. And they showed him on the television screen yesterday. Looked like he had my seats from the other night. It looked like he was kind of in back of the home plate.
Look, yeah, it looked like he was there with his son.
Yeah,
like being a great dad.
And he was lower.
He was lower.
He had better seats.
Stoddy tried to flex, looked like he had the seats I had, but Evan had the
Anyway, Rod had a glove. No. And his son, I believe, also had a glove.
But, yeah, we're going to talk about Rod's glove. Yeah. Stoddy had a first baseman glove.
Okay. He's 6'7".
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He was the original Bryce Eldridge.
Look at you.
Although I don't know if he bats left. Rod.
Greatest first baseman in your Steiny's pick of all time.
Chris Chambliss.
I watched him on Turner Sports. What if I told you I don't believe you mean that?
But I don't. I just couldn't think of somebody. Okay, let me think. Seriously, let me think.
And then while you do yours, I'll give you mine. And
Okay.
I'm just saying who my favorite one, Evan. Roberto Clemente, my favorite baseball player of all time. Don Mattingly.
Not even a Hall of Famer, never won a title.
I don't care. He's in my Hall of
Best
Fame.
first baseman or favorite first baseman?
Favorite.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Evan. Yeah, favorite. Especially when he wasn't in the Hall.
You didn't even know that, did you?
I did know.
No, you didn't. Okay, I would say.
I hate you had to bring it up. I wanted to know in your heart.
Well, I need to see the list.
Well, then you don't have one.
I'll tell. Okay. Oh, I'll tell you my favorite one. Fred McGriff.
Mad Dog.
Crime Dog.
We'll get into Mad Dog later.
Yeah, oh boy.
I mean, the best first baseman I've ever seen. I mean, McCovey's up there.
Yeah. Can I get a
Stan
do-over?
Musial.
Can I
Ooh,
get
he
a
could hit.
do-over, guys? Seriously.
Musial played right.
I need Ken's
Hold on.
party tomorrow. Bad. Or even the cafeteria today.
Nobody knows who Ken is.
He works here. And he's having a party tomorrow. We'll all pull up, turn up.
All right.
Listen, it's my favorite first baseman's Pops. Willie Stargell.
That's a good one.
And Snell.
Yeah.
You clearly forgot, though. And as my dad would say, if you forgot, that means he wasn't your favorite or your best.
Wasn't as bad as your answer. You didn't even give him an answer.
Stan Musial.
Well, Steiny, you're licking it up.
I know Guru's least favorite first baseman. Casey Schmidt.
He's not a first baseman.
I got Chasey Schmidt. Yeah.
See Fielding. Stan Musial.
What is it?
It doesn't say by position. Oh, there it is. He played first. He played both. Both outfielder, first base. Stan the man.
When he turned 40.
You still didn't get his numbers, huh?
He played first base 114 games when he was 25, 149 when he was 26.
Oh, he played.
Then he played the outfield most of the time. Different positions in the outfield. That's about half and half. Seriously.
Will Clark's on my list.
Of course. You gotta use your homer card.
I'm from the Bay, unlike you.
I know.
You hate that.
Well, but I don't.
Outsider.
Right, but just because people are from Philadelphia doesn't mean I give them every break in the book like you do with people out in the Bay. Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma.
My man.
Hey, Murillo, how you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing well. Happy Friday.
Yeah.
All is well. I love the subject, and here's what my view on the stats. One that I don't like is using yards after catch to attribute that to a quarterback. But that's not what I'm calling. That's just the example I want to use.
All right.
You know what I feel like?
Talk to
the artificial hype, or in Steiny's words, the cosmetic crap. You know what I hate about it? Steiny, is the euphemisms. I hate euphemisms. And I feel like a lot of these stats, they're like euphemisms because it goes on the other way. They're trying to put life on things that are meaningless. So the Pacers, I think there's the stat I saw the other day. There's like over 14 or 1,700 games in the playoffs history that a team is down 7 points with 50 seconds left. Only 4 teams won that game, and the Pacers won 3 of them this season. That's amazing. That's clutch.
Yeah.
I don't need to look at. So you see what my grip here? So yeah, I compare it to euphemisms because it goes on the other way. Euphemism takes the life out of the word.
Wow,
and
man.
Wordsmith, Steiny, what do you think about it? So, we used to have hospitals that are now wellness center. Toilet paper is now bathroom tissue.
Look
so we
at
have
my
all these
man.
little. You see what I'm saying now?
Yes.
This is a bit from George Carlin, but this is what I think of these stats. It's just creating something that doesn't need to be there.
Murillo.
If you have an educated eye for the sport.
I got to ask Murillo
But,
this. You were on fire, and you're so on fire, your delivery different than Steiny's. You got me thinking this. Does this qualify? Exit velocity in baseball. I don't need to know how hard it was
my
hit.
God,
That's a good
that's
stat.
horrible. That's horrible.
So you're a hypocrite.
No.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No.
For cutting you off. But
That's
I
all
love
right.
that
He does
one,
that all the time.
Guru. Because Shasky talked about this. Like, there's a craft in baseball. And look, I coach soccer, and I love basketball. I just watch baseball. I know the game. I never called here to talk about baseball. But you're right. Like, the best hitters.
Don't tell me.
There's an art to it. Sometimes you don't need velocity. You need to hit the right spot, right? They don't bunt anymore. So the game is different. And, but let's try to keep it real, right? Thank you, guys. Have a good Friday.
All right, Murillo, thank you. Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rod Brooks in 3 minutes.
Our
NBC
guy.
Sports Bay Area.
We'll call him the first baseman.
49ers pre- and post-game host.
Get some thoughts on Perk.
And guest. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Like, exit velocity to me, that's fine.
Wow.
Because it's
I'm going
it's
dibs on you.
miles per hour.
But Steiny,
how hard a ball came
I'm
off the bat.
not calling you a
I am.
hypocrite, but you can't understand how somebody is blown away hearing you say that's okay. Because Murillo was like,
do you not understand the difference?
I just had a sports orgasm.
Do you not understand
with
the
what
difference?
You just said. No.
Okay, let me explain it to you.
Hold on. Let me explain it to you. You don't have to tell me how hard a ball was hit.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. We know it was hit hard.
You don't like to be precise.
But it's going against what you're saying.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Murillo
the reason it's not is because miles per hour is a measurable. It is a fact if a ball goes 100 off the bat or 80 off the bat. Those are facts.
It's still
when you
new
say
stat.
It's a new stat, but it's a stat.
We don't need. I like knowing Steiny hit the crap out of that ball.
So you're not going to let me tell you the difference because one is a made-up stat by people. The other one is an actual stat to measure something in miles per hour. It's if you can't see see the difference, I don't think I can help you.
No, I love you for that, but the bottom line is it wasn't around, and the same people that concocted this clutch stat came out with that miles per hour stat. The same philosophy on why all of a sudden do we need it is all under the same tree.
Not necessarily.
Yep. Murillo agreed with me 2-1.
Evans, there's no way Evan thinks exit velocity
even if he disagrees,
gratuitous.
He's different than you.
Yeah,
go ahead,
but Goo, you know how much I hate to agree with Steiny. Yeah. Why would you make me do it? All right, do you like knowing how hard pitchers throw?
No doubt. That's been a part of the game forever.
It's the same thing.
In your face.
Like, if I don't, I want to know how hard Steven Strider's throwing.
But Evan, that was since you were born.
Like Paul Skeens, isn't it more impressive that I know that he throws 102?
Okay, you are right. Evan. But Evan, that was a part of the game since you were born.
But that's because they always had a radar gun.
Right, but why did we need to go say, you know what now, Tony? Let's come out with mile per hour. Let's flash it up on the screen and let Daryl know it's a hard hit ball. I get what you're saying.
Okay,
it's
thanks.
New.
Just say you're wrong and we'll move on.
That was my Harry Carey. I'm not wrong. Murillo just said.
You know what? Here's what I would love, and you're going to think I'm. What's been you don't want to see the hardest hit ball of the season in theory? Like you can now figure that out.
Well, I can go watch said hitter and know that I'm probably going to see it that night.
No, you're not. There's only been one ball that's been hit this year that's been the hardest hit ball.
O'Neal Cruz.
Okay. So we know the hardest hit ball in baseball.
Well, what does that do for you?
I think it's an interesting stat, just like who throws the hardest.
But you say, well, obviously it's better than the clutch stat.
Yes, because clutch stat is somebody determined 5 minutes
but it's the
and a
criteria
certain
they
amount
came up with.
They came up with it. Nobody's saying let's come up with something different than miles per hour.
The best one is how far the homer goes.
Sure,
that is the greatest.
That?
No, I love it.
That's a tangible thing. Let me tell you a stat I think stinks. Although you're allowed to use it if it backs up your point. Quarterback starting records. A quarterback starting record.
That's so
Brock Purdy's 35 and 20. Pike hit it.
Jimmy also had that and took his team to a Super Bowl. They're two different things. I'm not saying Jimmy was the sole reason, but Steiny, we can't hate on, hey, what's your record as a starting quarterback? 25 and 3? Why does that? But like, you think the quarterback's getting out? Like when I hear that,
yes, it's just like, you know what it's like? It's like plus minus. Quarterback can get a loss when he plays great. Yeah. He can get a win when he stinks.
I hate plus minus.
It's not a complete indication of the effectiveness. We're talking about stats that are useless.
I am shocked though that one. And Murillo was on your side, but he felt.
No, he was on my side.
Yeah, but the exit velocity, I hate how it looks on the screen. I hate them talking about it. Barry Bonds, we didn't need exit velocity.
And there he goes again.
Dave Parker, Kevin Mitchell,
you know what?
Willie McCovey, we didn't need that.
You know what I'm realizing? You're just great at ticking off Hall of Famers. We didn't need Bonds.
But Jack Clark
Babe Ruth. You didn't say Jack Clark.
I said Jack Clark.
You said Kevin Mitchell, who's not in the Hall of Fame.
And Jack Clark. Oh, my God.
You don't know anything about Jack Clark.
I used to go support him. Darrell Evans, Johnny LeMaster. Please.
Oh, yeah,
shortstop.
Boy, that exit velocity on LeMaster. Woo.
I didn't say it for that.
See, this is what I'm getting at. 888-957-9570. Here's a stat that's useless, according to the 510.
Give it to me.
Quality start.
See, that's not useless.
Is it still 3 runs or fewer in 6 innings?
I thought it was 5. But, Steiny, that's a real come on. Hey, how did Steiny do tonight? Quality start. So you know.
I'm not saying it's useless. I'm just saying that's a text we got. 888-957-9570. Rod Brooks hopefully going to join us momentarily. NBC Sports Bay Area.
And they got an award.
Hey, let's, hold on. Oh, Evan. Let's go to the River Islands guest line.
Our man.
Sponsored by River Islands in Lathrop. Isn't it time you discovered the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Rod Brooks, NBC Sports Bay Area, 49ers pre- and post-game host. However, yesterday afternoon,
yes, sir,
he was at the Giants game. What's up, Rod? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hang it in, Rod.
We're doing well. Now we're going to see. First of all, how'd you like the Giants game? And it looked like you were there with your son. Is that right?
Yeah, man, an old man taking in a baseball game with his son. There's nothing more traditional and cool than that. And yeah, you see the Giants score more than 1 run and they win. Hey, man, you take that, right?
Yes, sir.
I got to ask you, Rob, when I saw you with your son, and Sonny knows there's nothing like being a good dad or trying to be, I just said, man, I got good dad vibes from you. And then we also had some fun coming in this morning at the water cooler. Your son had a glove, but you had a glove. But, Rob, it was the first baseman glove. So we're all in the office today like, maybe he plays softball. Can you tell us where that first baseman glove came from?
That is my old high school glove. In Little League and in high school, because, let's keep it funky. That's where you keep the kid that doesn't have any lateral movement. So where do you put the big, tall, lanky kid that really can't move left to right? You stick him at first. So, yeah, man, that's my old first baseman's glove, and my son had his glove. So, we had seats where balls, you sit in first row in the club level, you go get some action. So I'm not trying to be called out by Crooked Kite like, oh, he would have brought that if you caught his glove. You ain't got to get ready if you stay ready. You feel what I'm saying?
Hey, Rod, and we're joined by Rod Brooks, NBC Sports Bay Area. You can hear him on 49ers pre- and post-game. And so essentially you were the original Bryce Eldridge. Because he doesn't have a lot of lateral movement. They're working on him at first base. You're both probably about 6'8". So you were the original, Rod.
You know what, though? Here's something interesting. Talking to people with the Giants, and I'm going to leave names out of it, just, how the business is. You have these conversations, and they're somewhat off the record, so you leave the names out of it. But, yeah, Bryce Eldridge is literally in the process of learning how to play first base. And here's something that's interesting is that, first base is about footwork. The great ones, JT Snow obviously is the first name you think of as Giants fans. It was about his footwork and his ability to move quickly. Bryce Eldridge, they're trying to get him to do that, and he's a guy that didn't play basketball. Think about that for a second. He's a tall guy, but he didn't play basketball. When you play basketball, footwork is something that you have to work on, you have to develop. So with Bryce Eldridge, yeah, we know that is solid. He just banged another one out in AAA last night. But the Giants are really trying to fast track his first base defense development because that's how he's going to get up to the Giants and stay. The idea of a 21-year-old DH with the draft capital that they spent on him, that's just not in the cards. But when he becomes a serviceable first baseman, that's when the Giants are feel like that he'll be a guy that'll be a mainstay in that lineup and at that position.
No doubt. Rod, I got to tell you this. Nobody asked, but I told Steiny I'm going to the yard tonight, and I got lineup envy when it comes to those damn Dodgers and Padres with Tatis and Machado. They got batters. They got bats. What happened to Jeff Kent, Bonds, Kevin Mitchell, and the likes? But there's a dude the Giants have, and I want to see Eldridge quick, fast, in a hurry. But talk to us about Ramos. He made the All-Star game last year, but now I feel like he's their guy. Just what do you see when you watch him play?
Well, first off, what you see, he's an athlete, all right? I mean, he's big, he's strong, he's fast. And what you notice with Ramos is he doesn't make the same mistake twice, or he doesn't compound mistakes. He might have an off, let's say an off game in the field, but you'll never see him have multiple games in a row where you're just like, oh, man, you can't put him out there. He will have, because it's baseball, he will have ups and downs at the plate, but he really won't have those long slumps where you go, all right, man, maybe the bloom is off the rose. So with Ramos, I just see a dude who, I mean, right now, even as good as Jung-Hoo Lee is and has been for the Giants, to me, Ramos is their best, most consistent player because he doesn't have those wide swings. He doesn't have those wide up and downs. But, Goo, it's funny, when you mentioned about the Padres lineup, I was saying the same thing to my son. It's just that you look at the first 4, 5, 6 guys they have, and you're just like, yo, man, you just don't get a breath. And credit to, Robbie Ray and credit to Logan Webb, like I said, with that lineup, you just don't get a breath to where you just go, okay, I can get through this guy, and if I get through this guy, I'm cool with the next 2 or 3 batters. That Padres lineup, man, they just keep coming and coming and coming. And quiet as kept, you're going to see that from the Braves a little bit tonight, too.
Yeah, Rod Brooks joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on NBC Sports Bay Area. He does 49ers pre and post. So let me get you out of here on a 49er question. Rod, obviously the re-signing of Brock Purdy, $53 million. He's one of the top 8 paid quarterbacks. This team looks like it's in a little transition. Where are you with the 49ers compared with the expectations of the last 2 or 3 years?
Well, let's just go back to last year. And what were the problems last year? One problem they needed to address, and they addressed it. The other one is just the way that it is. The Niners' big problem last year, they couldn't stop the run. They couldn't stop the run when they needed to, and particularly they could not stop the run up the middle. So what have they done this year to address that? They handled their business in draft. The other problem for the Niners, and this gets to the bigger problem for them last year, is that they couldn't run the ball the way they wanted to, the way they need to supplement that pass game. Well, presumably Christian McCaffrey is going to be healthy for the balance of the season. I'm going to go ahead and knock on wood since I'm outside. So if you have a healthy McCaffrey, that means you're going to have a healthier, better run game. With the additions that they made in the draft to address the problems they had stopping the run, and I just don't see the Niners having all of the health issues they had last year. Number one, starting with McCaffrey, they're going to be healthier. They addressed the needs they needed to address defensively. With the schedule and with the talent that's already there, I mean, how do you not see this team making the playoffs? It takes a lot to make the Super Bowl. Obviously, luck. There's some things I think I need to see a little bit more in terms of offensive line play, and also, some of the things they're doing schematically with Brock Purdy, protections and things of the like. But in terms of like the bones, the infrastructure to get back to the playoffs and make a deep playoff run, they have that. Similar as they had when they were going to NFC Championship games on the regular. You don't know nothing about that, though, Goo, since you're a Cowboy fan.
Hey, and you rub it in and remind me all the time. I'm like, lay off, man. I'm like, damn, Rob. Hey, quietly, you've been on a dry spell, too. Y'all been there, but they need to get one for the Bay sooner than later, man.
And you ain't doing nothing but speaking the truth. I mean, and that's the thing about Niner fans, is that they love the team, but it gets harder and harder for Niner fans, when you talking smack to other fan bases. It gets harder and harder to kind of defend what's going on, because you can very easily say to Niner fans, y'all haven't won the Super Bowl since Bill Clinton was president.
Oh boy, Bill!
You can't just say that about the Cowboys. You know what I mean?
That's true. Hey, Rod, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and all the best to you, my man.
Take care. Y'all be good.
All right. Rod Brooks, NBC Sports Bay Area, 49er pre- and post-game show. Had a lot of fun with Rod. Great guy. All right. On the other side, we're having some fun with useless statistics.
And I got some more.
Are there statistics out there that you think are useless and just meaningless and a waste of time? We talked a little bit about the clutch time stat. Ugh. Awful. 888-957-9570. Jump in if you want to join the conversation on 95.7 The Game.
honest.
Yeah, because he wasn't good enough to elevate his team to a win without that concocted clutch time stat. How about winning a game by 11, Steph? One time.
Who won it this year? I'm trying to find out who won it this year.
Brunson.
You might.
It's just who is.
He did.
You know what? It's given to the player on a team who can't put away another team as much as he should.
Brunson won it, Stoney. And they got that right.
Says who?
Dude is a bucket getter in crunch time. We've seen that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Haliburton's been the most clutch player in the league this year.
He didn't win the award.
Exactly. Thank you very much. And you know what? If they did the numbers for the postseason, he probably wouldn't win it either. But we all know who the money player's been.
Can I give you, Evan, and the listeners a trivia question? And this stems from me in my bedroom last night watching the WNBA Valkyries.
Careful.
Okay. No, you know I'm not into that stuff, Evan. And Jerry West is the logo for the NBA. Right. Duh. I think it should be Jordan. But I was watching the Valkyries, and I said, who's the logo for the Valkyries? When did my research?
WNBA?
The WNBA.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I said, I'm going to lay that on my face. Evan, don't type in on the computer. I saw Evan getting ready to type. He was trying to cheat. Who, fellas, or anybody out there, is the logo for the WNBA?
I think, well, go for it.
I'd guess Cheryl Miller.
That was my guess.
Okay.
Cheryl Swoops.
Nobody.
Hold on.
It's no specific player.
That's a terrible question. It's got to have an answer.
No, it's a provocative one. I was like, who is it?
How long were you going to let us guess names?
Just once you went and he went. Evan ran to that computer. It says it's no specific person. It's just a silhouette of a woman's basketball player. But Stoney, I don't like that. It should be Cheryl Miller or somebody like that.
Apparently in 97, the original logo was based on the Jerry West silhouette, but with a female figure. And then it was changed twice in 2013 and then 2019.
You guys got
They got to settle on something.
That's where I'm going.
Goodness.
Who would you have? Would it be it was Cheryl Miller for me? I don't know who Evan would have. Who would you have, honestly, Sonny?
It's a good question.
What was my girl from the Monarchs? She was a baller.
Panachero.
No.
Yes.
Well,
she's the best player in franchise history in Sacramento.
No, hold on.
Tish
Panachero. Used to work with dated this player. Oh, yeah. Who am I thinking? Ruthie? No. Hold on.
Like Tarasi.
Huh?
I was actually thinking.
She was a hooper. My boy Silk Basie likes her.
I mean, Swoops could be it.
Man, easy. But Cheryl Stoney was before her time.
So, have you found the player that you think was better than?
Well, I was finishing our conversation.
Panachero?
And I got to read this real quick, not to make it about me.
No, you never do that.
This hit hard. Yeah. 415, not even Guru or Daryl Johnson. Didn't you listen to your dad? Tell him to shut up and let the callers talk. I get excited and don't want them to hang up. It's not interrupting.
Yeah. I think the boss talked to you about that the other day, right? During the crossover.
About what?
It's the same kind of thing.
Please.
Yeah, just don't be afraid to. You know what?
What would that conversation go like?
It would go like this.
I'm energy.
It would go like this. Hey, remember, hey, Goo, you remember that old 49er who never played, Jarek McKinnon?
Yeah.
Remember when they acquired McKinnon?
Yeah.
You know what he was really good? He was a great third down back.
Oh, man.
He doesn't play every down, and yet he was still really effective when he was a Viking.
I tried to do that in the crossover yesterday. You guys had a problem with it. Wheeler was like, Goo, you okay? Diz was just looking at me.
Oh, I know who it should be.
It's Cheryl Miller for me.
Chinny.
Oh.
Chinny. No.
Her name is Shanae.
You know who it should be? And I'm serious.
Go ahead.
Candace Parker.
I'm not mad at that, but she doesn't. Cheryl Miller is
careful.
When I think of women's basketball, I think of Cheryl Miller. She scored 100,
and you're 60 years old, so that makes sense.
My hair is 35.
But Evan might have a different thought on that.
Let's go. Caitlin Clark, Evan.
No.
Not yet. She can't be.
Although she's She's the face of the league right now, it feels like.
She's on IL.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, ladies and gentlemen, righteously brewed in Frisco.
Oh, that does remind me, though. So the Valkyries are hosting Caitlin Clark's team, the Indiana Fever, in 13 days. Two Thursdays from now, June 19th.
Yep.
So my buddy last night I'm talking to, and he bought tickets for his sister to go see Caitlin Clark because she loves Caitlin Clark. He wants to go to a game. It's a great time. Tickets, obviously, are a little pricier.
Jordan-like.
To go see Caitlin Clark than they are for other teams. But she's on the IL.
Oh, my goodness.
Isn't it going to be close, though?
But she might not be back by that game.
Correct.
It just reminds me of the issue that the NBA seems to run into.
Can you believe
it's
that?
injury, I get it, but it's like,
damn,
I'm paying big bucks to go see the Bucks tonight. Oh, Giannis isn't playing.
And if I'm correct, this will be her only visit.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah, it would stink.
You got
now you know how half the league feels about Curry.
Stop. That is a dagger.
Oh, wait, sorry. There's one more game. They come back in August, late August. One more time.
All right.
You know what? I do want to. We missed somebody who I actually. This is the one that it should be. Cynthia Cooper.
Well, I'm not mad at that one. And I was thinking of Ruthie
D-Lou 22.
Yeah,
she stunk.
What about Tamia Holtzclaw? That's my boy.
I'm sorry. What was the first name?
I forget her first name.
No, but you said it.
Dude, don't play with me like this, because I'll fight.
Shamika Holtzclaw. She went to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think of that recommendation?
No, it's Cynthia Cooper.
How good was she?
She's great. Great player. You know what? Tell you what, in 15 minutes, I'll give you my women's Mount Rushmore. All-time players. No, I don't. I don't want to hear yours. And
I do want to hear yours. But if you don't got Cheryl Miller in there, what are we doing?
The problem with Cheryl Miller is, unfortunately, her career got cut short by injury. You didn't even know that, did you?
I did know.
You didn't.
Now that hurts.
But that's okay.
Shut up. I know she scored a C note. Now.
That she did that in high school.
Now
what?
Now.
Hey, did you see that Adam Silver did his...
So you didn't hear me say time for the legal?
I did the legal already. I did the legal already. How much do you think... You know, I'm sorry, I just can't get it out of my head. The boss and our director of program sport, whatever the hell Lucas's title is.
Guru.
What the hell are they getting accomplished at this offsite?
What if they're having fun?
So here's the other thing. I couldn't stand when he used the term offsite. That is used when an entire department goes outside the office or the studio to work on stuff. It's not two people. That's called playing hooky.
You sound green,
Steiny.
You sound jealous as all outdoors.
I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah.
Our department's not very big.
The point is, it should have been the powers that be.
This is privilege.
From some of the people over there.
You cannot talk about the boss at the job.
Boss
and
is.
Still be employed. Yeah, exactly.
Want to bet?
And be employed.
You want to bet?
It's privilege. I couldn't do it.
Dude, I told you this. Any radio program director.
You can't complain at the job.
It's understood that they can get ripped
Stop.
on the air.
Real quick, Maya Moore. That's my girl.
Where'd she go to college?
Maya Moore. Yeah. That's my girl.
Yeah, where'd she go to college?
Cheryl Swoops.
Where'd she go to college?
Honey, stop.
First one went to Connecticut.
We need to bring
and
back
the second one went to Texas Tech.
Oh, Red Raiders.
Yeah. Okay.
We need to bring Jockberty back.
Ev, the boss doesn't like it.
No, but you and me.
Which means today is the day.
Oh, that's the 9.
Get Whitey on the horn.
Yeah.
Hey,
he's on the radio.
Evan, I don't want to catch you by surprise here.
Yeah, you do it all the time.
But do you have that sound from those guys in New York?
I do.
I want to get into this.
Oh, boy.
It's kind of fun.
It is.
All right. Evan, when you're ready, anytime.
So this is from our sister station, WFAN. It's kind of a lengthy cut, but they were discussing head coaching options for the New York Knicks. Oh, by the way, Steiny, it's reported a couple minutes ago from Ian Begley that Chris Finch could be in the running for the New York Knicks. Now, on to another option, potentially.
Are you serious?
Okay. So Brian Windhorst did his podcast, The Hoops Collective, and he had a couple of pretty good reporters on, Tim McMahon, Tim Bontemps, and they were just talking. They were not really reporting anything per se, just talking in general about what the Knicks could do. And Windy made a very interesting comment. We know about Windy, you got to connect the dots. He said, look, trading for an NBA head coach is on the table, even if it's unlikely. It can happen. And he said what you should do is think about Western Conference teams, not the East, because it's very unlikely an Eastern Conference team would be okay trading their coach to the New York Knicks. But think about Western Conference teams. Think about coaches. Think about who would go to their management and say, you know what? I'm interested in the Knick job. Can you guys help me get there? As a sign of goodwill. As, hey, I've been here. I've done this for you. I'm done. I'd like to go there. And so I'm thinking, I'm like, all right, let me go through the Western Conference. What head coach would A, make sense for the Knicks, and then B, where I could see the guy saying, you know what? I want the Knick job.
He deserved it.
And I came up with somebody.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you right now, this name would garner 96% fan approval from Knick fans if it ever happened.
96%.
It's that, oh God, really? Would that ever happen? And the more I thought about it, like I could kind of see it happening. And the person I'm talking about is Steve Kerr.
Oh, my God.
Wow. The only way Steve would leave the Bay is if he truly thought, and I don't think he's programmed guys this way, that the only reason I got my 4 rings is because Steph and Wardell Curry.
Well, it is.
And if he wanted to, go show that a Knick team, let's be honest, I think we all can agree, are closer to maybe winning the title than the Warriors currently. But there's no way he would dip out and go back to a job he turned down to get this one, would he? That's what you call sports talk radio.
I mean,
Kerr leaving?
What if he thinks he sees the writing on the wall here in Golden State? That he knows this is his last year.
Well, I know
but
he
he's
would
not
be
done
happy.
coaching, and he wants to get a head start on his next job.
No, man, you could be right, but the trade aspect of this it
can be done.
I know, but a contract not expiring, and I don't see that. But Kuminga would be happy.
What would you give? What Knicks? I mean, you wouldn't want to trade Thibodeau for Kerr.
Oh my gosh, no.
Although I'll tell you what, how fun would it be to watch Tibbs running Butler, Draymond Green, and Curry into the ground?
Yeah. He could just bring some basketball coffins because that's what they would be in.
I mean, they wouldn't last till Christmas under Thibodeau. What about a player for the Knicks? Is there any player for the Knicks that you trade for Steve Kerr?
But is any coach worth that? And I love he's my one of my top 5 coaches.
You know what? Let me Google.
Yeah, but Steiny, is anybody, man?
Yes,
when
coaches
you got
have been
the
traded.
likes of Michael Malone sitting out there, Mark Jackson. All I want for Mark, back to him, you better get a damn interview, and Patrick Ewing too. 2 staples in New York, brothers. Go ahead and give them the old, you might not get hired, but we'll give you the interview. So other people can look and be like, you know what? We might give Steiny an interview. I'm tired of me being on Malcolm X for black coaches.
In NBA history, a head coach has been traded as part of a player trade, most famously Doc Rivers being traded to the Clippers from the Boston Celtics for a first-round pick. Coaches can also be traded for draft picks or other assets. 2014, the Brooklyn Nets traded Jason Kidd to the Milwaukee Bucks for 2 second-rounders. 2007, Miami received a second-round pick when Van Gundy took over Stan Van Gundy took over in Orlando. It's been done.
Give us OG Anunoby. Hey, Evan, you give us OG Anunoby. All right, Kerr.
Do the Knicks have their own pick this year?
Well, Steve Kerr's an expiring contract, so he probably wouldn't be able to fetch that much.
I think they could redo it.
He wouldn't leave.
But
a sign and trade?
Man, hold on. When New York Knicks draft pick?
What is it?
It is.
Well, it's either going to the Nets or the Raptors.
It was selected. Never mind.
That's where it's going?
They don't have a first-round pick, I want to say, for a while.
Oh,
That
boy.
hurts.
Kerr, yeah.
Well, because they traded a bunch for OG, and then they traded a bunch for Bridges.
Stay put, Steve.
Yeah,
I wonder how he was on with Willard and Dibbs today. They could just play that sound, and he'd probably laugh.
Didn't Steve Kerr say, well, it was a while back, but like if he had taken the head coaching job at the Knicks when Phil Jackson was running it, he would have been fired in 3 years?
Probably.
Oh, my gosh.
He probably
would have survived that. Phil didn't.
Well, he was awful. He was.
Well, he didn't have Shaq, Kobe, or Jordan.
I'm talking
Pitt.
about as a general manager.
Oh,
He's absolutely horrendous.
President.
We didn't have much to work with, though.
You're giving him a pass. You're giving him a pass. Why? Because he coached Kobe? And anything affiliated with Kobe or surrounding Kobe you can never criticize? What is it with you and him?
Who?
The guy who quit in the NBA Finals.
Well, he didn't quit.
He just didn't pass.
He had a boat.
Oh, no.
I was so mad at him.
Yeah, but it didn't matter. Hey, by the way, Shea Gill just squeezing off 30 shots last night. Woo! You got to love it, buddy. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Evan, I don't know. I'm just telling you, man. Some other Thunder players got to step up. But for you to sit your starting center, it's almost like you lost before.
You wanted to get off to a good start. He did.
That's going in the lab when you don't have to.
Okay.
You go to the lab to make adjustments. Now you're just sipping wine at home. Honey, what can I do to show everybody I'm smarter? And Hartenstein was open.
It's not your job.
No, it is, yeah.
You know what? I'm going to let him go. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Any stats out there that you think are worthless or meaningless? How about exit velocity? How about clutch time stats?
Gosh, you hate that.
Oh, and we're also going to talk about athletes.
Oh, I'm ready. I am one.
And I'll tell you more about that on the other side on 95.7 The Game. This is not uncommon, but
about that, and I said, I don't need the drug. I don't even know each other. Who's pushing the
That's
button?
Evan.
Back there?
Yeah, Evan. That's
Okay,
your boy,
Evan.
Evan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
Evan wasn't here when Willard said, and now I got to tell Evan if he hadn't heard, what were we supposed to do? So Willard was kind of making the point, we didn't dime you out. We had to give the guy the answer as to who was back there. We could just leave him on, you know what I'm So I thought about it driving home, like, I don't think we dimed you out.
Yeah, but you were John Wayne on the draw. Like it was pretty quick.
It was. It was.
Well, before you get into what you're going to do.
Oh, let me guys hear another text from 49er Frankie.
Our good friend Jim Molay.
Oh.
And every time I get something wrong, you call KPIX or put something out on Twitter or cut it up and plaster it all on social. So this is the text, and I'll read it from Jim. Goo, just saw your over on Hartenstein, 7.5 rebounds. Hit. You need to take a victory lap for that, brother. If you hadn't already, nice.
Yeah, you won all of $13.
If I work with guys that kind of built me up and didn't text without me on the thread behind my back, maybe you would celebrate my victories.
I thought your victory lap was winning a lot of money. Or your neighbor.
Well, no.
$13?
I put myself out there when I said liquidate all assets.
Right.
College money, all that. CDs.
Would you bet a $5?
What's a $5?
$5.
They cut, please.
Okay.
Wait, so
was it a tenner?
You won big last night, right, Goo?
Tom Hanks.
Please.
So, cafeteria.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody,
you got me?
Somebody owes me.
Who?
I gave you guys
For
a gift on Monday when I came in, made a stop at a store, said which one of you, and then somebody said, I'll get you when we get to the cafeteria. So
Now that is uncool.
I just,
hey,
it wasn't that.
No.
I'm not into that. Evan, you got me, but.
Wait, for what?
Oh, well, he gave it to you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody owes me.
Steiny owes you.
Yeah,
Well, he always owes you.
You owe me for the Knicks because they were eliminated on Saturday.
He paid that already.
No, he didn't.
Last Friday.
No, the series wasn't over.
He's right, Evan.
It was preemptive.
Well, you got me.
All right. I saw this stat, and I thought of you immediately, Goo. And it's one of the reasons why you and I are just oil and water.
Yep.
So you came in yesterday, and you started to talk about the Thunder, and oh, my God, could you imagine if the Thunder don't win? Oh, Steiny, heads are right. Oh, Steiny, a choke job of all epic proportions. Oh, my God, if they're a favorite this much ever gotten beat, oh, Steiny, if Oklahoma City loses, where do they go? How many NBA finals do you think there's been, Goo, in NBA history?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
78. Okay, so how many? I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
So that means 100. There have been 156 different teams in the NBA Finals.
All right.
Okay?
Yep.
The Thunder are the second youngest team to ever play in the NBA Finals. The second youngest team out of 156 teams. Yeah, so go ahead. Bury them if they don't win it.
I'm not burying them.
Yeah, you will.
I got to tell you.
The second
do you know the number
youngest.
one? Because I feel like I know it.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Thunder with Harden, Westbrook, and Durant.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
That's probably wrong, but that's fine.
No, that would be like,
No, because I'll tell you why that's not right. Who's the guy that played? Oh, you know who's on that team?
Tell me, I'm trying to think.
Nick Collison. So clearly they're not going to be the youngest because he was playing when he was 47.
But what part don't you get from my lexicon that I'm not burying them?
You are. You're going to bury them.
Dibs came in here yesterday and
agreed with me.
Deep dive Dibs talking about just the win discrepancy. This is one of the biggest ones in finals history.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's trying to bury anybody, but you keep playing around like you're going to get a million chances to get this thing done. Okay, sometimes we send it to where it does not happen. They're only down 0-1. My point to you, sir, is I feel like a lot of people did not give the Pacers a chance.
Not me.
And this was OKC and SGA and the MVP, and now we got a series, and that's all. Quit looking and reading other smut and putting it at my doorstep, because when I snap, it's not going to be pretty, and I let you do it daily. I'm not burying anybody.
Don't bury a young team. Don't bury a young team. That's all I'm telling you not to do.
The 14, 15 Warriors, and we know what that culminated with. That's all. So I'm not burying them. I just like sports when everybody whistling Dixie, walking through the street. Okay, young, great team, 68 wins.
Yeah, they got to blow. If they don't win, they got to blow it up.
So you want to know my answer?
I know it's going to be your answer.
Why would you blow it up?
Because you have no patience.
Please. Oh,
none.
I got 3 kids.
0.
You might need a little help, though.
Oh, go out and get Wembanyama?
You might need a little help.
Yeah, they need help.
All right, bet something on it. I got Pacers.
No, you don't. You picked Oklahoma City yesterday.
No,
I picked the Pacers.
No, that wasn't for any moolah.
You didn't pick the Pacers.
I said Pacers in 6.
You said, all right, well, nobody else wants them, so I guess I'll do it.
He's trying to tell the American people that he did. You're lying. You're a liar.
No, I'm not.
You said multiple times, I can't bet against OKC.
Dude, it's a radio show. You got to have it's your job.
You don't.
Yeah.
You do not.
With your privilege,
I present both sides.
Yeah, you do. Better than anybody.
Wait, seriously, you're willing to switch to the Pacers after one game?
No, I'm just I'm trying to irritate the man.
Of course he is.
God, I wish there was a Steiny sedative. I'd have a bottle.
Thank you, D-Lou22.
What'd he say?
Steiny picked the Pacers. Also, D-Lou22 earlier in the show.
What?
Steiny did say the Pacers had action back in March. Thank you.
I honestly.
See, that's the gift I have.
No, honestly, I do remember you saying that.
All right, I won't bring it up anymore. As long as you acknowledge, I don't need to bring it up.
Where do you get me burying OKC if they lost? They're too young.
You've set it up already. Steiny,
He's
if
doing
they
the
lose,
internet on me.
If they lose,
let's put it right on the table. I'm snitching on you.
Let's do it.
There's a guy out here.
That's right, I go pest control.
Thank you. One of the biggest in the game, the media game, that you got a problem with. And I think because you can't touch him, you're afraid to call him out. You're doing it to me. Stephen A. Smith.
He stinks.
Yeah, and he went in on the Thunder
down on
last
him.
night.
You better be careful.
And you go to bed and you're like, that's Guru. And you bring it here and take it out on me like I'm Stephen A. Hairlines are different.
He, at halftime, that oh my God. That halftime show was an abomination. Was Myers on it?
Yeah, he was.
Actually, okay, it was fine.
I sent him a text. Yeah.
But wouldn't you know it, one half of one game, Haliburton, he come to play or not? This is the NBA Finals. He got to do something. And what Miles Turner, somebody tell him we're the NBA Finals.
Hey, he's just calling it like he had saw it then.
And we are missing something.
Don't be disrespectful.
Okay. Shut up.
Congrats. He got he's going back to radio.
Can I be honest about, and this is up your alley, and I'm interested to see if you're going to agree with me or not. No, seriously. I'm not feeling the broadcast crew. I'm sorry, I'm not.
I'm the guy that told you this is bad. And you know what
it's the first game of the final.
No, they've been doing this for all season long.
No, this is their first game.
I go watch old Warrior games just to hear Mark, Van Gundy, and Breen. It's worse than when Redick was on it. This is bad. They've lost their way. Evan, I'm serious.
There's too much agreement, if I'm going to be honest, listening to them.
Oh, my gosh. What has happened? And they know it.
I hate that Breen's being exposed because he's really good.
Oh, man. Mark and Jeff it was like a sitcom or TV show. And I go watch the old Warrior games, and I got him. I know where to find him. Go ahead, Stout. He's out of control.
Just Mike Breen and Doris Burke.
Oh.
I mean, they're like,
give it to me, man.
Put him in the NBA PR department.
Evan, could you do hoop?
Yeah, of course. I do St. Mary's basketball.
Yeah.
That was a big
You know
blunder.
what? It's Friday. I'm thinking about the cafeteria.
So am I.
In the NHL, they have the penalty box. That's where I'm at. So I'm just you go
looking to take a little breather.
No, I need to after
It's
that.
a 2-minute minor.
Yeah, he does it all the time, and I asked him. But seriously, you're on to something. Finally,
What in particular? I'm sorry.
this broadcast is
Yeah.
Yeah, it took you a while to come around on that.
give
But
Kevin
Well,
Harlan to
it was the first
ABC.
game of the final, so it was their first game. I mean, what do you want me to say?
No, all year long they.
I don't think so.
they've been doing the playoffs this whole time.
No.
And Saturday nights at 5:30. This is the Crew.
No.
All season long, this is the Crew's time. 5:30.
Last night, I'm pretty sure it was their
saw
first
when
game.
they eviscerated Draymond Green in the playoffs after I was at game. What was it, Evan? 6. When he hit Jalen Green early and they went in on I had to go back just to hear what they said. And they kept it real. But anyway, they have nothing on TNT, man. Kevin Harlan and Steinmetz that just went to the bathroom. Like, that's how great he is. Harlan. That was bad.
Stephen A. was really
He looked like a Paul Bear.
over the top.
That's what Evan said.
Oh, there's news, Steiny. He was over the top. By the way, Draymond Green was on Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, we got some sound later.
Oh, we do.
And pods. He's talking.
I don't think we have sound. Do we have? I don't think we have sound to pods.
Not a pod.
This is incredible.
Well, we can do pods now, if it's okay with Evan. Is it part of the script?
Shut up.
Well, you know we don't have no script.
I know.
Yeah, we learned that.
We had. Yeah. And by the way,
This isn't okay audible.
by the way, did you notice? Oh God,
What?
did you notice what I did yesterday in the boss's office? Did you notice?
You're an ass? I don't know.
No, Evan, no. What did I get into yesterday before we were ready to get into it? Remember?
Vacation?
No. We were supposed to talk about the Giants the first hour because they had an afternoon game, but then I brought up, I think, a basketball thing. Oh,
yeah,
the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the rest and the injuries.
Oh, you admitted your error.
So
You took responsibility.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
No,
he said I messed up today.
the boss was talking about topics and, that kind of thing. And I said, I thought we had a good one today, but I got to do a better job of executing
No
it.
doubt. That's what I'm talking. I heard you say it. We all knew it.
It was.
We lived.
I can't believe you guys.
What?
It was your fault too, and yours, but I took the brunt of it.
When you're the lead host and you're going, hey,
I'm not
we're
a
doing
real host.
We're doing the alphabet A, B, C, D, E, F. 9 times 9 is 81. Like, that's what you did. Yes. Where did that come from?
I apologized to him at the cafeteria.
Hey, you know what?
And you know what I told? You know what I said?
Serious.
I said, "Shut up, Evan."
No, hold on. Let's do something right.
I don't like apologies.
Okay, listen. When you two hook up without me,
Yeah, it's fun.
it's over. I don't want to hear this. Daryl Lavelle Johnson from Union City talking now. When you two, no, I'm being real.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't bring it up on the show. I don't want to hear about it because it reeks with some other stuff, some
what's it-
undertones.
Be a little more specific, please.
Nah, I feel
Racial?
left out. No, not racial.
Racial?
No, never. Evan is half black.
How do you know it's not racial?
I'm telling you because I don't feel it. But anyway, I don't like it.
That's because we're good at it. What else did we talk about yesterday?
Oh, a myriad of things.
No,
we watched,
I had to
we
go
watched
home.
the end of the Giants game.
I don't care. I went to the gym.
Yeah, sure.
And you said I was walking with a limp.
You are.
No,
You and the boss are in a limp off
I don't
right
have
now.
a limp. I'm
Oh my
feeling better
God.
now. I'm hooping tomorrow.
The Olympics. Goo. So, wait, but you seriously can't tell me that you're still limping and I can see a limp.
Yeah.
And then tell us you're going to play hoop tomorrow and
hey,
expect
all right.
me not to say anything
Evan, if
about
you told
it.
me to walk to you like a baby right now, there is no limp. I would own the limp. There's no limp. Now
You're
I got
winning, you're gonna
Crocs
win
on.
the. You're gonna win the George Sanford Award this
You're going to be
week.
Citizen Kane soon.
Dude.
Who are both?
Dude, you have like a peg leg right now.
Sonny, stop. If I can bend it,
You know what? Now I'm starting to realize why you like the Pirates.
oh wow, I'm gonna give you a 1.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody got
That's
it.
all right.
One
The
to
2 on a
10.
Friday.
Yeah,
That's all right.
no limp.
Guru, you're limping.
Limp Bizkit.
Wow.
Will Durst. Am I the best or am I the best?
Who the hell is that?
That went over my head.
I think it's their lead singer, isn't it?
Oh, I meant because the Limp.
Well, Limp Bizkit is the name of a band.
Oh, and people going in on Richard Jefferson, too.
He's my favorite of the three.
By process of elimination.
Oh, my God.
Well, you know what? You're right about Breen. He's great, but boy.
They're not helping him, that's all. And J.J. Redick didn't help him.
Here's what
him and Doris.
Here's what Breen said last night, and I had to go to the NBA
Basketball Reference?
Yes, I went to Basketball Reference. He's talking about Miles Turner, and he goes, Miles Turner, he has overcome so much adversity in his career, swept in the playoffs twice during his career, but he stuck with it, and Miles Turner's made $130 million.
But his facts were not
There's no
wrong.
Adversity.
Oh.
He's had no adversity,
He
Miles
got swept
Turner.
twice.
In the first round when he was a third-year player. That's not adversity.
Don't get mad for him doing his homework.
Tell me his brother got shot.
Oh, well.
Tell me something happened to his family.
Yeah.
It's not adversity if you go 3 for 8 from the field. Fred Durst.
Oh,
Will
you got it
Durst is
wrong.
the comedian. I fixed it before Evan could correct me.
I told you, I don't know who either of them. I know Kristen Dunst. I don't know Durst.
It's Kirsten Dunst.
One of those. I confused our boss's name too.
Nice.
Oh, God.
What about pods?
What about,
Yeah, the real Olympics.
All right, well,
I'm not mad at him, man.
Okay, here, have fun. Let me get it up. Because it was a text. Where is it? Super Bowl squad. That's us.
Yeah.
We'll let the listeners in. Our thread, Evan,
created
you,
it,
and me.
He's
we call it
awkward.
Super Bowl thread because we're a Super Bowl trio. And we went to the Super Bowl back in the day. And that's when we started it. That's when we started the thread, remember, guys? Brandon Pajemski did an interview. He does a lot of them, but this one was with somebody else. GSW Ball Report. This is Brandon Pajemski. Obviously, what are your goals? Obviously, I want to be an all-star as soon as I can be. Whether that's with Steph and them here or whether it's when they're done. I want to do that. I want to be an Olympian in 2028. Definitely something I have my eyes on, I guess is what he said. So Pods wants to be an all-star and an Olympian.
You didn't mention champ.
Well, I told you, and I've been trying to tell you, most guys don't really care about that kind of stuff.
But
hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
I have my.
Okay.
I want to be an Olympian in 2028. Definitely something I have my sights on, and I just want to be a household name somewhere where it can be me and a bunch of other guys winning a championship. That would be ideal for me. So he did mention it.
Yeah, and I'll just say this.
But it was
Scotty.
third.
No, he's got the confidence of a cat burglar. And I love it, and it's probably why. Let's be honest. This dude thinks he's better than he actually is, and he's good. And it's why he can be a starting one on a team that had championship aspirations coming out of training camp. So I'm not mad at him, but I'm like, do you think he has the capability of making – because by all accounts, he got to practice with him this last go-round, and Cooper Flagg said he was his favorite experience or guy to do teammate. But I guess that's why he makes him – that's why he is who he is, because I don't want to say outlandish, Steiny. I'm like, is it feasible?
Was there a question in there for me?
No, I'm
You
telling you.
said, I got a question for you. Then you made a statement.
No, the statement is, this is why he is where he's at right now. And the question is, can he be an Olympian?
Well, and it might be why he hasn't progressed further. Who knows? I mean, do I think he can be an all-star? Probably not.
Does that come off cocky?
I mean, Here's the thing. I'll be honest with you, dead serious. When you texted this to Evan and I, I read it, and I'll read it again. Brandon Pajemski. Obviously, I want to be an all-star as soon as I can, whether that's with Steph and them here, or whether they're done. I want to do that. I also want to be an Olympian in 2028. Definitely something I have my sights on. And I just want to be a household name somewhere where it can be me and a bunch of other guys winning a championship. That'd be kind of ideal for me. When you sent that to me, my first thought was, okay, so we're going to bring this up. Why? And unfortunately, we all know the answer. Because we want to roll our eyes at him. We want to kind of chuckle at him. And do I see him as an all-star? Not really, but can I use a guruism?
Yeah.
I'm not going to rob him of that.
And there you go.
So,
because he's a baby right now in his career, and this could manifest 4 or 5 years from now if he's still with the Warriors.
I mean, look, there's no doubt he's got what they call irrational confidence.
I love that.
Well, you have it too.
I know.
You don't want to admit that.
But I tried to teach it to my kids. Some picked it up, some didn't.
Yeah.
It can set you apart.
Little Daryl didn't or did? And what about Milan?
We don't have enough time, but a couple of them picked it up, some didn't.
Could you have done anything better as a father, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody get me on the horn.
Did you just put me? I felt like I was in a therapist's office.
Last time we got Mia on, you threw him under the bus.
When doesn't he snitch?
And then put it in reverse.
Goose, specifically, what do you think you could have done to be a better father?
Now, I'm being honest. I give myself a high grade.
Right.
I'll give you this instance, and I'll never forget this as a father.
All right.
Little Daryl, 7 years old. Rutherford and I sitting out in front of my house, a hot summer day.
Sipping.
Just being parents and Uncle Chuck.
Sipping at the
And
bar.
Daryl right in front of us wrecks on his bike.
All right.
And I'm the type of dad that yelled at him before I went to see if he was okay about wrecking on the bike because I told him to be careful.
Oh, no.
And it was a bit abrasive, Evan. But I cared for him and told him after. And I just wish I had, Rutherford exhibits this, I was softer earlier on. But my thing was, Norm Peterson, the world, it's tough out there, and you got dog underwear, they're going to eat you up. So I try to toughen them up. But I do think back on my fatherhood. I could have been less, I could have dialed it down a notch.
Well, the fact that you remember that specific instance.
Oh, my God.
No, but that does mean you're a good dad, I think.
Chuck cussed me out. He goes, dude.
Chuck.
Rutherford.
Oh, okay.
He goes, how about you check on him first? And it hurt like, wow. And then one more thing.
Yeah.
Rutherford, his son told him the first time he lost his virginity. And I said to me, no, I'm being real. Okay. That's a relationship where if your son tells you that, you're not only his dad, you're his friend. And my dad didn't. I didn't tell my dad when that was late in the game. Hey. But you know what I mean, Steiny?
You can still call him.
I think I wish I'd have been a tad bit softer.
You know what? That's admirable. It's admirable.
But they respect me.
So
they don't listen.
Like if you were to ask me, what I could have done better, there's not much.
We don't have enough time.
No. But what I will do next segment is I'll tell you how my dad could have been a better
I met
father.
him. I can tell.
And all the lessons I learned.
The world was different then. I got beat. No, my parents should be in Santa Rita. They beat me. All parents did.
No. Let's go.
That's the limitation.
All right. 888-957-9570. Let's hear from all the good dads out there.
Father's Day next week.
What's your proudest moment? I'm going to think about that.
Or your lowest.
Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
I will never get duped again. Sports, man.
I'm done discussing sports.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we're getting there, Goo. Excuse me.
What if I told you,
yeah,
I have fun on the court more than I miss you guys on the weekend. I'll go to the gym, hoop tomorrow, a couple functions we're going to go to.
I'm so worried.
You ain't going to show.
I think I am going. Just I need somebody to give me the address.
It will look bad.
Can you text me the address?
It'll look
I
bad
told
that you
Ken,
missed the domino tournament, but you make it to Ken's. But you'll be fine.
Ken is a colleague. It wasn't your party. Ken is having a barbecue. He invited me to the barbecue. A friend of yours, hanger-on,
Tyshawn, that's my
one of your
guy.
hangers-on,
Be careful.
Is trying to use you to get a guy like me to come to his party.
Hey, dude, they didn't even care if you're shit.
Please. This guy is such a D.
You'd have been.
Hey, Tyshawn, nice try.
And you better be careful. Tell us your dad moment real quick.
Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. The story.
I hate that. You got to lose that. Because, Evan, it feels like he's lying the other times.
No, it doesn't. It just means this is what officials call a point of emphasis.
Evan, it's a crutch.
You also admit how honest you are on air a lot.
Mm-hmm. He's talking about you.
That hurt. I went to him to back me up, and he shake me.
Sometimes he does. Sometimes he doesn't. Seriously, you never know what you're going to get with Evan.
That bothers me.
You never know if he's going to support you or he's going to stick it to you. Yeah. The story you had about your kid on the bike was a story that, oh, God, it was the exact same thing. Not with me, with my older brother. He was in college.
Oh.
And got into an accident. Called my dad in the middle of the night.
Oh, man.
Car or bike?
Car. In fact, it was one of those MG midgets.
Oh, man.
Little.
You can't say that anymore.
Well, it was the name of the car.
Convertible?
Yeah.
Yeah, my boy Byron had one.
My brother got, you know what? My brother got an ROTC scholarship. So my dad said, well, as long as you got a scholarship, I'll get you a car. Then he dropped out of the ROTC, and he couldn't understand why my dad took the car back. I mean, how dumb can you be, Bob? Anyway,
oh, man.
Before my dad took the car, he got into an accident and called my dad up late at night and said, Dad, I got some bad news. I've just been in an accident. And my dad said, did anything happen to the car? And apparently it goes down in the Steinmetz family lore of, I wonder why my brother and my dad were estranged for decades at a time. Sad story, but we all have moments that we'd like to get back.
That's the grand slam of little Daryl on the bike.
I know.
This is an actual accident.
It's stories like this that make me, when you guys bring up the good old days and how things used to be so peachy back in whatever year you're fondly remembering, man. Because those stories also occurred.
Thanks for sharing that. Now I almost feel if you're if you got something going on with your parents, but I know Pops is going. If your brother told me that story, I might hug. I was like, damn, is the car okay?
Trust me, my brother needs a hug.
Hey, last thing.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Were you eavesdropping to hear Pop say that?
No, I never. No,
okay.
But they both talk about it to this. Well, not my dad, and I don't talk to my brother, so actually I haven't heard it in a while. But before he passed, 5-10 years back, my dad did say, I probably should have asked him if he was okay first. Thanks, Dad. Let's go to Dale in Walnut Creek. Let's get back to Miles Turner.
And sports.
He's a jackass. What's up, Dale?
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Guys.
Hey, Dale.
Hey, guys. First, I got to say, the stories about the dads, those are great. Goo, that it actually touched my heart. This tiny your story brought a little the upturn of the grin, on the side of the mouth. That was funny. But I want to say, Steiny, I only listened for about a half hour. You're on fire today.
Oh.
You're on fire today with the sarcasm and the innuendo. I don't know if other people are picking up on it. I know you know what you're doing when you're doing it.
Why?
You're it's like one right after the other. I mean, it's awesome. It's like I didn't have to pay to witness this. I mean, Evan Turner, we should feel sorry for him. He's had adversity. And what do you mean? He's made $130 million. I mean, that was so good. That was so good.
Well, thank you very much.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that's kind of your thing, but you're ripping them off one after another today. People, I know people are getting some of them. People are not getting some of them. You know everyone. It's a pleasure to listen to you today, man.
Thank you, Dale.
Man.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. No, thank you, Dale.
I'm acting like he gave me that cup. Steiny, you got to put that in the art. Wow.
Well,
don't encourage him.
I hated every minute of it, but damn.
Full disclosure. So, I said that about Miles Turner. What kind of adversities he's been through. He made $130 million. He's gone to the playoffs. He's got a great life. Did somebody shoot his brother or something?
I didn't like that part, but go ahead.
Well, so then, of course, there's a call about Miles Turner, and during the break, I go in to talk to my man, Zach, and I said, somebody wants to talk about Miles Turner? And he goes, yeah. And I said, please tell me his brother didn't get shot. And he said, no, he wants to talk about his contract.
And he called him, what Turner?
Evan Turner.
Yeah, Evan.
I thought he meant, Evan. Evan Turner or Miles Turner?
I didn't like that call. He gave you some love, Steiny. You're like Red Fox to him.
Yeah.
No. Carlin.
Where were we?
We were going to get into...
Yeah, I know.
Were you done with the pod stuff?
Goo?
Well, you said, I don't know. You asking me a question or a statement? I didn't like that.
Well, there was something to why it was a topic in the first place, because I think a lot of people, when they read Pod say, my goal is to be a 2028 Olympian, immediate goes to, okay, come on, let's make fun of this guy. Why is he talking about being an Olympian? Why does he want to be great?
No, it's a goal, though, Evan. And then I guess the conversation, if I'm asking you, E, do you think that's on the table for a guy like Pods at this stage of his career? When you look at 28, is that feasible? Or would you, if you were his friend, I ain't mad at you, but...
Well, last year I would have said Tyrese Haliburton can't be the best player in a series. Man. I would have said Tyrese Haliburton probably shouldn't have been on the Olympic team. I would have said, I don't know if the Thunder can win a championship. I might have said the Warriors were done a year ago.
Tell us how you really feel.
So a lot could change in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not apt to believe it's going to happen right now.
Let's be honest. If we were to bet right now, just all-star,
no.
I would bet just all-star. I would feel comfortable saying Pods can still contribute and be good, but he couldn't be an all-star.
Well,
he might be like, Goo, okay, would you watch me?
Well, if he goes to Japan and starts a TikTok, maybe he'll be an all-star.
Now, that is the one thing I'm not on.
Steve Kerr is the head coach.
That's true. He's going to get plenty of playing time. Plenty of...
Yeah.
He's got a...
Do you have a TikTok account?
No.
Well, that's where I do my betting videos when I say Guru's Lock of the Day. But other than that, I'm not on it.
But that's not part of the station. You do that? You do that on your own?
Yeah, it's part of my endorsement with Prize Picks.
Oh, okay.
We're taking a break right now.
Does that mean you're on a dry spell?
Yes. This is the Mojave.
Lauren Thompson, $1.99 super chat. Trade Kuminga, Moody, and Pods.
For who?
I don't. She didn't say. She didn't say. Anyway, no, I don't. I would bet on neither.
Okay.
At this point, however, I don't find it something to laugh at. I just look at him.
No.
Well,
we're giving him.
You put it out there so we'd make fun of him today, and I don't feel like doing that.
And that's what you said it. You know what? Now it can jump off. It can pop off right now. I put that to look at this guy. Just another exhibit of his irrational confidence. That's what that was about. Not laughing. The dude's a starting point guard for the Warriors when people were hating on him. So he's already taken a victory laps.
All right.
You know what I mean? This dude thinks he belongs, and that's half the battle.
Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Hey, Matt. How are you, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Dynamite.
Fantastic. Well, of course you want Pods to think that he's going to be on the Olympic team. I mean, don't you want that? I mean, not what I call it, but I mean, the guy out-rebounds Kuminga, so that's all I got to say about that. Then on to the Pacers. Oh, my God. I mean, I don't bet, but I'm never betting against them again.
Man.
That is just crazy. But I want to say something about clutch. That is the most meaningless word in all of sports. Human beings do not naturally understand statistics. As a matter of fact, statistics was developed hundreds of years after calculus or discovered or whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
People don't get it. In physics, they have something called phi sigma, and I won't bore you, but it basically means that your data has to, whatever the change is or whatever you're trying to prove has to be within better than 1 in 10,000 to be considered statistically significant. So the data sets you're talking about for a basketball player or any kind of player, I mean, they don't mean anything. There's 5, 10, 20, 30, whatever. That number is so small that it doesn't have any statistical meaning whatsoever. So, I mean, good luck to the Pacers. Maybe the Zombie Sonics have got a little bit of curse on them. Who knows? But, wow. That's all I wanted to say. There's no such thing as clutch, but whatever. I don't know what that guy is, but he's something.
Hey, before you go.
Clutch, I don't know if that means anything.
Before you go, I mean, to me, that's the best attribute I would want my athlete to have. So I'm going to a different sport. But when I hear Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Kobe, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, they're clutch.
No, they're good. They're good is what they are. Wow. I mean, and some human beings, like maybe people did better in the bubble because there was nobody there. I mean, but these guys are so high end that it's about talent. This like he's better when it really counts or ready for the moment. If I hear that again, I'm going to barf. I mean, they're all ready for the moment or they wouldn't be there. And I'm just saying that statistically clutch has zero meaning. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, like maybe a batting average over somebody's life when you got thousands of pieces of data, that has some meaning. But no, this clutch thing. I mean, how many opportunities are there to have the last shot? It's just silly. Haliburton's good, and the Pacers are good, and I think Steiny. I think you might have said something, or somebody said, the OKC has a lot of really good people, but who's really, who are the high end shooters? Whose percentage is best? That means something. And I think the Pacers have more. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
That Haliburton shot was clutch.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call.
We can't take that from him, Steiny. That's the essence of sports. There's the have-nots, the okay players, the good players, the hustle players. But don't sit here, and I know you're not, trying to, because this could be what's bugging me too.
No, it's mine.
It's clutch.
No, that's mine. I told you I'm using it.
Larry Bird was his clutch.
He missed some big shots.
Okay, but still, he made more than he missed.
That's the whole Kobe thing. He didn't.
Right.
Just because you can take a shot doesn't mean you're clutch.
Tom Brady lost 2 Super Bowls, Steiny, so I know more than, you know what I'm saying, to one team.
Yeah, he's a great player.
Joe Montana never lost any, but I'm just telling you, we know what clutch is. Let's not act like that's not a thing. If you went in the lab and drew up an athlete, what mechanism? Yes, your eyes do. Haliburton last night, down 1, the clock running out. Well, he gets the ball. Turner gives him the ball, and he makes the bucket.
Yeah,
that's clutch.
I'll talk to you about that shot in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Go on a play like that where there's no timeout called. And
that was another thing.
And Haliburton has the ball. He's got to shoot it. I mean, he just does.
Hello.
Yeah, exactly. And so because there's no timeout there, it's kind of in the flow of the game. Yeah, it's a big shot.
In the
big
finals,
shot.
Steiny, on the road.
Game 1.
Stop.
It was game 1.
Evan, get your uncle, man.
It's a win or lose.
You troll with the best of
It wasn't tied.
This is all I'm saying from the text line. Clutch is not a statistic. It's a psychology, a confidence,
No,
a mindset.
it's a trait.
Thank you.
It's a trait.
Great stuff, 415.
I'm a scientist. You're not. Yeah. It's a trait.
Spell scientist.
Man, now that, seriously.
If I'm a scientist,
and
you guys aren't.
You owe me something for that.
Seriously. You know what?
I
had a conversation.
You just went Jimmy Butler there.
Yeah, I didn't even.
What does that mean?
Spell scientist.
Well, you were the one who bragged about your spelling ability.
And I beat you last time.
Yeah, okay. Winnipeg.
No, I didn't want to play anymore after I got that. That said everything. They told me what they thought about me with Winnipeg.
You guys just asked me to impromptu proctor a spelling bee on the air.
But how did Winnipeg?
I know why.
Because we had to keep throwing words at you.
I know why.
I don't know.
Well,
Steining's an ass.
Hey. Do you want to do this Beetle now or push it to 118?
We got 8 minutes.
You're the point guard.
Like, I would never, it's your job. You are Captain James T. Kirk. I'm Spock.
Do you take responsibility for anything? Seriously.
Saving you.
You just come in here and it's like, this is like a hobby for you.
I saved the day.
Wait, what's that?
I saved the day. I'm Batman. I'm nice.
See, I miss my man.
Buddy Hield was clutch in Game 7 against the Rockets.
What happened the next series?
See,
I can't even dial those games
There
up.
it is again with the negativity that he says he's not. I'm trying to bring up Buddy Hield's signature moment of the year.
That's my
you
guy.
go to
That's
his
our
worst
guy.
series
No,
as a pro.
No,
he stunk.
They stunk.
He stunk. Well,
they stunk. Like when Curry's
and yet
not
you
out
thought
there,
they were going to win a title. Explain that to me.
Anyway.
What?
Curry got hurt.
What?
Joe Montana went down.
I thought you said Joe Montana never lost the Super Bowl. Unlike Curry, he lost 2 finals. 2.
That's a weird assumption.
No, it's fact.
Oh, boy. What do you think the Boston Lucas are doing? Seriously.
Do you really want to know? They're
they gotta
drinking.
You think so?
They're drinking over lunch.
New vodka.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Is it good, Steiny?
It is good. It's really good.
I'm going to bring my bottle to Ken's tomorrow.
That's so bad.
Happy birthday.
Well, you just admitted on air you didn't get him a gift.
I'm the gift. Don't you get it?
Oh, my God.
Showing up to your party? That Q ratings through the roof. That's what I needed from you at the domino tourney.
Hey, who reported that the Knicks are sniffing around Finchy?
Ian Begley.
All right, let me text him. I'll get to the bottom of it.
Who, Begley or
That
Fitch?
means him and Ant didn't like what he was doing after the game. Finchy. There's no way he would leave.
What if they double his pay?
And he gets to leave Minnesota.
I would say, did they watch the OKC series? Why would you do that?
This is when you're an ass.
Yeah, I'm trying to be.
Okay.
It worked.
No, because this is vintage you. Just that's all.
No, he's a throwback. I like
Don't
it.
tell me about him. Don't talk about him. You don't know him.
Our pathing was diabolical.
You don't know him.
Evan, our pathing was diabolical.
Our transition decision making was diabolical.
Dude, the Pacers' decision making last night was diabolical.
That's what's crazy, and they still won, Ev. OKC took 18 more shots. They turned the ball over 17 times in the first half.
I think it was 19.
Was it 19?
I don't know.
It was something ridiculous.
Yeah,
Game 5.
That's why when Steiny texted me, they got action. I'm like, yeah, they're only down by 10.
Now we're getting to the bottom of it.
I told you the private mind talk. But listen, I'm Evan. You'll do this because we're buds. Steiny, just for once, when you look at the Thunder, forget what happens the rest of this series.
All right.
Forget yesterday happened.
Okay.
Win total, everything. What if I said you could improve them in this area, what would you say? What would you give OKC? Because I'm being real, I thought they had everything. Everybody needs something. But if I asked you right now, just what do you think they need if you could, like a good C, what do you think they need that you thought they had?
I'm not going to change my opinion of them after one game.
Right. I didn't ask that. What would you give them if you could?
The Thunder, honestly,
yeah,
I'd give them a veteran coach. How about that?
Not what I was looking for. I ain't mad at you, Evan.
Well,
they lost by a point.
No, I'm just.
Right, but Guru's ready to write them off.
No, even the Denver series.
No, honestly,
I feel like they're too SG. It's not his fault. Like, he needs a little help, Evan.
Well, it shot the ball 30 times. But honestly, the only thing that they needed last night was for Haliburton to take their last shot and for SGA to take the Pacers' last shot.
And he got a good look, too.
There was something that did hit me last night as I'm watching. And it was, you know who's, I like him, but I don't know if I trust him as a shooter. Caruso.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, what?
I would, if he beat us, I'd be like tipping the cap.
Well, then why didn't you say him?
But because I gave you mine.
Because he didn't cross your mind until I brought his name up.
No.
How often do you do that?
I have a ranking system, and his was a couple tiers down. Okay. But I look at Caruso like, I'm not mad. He plays ball, Stoney, but I'm like, is he a compliment to SG? Like, they need another dude to put it. 30 shots ain't going to get it every night. He's going Allen Iverson, and it's by almost default. SGA, I'm just telling you. And he had that one, Sonny. Williams is sometimey. I love when he's
an all-star.
on.
Holmgren's the guy. How did he play last night?
I didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't really notice him. Yeah. Rick Carlisle versus Daniel, who... Carlisle's a big boy. Oh, okay. Did you see our guy, Mark Spears?
Wait,
the post game?
Yeah, I did. I love you for bringing that up.
It was a poor man's Whitlock.
Yeah, he did get
Remember when Whitlock said to Carlisle, Rick,
I told you, I don't listen to that man.
And you know what's I think our show, when you bring him up the show, like,
who?
Whitlock ain't it right now.
No, this was from 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Remember the Carlisle?
Oh, thank God.
Carlisle was in the finals.
Okay.
And Whitlock was like laying down and said, Rick, I mean, come on, man. You just coached the hell out of it. I mean, are you just getting sick? And Carlisle goes, who is this guy? And it was Whitlock.
No way.
Who's this guy? And last night, Spears asked him a question and said something like, he used Cool Hand Luke. And he said, man, you just sit there and like
smoke a cigarette.
Do you ever think, like, just what a great comeback? And Carlisle's just same thing, goes like,
this is the league. This happens a million times.
Like that.
He did.
Well, because they're 7-1 in clutch games.
Stoney, I did kind of like the question. He was kind of like, do you just hit the basketball cigarette after that masterpiece you coached? And he goes, Mark, I've been around. I've seen a million of these, Evan. I was like, it's pretty cool.
There was only one Hall of Famer in that conversation, though. Mark Spears.
Yeah, big boy.
Although Carlisle gets this one. Is Carlisle in the Hall of Fame if they don't win this title?
Yeah, he is.
Why?
Look at his...
One title?
Look at his wins.
Good enough. One title's good enough.
And how long has he been doing it? Oh,
That's the other thing. I mean, so you're in for... you love rewarding longevity.
Oh, dang.
Mediocre longevity.
So now you're calling
we got to go to break.
I hate you.
Come on now. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number on the other side. We're going to play some... I'm going to let Evan set it up on the other side because he's kind of a real host.
That's my
God. That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I don't even know what to say.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right. Almost there, Goo.
Oh, we'll see.
50 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet. Our former producer, board op Brian. Remember I told you?
Brian. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He has twins.
Yeah, like Adam.
Sure.
And he's tall. Mm-hmm. He said OKC needs KD.
Why would you even bring that to the air?
No, I kind of got excited. Don't get swept. Don't lose the 6.
Oh, my God.
We all need help.
You're insufferable at times.
So are you.
I know that.
Where's Marcy? She was awesome. People, they liked it.
Some people liked it.
I was going to pull out the little thing, and I can't remember what it is.
Yikes.
All right. I'm going to throw it to Evan here because he's going to set this up. I haven't heard it yet. I think you have.
Oh, man.
And we may take a cue from this. But go ahead, Evan. Set it up, my man.
So recently there's been some sports media changes specific to Mad Dog Sports Radio. And Stephen A. Smith is going back to radio. And there was a decision made by Chris Russo, who runs the whole network, to make this change, essentially. Wow. So Stephen A. is going to a time slot in the middays, and he's replacing Michelle Beadle and Cody Decker, who are currently in the time slot. Apparently, they found out about this change before they went on the air. I don't know how, I don't know why, but here was what they said. This was 2 days ago on the last Beadle and Decker show.
Man, all I ask is to be treated with respect. Well, how many times do I say I give what I get what I give? And so here we are. We're going to do our shows because we're contractually obligated to be here. We're going to talk about Tibbs because, they fired him yesterday in the middle of this here show, which we both reacted to very organically and genuinely because as much as people had sort of been talking about it, it still felt very, very absurd after a 51-win season and just being eliminated from the Eastern Conference Finals. And I've heard so many theories. I've heard so many buts, and it's time. And I will never agree with anybody saying that. I think that is absolutely absurd, stupid, short-sighted, and asinine. But then again, what isn't? So, 888 Mad Dog 6 is how you can reach us today. And, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun few hours here.
All right.
So that was the first piece of it.
Okay, got you. I was like, there's some heat rocks coming.
All right.
Well, and then we found out later that they were not supposed to know that they were let go because these things in radio and television just kind of happen overnight and then the show's suddenly gone.
Man.
But they let everyone know that they were leaving. And here is what Chris Russo said about the mistake in allowing Beadle and Decker to go on the air after finding out that they were going to be replaced by Stephen A. Smith.
It's going to be unpleasant no matter how you do it. It's not. It's bad for us. It's bad for the fans, and it's terrible for the two people that you're replacing. The best bet in the future is just be upfront with them, guys. We're making a change. It's going to happen in the foreseeable future. We would prefer that you not go on and knock us. We'll tell you who the person is if you want to know that badly before we make the change. Okay. They didn't tell Michelle and Cody who that person was. I guess that was why that would be a big factor. I have no idea. Did it make a big difference? How about if it was Bob Costas? Does it make a difference? Who cares who the person is they're going to replace you with? Doesn't make a difference. Bob Costas, it could have been Larry King from the grave. Who cares? But the bottom line is, in that situation in the future, you're better off if you're the company of just washing your hands of the previous show, paying them what they deserve, finishing out their contracts, and letting them go. That's it. That's it.
All right. Well, here's what I'll start with on that.
Okay, real quick.
Oh.
She also went in on Stephen A., says he forgets names, and start talking about, when he messes up. And she said he wasn't a fan. So they didn't just, they got down and dirty with it, talking about the guy that was replacing him.
There's a rule of thumb in radio, and we can confirm this with Dan Dibley, who's spent 3 decades in radio, but it is you never let someone do a show if they've been fired.
Wow.
Like nobody gets to do a last show. This is the way it works. You do a show, you come out of the studio, and you get blindsided. And they tell you, don't come into work tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So very few people, I believe, in the radio business get to call their own shot and say, hey, this is our last show, so we're going to da-da-da-da-da-da. They just get you out of there.
Could you
kind of like what Denver did to Mike Malone? When it's time, it's time.
Wow.
You can't coach anymore.
3 games left. It don't matter.
Could you put
yourself in their shoes? If that happened to you and I, and we knew, and we weren't supposed to know, and it's kind of a hard question, Stoney, but I could see myself going ham. Like, that can't happen.
I think I would try to kind of make fun of it without sounding angry.
But
I try to be really self-effacing, like, I'm surprised I lasted this long.
So you'd be respectful. Because at that point, if you felt like you got done wrong and they already did it and you're the last to find out, I'm being real, Stoney. I can see myself like these clowns.
All right.
Something like that.
Somebody bringing up that our 95.7 The Game analyst for Warrior games, Tom Tolbert, did a last show. Of course, he's working at 95.7 now. I'm not saying it never happens, but as a rule of thumb, they don't.
I forgot that one. He definitely did
usually
do that.
Do it that way.
I'm assuming, though, he didn't know who would be replacing him.
Probably right.
Nor did that really matter to him. But it clearly mattered to Michelle that she was being replaced by Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Would it matter to you, E? I know I'm putting you in the hard.
Well, if I didn't have a good relationship with the person and didn't really respect them and what they did, then I would probably feel some type of way about that.
Yeah. Book of Barnett on the YouTube chat nailed it. Steiny would be passive-aggressive. No doubt about it.
Well, have you been let go in the radio business?
Yes.
But they did it when?
Right after a show.
I don't like that either. Hey,
OC and Steiny, come real quick. Come on into my office.
Performed. I don't like that. How about you tell us before we go in?
Well, they wouldn't have let us do the show then.
Well, that's also why, like, when you go in the boss's office, you are who you are. Going into the boss's office isn't a good thing.
Man.
It's usually for a bad reason.
Yeah, and I did not see it coming at all. I was just.
You're being out. I
was clueless. We'd only been together for 11 months. They pulled the plug. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. It actually didn't matter who they replaced us with. Haberman and Middlecoff.
Oh, yeah. The guys.
Yeah, that was no factor. I still like both those guys.
So, if you can remember, Steiny.
Yeah, I can remember like it was yesterday.
At what point in how he started his, you're out of here, did you realize, this ain't what I thought? Like what? Hey, I
think he said the word make some changes.
Oh,
and I was like, uh-oh. But you know what? I'm a firm believer in never burn a bridge.
No.
Do you subscribe to that too?
No doubt.
Yeah.
But I still have. Yeah. I subscribe to it.
I don't think I've ever burned a bridge.
Well, I love that.
Yeah. And you know what? They ended up bringing me back.
And look at you now.
Part-time with no benefits. But hey.
Well, what were you doing then when you came? Just Warriors?
I was doing, I was very bitter. Couldn't get a job. Thought it was over. And then I realized that they actually did need me and they hired me back. And they realized their mistake too. But, yeah.
Like, what good does it do, though? Seriously, to trash people on the way out the door, whether they deserve it or not? Like, does it make you feel that much better?
What if I did this to you, Evan, and went Dr. Phil? And I know you're single, but what if we applied this to relationships? Like, I've never been one of those guys in my single days. I never could take the high road and be like, you know what, Evan? It was great. Good luck to you. I always made something. It had to be the hell out of here. Or I'd find something. I'm not good at, I guess, being an adult and, hey, we had a good time. You see it in movies all the time, but I'd make something up in my head. You cheater!
Well, they did. Well, I'm sure.
Yeah, first of all, define single. Second of all, seriously, you can't just walk up to someone and say, I'm just not feeling it.
I didn't have that mechanism, man.
Go with the old, it's not you, it's me.
Well,
yeah, like the Seinfeld episode where they...
Exactly.
Some people don't understand that one. Oh, man.
From the 510, Steiny, you're lucky you and OC got 11 months. That show was a snoozer.
I used to. Honestly,
it was not.
I worked at DeVry. I listened to that show every day, Evan. I guess I liked you before we worked together.
And now look at you.
Hate him as much as I ever had. No, I love you. People know I love you.
Yeah, we were.
Do you talk to him at all?
Once in a while. Great guy.
Does he say you're still going, huh?
Yeah, I think he's working in Salt Lake City.
No, I'm saying we've been going almost 8 years.
Yeah, we're due.
I do think
we're so due.
Is there really a good way to do it though? Like Russo was talking about, it sounded like maybe there's a little bit of a detail you could withhold, but at the same time, you're gone.
Oh man.
Yeah, you gotta.
I don't find out.
You've got to just do it clean. And
like just tell Beetle, hey, you're not coming into work tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, it's tough, but you know who'll be able to give us great insight and a historical perspective on this is Dan Dibley.
Dibs.
I guarantee you he could run down all the Bay Area radio people who've been fired, but who got to do a last show.
This is a compliment.
I wouldn't want to do a last
Dibs
show.
would do what we just heard them do, Evan. He would light a torch to it.
Oh, I know who had a last show. Little bit of a misnomer, but come on. We know somebody who did a last show.
Oh, B. Hill.
Yeah,
but that was different. He wasn't let go. He let go.
Are you sure?
He was doing other things.
He's also on every Friday at 9 a.m.
Yeah. But, Evan, did you hear me? Dan Dibley, and I'm going to tell Dibs, it's a compliment. He would have did, had he had the opportunity, I believe, what Michelle and the guy were doing. Like, these mother...
Yeah, he seems like a scorched earth kind of guy.
Oh, my gosh. I can't wait to tell him. Deals with man.
What's bugging you coming up at 2?
Oh, gosh.
And if you want to truly get out of the business, because the only reason you wouldn't go scorched
tell me how to do it.
The only reason you wouldn't go scorched earth is to burn bridges. But if you knew this was it,
I'm out.
I could see myself letting it go.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I'm retiring.
Shame on them for even putting me in a position with a hot mic after you broke my heart.
But you never know if it's your last show, though. Someone could really like you somewhere else and offer you a new gig, right?
Yeah, but that's not what happened to these two.
No, but I'm saying...
I got you. No doubt.
But if they hear that you take a flamethrower to the building on the way out.
Yeah, and Bonte wasn't forced out. That's different.
You know...
He went on to greener pastures.
Somebody else who... I don't care. There's somebody else who had a last show here.
Who?
It might have been before you were here, Evan.
I'll tell you as soon as I hear it.
He's not affiliated so much with this station, but he had a last show, and it was here. Ray Woodson.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, that's my guy.
Ray Woodson.
Before my time.
Yeah.
He was...
we were in the other building.
He was working here. Goo, you were still here.
He had a last show for real. But Phil Evan in?
He just basically said sayonara in the middle of a show. Night-night.
No way.
Something like that. And then
that was gangster.
Mic drop?
Yeah.
First of all, I really like Ray. He's a really
the
good
man.
guy, and I worked with him, and
I follow him on. We're Facebook friends.
But he what happened?
Yeah, you kind of got it.
He came, and then he retired, actually. Right. It wasn't just the last show. It was actually his full-on retirement.
Like in the middle of a segment?
He was like, I'm out. Yeah, something like that. It might have been... It might have been a natural break.
Yeah.
I don't.
That's got to be so empowering, Steiny. We're doing it on my dime.
I'm basically doing it, but I've done it for about a 2-year period. Thinking every show's good. Shut up, Gil.
Film on Mike. Text me. Let's see.
Do you have to? Let me ask you.
Of course, I know it's the Latino district.
That was great.
Are you going to read it, or are you going to just do what you do?
This was pre-Mike, film on Mike. What was Steiny? What was the Steiny show? Who was his partner?
Sean O'Connell, OC.
A UFC fighter. He used to come in, Evan, with his face looking, with his eye looking like it could reach you from the control room when he got, oh, my God.
Yeah, Dibley and I went to Utah to see him fight.
Now, you never told me that. Did he win that one?
Okay, he did. He did win it,
right.
But there was some murmuring about a very friendly hometown scoring because he was fighting in his hometown against a dude from like Atlanta.
But there was no drama. He won it, and that was it.
It was close. It was
walked out pulverized, but he won.
Where are we at?
It was really close.
Man.
Now, I told you this about OC. He ended up winning $1 million.
That's what you did tell me. Wow.
Because he had, like, there was some kind of, what the heck was it called? When the UFC would have a tournament and the winner would get like $1 million.
$1 million?
I think he got $1 million.
And he's still doing radio.
Yeah, I think so. He got married. He's a really good guy.
No, he was.
He was an author. Do you know that? He wrote
him
a book.
and Zachariah.
In fact,
are friends.
Okay. In fact, I remember talking to Dibley with OC, and you were getting to know each other, and I said, Dibs, dude, OC's written a book. How about that? And Dibley goes, it was an e-book.
Only Dibs. You got to bring that. Boy, my dude, that's the real Tupac of this business, man.
No, it's like some people, because you can sell books. Like there's people that have gotten rich selling books on Amazon. You don't actually have to have a publisher.
What are you talking about?
You can just sell ebooks.
Like records out the back of your trunk.
Yeah, exactly. But online, there are people that have become millionaires from selling these like fantasy series that they basically just write in their basement.
Yeah, most books are written in the basement.
So you don't need it. You can do what you do, and you got a following.
Yeah, but I have no
energy.
The discipline. I have no discipline.
Well, that's part of it.
I know it.
What a waste.
Nobody wants to read a story about Latrell Sprewell. Those days are gone.
Are you kidding me? My ears just perked up. Phil Mike said that show was trash. But he's playing. Yeah. How about you?
It wasn't a great show.
It was.
We had a lot of room to grow.
But you were you. You're like my version of Larry David. I swear, man. I listened every day. It was 2 hours, right? Yeah, 2 hours.
Yep.
Maybe that's why I liked it.
Who's the guy? You know what, though, Goo? I wasn't myself on that show.
I wasn't
like we oh God.
Steiny, you were Steiny to me.
Talking, who's the guy? Was it former offensive lineman?
Joe Staley.
No, oh God. I think he went to Utah. He was really good. Tuli, oh boy.
Tuli Tuipulotu?
No, it was a shorter name than that. He was an offensive, or he was either a nose guard or an offensive lineman.
Tuipulotu played baseball, I think.
It was Lalo. God, what was his name?
Mikey Apati?
No, Talele. He had a great name.
Sure.
Help me.
We don't know who you're talking about.
He was a great pro. I want to say he oh God.
Which team did he play for?
Late two to a late. Oh God. Somebody help me. Come on. I know. Somebody's going to know this. I want to say he played for the
Lotulele?
Yes, Lotulele. That's who it was.
Yeah. Veggie Don. Evan got it.
Thank you. Hey, Ernie.
Yeah, stick to baseball, Steinmetz.
Basketball.
Star Lotulele.
That's right. Star Lotulele.
All right, now that we got that out the way.
You've heard of him. He's a great player, right?
Of course.
You're an ass.
No, I want to hear the story. We got the name.
The point is I'm trying to break down Star Lotulele's game. Like, I like him in the three-point stance.
Okay, got you.
Everyone's like, shut up.
No, you were, though. You're your worst critic. You are.
He's got to come in.
OC went to Utah, and he was actually a teammate of Alex Smith's.
Okay, got
on the
you.
Utah football team.
All right.
And that's when Alex Smith was a quarterback.
Man, Austin and San Jose, Stoney, was some real, what I call some realism. Radnich never took himself too seriously when it came to sports. You like to make fun of these media guys who think they are great because they have a credential. Well, we're not like that.
If you could rip anybody in the Bay Area media, who would you rip?
Easy.
Like, who don't you like?
Shasky did a song to this years ago.
Who don't you like? Fitz?
That's my guy.
Townie?
Stop! That's my guy. We still check in. Stoney, I like everybody. I like him. I don't have enemies, Stoney.
How about...
Who don't I like?
Yeah.
The only one
Vern
right
Glenn?
now... No, that's my guy. I broke bread with him. His wife, my wife... The only person right now is Aaron Rodgers in my life that just...
Yeah.
And I would tell you, Grant Cohn, cool. We're cool. Remember we were in Vegas?
You don't like him?
Us three kicked it in Vegas.
Who?
You, Grant, and my...
What are you talking about?
In Vegas.
He was in line with us for a minute. We were at the security line for 1 minute.
Did we talk?
I didn't recognize him. First of all, he's taller than you think.
No doubt.
But he puts his credential down. It said Grant Cohn, and I said, Grant Cohn, I know your dad.
It was longer than that, but okay. But yeah, Ray Ratto, that's my guy. I'll text him.
When's the last time you texted Ray Ratto?
Who dislikes Ray?
Everybody. People hate
There's
Ray
one
more than they
person
hate
here
me.
that dislikes him, but other than that,
I love
everybody.
Yeah.
Ray's real.
Okay, we got do you know what's bugging you? That's coming up.
No, it's not.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not.
What is it?
It could be somebody.
Oh,
his least favorite media member in the Bay Area.
That's right. Oh, that's right. All right, on the other side, we have got the crossover. Hey, by the way, everybody, if you're wrapping up the workday like me, it's time to flip that mental switch, time to unwind, and when I'm off the clock, it starts with new vodka, NUE vodka. It's American-made and award-winning, 7 times distilled for that clean, crisp taste that you want in your go-to drink. I'm telling you, new. It's smooth. It's versatile. It makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar at your favorite spot. You're getting real quality with new. No fluff, no pretense, just great vodka. And here's the best part, Goo. No velvet rope needed. Hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes and make sure you try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus. Those are game changers. And remember the name, New Vodka. That's NUE. Not just my pick. It can be yours too. I'm having new vodka with Fresca, and I really like it. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax, make the right call, grab new vodka. It's in stores now, or head to newvodka.com to find a place near you.
Steiny, 2025 is my year, and that's because I partnered with Abundant Life to lose weight. I started a few months back, and you knew I was down 17 pounds early.
Pull out the little thing and I can't remember what it is.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's Friday. That means the crossover is brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Let's welcome in Willard and Gibbs. Gents, how we doing today?
Yeah, payday Friday.
Yes, it is. Yeah. The boss is not here.
And did you hear our threesome this morning?
Oh, I did.
That was awesome.
I did. Yeah.
Nothing like 3 people on the mic. We had a show together. Gibbs, Steiny, and Guru.
I missed it. What was this threesome you're referring to?
Well, we had Marcy Weiser in.
Oh,
the morning host on Live 105 from 6 to 10. And, I'm doing a little cross-promoting with her in the morning on her show.
Pretty good.
And she's going to come on our show maybe on Fridays.
That is so fun. How long was she on for?
About 12, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
What was the highlight? Did she have a take or is she a fan?
She had to play the highlight.
She thinks Steph Curry sounds like a nice guy. Steiny called him a bleep hole.
Yeah, but
that's what I heard.
I appreciate it.
I heard that.
See, now how will you process him saying that as opposed to me saying it?
It's okay. It's all right. Well, we had a bleeper 3 times.
Yeah.
No way.
Twice.
She had potty
Really?
now.
Yeah.
Good.
She does radio and she's bombing away?
Yeah, she was.
You're like, oh, yeah.
What, she think this is the Pat McAfee show or something?
She's like, this show
She's an
doesn't pay
old
me.
time. I shouldn't say old time. She worked in Salt Lake City, so she used to be a Jazz fan when they had Stockton and Malone.
Okay.
Yeah, so
all right.
Been some fun.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, I missed it. I apologize.
Sure.
I'm normally a P1, but today I was doing a video at R&S Doors.
Oh,
down
nice.
in the Dro today. Yeah.
Okay.
So we got a little content coming down the road in case you're in need of a new garage door. If you're in need of a closer.
Gotcha.
I was out there with the closers today.
What city?
San Leandro.
In the
I
Dro.
didn't know.
Dude, listen. He said the Dro.
It's a payday Friday.
There's
So
a
we
lot of
I'm
voices
sick of
going
it now,
on,
dude.
Steiny.
Well, hold on.
There's
The
a
draw
lot-
for me has some different meanings. But yeah, okay. Shout out to San Leandro.
I mean,
some
it
of the
does
other
for me
meanings?
too, but, well, as in hydro.
Don't talk about that.
The hydroponics.
Gasoline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just real quick. So, obviously, great finals game last night. And Goo thinks that this might be a Pacers dynasty we're looking at.
Before you go, Willard, don't bury the lead. Hardenstein over 7.5 rebounds. Denver's.
Can I admit something? I got to admit something because I've heard a ton of your show today. I took the ferry today.
Boy.
And so I put the AirPods in and I've been listening to multiple hours of Steiny and Goo today. And when you first came, I didn't dive on the box score. I did not know the answer to the question. And I also missed a good portion of the game last night. I was doing other stuff. So you came out hot about the lineup, and you're ripping the Thunder head coach for not starting Hartenstein.
Yeah.
Now, my mind immediately...
Me too.
My mind's like, oh, that man only got 5 rebounds, and Goo has turned that disappointment into ripping the coach for doing it wrong. And I listened to about 17 minutes of Steiny and Goo over this argument, and I'm like, oh, this man...
Goo lost some money.
I'm like, he's doing the Thunder dirty right now. He's mad because his prize pick didn't come through, and he's ripping the coach. And then I heard the whole conversation and then got to a spot where I could check the box. And I was
What's in the box?
9 rebounds.
9?
I was like, oh, changed my whole
Because
perspective.
he accuses me of doing that, and that was just, I couldn't believe that he did the lineup like
So
I didn't like it.
I had to rewind. I had to
love
be
you,
kind
Will.
and rewind.
I was thinking Goo lost.
I was like, no, he actually meant what he said. I thought
Look
you
at
were
Steiny putting his head down.
I thought you
Yeah.
were coming from a completely...
No, that was organic. It was real. I
Then
just
it's
didn't
fair.
like it.
Then it's fair.
Dibs, did he get too cute? Why did he change his starting lineup?
Well, it seems like it worked because they came out of the gate and they had the lead. And, I don't think that he got too cute. For me, they lost the game. They lost that game in the first half. You have a team that turned the ball over 20 times in a half. Which,
man.
I mean, it has to be a record.
In a half.
But then it didn't work.
Well,
that's where
they should have been up by 27.
So then it didn't
That's
work.
the problem.
Plus, I accept Goo's point,
All
which
day.
is that you can say the starting lineup is only about the first 12 minutes, but it's not.
And he didn't finish the game.
That affects the rotation the rest of the way.
All day.
and they lost. And I know they outplayed them for 46 minutes.
More.
But they lost.
Yep, they did.
So, Dibs, I'm with you on this one.
Yeah, and honestly, the way they lost the game was they didn't take advantage or they didn't capitalize on the turnovers. They should have been up by at least 25 in the first half. And a couple things you said yesterday. One, this Pacer team.
Pixie dust.
They do pixie dust.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
It's not fluky anymore when you do it for a fourth consecutive series. And the other thing that you said yesterday that I think really was proven yesterday kind of is rest versus rust, because Oklahoma City could not hit the side of a barn, and they had 8 days off.
And was that 94 feet of defense
Yep.
the Pacers were doing, I think, tired OKC out. But, Dibs, I'll say this to that. And, Willard, you and Steiny respond. If we see Hartenstein start Sunday, that to me is the admittance of, I got a little too cute. Yeah, we were up, but you're right, Willard. It didn't work at the end, and he was not out there at the end like he normally is. So to me, I think he just went to the lab and got a little too cute. Why did you change who you were?
I don't know. Game 2 will give us a lot of answers, I guess.
They got to win it, OKC.
Because, Indiana, this is starting to feel kind of Nick Foles-ish. That's kind of what
Something's happening here.
Like
Springfield.
Nobody's going to head to the grave with the thought that Nick Foles is better than Tom Brady, but he was that day. He was that year.
I lost some chicken.
Right? So I don't know what's going on here, but they're 14-4. They're always down by 10 points with 2 minutes to go, and they win. That's not a formula. I don't think that means you outplayed the opponent, but whatever, it keeps happening.
He made the shot again, guys.
It's unbelievable.
Well, it was expected. It was totally believable. When they get the rebound with 8 to go.
Well, once you get there,
Yeah, then it's like, okay, it's going to be him. He's going to make it. This game is over.
Has anyone ever, as an individual, had a better full NBA playoff run and raised his own Q rating more than what Tyrese Haliburton has done?
I would like to hear the name, guys.
Kawhi Leonard comes to mind because Kawhi Leonard, and I was looking this up previously, he had a good year, but he was not the dude on the Spurs that year. And then in the playoffs, he became the guy, and he won Finals MVP. Yeah. So, and then he went on to be Kawhi Leonard, but at that time, he was a good player. And then he became the best player on the best team.
Let me read this to you before you go, Stoney. To Dibs' point, Tyrese Haliburton is 6 for 7, 66%, when taking a shot to tie or take the lead in the final 90 seconds of the fourth or overtime this playoffs. That is the most such shots in a single postseason since 97. And I'm trying to think when you said, who could that be in 97? Doesn't list a name. Who could have been on a barrage like that
won it
in 1997?
That had to be the Bulls because the Rockets won it in 93 and 94, and then the Bulls got their second 3 in a row. So that must be 97 must be the Chicago Bulls, I would guess.
It could possibly be another team. You don't have to win the finals, right? Who'd the Bulls beat? I
think that was Utah the last time.
Maybe.
Yeah, they got Utah a couple times. But.
I mean, the one thing that clearly I think the Pacers understand is you're down 8 with 3.5 minutes. It's not over. Down 11 with 5. It's not over. You're down 15 with 7. It's not over. It's just not over. There are so many possessions in a game nowadays, and with the three-pointer being such a factor. You guys bet.
I mean, I'm pretty interested in one of my bets now.
Yep. Exactly.
I gave you some love. Yes, I was like, I don't know.
And this was kind of the guy.
Figure number that's 3 wins away. I'll tell you that right now.
Wasn't Siakam the MVP in 19?
Yeah.
He kind of emerged, but that's from the text line. But, yeah, the last 2 minutes, let's say you just have a vested interest in, you bet on a team to win, and they're up 7 with 2:25. You're still sweating.
You are, but how many times just in these playoffs have the Indiana Pacers done something and then Basketball Reference or something spits out teams in this situation are now 1-198 in the so you're right. Obviously these games are not over, but historically they have been. They have been before. I mean, no one's ever done this stuff before, and they've certainly not done it 4 or 5 times.
Almost 20 turnovers in the first half, and yet you still. And then Dibbs, to your point about the coaching move, I just got to say this. Hartenstein, 17 minutes is all he played, 9 rebounds, but you get out-rebounded by 16. So I'm thinking if you would have went with the original recipe, KFC, maybe you don't get beat on the boards like that. And then OKC had 18 more shots. How do you lose that game?
That's the thing. It's the turnovers, it's the extra shots, and it's partly what I was saying earlier about the rust. They had 8 days off, and credit Indiana's defense, but Oklahoma City missed a ton of shots, and when you get that many turnovers, if you get 20 turnovers generated, you should be able to get 20 points.
Yeah.
And they had, I think, 6 in the first half, points off turnovers.
Yeah, it was something ridiculously low for what it should have been.
So that goes to your rest versus rust, Steiny. If Dibbs is on to something that they were rusty.
108-99 with 2:52 to go. After
shouldn't happen.
Gilgeous Alexander hits free throws.
Scored 2 more points.
You had the Pacers.
This shouldn't happen.
Yep.
This is a sphincter game on Sunday.
Oh, no doubt.
Sphincter game. Young team, you said second youngest team ever in the NBA Finals?
Yep.
Home building. Best regular season record, sphincter game.
Man. Also could be the game that's 120-80.
It could be. But you know what? If it is, the Pacers can still brush their shoulders off.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
And Haliburton's a superstar. I asked Steiny, right? He's not a star.
Well, he is right now. I know Dwayne Wade was screaming that. Yeah. I mean, he is right now. He's I don't know how sustainable this is. This is not a great approach. Like, let's be down by 9 with 2 minutes to go in a lot of our games.
Can we say, and I asked Steiny, the Warriors should have drafted him? Can I bring that up now, dude?
You can say that, but I'd like to just take everyone back in time and look at who he was as a player and what you needed as a team. And I don't think that those things matched up. And there was a reason why 11 teams passed on him. I'm more fixated on the Sacramento part of it because Sacramento, I mean, keep on doing what you're doing.
They're unbelievable.
And Luka to go with that. If you want to add that to the mix.
I mean, De'Aaron Fox is good, and then I guess you have to trade him because he wants out. And just Sacramento, you had Haliburton, and you decided that you wanted Sabonis, which good player, but turns out Halliburton's better.
Yeah, but why did De'Aaron Fox want out?
And they had enough time,
right? That's so it's not. Oh, we're just like they caused that. They caused that. It's almost like, we've been having fun with the word adorable for a couple 3 years now. It's kind of like, now it's starting to feel mean. I feel terrible for fan bases that root for teams who consistently do stuff like this and make decisions like they do. It's just absurd. They're just awful at everything they do.
How do you stay a fan?
Otherwise known as the Warriors from 1995 to 2007.
And I felt terrible for us.
Yeah. And we didn't
all
quit.
Of that.
People still supported them.
Yeah.
Cleveland Browns would be another good example.
Yep.
Pirates.
Great fan bases. Like great. I mean, people who really, really cared and keep showing up and all that stuff. It's just like, damn it. Everybody makes mistakes, but when you only make mistakes.
And it's decade to decade, so it's different regimes. Yeah. It's not just Dibbs.
Yeah.
All righty. It's a Friday and it's noon. That means it's time for the What's Bugging You segment. Let me tell you something. You see the gopher mounds, but the real damage, Mark and Dibbs, is what's happening below the surface. Gophers and moles can tear up your property very, very quickly, but they do it quietly. Atco Pest Control offers effective removal and proven prevention to stop the digging before it gets worse, guys. Mention that you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You and get 10% off their gopher and mole eradication treatment. That's this month only, so you got the whole rest of the month. And if you want to get some more details, go to atcopestcontrol.com.
If you make that call and they do the work, what would that be, Steiny?
Oh, that's an eradication sensation.
In anyone's book, you're right.
I mean, that's
strong.
Yeah.
Very strong. I'll start. Mine's brief.
Time for the legal.
Yep.
It's time for the legal, Steiny.
Too late, Steiny.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, live on the free Odyssey app. And we're live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
I'll keep it brief, and I've mentioned it before. It's the NBA Finals schedule. I know the networks want these prime spots, but I hate having to wait this long for it to start and now this much time in between games. I really want to love it and have it every other day and bing, 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 and I know why they don't, but it just bugs me that, okay, now wait till Sunday, and then 2 more days off, it's a Wednesday. It doesn't end until June 22nd. That's 17 days to play 7 games if it goes that long. Seems a little much for me.
I appreciate that one.
I'm
down on you. You did a read, and you go Willard and Dibs. You couldn't add me in?
Oh, my God.
You go.
All right. This is not about my home, but all 4 of us are fathers. We're blessed. Mm-hmm. And I was just driving in. Next weekend is Father's Day, and I told our guest today, I just feel like the energy around Mother's Day is more, and I love, God rest Daisy Mae Johnson, all the moms out there, but I feel like there's a double standard, and Father's Day doesn't meet that same energy. It's not about a gift. I just don't feel like it's Mother's Day. Father's Day, I'm like, oh yeah. And I'd like to turn it up a notch, Not about a gift, guys. It's just, I don't know, Dibs, I'm feeling like, just another day.
You are absolutely on the money, and I feel the same way.
You were coming for me.
I feel the same way about the reciprocal feelings on Valentine's Day, where you're in a relationship, and the man to the woman, it feels like you're more duty-bound to do something than the woman to the man.
Yeah, but that's the dynamics of men and women. Like, we're not gonna sit in here as men and be like, we need equality. Like, are we doing this?
We're talking
Is
about...
this what we're doing right now?
It's not about equality.
Is this what we're doing?
It's about a holiday that is based on love, right? It's not based on... It's not Love Your Wife Day. It's Valentine's Day.
Yeah, but did you propose to both of the women you married, or did they propose to you?
Well, I mean, I proposed to the one, and the other one was already 5 months pregnant, so what are we even talking about? Here, put this on.
But you said put this on, right? She didn't tell you to put it on.
She picked it out.
These are the dynamics between men and women. Did you pay for the first date?
Did I pay for the first date? Probably.
Okay.
But the idea of chivalry is dead. Until Valentine's Day.
No, only if that's person to person. If you want to kill it, you can keep it alive.
It's dead.
No, it's not.
Anyway, your point is well made. Mother's Day is a 10. Father's Day is about a 6.2.
Will, did you feel that?
I do, but the problem is not that should change. They should be different places on the calendar. We're the opening act.
Wow.
That's the problem. We should be the opening act, and then we do Mother's Day. The problem is Mother's Day is the big thing, and then everyone's like, oh, crap, we forgot. We have to... Right, 2 months.
Old man.
2 months. A month later, we got to do this again. Everybody's energy is gone. Nobody's got anything left for it. So anyway,
all right,
Stein.
Mm-hmm. First of all, you're gutless.
What happened?
You know what happened. You had something else in mind.
Call me Charlotte because you come in my web every day.
That's a 5. It's a damn 5.
I'm the guy that gives these guys so much filibuster in the morning, and they take it to heat. And I just wanted to trap you and see if you would dime me out. And there you are. And I would never do that. So what is your what's bugging you today? And leave me out of it.
So my what's bugging you came to me about 5 minutes ago, and it's got to do with attire. Not what's on a car, but how people dress.
Tooties.
And you got to be careful with shorts, okay? Now, here's what I mean. So my dad, he wore shorts. He had a prosthetic. So when he wore shorts, you could see his prosthetic leg. And his idea was, I don't got a leg. I don't care who sees it. And I was thinking, you know what? You should be able to, like, if you have a prosthetic, go ahead and wear shorts. You can't do the same with a knee brace. You just can't. You've got to wear long pants. If you're going to wear a knee brace, you got to wear long pants. Nobody likes the knee brace with the short look.
I've seen Dibs do that.
I am today.
Oh, yeah.
That's why he's saying it.
Oh,
hey, welcome to the party.
You want to talk about gutless?
Yeah.
He won't even call me out by name. He does this passive aggressive thing. Let me just come back at you with this.
Sure.
I'm late.
What do you got on your face today? What's on your face?
These are my peepers.
In the face.
So you're wearing glasses because your eyes are clearly injured in some fashion.
No, they're reading glasses.
I don't come down your road because your face happens to have basically a brace on them. You got glasses on because your eyes are hurt. I wear a knee brace because my leg is damaged.
Let me ask you this.
I'm not asking you to put a mask on to cover your face.
How many compliments have you gotten because of your brace?
I don't need
0
compliments.
Ask me about my glasses.
How many people name call you behind your back?
Many.
About your glasses.
I'm a dumbass.
More of a nerd, but
no.
Yeah.
He got the Harry Carey look.
Shut up, Guru.
No, it sounded like you meant that.
I did.
So I'm supposed to wear pants just so that you don't feel...
Especially because it's a gloomy day out there.
It's actually quite nice and warm. It's not gloomy at all.
Is that what I have? Just answer me one question. Just one question. Am I going to have to deal with that on Sunday?
It's a game time decision. What's really interesting
is... and I golfing Sunday.
Golf does not...
None of your business.
I'll find out.
No, you won't.
Contra Costa Country Club.
That's my man.
Country Club.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Probably not. Probably not. Just because I only need it really for stairs. Stairs are my kryptonite.
Thank you, Dibs, for just playing along. It's just, again, I was out of it.
Right.
We can't ignore the Giants and their new acquisitions. It's funny, right?
Let's talk about
2 games again. I'm just saying.
What's bugging you?
That's what I'm going to get to.
My bad.
Let's talk
milk it. It's 209.
Listen, I had to get out of the way so that you can crush Dibs. Now I'm milking it.
10-8
I haven't
Dibs.
said a word for 5 minutes.
It's a record.
Now I'm milking it.
It's a record.
Well, hey, when in Rome. Anyway, doing my best Dibs impression. So anyway, let's talk about the Giants' new acquisitions. Let's talk about the fact that your producer leaves during the crossover every single week. And by the way, he ends up being in the crosshairs half the time, and he doesn't have to wear it because he leaves. So listen, Evan, and both of you too. Actually, not you, Goo.
Yeah, I knew I was out of it. Yeah.
You too. You know why? You know what bugs me today? The fun police. That's who bugs me today. So I'm driving around minding my own damn business at 10:30 this morning, and I got to listen to you and Evan come down my road because I'm an actual, wait a minute, wait for it, actual Giants fan. Not that many of them here in this station sometimes. An actual Giants fan, and you're going to come down to my road because in an incredibly emotional 24 hours and a guy who got picked up off of the street 24 hours earlier wraps a bases loaded double into Triples Alley to have another come from behind win in the middle of the crossover yesterday. E-Dog says, oh, God, act like it's the 9th inning. It's the only 4th. Hey, how many more runs got scored in the game? How many
worse.
How many more runs got scored in the game?
I got it.
None. And some of us, know Giants baseball, and some of us care about Giants baseball. So I don't want to hear a Padres/A's fan tell me that I'm overacting in the middle of an emotional Giants game. If you're a Giants fan, then you can tell me how a Giants fan should act. But you're not, so don't.
That's more toward you, Evan.
Than me. You're back. Hi. Get it. What's up, E?
I can tell that really cut you, man.
That was great.
No, I'm just over.
I mean, Mark, how many 60-second games of a season have you seen?
This
50 years worth?
This year, one.
No, but we're all it's
just
funny.
Don't.
Hey, shut up.
That was a big week. How many times? You know what? Pay the over.
A big week.
Pay the over on shut-ups on your show.
We had a lot.
My God, all three.
And we're about to go break bread. But listen.
No, you're not.
You got something on Twitter that's going.
Oh, Bryce Watts.
Dude, a grand slam.
We left here yesterday, and we were like, oh, never mind.
I go, this is a whole one.
That bit died.
Right? Did he strike out?
Yeah.
And twice?
No, he got out
grounded
twice.
out.
Yeah, and it's like,
grounded
okay,
out, that
was a one-day bit. It's over.
And
Bryce watch.
We got home, and the dude hit a tank with the bases loaded.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
We'll go live to Sugarland today about 3 o'clock and talk to the play-by-play announcer, Zach Beyruti.
Oh, cool.
As Bryce Watch gets ramped up even more.
Why does that make you shake your head?
No, it's good.
Yeah,
like, you guys have these kind of ideas that are good. It's a good idea.
That's fun. And
I mean, we had Ishikawa on a couple days ago. Of course, he works individually with Bryce Eldridge.
Yep.
So it'll just be another guy who's seen him, like Ishikawa.
But Zach
Ishikawa's known him for a while.
Zach got to call that Grand Slam last night.
We'll have that call for you right here on Willard and Dibs.
Bryce Watch.
I was about to tee you up so you could get out, but you came down my road with the knee brace. So I'm mad at you right now.
Now you have to stay.
I think I might go quadruple braces on Sunday. Double elbow, double knee.
Can I be honest?
And I might actually get one of those neck halos when you break your neck.
Don't tell.
When somebody keeps saying, I got to be honest, you're lying. The other time. I'm ready for you.
Eye patch.
Am I wrong, Willard?
Don't tell.
When somebody constantly says, I got to be honest with you, you tend to think you've been lying to me the other time. That's your crutch. Lose it.
That goes with, no offense, but.
Lose it by Monday, but.
You know.
All right. Hey,
I got to be honest with you, does usually get followed by. It gets followed by. It gets followed by something negative. I got to be honest with you. It's never like, I got to be honest with you, you look great today. Nobody does that.
Oh,
I got to be honest with you, that makes you look a little fat. Like it right?
Yeah.
It skews negative, Steiny. I'm not going to let you talk.
Guru.
I need a jacket at the yard tonight or no?
Yeah, bring it.
All right.
Bring it for the 8th and 9th. Where are you sitting?
Section 112.
Which side of this?
First base.
Oh, damn it. Okay. I'm going to try
there?
to come see you. Yeah, I'm on third base.
Make it happen.
I'm on third base. Where are you going, Steiny?
I mean, so fast.
It's first o'clock on a payday Friday.
Well,
you know what I'm doing, Mark?
You're not golfing. You don't have tickets to the game. The boss is not here.
Correct.
Where do you got to be?
I'm going to, you know what I'm going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to have a new vodka and Fresca.
NUE.
Yes, sir.
With Fresca?
Yeah.
A little early, isn't it?
Why don't you put like some cran or some OJ?
You can do that too.
Yeah, I know.
He likes the bubbles.
Fresca's really good.
Fresca?
Takes me back to my childhood.
I didn't even know they still made it.
Yeah.
I'm going to have
also, you know what else they make? RC Cola.
Oh, that was good.
That was good.
RC
It was
Cola
the best
was
of the
yeah.
bowl, I thought.
I'm going to have a bourbon and tab later just to make me feel like I'm here.
My mom used to love Tab.
Yeah.
What a weird name for a soda.
Shout out Maureen Fulton, Sister Mo, rest in peace. She always had a 6 or a tab in the fridge.
Wow.
Are you going to drink with them right now?
Hey,
I get a chicken Caesar salad, and then we just talk.
Because it's Friday afternoon. You're not going to have a water.
What do you eat too?
Everything
have a salad.
That's
in
fine.
moderation.
Yeah.
Particularly
you know what that is.
on 95.7, the game. I'm a dumbass.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
No, I agree.
Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go. You ever come in on the Friday and you're like, I'm in the Friday 5 o'clock mood at 2:15.
Yeah.
I'm there. I've been there. I've been there since about 11 o'clock this morning.
I'd say that's about the same for me because at a little after 11, I was leaving R&S in the great garage door spot in San Leandro. I'm not going to do this to you all day, but you know when you do these...
Do it as much as you want.
You do these added value videos for clients that you endorse, and you just kind of have a great day doing it. And shout out Cam, who does so much here. He was filming it. And we were down there talking to the assistant manager, and I'm learning about garage doors and all the new products and the different stuff. It was fun, and got in the car and listened to a little Steiny and Goo, and I was like, you know what? Friday, payday, Bryce watch.
Good day.
Yeah.
It is. It's
been a good week, too.
It's been a very, very good week. But, 888-957-9570 is the number, and I'm just going to warn everybody right now, we're going to be all over the damn place today because it's that kind of a day. The Giants had an interesting 48 hours We've got Bryce watch. We're going to talk to the play-by-play guy for the AAA team for the Giants, for the River Cats. His name's Zach Beyruti. Apparently there's a competition in our show group to figure out who knows him the best. I didn't know he was like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Everybody's fighting over whether or not they've met him more or whatever. But did you get the actual booking? Was that you?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, Grandy, you stepped aside.
Yeah.
It was my idea. It was your booking, and Grandy, you were there for support. Is that the way it was?
Yeah, I offered support, and you guys, or Dib said, no thanks.
And I need to apologize. I didn't know that you had such deep ties to Zach Beyruti. I came in a little aggressive on the thread, admittedly. I just want to apologize.
I was first. I was like, I think I could get him because I know people who know Zach, but I don't know Zach. But I didn't know how many people I know who know Zach.
Yeah.
Apparently, I know a lot more than I realized. Because you two would both like to, I don't know, you'd both like to go on a trip with him. Or, there was a big competition over, the possessiveness of Zach Beyruti.
I was reflecting on how long I've known him, and it had me, step back because it was probably 17 years. 17 years ago, he was doing the Stockton Ports, and I was doing that Comcast Hometown Network, local TV, and we did a bunch of this, and he was my play-by-play guy. Joe Rizzo was doing the San Jose Giants, and now look at how these guys have grown up. Beyruti's in AAA.
Love it.
Rizzo's doing both. You know, when Flem is doing golf, then Rizzo gets the call, and it's awesome. And I think about Evan and Grandy in particular, guys who are now the age that Zach and Joe were 17 years ago, and I think about the future. And great things are coming your way, Grandy, you and Evan.
Yep, almost, Grandy. You just keep doing what you're doing, and then something good will happen at some point.
Thanks. Can I break some news for you guys?
Please, what do you got? I told you we'd go all
this
over
is
the place.
maybe has been in the works ever since that he left the mound grabbing at his elbow.
Ooh.
But Arizona Diamondbacks starter Corbin Burnes will undergo Tommy John surgery.
Well,
first year of a 6-year, $210 million deal.
Score another one for the Giants. Score another one for the Giants, who, by the way, I don't even think they tried. I know it was rumored that they were this close and trying that. I don't even think that they offered Corbin Burnes anything. But that was, do you remember when that was the guy the Giants were supposed to go get? And I'm not going to say that the guy that they did get is doing wonderful things yet either.
But he's upright.
He's upright. I think he's in the lineup tonight. I don't know that. Maybe not, but
he's always in the lineup.
Yeah,
Willie Adamus.
Well, Dave Fleming did say the same thing that you said when he came on with the Joes earlier this morning. He's like, maybe a day off.
Did he mention rent a dog?
He did not ask him to rent a dog, but he didn't rule it out either.
Okay.
But he did say maybe a day off, or maybe a day off up against a day off. Like, in other words, have a day off when we also have a scheduled day off. Take two. Take two of these
hit the left
and call me next week. And I guess that was in the plans in Detroit. This was an interesting story. Flem goes, Melvin had said to Adamus, you're taking tomorrow off, but he said it before one of the games he was going to go play. And then Adamus went out and wrapped two balls really hard up the middle and went to Melvin and said, we found something. We found something. You got to put me back in the lineup tomorrow. So Mel listened and did, and it turns out he didn't find something. Just kidding. He didn't find something, and so he never got those days off, even though they were kind of thinking maybe a day off. So I don't know if we'll see that sometime soon.
No game Monday, so you could do a Sunday Monday.
Maybe.
That might be the time.
And they got a day game Sunday, I would assume?
Yeah.
They're not playing any weird time
not
on
105.
Sunday? Okay.
And then you travel to Colorado and,
that might be the one.
Yeah,
that might be the one.
He gets a couple days to take a deep breath and
lock in for Colorado and LA, two hitters parks.
Right.
So yeah, maybe, but he's probably in the lineup tonight. But it seems like we say it. It feels like 85% of the time. Big deal gets signed, fan base gets excited, and then count to 3, 2, 1. Whoops, that big deal was a mistake. It doesn't it feel like most of the time the big deal that the fans want you to sign ends up like, don't you feel, even with Correa, doesn't it feel most of the time when you don't sign the big guy, you come away going, phew, it's a good thing. I mean, obviously not Judge,
yeah.
Not Harper, not Ohtani. I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. I don't even know if they had a realistic chance for those people anyway. But a lot of these other players, man, especially pitchers.
I was just going to say, that to me becomes the one. Like you said, Burns got, was it 6 years and $210, Grandy?
Yep.
Were the numbers? So
6, 210.
And that's, you look at the Giants now, you think, well, no way were they going to want to do that because the rotation's amazing and relatively cheap. Robbie Ray's got one more year next year at $25 million. Logan, I don't think makes
not a ton.
And then you got the young pup. So you look at the contract, that 6 for $210, it's almost impossible for a pitcher to go out and match the contract that you get that's that high, especially if he's never had Tommy John. As we were mentioning to Robbie Ray yesterday, it's almost a rite of passage for a pitcher. It's not if, but it's when you're going to have your elbow blow up.
But it doesn't mean a downturn. Sometimes they come back throwing even harder now. Like we've gotten all those stories of high school and college kids who are almost like trying to get to TJ surgery as quickly as possible so that you get it out of the way. And then we know a lot of guys who had an uptick in velocity after their TJ surgery. So I don't know, but yeah, here's Robbie Ray, who, by the way, joined us on the show in the 5 o'clock hour yesterday. So if you missed that, he was fantastic. And yes, there was pineapple on pizza content that I heard get turned into a lengthy conversation on the morning roast earlier today. So that was great. I'm not offended by any food. I choose not to eat some of them, but I'll never be offended if you want to put Flem said the same thing. He's okay with pineapple on the pizza, but I could also tell he wouldn't choose it. It's not what he's going to choose.
Yep.
If he could have any topping on the board, but whatever. By the way, Logan Webb, based on what Logan Webb does on the mound, you want to take a guess at what he's making this year? His contract escalates.
Yeah.
But just this year. You want to take a guess at what he's making?
I know it's not as big as what it's going to be. I'm going to say $15 million. The music means if I'm wrong, I get buzzed. So.
Well, we have to set what would be a good,
probably
kind of margin
$2 million
of error.
plus or minus.
$2 million?
I'm way off. I have a feeling.
Well, no. So you go 15. All right. Yeah.
Let's just get to the bus.
No, but you were only $3 million off.
Oh, not bad.
He only makes $12 million.
Only 12. I love when we use only.
Well, but no, in the
I know.
This is an ace. This
I love
a major league
when
ace.
we use the word only and we follow it up with 12 million.
I know, but it's
no,
kind
you're
of
right.
like we could have done that with Brock the last few years. Oh, he only makes $1 million a year. If you want to run that through the prism of just human beings, that's an incredible salary. But for a quarterback, it's absurdly low. I mean, there are people who are like Logan Webb in the bigs, and they're making $30 and $40 million a year. Robbie Ray makes more than twice what Logan Webb makes per year. So that's a hell of a bargain.
It is.
Right? Escalates to 23 next year and the year after, and then 24. And then he'll be 31 years old, and then you see what you want to do.
Corbin Burns, the fourth largest contract among pitchers in total money. Yoshinobu Yamamoto's number one, and he's 2 years into a 12-year deal, and so far, it's working out. Garrett Cole is like 4 or 5 years into a 9-year, and that one's, it's been good, but he's making
good and bad.
$36 million a year.
And major injury thrown in there.
Yep.
Yep.
And then it's Max Fried, then Burns, then DeGrom, and then good old number 7, Blake Snell. Snelly's making $182 over 5.
Have fun with that.
Yep. So
how many starts does he have this year? 2?
Something like that.
3? Is he coming back this year?
Don't know. So
that's a shame.
You hate to see it.
That's a shame.
He's made 2 starts, hasn't pitched since April 2nd.
It's a shame. It is a shame.
9 innings pitched this year.
It's a shame.
10 hits allowed. 7 runs.
It's a shame.
If you ever watched Game of Thrones, I would do the shame, because there's a big use of shame in that series.
I mean, I never, ever, ever want to celebrate somebody else's injury or misfortune.
It's a bad look.
No, so it's a shame. It's a shame.
It is.
Yeah.
Logan Webb, 20th largest contract at $90 million total. So that's not that much.
Great bargain. Just a phenomenal pitcher, phenomenal clubhouse presence, just phenomenal.
Also on this list, Rodon is 9th, Zach Wheeler 12th, Gosman 14th.
Wow.
A lot of former Giants on there.
Zach Wheeler is forever going to be the one who got away.
Yep.
That's the one that still hurts. Anyway, all right, so yeah, can we talk about Haliburton a little bit? I want to get to Haliburton. We've got today's Bryce Watch. If you don't know or if you haven't heard what happened down on the farm last night with Bryce Eldridge, we're going to have that coming up for you. And in a half hour, we'll talk to the play-by-play guy for the Sacramento River Cats. His name is Zach Beiruti. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
won't go. Rebound, Neesmith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no foul to give. Haliburton looking. Haliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Haliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No, Grandy. No, that's the wrong call.
What do you mean? That's Mike Breen from ESPN on ABC.
Right. That was that call.
That's the call.
That's not the call. That's not the call.
Do you want to hear like Thunder home radio and hear?
No, that's not what I'm looking for either.
Pacers home radio?
No thanks.
I'm running out of guesses.
I came in today. It's Friday. We love to put smiles on people's faces. I usually spend the whole 5 o'clock hour laughing uncontrollably.
That's true.
And so I wanted to make sure that y'all got to hear the Korean call of Tyrese Haliburton's shot last night. Because I don't care who you are, this is just happy in a box. That's all this is. You want to hear it?
I do.
This is what it sounded like on the Korean call when Tyrese Haliburton hit that shot.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
Okay.
Wow. I didn't know that the Korean word for wow was wow.
Yeah. These are not what, like, there's the second half of that call. It doesn't matter what language you speak. Those aren't words. They're just human beings making exultation sounds.
That's right.
Wow! That's the best thing.
And then
that
I also love the wow in there too.
I mean,
it's a great call.
I could listen to that for the rest of the show. We could put that on loop and leave, and our ratings would go up.
Haliburton.
Yeah.
He does that to people from all corners.
I think I did hear the word Pacers in there too earlier. Like, but right, because when you, no matter what language you speak, I think when you throw out an NBA team, it's, you know,
the team.
And
Haliburton
Pacers.
is Haliburton.
Right. So, like, here one more time.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
Wow! And there's a whoa in there too.
By the way, it wasn't Pacers, it was Indiana. They said Indiana at the and then Haliburton, and then wow! Yeah. I mean, you know what that reminded me of? Do you remember the What's Up commercials?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that sounded like.
A slightly more recent reference, but maybe not.
Okay.
That reminds me of the Howard Dean. And we're going to North Carolina. We're going to Wisconsin.
Wow!
I wonder which one of those came first, the What's Up commercials or Howard Dean screaming out cities all over America. I can't remember which one was first. They're both throwbacks a little bit.
No doubt.
Grandy, do you know, this is always our barometer on this show, and Evan is still in the next room as well. Do either of you understand those references at all?
Sorry, I missed the references.
Howard Dean screaming as a politician, screaming out all of the different cities around America. Is essentially when he lost any chance at winning a presidential election, he went crazy in front of a podium. He was trying to say, people like, we're going to go to California, we're going to go to Arizona, we're going to go, and then he just went crazy and then went, wah! And everyone went, not voting for that guy.
Vaguely.
You know. Yeah, I have the answer on which one is older.
And then do you know the What's Up commercials? What's Up?
Oh, yeah, no, I remember
those.
Okay,
all right. What was first?
Which one do you think?
I think
give him some game show music so he can maybe get buzzed.
Yeah. Okay.
You're going to get as buzzed as Steiny.
Just which one was first?
Which one?
I feel like
came first.
I feel like I can place the Howard Dean one. Howard Dean was circa... this was probably in the mid 2000s, kind of like a 06, 05, 06. was an election. So I'll go maybe the 2004 election.
Okay.
This is my random guess. So did the WhatsApp commercials, was that before I turned 30?
WhatsApp.
Oh, God. I'm going to say narrowly that WhatsApp was first. It's close, though. It's close. Yeah!
Impressive. Howard Dean, 2004.
2004.
It was during the Iowa caucuses.
Okay.
And
this is one of my least favorite words in the English
caucuses?
language. Yeah, I don't like that. I do not prefer that at all.
It's borderline filthy.
It's very uncomfortable, especially when blended with what you're actually trying to say.
Right.
It's like, what are we doing here?
Iowa caucuses.
Yeah, some people are getting down to try to figure out who they want to vote for, and we got to come up with a caucus.
Hey,
you
don't want a caucus?
Yeah, I'm not okay with this.
Yeah, it's probably
kind of like that.
Slightly less offensive than just the word cock.
Well, right. The guy who comes over to the stuff on
windows.
the bathtub. Yeah, like, why? Why can we just, we got all kinds of letters in this language. Go figure out a different word. It's just like 4 letters. Let's just come up with a different way to do this.
It's actually 5 letters, but
it is
CAULK.
Oh, is there a U in there?
Yeah,
okay,
it's not like the male chicken. The answer is the WhatsApp was 1999.
Okay.
So
yeah. No, you want to know why I eventually guessed that was earlier?
Yep.
I loved those commercials so much, and I figured I wasn't in my 30s when that came out, because if I was, that would make me really immature. Because I, like many people, spent a month, like, every time somebody called me, like, just stupid. So that sounds like something I would do just out of college. And I did.
Yeah. I was in my 30s, and I really enjoyed it, so.
I'm not saying you shouldn't enjoy it.
Monday Night Football, December 20th, 1999.
Damn.
That's when the first one, and apparently it ran for several years.
Oh, it definitely
did. Different renditions of it.
That thing ran almost as long as The Most Interesting Man in the World.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, Dos Equis guy.
Yep.
That's still, for me, for my money, best ad campaign of all time. In my lifetime.
Pretty good, yep.
Most Interesting Man in the World.
Yeah. So anyway.
His business card says, I'll call you.
Pretty funny. So many good taglines in that.
Good. You can still tell your friends when you leave the bar, stay thirsty, my friends. You can still do that.
Yeah.
And I feel like you can get away with it. Anyway,
no doubt. Yeah, that's the Korean call of Tyrese Haliburton.
Call of the year.
Tyrese Haliburton and the Pacers. We went back and forth a little yesterday, and I still think the Thunder, I'll check, but they're probably still favored.
Oh, for sure they're still favored. For sure they are. Here, I haven't looked, so let me see. And yeah, you're not going to hear any victory lap from me because
long way to go. Yeah,
long way to go. It's one game. They were outplayed for the majority of it for sure. So I don't know where this is going to go. But if you happened to put a couple of dollars on the Pacers to win the series, that was a good start. And yeah, they started out at +5. I think I got it at 505.
Okay. Yep.
It's
like the freeway.
It's now +278.
Yep.
Yeah. Cut it in half about.
Yeah, I'm seeing it at 265 on FanDuel, so right in that same range. Yeah. But
Thunder's still a very significant favorite.
Even though they lost home court.
Yeah.
And, the way the Pacers won that game is the way they win games. And Tyrese even said it in the postgame. He's like, we never really worry about being down. I mean, this is what we've done. This is what we do. And even down 9 with, it was like 2.5 minutes to go, and it didn't look good. You had back-to-back threes, and next thing you know, whoop, whoop. Now it's a 3-point game, and it's pucker time.
Listen, I'm just going to say this, because it's not over yet, so maybe it'll just kind of dissipate into the atmosphere. I hope this doesn't come off sounding like hyperbole. I've never seen anything like this. This is not just an unlikely run. It's an unlikely run tucked into, we're usually down by double digits with 3 minutes to go. And we've done that at least once in all 4 of our series. That's crazy. That doesn't work. That doesn't make sense. And it tends to be the same guy each time who has the crazy shot. And oh, by the way, one of the crazy shots was totally a miss. He bricked it. and it flew up, tickled the ceiling, and went flying down through the hoop.
That was against the Knicks, right?
Yes.
To force overtime.
So to me, that's kind of why I said what I said yesterday, where I'm like, sometimes, and I'm not a big, whatever your spirituality is, I'm not a big believer in all that, like when it comes to sports, there's a higher power at work, but something's going on. I don't know what, have you ever seen anything like this?
I don't think this has ever happened in 4 consecutive series. And I'm looking at the list. 1.1 remaining against the Bucks in overtime, game 5. 1 second left, game 2 against the Cavs. No time left to force overtime on the one you're talking about. Back rim, and that goes 7 feet, 8 feet in the air and goes in. And then last night, 0.3. And when the Thunder didn't score and they got the ball with 8 left, no timeout by Rick Carlisle, genius, smart move, and then you're just waiting for Tyrese.
And you almost knew. The second they get the ball, you're like, oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that dribble to the right and the little 17-foot mid-range, got him.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는데요. 할리버튼! 와우!
Wow! I can't get enough. Wow!
The wow is great.
Please play it at least 10 more. We're doing it at least 10 more times between now and when we leave for the weekend. There is no better way to start a weekend than that.
Wow! And if you get a chance to find the Howard Dean scream,
that's all over.
It's probably already in the system because it was a.
This one's. I like this way better. This one's more fun.
Well, and this one resulted in a victory, not a guy who immediately had to bow out.
Right.
I think he took third in that caucus.
Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I mean, and that was politics. This is sports. So by definition, this is better.
Obviously, yeah.
This is way more fun. Way, way, way more fun.
Much more cool. And
I don't know if it's more fun than that was pretty fun.
Yeah.
And more sustainable. But this is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good just for a Friday.
This is akin to a football team winning 4 straight playoff games when they're down by, 5 points with, minute 30 to go. And the quarterback leads them down, game-winning drive. Next week, divisional, same thing. Conference championship, same thing. Super Bowl, same thing. And I know that they haven't won anything yet, but that's what I was thinking about. I don't think a football team has ever had 4 come from behind wins in the same postseason.
Well, you only get usually 3 or 4 games in the postseason.
Yep.
If you get the first round bye, you don't even play 4 games in the postseason. So, yeah, do I have those numbers right? Because they won in 5 games, followed by 5 games, followed by 6 games. So this was their 17th play. They're 13-4. They're 13-4, but at least 4 of those wins, they had no business winning the basketball game. None.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This is the most anti-NBA playoff run I've ever seen. And here's what I mean by that. I don't mean there's something wrong with it. It just goes against everything that I have ever been taught as far as the NBA playoffs. You don't get to win when you, quote, don't have the best player. You don't get to win when you're the 4 seed. You don't get to win when you're not one of the top 5 or 6 odds teams going into the playoffs, let alone the start of the season. You don't get to win when you are a massive underdog going against a team that won 68 times in the regular season. You don't get to win when you're a team that has different leading scorers night to night. This is all, the Pacers are all the things that we've been taught through the years. That can be good, but you're not going to win a title. You're not going to win a title doing that unless something gets really funky. And I've arrived at something's getting funky. This is a really odd run.
It's very rare, and we mentioned it yesterday, the 2004 NBA Finals, of which you saw every single game, and that Pistons team was heavily an underdog, and they weren't supposed to do that either. And we know these names more now because they've gone on to be Hall of Famers. Chauncey Billups and Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace, Richard Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince, your starting 5, but you're going up against Kobe and Shaq. And GP won, by the way, and a team that was
sort of
remnants
of him.
Yeah, Karl Malone. I mean, it was a team that
I think he was hurt for the series, but anyway,
I'm looking. He played 40 minutes in Game 2,
Okay, one of them was either missed the series or got hurt in the series. I can't remember if it was Peyton or Malone, but both.
Yeah, game 3, Malone played 18 minutes, so maybe that was the game where he got nicked up. The game that they lost.
Did he play in game 4 or 5?
I will skip ahead and look, and we were talking about heavy underdogs, and this Pistons team was that.
Yep.
Yeah, he played 22 minutes in game 4.
And did Peyton? Peyton played all of them too?
Peyton played 43 and a half minutes.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah, memory's not serving me on that one. I thought one of them got hurt in that series or.
Yeah, he did not dress for game 5. Karl Malone.
Oh, okay.
Game 5.
So maybe that's what I'm remembering, but that's only one game. That series was cooked by then anyway.
Yeah, but to your point about this Pacer team, I'm looking at that team, 2004, and Hamilton led them in game 5 in scoring. You had Chauncey lead them twice. You had Rashid had 26 in game 4 to lead them. So it's the same sort of like Pacer thing. And even last night, you had, was it Neesmith and Nembhard hit back-to-back threes when they were down 9?
Yeah, Nembhard hit the big one. He hit that step back that made it like, okay, we got a tight finish here in the final 30 seconds. So that was probably the second biggest shot of the game. But yeah, I don't know what it is about this team, man. When you give them a 3-point shot in the final 2 minutes, it goes in. It goes in. They got an incredible group that any of whom can sort of seemingly hit a big shot at the right time. And so far for a month, that's what they've done. They just the shots go in at the right time for this team. It's wild.
Yeah, and it's not just the one star, like you're saying. Obi Toppin hit a big 3 in the game, and Siakam has big contributions, and then
Miles
it gets
Turner,
down to,
yeah.
You get down to the end of the game, and it's like, okay, we're number 0? And then they cut to his dad, and his dad's got the jersey on. It's like, man, this Haliburton thing is, it's here.
Yep, Haliburton is the second biggest name in American sports so far this week. Second biggest name.
Just number 2?
Well, you know who number 1 is. He goes. No, not him. Yeah, he goes by the name of Bryce Eldridge. I don't know if this is big and fancy yet. We haven't even heard it yet, but do we have a little something to lead us, Mr. Grandy, into today's Bryce Watch?
I don't think. No, a couple things. A couple things.
A few things.
Many things.
Oh, my God. I thought the Korean call was the best thing I'd ever heard. It's not. No. I think this was. Wait a minute now. So what? We both have a few things. What just went through your mind? Then we'll get to Bryce Watch.
I've never loved Mark Grandy more. That was an incredible job of doing big announcer, deep voice guy.
That's baritone Grandy right there. Yeah, baritone Grandy was amazing. I only have one tiny stupid criticism. We'll hold that for a second.
Okay.
I actually just want to congratulate you and take the opportunity to rip Lucas because he's not here. Because yesterday, with about 2 hours to go until the show, we're like, Lucas, we should do this. Let's do this. And Lucas is like, okay, I'll hit the little and that's what that was it. That was Lucas's contribution to hit the same button we hit whenever we want to say anything on this station. But Grandy, given a couple hours notice, this is what he came up with. He's got the Baywatch theme for the Bryce Watch segment and a baritone voice that we didn't even know he had.
Look at the big voice on Grandy.
Yeah.
I had no idea he could get low.
Any guesses on what my tiny, annoying, little constructive criticism would be?
I will guess what yours is with what mine would be.
What's yours?
It's a little long.
Oh, no.
Okay.
You can go for 8 minutes if you want. Yeah, it's Friday.
Not the music, but I thought that...
Play it again. Hell, I don't care.
I thought we could have tightened it down a little bit.
Yeah. This is my grandma who's about to talk. May she rest in peace.
Yeah.
But she always, like, when there was that little thing that you don't want someone to point out, like my gosh, she was the English police. My sister, me and Jenny are going to go down to the store. Jenny and I, but she wouldn't do that. She'd go, who? I said, me and Jenny. Who? Oh, God. Grandma. So I'm going to be my grandma here for a second. I don't think if you're going from San Francisco to Sacramento, you're going down I-80. I think you're going up I-80.
I think you're going out because you're going east.
You're going east.
Up is north, down is south.
Well, Sacramento is north of San Francisco.
Sure, but the majority of your travel is heading east.
Fair.
Like if it's 100 miles east, it might be 12 miles north.
Yeah, but it is north.
Yeah, sure.
So
sure.
I told you it was annoying.
No, actually I'm kind of with you on the pet peeve because that caught me too.
I don't want you to re-record it or anything, Grandy. Don't do that. But I just would have said.
My thought is Sacramento is downriver of San Francisco.
Okay. I mean, do you? Stand on it. Stand on what you say.
Downriver?
Yeah, like
downwind?
It's bigger and better here.
Downriver. Gotcha. Like it's, okay. I was just trying to figure out which river you're taking to get there.
Downriver Cats? I didn't know where we were
just
going
get
with
to
that.
Bryce watch.
Anyway, here's Bryce Eldridge, everybody.
The 1-0. And a swing and a drive to deep right. Corona's back, and it's gone! It's a grand slam for Bryce Eldridge. His first AAA home run is a grand slam. And it gives the River Cats the lead here in Sugarland. Eldridge crushed it, and there was no doubt about it.
All right, that is Zach Beirudi, who's going to join us in about 10 minutes, maybe even a little less. He's the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, and that's his call of the way Bryce Eldridge turned the game in Sugarland, Texas last night. At bat number 1, a strikeout. At bat number 2, a ground out. At bat number 3, I have no idea. It was some sort of an out. He did drive in another run with an out. He went 1 for 4 with a grand slam, 5 driven in, and his up-to-the-minute AAA OPS is 1,277 since arriving with the River Cats.
Pretty awesome. And when you watch the video and the River Cats put it out there on Twitter,
oh my God,
that ball was Schmidt on. That ball was hammered to right.
Yeah.
Not a line drive.
Go on.
I don't know if they do exit velocity in AAA, but that thing was at least 107, 108. That thing was devoured.
This is the best way I can describe it. He hit it, and the right fielder looked at the pitcher and went, "You kidding me?" He didn't move. He just went, "Are you kidding me? Are you Schmitting me?"
Right.
Go on.
Go on. Yeah.
I have PTSD for Zach as someone who also once upon a time, way back when, did minor league baseball. You know the difference between like a grand slam in the bigs versus when you're doing it, especially as the road team in minor league baseball? Listen to this again and pay close attention to the sound of the crowd.
The 1-0. And a swing and a drive to deep right. Corona's back, and it's gone! It's a grand slam for Bryce Eldridge. His first AAA home run is a grand slam. And it gives the River Cats the lead here in Sugarland. Eldridge crushed it, and there was no doubt about it.
Like, we have no proof that Zach's not doing that in his bathroom.
Right.
Like, there is absolutely no sound. You'd like minor league ballparks, swinging a drive, and then there's Marge in the third row. She's the only person in this.
I have the attendance if you want.
What was it?
2,249.
Wow!
The Space Cowboys, thank you.
The A's are like, what's wrong with that?
By the way, 109.8 off the bat.
Yeah!
24-degree launch angle, 397 feet.
Dog. That thing was mashed.
Yep. 109.
All
wow.
right. So
0.8, closer to 110.
Yeah, and unfortunately, at Oracle Park, that's going to be a long single.
You're absolutely right. That thing's going to knock right off the bricks, straight to the right fielder, and
I don't know what kind of speed he has at 6'7".
Throw him out at first base.
Serious.
Yeah. So anyway, 2 for 6 with 2 walks, a grand slam, and 5 runs driven in since arriving for his first 2 games as a Cat.
Yeah, pretty impressive. 4.115 line score. yesterday.
Not bad.
1 for 4 with 5 driven in.
5 driven in.
That's pretty rare.
Before you guys break, you want to hear from my old friend Howard Dean really quick?
Yeah.
Here it is.
We're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. And we're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
Yep. Wow. Korean Cole way better.
Yeah. That's just the sound I hear at the end.
All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. We're here for you. We're here for good. We're here for fun. We're here for Zach Bayrudy, voice of the River Cats, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
1-0. And a swing and a drive to deep right. Corona's back, and it's gone! It's a grand slam for Bryce Eldridge. His first AAA home run is a grand slam. And it gives the River Cats the lead here in Sugarland. Eldridge crushed it, and there was no doubt about it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's the River Cats call. And Zach Beyrouti is the play-by-play man on the job there who's going to join us here in just a moment. We are live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. This is Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us, and we're glad that joining us right now on the River Islands guest line is none other than Zach Beyrouti. And Zach, you better enjoy those calls while they last. I don't know how many more days you're going to get to do this, man.
It's going to be interesting. First of all, hi, fellas. It's going to be interesting to see how long he is here, and I think I'll probably have some thoughts on that once we get into it. But it was a fun first home run to call for sure.
What are your first impressions, Zach?
Well, we saw him last year, Bryce, for 8 games, the end of the season, and he was a little bit gassed when he came here because he had just finished his AA season, and the Giants actually gave him the option to either get his feet wet at AAA or to just go home and call it a season. He said, no, I'll go to AAA and see what it's all about. So he joined us, and it was pretty cool to watch him last year, just an imposing presence and just getting to know kind of what he's all about. And then this year we're seeing him, I think, with a lot more juice. You know, it's earlier in the season. He's fresh. I think he's energized to be here. Not that he wasn't last year, but he certainly is right now. Just an imposing presence, a kid who's mature beyond his years. He's 20 years old, and when you walk by him, you're like, this kid can't be 20 years old, and yet he is, so it's pretty cool.
What's the buzz been like inside the clubhouse and around the team? Because there's so much hype around Bryce, and now here he comes, not to stay, but for a real longer stint. Is there palpable excitement in the clubhouse?
Sure. I think everybody in the clubhouse kind of knows what he's all about and that he's the top prospect in the organization, one of the top prospects in baseball. But I think one of the real cool elements is that, he's in a clubhouse with now, Luis Matos is back and Luciano is still here. And, the pitchers who are, top end of the rotation guys, hopefully at some point along the way, guys like Carson Wisenon and Carson Ragsdale and Carson Seymour. And I mean, it's kind of a star-studded team when you think about it. Guys that have been here, guys that have been in the big leagues and have come back. So, it's not like he's just kind of here and he's the only guy. I mean, he's here with bona fide big leaguers and other top prospects. So I think just kind of the landscape for him is really cool to be a part of here.
Zach Beyrouti is the voice of the Sacramento River Cats and joining us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Zach, it's been made very clear by the big league organization that what they're waiting on and what he's working on is not that bad. It's the glove and just his sort of know-how over at first base. What does that look like so far?
He hasn't committed an error. Granted, it's only been 2 days, but he hasn't committed an error. He did have a ball the other day off to his right where he kind of went too far to his right for it and didn't have a feel for where to go to get the ball to his right. He also had a ball glance off his glove yesterday. I want to say it was on a would-be double play. It wasn't an error, but, there's still elements there that look a little bit wonky. Like, I don't know if he's ever going to be Brandon Bells over there defensively. And he definitely has a way to go with the glove, but you can project him and kind of see that at some point, hopefully he'll be, very serviceable or maybe even better than serviceable over at first base. But it's just going to take time. And I think if they're wise, they won't rush it because, the last thing you want to do is call up a kid who's supposed to be the next big thing and have him struggle and lose confidence with the glove over there at first base.
So you would imagine that would be the thing that would keep him in Sacramento longer, the idea that they really want to develop the glove and him being able to throw it first as opposed to just being tantalized by the big bat.
Absolutely. And, and he's going to, Dibbs, along the way, like, he's going to see a lot of really good pitching in this league. Like, it is a hitter's league, yes, but you see a lot of pitching that you never see at the AA level. So even if he has success, I mean, last night he got a hanging slider and didn't miss it. That was a grand slam. But even if he has success immediately out of the gate with the bat, I think it's only going to benefit the Giants in the long term to keep him here and expose him to the type of pitching that he's going to see at this level. Guys who are among the best in the world and who have pitched, at the highest levels everywhere. I mean, guys who have pitched in Japan, Korea, not to mention the big leagues, and that's only got to help him.
Zach Beirudi, voice of the River Cats, with us. Zach, your opinion, is the bat big league ready already now?
That's a tough question to answer. I mean, I've seen him for a grand total of 10 games with my 2 eyes between the 8 last year and the 2 this year. I could tell you the swing is a beautiful swing. I mean, he's got such long levers, but he's so quick to the ball. And that really is what's striking about him is how big he is, but then how quick to the ball he is. And he had it at bat the other night. It was actually his first at bat with us this year, where he grinded out a walk, his first AB, and he was fouling off pitch after pitch that, the pitches were up and in on him. And even with those long levers, he was able to stay inside the ball, battle, and work his way aboard. So I don't think, I hesitate to say the bat is big league ready, him having been here just 10 games, but you can certainly see why it's so tantalizing for them, and we'll see how long it takes, to feel confident making a statement that the bat is big league ready. But I think it still needs a little bit of time.
Are there zones or pitches with which he struggles to handle them?
I haven't really seen him enough to answer that. I mean, I've seen him get to pretty much everything. Like, I've seen him not be exposed completely one way or the other. Like, the other day, I was just noticing, like I was just mentioning, how the pitches up and in didn't give him problems. And sometimes with the bigger guys, they don't get to those, and he was able to get to those. Like, there's no zone where it's like, oh, man, he's in trouble if they pitch him here or there. So I think it just needs I need to see him a little longer to answer that question with a little more confidence. So right now, I think he can get to pretty much anything.
Hey, Zach, while we got you, what's going on with Luciano?
So that's an interesting one. So he played first base last week for the very first time in his career, and I think that's a spot. Obviously, the Giants want some more production out of that spot in the big leagues. And I think that is a spot where Luciano might have a ticket to the big leagues if he ever wants to really commit to learning the position. He did not commit an error last week when he played first base. He did have a couple of plays that made him look a little bit like a fish out of water. Like one, he had to get back to the bag. He was trying to stretch off the bag, and his foot wasn't on it, and he kind of back tapped and found it, and it looked a little clunky, but again, did not commit an error over there. He's been actually improving defensively quite a bit in left field. He looked exposed out there at times at the very beginning of the season, and he's actually grown to get better reads on balls out there, and he's looked much more natural in the outfield. So I know they're kind of intrigued with putting him at first base, and it'll be interesting to see how much Lucy wants to commit to playing first base.
You mentioned 3 Carsons before, which kind of blew my mind that you could have 3 pitchers named Carson on the staff. Which of the 3 is most Major League ready if a spot opens up in the rotation?
I would say Carson was just because he has a pitch that might be the best pitch of its kind in baseball, which is a changeup. He's got a plus changeup, and he brings with it a fastball he can get up to 93, 94, and then that third pitch that he's been working on and getting a lot better at throwing is the slider. But he's got such an advanced feel for that changeup that it's such a devastating pitch. And when he's at his best, that changeup is working, and he's either getting swings and misses, or better yet, he's getting guys out like in the first 3 pitches because they're so off balance and they make weak contact and make outs quick in a sequence. And he's been pretty efficient too. He had 4 straight outings where he went 7 innings, and in this league, that's like unheard of these days. So if I had to make a statement there, for sure, it would be Carson Wisenhunt.
Hey, Zach, if anyone in our listening audience is like, summer's coming, let's go take a look at Bryce Eldridge. What's the upcoming schedule? What's the layout here over the next couple of weeks for you guys?
Well, this is we're on the front end of a 3-week road trip right now, so you're going to have to wait. This is an interesting stretch. So we were supposed to host Tacoma next week in Sacramento, and before the season started, Major League Baseball said, you know what, we want to give the field in Sacramento a break for a week. Not that it needs it. It actually looks outstanding, but Major League Baseball's kind of paranoid that they might have some dead spots on the field at various points. So they put us in Tacoma next week to play as the home team, and then the following week we're in Salt Lake City, and then we get back and we actually play the Dodgers affiliate, Oklahoma City, I think on the 23rd, whatever that Tuesday is of this month. So we're gone for a while, but when we get back, we got the Dodgers AAA club in town, which should be really cool.
Okay, so June 23rd is the next home game. Do you feel pretty confident that Bryce will still be on the team?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Okay.
I can't see a situation unless there became this insane need, where they would want to rush him up like that. I think they're going to give him as much time as they feel comfortable giving him here before making that type of decision.
You scouting laundromats in Sugar Land, Tacoma, and Salt Lake? Because you got to be doing some washing of some items, I would imagine.
Actually, yes. I actually asked the former Tacoma broadcaster if I can go to his place and do laundry next week, which I've never made that request from one of my colleagues, but I will need to do laundry next week.
There you go.
So great. It's going to happen at some point.
That's how it works in the minor leagues,
well,
man.
You're not bringing 18 pairs of drawers, I would imagine. So at some point, you gotta flip the laundry.
Yeah, we're doing laundry for sure.
That's awesome.
Zach, thanks for coming on, man. That was really cool.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me. Have a great rest of the day. Have a good weekend.
All right, you too.
Thanks,
there
Zach.
he goes. That's Zach Bay-Rudy. That's the voice of the Sacramento River Cats. This is him calling Bryce Eldridge's grand slam last night.
The 1-0. And a swing and a drive to deep right. Corona's back, and it's gone! It's a grand slam for Bryce Eldridge. His first AAA home run is a grand slam. And it gives the River Cats the lead here in Sugar Land. Eldridge crushed it, and there was no doubt about it.
All right, that's from the River Cats. This is the Korean call of the grand slam.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
Wow! You know what I noticed actually for the first time amidst the screams at the end after it goes in? The second guy, whoever the analyst is,
right?
He throws in a little Haliburton. He throws in a little bit like it kind of gets drowned out by the other guy screaming and yelling "wow!" But I don't know, man. Like I said earlier, that's just happy in a can right there.
Yeah, pure joy, and you get a chance to call that game, and you're always hoping, no matter what you're doing play-by-play for, and you've done it, and Grandy and myself, whatever, you're always hoping for not a blowout, firstly.
Yep.
Secondly, you're hoping for one of those. Give me an absolute game winner. And then when you get it, you can't butcher it. You got to make sure you do it right. And those two gentlemen, there was no laying out and letting the crowd carry it.
No.
We're just going to swap wows for about 12 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, a whole lot of fun to catch up with Zach about Bryce Eldridge, throwing a little Luciano. You got a little Wisenhunt in there as well. But the Eldridge thing will be interesting. I mean, I was absolutely joking there at the end when asking if he would still be on the team on June 23rd. And he's like, oh, God, of course. So I get that. The Giants don't want to rush this. But at the same time, if you're going to say that, hey, we took him up from AA, these were Buster's words. He needed a new challenge. And he's been at the AAA level for 48 hours, and he's already got 5 runs driven in. He's got a grand slam. I'm not saying that this is easy for him by any stretch, but I don't know. I don't know how long you stick with this if it looks like he again needs another challenge. But we also asked about what first base looks like, and Zach
work in progress.
Did not make it sound like it was great. It wasn't awful, but he did not make it sound like it was great. I know that's what the Giants are waiting on.
Right, because if you bring him up and you want to play him at first base and he still is struggling defensively, well, the light that will be shined upon that is going to be so much brighter. And remember, this still is pitching and defense first up here at Oracle Park.
No doubt.
If you bring up a first baseman, he can't be a liability. And that was a big part of the Marco Luciano experiment where he was unable to catch a ground ball. It's like, we can be patient with your hitting woes if you're really good on defense, but if you're hurting us in the field, well, what are we even doing here?
No, you're absolutely right. If you're trying to win most of your games 3-2 and doing everything with your bullpen, you can't have a shoddy glove over at first base. That's too big of a deal. You can lose games that way. And so I get it, and I'm sure that they will be patient, but good Lord, the bat is alluring.
It's a great start.
It is alluring, man. He is a humongous human being. For those of you listening, if you have not watched this yet, you got to go search out some of these highlights. When he stands at the plate, dude, he looks bigger than Machado. Like, he is a humongous presence
well, he's
at home
6'7".
plate. Yeah.
I don't think Machado's 6'7".
No, he's not. But, I mean, I'm trying to liken him to somebody in the bigs who, when they stand in there, you're like, whoa, Like, okay.
It's probably Aaron Judge.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, it's a little less than that, although that might just be because Aaron has the resume that's so frightening. But yeah, it is. It looks like a left-handed, a little bit skinnier Aaron Judge in terms of size.
Yeah. And just, skinnier because he's 20.
Right.
And you imagine him filling out at some point, and he's 26, 27, eating that good major league food. You could see a guy being 6'7", 240 and not carrying too much. I do want to keep this in the back of your mind as we continue Bryce Watch, just the Buster Posey call-up, 47 games. His OPS was 995.
Yeah.
Right now, Bryce is off to a better than that start.
Well, 8 plate appearances, but yes.
Gotcha. But Posey hit 349 in 47 games with 6 home runs. Yeah. So it was that level of, oh my God, we got to bring him up. Right. And it was 47 games.
Right, but how old was Buster when that happened?
He was 23.
Okay, so he had played and
college,
was the best player in college baseball, and he was already an incredible defensive player.
Yeah, good point.
And so I think we got to keep those things in mind when we compare, your top prospect and when's the right time to bring it up. Buster forced it. Absolutely. It was like, you have no choice but to bring it. And they brought him up and they won the World Series. That was the effect of having Buster come up. They won the damn World Series and he won Rookie of the Year.
And I think that's why I'm bringing up the numbers is because if Bryce does this in terms of 47 games, that is forcing their hand. If he does, this level of dominance with an OPS of almost 1,000 and, his average won't be as high, but if he has 13 home runs in 47 games, then, 18 home runs, who knows what the number would be. But
no doubt, but I'm reminded of those old Gary Payton commercials where he used to go, this is how the glove do it. That's like, we're going to be online able to see everything he does with every at-bat, but you can't see everything he's doing with every ground ball, especially like as Zach said, there's no errors. Like there's 2 things that totally got misplayed, but there's no errors. That's what he needs to stop doing before I think the Giants want to bring him up. Let's go to Richie in Queens. Hi, Richie. What's going on, man? Thanks for calling.
Hey, always good talking to you guys. Yeah, I heard that interview, and I just kind of say to myself, I see these teams like Tampa Bay and Pittsburgh. They bring up these young kids, and they say, 20 years old. Are they ready? Are they ready? I thought Luciano last year, guys, was one in my watching this team for 60 years, was one of the most embarrassing moments I've ever seen for a top guy that came up to play shortstop. He had no business at all being in that position. And they put him, I don't know how much that affected him because even his hitting when he came back up, he wasn't the same. I'd love to think that a kid like him, because you know what I think about the offense, it needs a jolt. It's amazing. We win 2 games in a row. We get back on the horse again to say, hey, what can happen here? Things are better. We got the Braves coming in. By the way, I don't like teams that come in that are terrible, that are on a losing streak. I just don't want them to wake up against us. But yeah, I'd love to think that this kid's the real deal. But he's got, and I think they'd come in and maybe if they did, bring him, bat him 7th, sit him down and say, listen, this is not you trying to be a guy that's trying to prove himself. You are in our long term. You are our guy. So do the best you can. We need a little bit of a jolt. You're not the answer that's going to change everything around. If you do give us something, that's awesome. But again, the pressure has got to be where if he comes up, they know he can handle it if things don't go well. But I'd love to see us get a jolt because, boy, do we need it. I know we won a couple of games, but it's still really, really tough to watch this offense.
Richie, there's no doubt, but I would just, in my mind at least, in this moment, and Richie, thank you, I'm going to separate those 2 thoughts. Do you need a jolt? Yes. Does it have to be him? No. And again, do I think he's coming up at some point this year? I do. But you can't bring him up if he's going to mess up the defense. You just can't do it. Like the Giants can't afford that. They can't say, hey, we'll get a couple homers a week from this guy, but we'll also get 3 errors, a couple of misplays. Like, I think that's a reverse sum thing. Like, that's not going to work out for the way this team plays baseball. And I also think that whenever, and I feel like we get this a lot from listeners. It came up a lot with Jonathan Kuminga, who, by the way, we'll discuss again in a little bit because there's some fresh stuff there. But
there it is, Kuminga.
Well, of course, all roads. So people will go, well, you got to sit him down and talk to him. I don't know why in sports we feel like that works, even though so many of us have been parents. And you know damn well you can't just sit down and talk to people and then that's it. You can't sit Bryce down and be like, don't feel any pressure. And then he'll be like, okay, I won't. Like he will. It's the big leagues. And there is pressure. And the Giants are trying to win right now. They're not trying to just be some sort of a proving ground. So you can't talk your way through all of these things. You have to do. You have to go do them. And so I want to see him. I love it. I'm excited. Hell, we're doing Bryce Watch, for crying out loud. But if he can't pick up ground balls yet with regularity, then he's not ready. He's not ready. And by the way, 2 good nights at AAA also does not mean he's ready.
Correct. And it's a great start. Yes, and, the fact that he is just 20 years old had me thinking of another player who 2 years ago today, I looked it up, he was recalled from AAA after not playing that much. And his name is Elly De La Cruz. Down in Louisville, he had 12 homers in 38 games. The Reds were 6 games below 500. They would end up slightly above. They were not quite in the same we want to win mode, but you brought Elly up and you threw him right on the field, and he was barely 21 years of age and another really tall guy with unbelievable tools, and it's kind of worked out for Elly. Now, the Reds still aren't great, but I do think the one piece of it is what you were saying about the Giants, and they're always in win now mode, but also when you're a pitching and defense team, you're less willing to go ahead and just bring a guy like Cincinnati. You're not trying to win 3-2.
Totally. They weren't even trying to win at all.
They were kind of trying to win.
Kinda.
I mean,
kinda. This team wants to go to the playoffs.
Of course.
This team feels like they should be in the playoffs. They have that kind of pitching staff. And as you're saying, if you're built on pitching and defense, you got to be very, very careful who you give a glove and send out there. And then I also think, how many times have we learned just in the last 3 years that when someone's tearing it up down on the farm, that does not mean they're just going to walk up here and hit. Matos, tearing it up on the farm, hasn't really translated yet. Casey Schmidt came up here, had an unbelievable 3 weeks. Now none of us think he can hit. Elliot Ramos, the team almost gave up on him. The organization was this close to moving on and releasing Elliot Ramos. And then in what felt like his 6th time coming up, all of a sudden it clicked and he went to the All-Star game. And now he looks really, really consistent out there, and that's wonderful. But especially, and then don't even get us started on Luciano. So I just think
he's hitting 205.
Yeah, it's just not there. And so I like that. Coming up to hit big league pitching is a different deal. And maybe this is a different cat. But I'm not in favor of rushing it. I just don't know. I don't know if they know what rushing it is, but they're going to be careful, and they should. That's the only way to play this, for sure.
Without a doubt. And, if the bat plays at the major league level, then you can have him DH, but ideally you want to make him into a legitimate first baseman because that's where your added value is. If you have that guy and that bat at first base and a glove that is, let's just say it's average, then it's an absolute plus move. And if you have him at DH, that is less impactful because you can have somebody else who's more of a stiff as your DH and use him at first.
Really want to encourage everybody to get to 888-957-9570 right now. We'd like to talk to you a little bit about something that came out yesterday. We played it late on the show. You may have missed it, but it is absolutely directly with regard to Jonathan Kuminga's future with the Golden State Warriors, and we thought a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, actually. So we're going to open up the lines, talk to some of you about whether or not you think that you want this player on the Warriors again next year, how they should handle that. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibbs.
It's not just the open week. Hold on a second. Hey.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God.
If it ain't one thing, it's another.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
Yep.
This is the most Friday ever.
It's pretty Friday.
It's very Friday in here.
Payday.
Uh-huh.
Both upper and lower management not around.
Mm-hmm.
Sunny and mild.
And plans to go straight from here, at least for me, straight from here to the yard.
Wow! Korean NBA finals calls.
Well, that set the table.
Phenoms hitting grand slams.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of, yeah.
Haliburton with another one.
Yep.
Another one.
That's four consecutive.
DJ Khaled and Haliburton need to get together and make some content. Another one.
He might be a Knicks fan.
They're done. It's fine.
Wow.
Don't you root for the team that beat you?
Depends.
A lot of people do. I know that was a thing for
Steiny
and Go for a while last week.
And just with the Knicks, I don't know if we're ready to get into that. The whole idea of them wanting to acquire Steve Kerr.
Oh.
Is that a later? I don't want to get out of your rundown because I appreciate your rundown. It's well organized.
We don't have a rundown. I mean, we have a rundown and we don't follow it.
Rundown
We're just here doing our thing, man.
Talk about Bryce watch, Korean call, laugh. I didn't see the WhatsApp on the rundown.
Because it wasn't there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But I did see that there was Kerr on there.
This is an extemporaneous piece, Dan. This is an extemporaneous piece.
We're not doing a Dan on a Friday.
Wow!
When I get called Dan, it means I'm in trouble.
Especially on a Friday. But
my mom used to call me Daniel.
Ooh.
And when she would drop a Daniel.
I've never even thought of calling you Daniel.
Well,
I don't even realize that that's your actual name.
My name is
My name is Buddy.
Yeah. My name was Danny.
My name is Buddy.
My name was Danny.
I'm Batman.
As a kid.
I get asked a lot if my name is actually Marcus. And I find that offensive.
Yeah?
I don't know why. It just bothered me as a kid. I'm like, no. My name's not Marcus. My name is Buddy. Exactly.
Buttered. Yeah, Danny for a long time.
I miss him already. I really do. I miss Buddy Hield.
Well, he's not gone.
No,
I saved the day.
Yeah, we don't get to see him.
I'm nice.
You're allowed to miss someone when you don't see him. It's not like he died.
Perhaps.
You know what I mean? It's graduation season, though. There's a lot of parents around the Bay who are about to say goodbye to their children become empty nesters or whatever over these next 2 to 3 months. Nobody's dying, but you're going to miss them because you don't see them as much anymore.
Some of us are regaining our children.
Well, yeah,
I got one coming back. Back. Yeah.
What is he doing?
He's going to go live with his mother.
Okay.
Graduate Santa Barbara, live in Oakland, and figure out how you get into the job market.
Boy, ain't that the phrase of the summer? Figure out. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to figure out what he's going to do.
Yeah. Well,
that's what everyone's doing right now. That's what I'm saying.
It is.
Even if you think you know what you're going to do, you don't know if it's going to go that way. You're like, oh, we're going. How many kids right now? Oh, where are you going to school? Oh, I'm going to here. Okay, 6 months from now, you want to stay? You staying? Because I feel like I remember going. You get there, and 3 weeks into it, half the people want to leave. They're like, this is awful. I'm going home. There's nobody that takes care of me or does my dishes here.
Yeah.
I want to go back. So homesick season is coming soon, too.
It can. I mean, I guess because I was older when I went away. I did 2 years of junior college. By the time I got there, it was like, this is awesome. Like, this is it. Dorms,
I was
3 meals.
Yeah. No, I
sand
get that.
volleyball court outside. My problem was you had to go to school. I wasn't.
What are those buildings over there that are like, beyond the dorms? What happens in those?
Yeah.
I haven't been over there.
No.
Yeah, those are far away.
It's a problem. And the library, why?
Oh, God.
Never went there.
I could not have been farther from the library with where my dorm was. And there was a bar in town called the Library. So at Cal Poly, when you went to the library, it didn't mean going to the library.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So you told your mom, Mark.
Going to the library, Mom.
Yep. That's a good boy, honey.
Good. Oh, that's wonderful. Get some studying done.
You've made us so proud. Tom, he's going to the library.
Honey, he's wasted. Yeah. Yeah, we went to the library. You know when I actually went to the library? This is when we get to age ourselves for the 80th time in a week. Going to the library, because I went to school in the mid-'90s, and this is essentially kind of when the internet was becoming a thing. And so if somebody sent you an email, we didn't have laptops. We didn't have phones that had everything on them. So, like, I had to go to the library, which was a solid 12-minute walk at least, briskly. I had to go to the library to check my email. So it's kind of like the way my dad handles the phone now. If you send him a text message, you're hoping he gets it within the next 2 months.
Nice.
He might respond at some point next 2 months. Take the under. He's starting to get better at it. Same thing with sending me an email in college. Might get it in 2 weeks. Maybe. But, like, that's how often I would check the email. Once or twice a month.
Right.
Because I had to go all the way to the library, and I didn't want to go to the library.
And now you check your email probably 7 times a day.
7 times a day? 7 times an hour?
Yeah.
I mean, we're sitting here doing the show with the laptop open. Anytime, whoop, you're like, oh, let me check that. I mean, right? It's a notification sensation.
Yeah, that's a buck.
That's what you do.
No doubt.
All right. Yeah, we got some Warriors stuff.
Okay.
Thank you, Randy. And yeah, there is a Steve Kerr thing, but there's also a Jonathan Kuminga thing. Now, you and I talked about this briefly yesterday, but sort of a new thought popped to mind today that I want to run by you, okay? So let's all take a listen to it. It's from the Dubs Talk podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area. This is the voice of Monty Poole talking about the future of Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, the tea leaves and as well as scuttlebutt around the NBA is that the Warriors very likely will find a way to hang on to JK. Doesn't mean that he's going to be a long-term answer, that they just move him later. Because what seems pretty clear in talking to people is that even the people who are, I guess you can say, JK backers with the Warriors don't see him as a guy that's going to lead them to championships. So it's not like he can take Steph's torch into the future. Nobody's saying that, if we hang on to JK, that's the guy that's going to get us more rings. No one is saying that. And so that's why there's that wiggle room there that says, they like him, but they're not committed to him being there forever like they were to Steph.
I find this to be one of the more fascinating sort of clips that I've heard in sports media over the last handful of weeks. Let me tell you why. Monty Poole has been doing this in this city for a really, really long time. Everybody knows Monty. Monty knows everybody. He has the faith of the organization for sure. He's topped in, and he knows everybody over there. When you listen to what he said and the way he said it, it's very clear to me that whoever and whatever his sources are, they are within the Warriors and NBA circles. And you think about the way he presented that. The first thing he says is they're going to find a way to keep JK. But immediately after saying that, now it doesn't mean that they think he's the future. It doesn't mean they think he's that dude. It doesn't mean they think he can win a championship. It doesn't mean any of those things. But the people within the organization who like JK, and I'm thinking that's who he spoke to, and then he kind of goes into XYZ from there. And so I was thinking about this overnight, and I'm like, man, do we think that this means that the Warriors actually really want to keep Jonathan Kuminga? Or does this mean that they want the world to think that they want to keep Jonathan Kuminga? Because we are heading into a season of negotiation.
Yeah.
We're heading into a season where you might be in trade talks, contract talks, what have you. When I listened to Monty, that was a very unique way of passing something like this along. They're going to find a way to keep JK, but remember,
it doesn't mean 5 different things.
Doesn't mean that they love him.
Basically, it doesn't mean they think he's the future.
So it was almost like, I want the other teams to know that we're going to keep him, so you can't have him for free. But hey, Jonathan, and your agent, don't think that you're coming to us with the ask of $30 million, because we also don't think you're that guy, is kind of how it felt to me. Maybe overthinking it, I realize that. But that's kind of how it felt to me.
Well, it felt to me like they're covering their bases for sure because they're in a unique spot where they kind of want to keep the market down for Jonathan Kuminga because you don't want to have a team that really loves him come out there and blow you away with an offer because then you may not get anything for him. The beauty, though, is there aren't a lot of teams that have money out there. So the Warriors are, I think, kind of sitting in the catbird seat. But just the way they laid it out, we want to keep, the Warriors want to try to find a way to keep Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, for ... for now. And them saying, Monty saying that it doesn't mean that he's going to be here forever had me thinking about this regime and what Warriors have been here, quote, forever. And the answer is just a couple players, Steph and Draymond and Kevon Looney for now. If Kevon Looney doesn't come back next year, well, that will be, 9 years he was here.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't mean that he was here, quote, forever. Moody's been here forever, and Pods and TJD and the other really youngsters. But the idea of him being here, quote, forever, that doesn't always happen. And in fact, it rarely happens.
Rare, sure.
Klay Thompson was not here forever. Jordan Poole was not here forever. Wiseman, etc. Players that you drafted and you eventually didn't keep. So the tea leaves and the scuttlebutt is what I love off the top. And the more I hear Monty and the more you play it and we think about it and we talk it out, I think that it's more of a sign and then trade eventually, whether it's at the deadline or next year or whatever.
Right. And just so people understand what you meant by that, it's a keep him, and then if you do sign him, there's sort of a 6-month grace period where you're not allowed to trade a guy. So it would be close to the trade deadline this coming year where he would be eligible to be traded again. And so, or for the first time, if you will, in this particular scenario. But you could do it then. You could do it next offseason, whatever. You hang whatever the number is on that contract. You actually could get dollar for dollar in return. If you do a sign and trade this offseason, you only get 50% on the dollar. That's the rules of the NBA, CBA. So those things are all in play. And I'm with you that's what it sounds like they want to do, or at least be open to it. But I guess my question is, just because it sounds that way, is it actually that way? And I don't want to just make, like Monty would probably be mildly annoyed with the way I'm saying this. I don't want to make it sound like all the reporters with the Warriors are a mouthpiece for the team. That's not what they are. They have earned their relationships there. They're the Monty Pools, the Anthony Slaters, Marcus Thompson. These guys are tapped in, dialed in, and they shoot straight. Very much so. So that's not what I'm saying. But I also know that sometimes from the perspective of teams and players and coaches and agents, there is a minor manipulation of everything that's going on, and they do put out what they want out there. And so that's just kind of like, I don't know why on, what are we? This is June 6th. We're still a month away from free agency hitting. I don't know why the Warriors would talk to anybody now to really sort of like center exactly what it is they're thinking about something, unless they kind of feel really good about that message being out there in the public. So it's almost like, let's see if we can ride the fence a little bit. Let's tell the league we want to keep him.
Right.
And let's tell Jonathan's agent, but we don't think you're a dude. It's like they did it. They did it all in one.
Well, yeah, and they already told him that he wasn't the dude last offseason when they didn't give him what Jonathan was asking for.
Sure.
So that...
Well, even more so during the season when they didn't give him playing time.
So I don't even think that message necessarily needed to be sent, but as a add-on to what Monty said about, the Warriors they're going to work to try to keep him. However, you're not the future. You're not the dude. We don't see you anchoring a championship, and, all bets are off the table. I think that if you reverse engineer it, what message would the Warriors not want to get out right now? And for me, that would be, we're moving off of Jonathan Kuminga.
Correct. We don't want this guy.
Right. Because exactly. Because then another team, it's a restricted free agent. How about we offer you 4 years and $60 million, 15 per, and we know the Warriors won't match that because they don't want to keep you, Jonathan. So I do think that it's smart posturing to say, the Warriors are going to work to keep him. And at the same time, the message isn't, we think that this guy is the future. He's phenomenal. Any team would love to have him because then the offer might come in from the outside like, whoa, if the Warriors think that, I think it too.
Yeah.
And then they make an offer that you don't want to match.
Or at least if we want him, we're going to have to work to get him. I mean, I guess maybe we could boil the question down to this, and we'll play it again for you, especially if you're just joining us. When you listen to this, do you think it means the Warriors want Jonathan Kuminga or not?
I think it means they want Jonathan Kuminga, but they want to pay him a lot less than what Jonathan Kuminga wants from someone else.
See, I think it means that they feel the best way, and I hate it when we in sports call human beings assets, but this is asset management. And I think that they feel the only way to make their dollars and their basketball work together is to not deal with this now.
Right.
As far as a trade. They have to deal with this contractually. But if Jonathan is going to be maximized as an asset, you don't want him changing teams now. That would be the Warriors selling for pennies on the dollar.
Exactly. 50 cents on the dollar, literally, even if a team was like, you know what, we love Kuminga and we'd be happy to pay him 30 and we're going to give you 15 million worth of player back, but darn it, we want him for 30. Even at that, it's not really worth it because the only team that can outright pay him 30 million a year seems to be Brooklyn based on where everyone is against the cap. So there aren't that many suitors. And didn't Bobby Marks come on and say that he thinks the number will be 20 to 25, right? More in the range of that for Kuminga?
Well,
Am I remembering that right?
He's thrown some numbers. The last few times he's come on, he's kind of thrown out some numbers, and this was way back prior to Jimmy Butler, prior to Jonathan's injury, where Bobby sort of insinuated to us, there's no way he's getting 30. And we took that at the time as almost like a criticism of Kuminga. I don't think that's what it was. I think that was Bobby knowing more than we knew at the time with regard to how the market would look and how few teams are out there wanting to spend. In fact, there's a bunch of teams wanting to shed. And so it was just a matter of where the market was. Here's something that Bobby did say to us just last week. Actually, it was the beginning of this week with regard to Kuminga and sort of how he's the linchpin of the whole thing this offseason.
It all depends on Kuminga. It really comes down to he basically controls free agency in Golden State because if they sign him to a contract and bring him back, then that's really it as far as what they can do in the offseason.
So I wonder how that grabs people. If Monty Poole says they're trying to keep him, and Bobby says if they do that, that's it. Well, there you have it. There's your offseason. How's everyone feel?
Not great.
Not great.
Not great, Bob.
And by the way, I think this is the cut that you're referencing from Bobby Marks.
Players are now slotted. At the day and age of signing a player to a $30 million North contract is long gone. If you're not considering him as your top three player, is he a $20 to $25 million guy? Is he a guy that would want to just do a 1-year deal and then go into free agency? But that would certainly require the cooperation of Golden State. You basically would have to sign with the Warriors here. And then basically put a player option for next year. It's challenging. Teams are hesitant. Brooklyn would be hesitant to sign him to an offer sheet because your money gets tied up too. There's such an interesting body of work because as you guys saw towards the tail end of the playoffs, he was really good. He doesn't fit with every team here. So I do think he's probably in that 20 to 25. I don't think he's a $30 million player. I don't. Maybe he is 2 years from now, but right now I don't see that.
Okay. So, yeah. 20 to 25.
And what he said in there, I hadn't picked up on before, but maybe you get to a spot and both sides realize, JK, we don't necessarily love you, and you don't honestly love us. You don't fit. Maybe it's not the best situation. How about we do a 1-year deal with a second-year player option, and we'll see how it goes this year. We'll give you 20 this year, and you'll have an option for next year at 25. And if you go out this year and you play better than a $25 million player, and you have interest from the outside on teams that might pay you more than 25, well, then you decline it and you move on, and we part ways. It might actually be a shorter term contract from both sides.
That probably makes sense for both right now. The Warriors don't want to do something long term, it sounds like. And Jonathan, we know what Jonathan, and by the way, many, many, many fans here in the Bay Area think about his future. So why would you take Why would you go long-term on a number that you think you're going to outplay when given the opportunity and do that for many years to come and kind of eat up all of your mid-20s?
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to want to do that either.
And Bobby had another cut. I'm not asking you to play it even if you have it, but he said something to the effect that next year in the offseason, there are going to be a lot of teams that have money.
Yep.
As opposed to this year where almost no team has it. So if you're Kuminga and you do a 1+1, you get into next offseason and there's more teams with money, you're probably in a better situation.
All right, so listen to this one more time with this question in all of our minds. And then if you guys want to fire off some comments, text, YouTube, give us a call, 888-957-9570. Listen to Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area Dubs Talk podcast. Listen to everything he says and then decide, does this mean the Warriors really want Jonathan Kuminga? Or does it mean the opposite?
Well, the tea leaves and as well as scuttlebutt around the NBA is that the Warriors very likely will find a way to hang on to JK. Doesn't mean that he's going to be a long-term answer. That they just move him later. Because what seems pretty clear in talking to people is that even the people who are, I guess you can say, JK backers with the Warriors don't see him as a guy that's going to lead them to championships. So it's not like he can take Steph's torch into the future. Nobody's saying that, if we hang on to JK, that's the guy that's going to get us more rings. No one is saying that. And so that's why there's that wiggle room there that says, they like him, but they're not committed to him being there forever like they were to Steph.
They like him, they don't love him. They like him, they don't love him. And if we buy the premise that Jonathan wants to be an NBA 1, Monty Poole is saying nobody in the organization agrees with him.
Right.
Even those who support him.
Exactly.
Nobody thinks that.
I wrote down the 5 things that he said.
Okay.
Long-term answer, not. Lead you to a title, not. The torch to the future, not. That's the guy, he's not. Commit to him forever, they won't. And that was just bing, 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 5 straight.
But they want to keep him.
Of course.
And then the very next sentence is move him later.
Right. And because moving him now makes no sense. Like you said, 50 cents on the dollar, you're not doing that.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I hear more kind of downside than upside in that from Monty. I hear more like, we're not that into Jonathan. I hear more, not all of it, but I hear more of that than the opposite.
Agreed, but you have to find a way to, keep propping up the player, because if you do keep him, you're going to want to use him and have him be pretty good. And I don't think that you're going to be able to, you're not going to be able to sign and trade him with the rules. And I don't think that a team, it might be interesting if Brooklyn comes in and says, you know what, we'll give him 25 this year.
Oof.
Right?
Which I don't think sounds like that's not the plan.
Right. But if Brooklyn does that, the team with money, you may have to playing a game of chicken. Do you want to give Kuminga 25?
I don't think that they do. Certainly not for a number of years.
Let him go for nothing, that would be,
Yeah. 888-957-9570. When you hear that from Monty Poole, does it sound like the Warriors are into Jonathan or not? We'll take your phone calls on that. Dibs also referenced something about Steve Kerr and the Knicks. All right, we'll let you hear that coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley over here to...
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, you are. That right there, that's Steve Kerr, who I think at this hour remains the head coach of the Golden State Warriors.
Why wouldn't he?
Well, because at least the concept of him not being the coach of the Warriors anymore got thrown around on at least one show.
I saw that clip.
Did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
He's here.
Yeah, he's here. I mean, you want to stay with the Warriors, coach? I mean, I do. No, I'm kidding. Let me say right up front, I don't think that anything like this would happen. But stranger things have, and it's at least interesting to think about in one way, shape, or form, because the New York Knicks have an opening, and it has very much, here's the part that I will say has been reported, the Knicks are interested in potentially trading for a coach.
Yep.
Not hiring somebody who's not a coach, not hiring a newbie, hiring a current NBA coach from another team. Now, there are reports today that have linked them to Jason Kidd.
Yep.
So that's out there. But take a listen, try this on for size. WFAN, our sister station in New York. Evan Roberts is the host that you'll hear here. And this is something he threw out on their show earlier today.
Windy made a very interesting comment. We know about Windy. You got to connect the dots. He said, look, trading for an NBA head coach is on the table, even if it's unlikely. It can happen. And he said what you should do is think about Western Conference teams, not the East, because it's very unlikely an Eastern Conference team would be okay trading their coach to the New York Knicks. But think about Western Conference teams. Think about coaches. Think about who would go to their management and say, you know what? I'm interested in the Knick job. Can you guys help me get there? As a sign of goodwill. As, hey, I've been here. I've done this for you. I'm done. I'd like to go there. And so I'm thinking, I'm like, all right, let me go through the Western Conference. What head coach would A, make sense for the Knicks, and then B, where I could see the guy saying, you know what? I want the Knick job. And I came up with somebody. Okay. And I'm going to tell you right now, this name would garner 96% fan approval from Knick fans if it ever happened. 96%. It's that, oh God, really? Would that ever happen? And the more I thought about it, like I could kind of see it happening. And the person I'm talking about is Steve Kerr. Now think about this. Steve Kerr thought about the Knick job a decade ago, actually came close to taking the Knick job, but realized Knicks weren't ready. He's been with the Warriors for a decade, and he's accomplished it all. He's the head coach of a dynastic team. They even came back and won another NBA title a couple of years ago. The Warriors are good. The Warriors will remain good, but the likelihood of them winning another NBA title is low. If Steve goes to management and to Steph himself and says, look, guys, I had a ball. I had a great time with you guys. Wonderful decade. I want a new challenge, and I want the challenge in New York. I think the Warriors would almost have to be open to it. And I could see Steve Kerr, if he wants his legacy to not just be a guy who is the coach of a dynastic team, but to go down arguably as maybe the greatest of all time, I know how you can do it, Steve. Come to New York and coach the Knicks.
I mean, it sounds pretty easy. You just come to New York and you coach the Knicks. Well, to be the greatest of all time, you have to go to New York, coach the Knicks, and win. And you can say who's the greatest of all time, and we can have that debate. There is a guy who has 11 titles, and he may not be the greatest of all time, depending on how you look at Phil Jackson and what he did with two of the most talented players ever. The thing that really struck me about this is Steve looking for a new challenge. That's the part that I'm having a hard time with, because if Steve Kerr did what he was laying out, which is you go to management and you say, I do want a new challenge, then the team pretty much has no choice. Well, they can let him, coach out the year or whatever, but Doc Rivers did that. He wanted to leave, and they traded him. Stan Van Gundy wanted out, and they traded him as well. So this is not without precedent, but I find it hard to believe that Steve Kerr would look at this situation, this location, this GM, this ownership group, and this superstar and say, yeah, I'm going to try a new challenge. I can't see that.
Yeah, there's two ways to look at it, and it's kind of like, A, are the Knicks interesting? And then B, is it interesting to you to leave the Warriors? I don't know if he thinks the Knicks are interesting. They made the conference finals. That's wonderful. I know a lot of people who think that particular group of players, you're never going to win a ring that way. Like, I understand Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns are phenomenal. They're deep. I get all of those things. They went on a nice run. They don't play defense, period. You're not going to win a ring that way. It was amazing that they went as far as they did. And maybe they would have beaten Boston even if Jason Tatum didn't get hurt. But he did, and so it'll always sort of feel a little bit like that. But then they ran into a 4 seed with home court advantage, and they kind of got trucked. They got steamrolled a little bit right out of the gate. I know that game 1 was fluky because Pacers game 1s always are. But whatever. That's the way it went, and I know a lot of people who think that about the pairing of Brunson and Towns. It's fun. It's offensive. It does not work on defense if you want to get to the very, very end. That's one way to look at it. I find the other side to be much more compelling, and it's where I kind of find a hard stop on this, to be honest with you. I find it unfathomable that Steve Kerr would leave Steph Curry before he's done. I find that to just be a hard no.
Unfathomable.
Unfathomable. Based on where they've been together, everything that they've said over the last handful of years, where they've put all their energy, put all of those things into a bucket, and the idea of Steve leaving before Steph is done, I just can't. I could be wrong, but I can't imagine it. Flat out cannot imagine that he would make that choice. Now, he's only 59 years old. So what I don't know, when Steve openly talks about, they're going to need a new voice at some point, like it feels to me, it has a number of times like Steve is setting up to just be another one of the group. You got Steve, you got Steph, you got Draymond, you got Jimmy. Everybody's leaving, all leaving together in 2 years. I felt that a number of times. I don't know what he would want to do next. Would he want to keep coaching? Maybe he'd want to take time off. I don't know. But what I can't imagine is him rolling out before those next 2 years happen. I just can't see it.
I can't either. For me, the idea about a new challenge, it would be something outside of basketball. And I'm trying to think if he's been in basketball every single year since he came to the NBA, or I don't think that there are any years where he was just chilling, not doing anything, because he went from being a player to being on Pop's bench in San Antonio, and then he went to Phoenix, and then from Phoenix, he was in the broadcast booth, I know, for a little while, and then he came to Golden State. So if you're Steve Kerr and you've won titles as a player in multiple spots and as a coach, what new challenge would you really be looking for, I think the new challenge would be something outside of basketball. And you're right, he's almost 60, which he's no spring chicken, but you have enough time at 60 to go out there and do a lot of other things.
Whatever he wants to do still.
Right.
Whatever he wants to do. Coach, broadcast, exec.
Right.
Whatever.
Politics.
Cooking shows.
Golf.
Whatever.
Hang out and be a grandpa.
Yeah.
I just don't know if the new challenge, and it might be interesting in, let's just say 2 years. Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, they're all gone, and Steve's like, you know what, my time here has been great. At that point, if a job like the Knicks is open, then it becomes an interesting.
Maybe.
If Steph retires and Steve is 61, then I think we've got action about, all right, does Steve want to go to, another team and give it a go?
There was only one piece of that entire thing that we just played where I was kind of like, yo, hit the brakes. I don't like that. And it's kind of a larger issue that I hear about in sports a lot. I feel like Brock Purdy is an example of this, by the way. At one point, he suggested, if you ever want to be somebody seen as something other than just a guy who was there with these great players, this is the part of sports viewership and social media I personally have a really hard time with. And it's when we denigrate accomplishment and we hand it to someone else. We go, I know you've had a bunch of accomplishments, but it's not you. It's that person over there. Now, I would also at the same time sit here and tell you this world that they're all in revolves around Steph. I acknowledge that.
He's the son.
He is the son. At the same time, what is this constant need that we have to take stuff away from people and give it to others as if any old person could be there? I don't see that as true. I never do. I don't think that exists in sports or life where you can just, you are so insignificant. Whoever you're next to is so incredible that it literally does not matter who you are or what you do. You're just along for the ride. Scottie Pippen could have been anyone. It could have been anyone. Draymond Green could have been anyone. Could have been any old dude that plays defense. Klay Thompson could have been anyone who can shoot. It could be anybody. And Steve Kerr could have been Luke Walton or anybody else who you want that person to be. I don't like that stuff. That does not feel fair or right to me.
It's just wrong. It's flat wrong because being the head coach of an NBA team is so much more than, all right, you really good players, here's the ball, there's the hoop. I'm going to be over here with Ron Adams and Frazier and all the fellas, and we're just going to be, playing Quirtle and hanging out. No, he is constantly leading, coaching, teaching, and all the rest of it. Whether or not you like what he does, he's been doing it, and they've been winning.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take some calls coming up next. Also, you want to hear something really kind of fun, a fun story from Draymond Green, who was on Jimmy Kimmel this week? We've got that for you coming up as well. We're brought to you by Safeway, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Grandy and I are of like mind. I was like, you know what I think I need? Like, it's been 2.5 hours since we started the show. I think I need another Korean Tyrese Haliburton game winner call. I think I need another one of those. Y'all need another one of those?
It's not getting old.
Just a little Friday pick-me-up.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
Wow! Haliburton! Oh, wow! So good. It's so good. So there's that.
Yep.
And then apparently Steve Kerr is going to coach the Knicks. I'm kidding, but this was thrown out on our sister station in New York, WFAN. The Knicks want to trade for a coach. What about Steve Kerr? And you kind of brought up an interesting way to maybe frame this or look at it, because I still don't think this is a prevalent thought amongst most Warrior fans, but I do think it's a prevalent thought amongst sports radio Warriors fans. A lot of you want him gone. Like, we see it every single day. Fire Kerr. That's what's wrong with this, is what's holding them back.
Trade him!
Steve Kerr. All right, well, hell, if you want to fire him, then I would think you definitely want to trade him.
No
trade
doubt.
him!
Thank you.
Because firing him just means you give someone money to not work here anymore.
Yeah, and you get nothing for him.
But trading him gives you probably a first-round draft pick.
Well, I was looking at the precedents, and Doc Rivers got traded by Boston. Boston was good. They won the title with Doc, and then they were clearly heading into rebuilding, and so he said, I'm out. He wanted out. And so they found the Clippers, and the Clippers gave Boston a first-round pick, and it was unprotected. Turned out the Clippers were good with Doc, so that pick landed, I think, at number 28. Boston drafted a guy who didn't pan out, but that's just the cost of business. Orlando and Miami did a deal for Stan Van Gundy, and it was 2 second-round picks. 2 seconds for Van Gundy.
Yeah.
A first for Doc. Kerr's better than both of them, obviously. So if the Warriors could get a first and a second, let's say it's a first from the Knicks in 2027, and it's a second in 2026. Would you do it, Warrior fans? All you guys who want Kerr out, would you do it? Would you trade Kerr for a first and a second?
I mean, y'all already know my answer. I think the whole thing, like, I wouldn't, no, I'm not doing this, quite frankly. I'm not even talking about it. I don't want to do it for anything.
But hear me out. So
yeah, of course I'll hear you out.
You have 2 more years of Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph, so you're not going to upset your core. And, maybe you would elevate Jerry Stackhouse, who I do believe will be a head coach in our league in the next probably year or two, next couple of years. I think that he gets elevated. So, you get to keep your stars.
Yeah.
You elevate Stack. Oh, actually, Terry Stotts might get the gig.
Maybe.
It doesn't even matter. It's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
And then you get additional draft capital for when Steph is gone.
I totally understand the basketball side of this. I just think that Warrior basketball in this current moment is different than other situations. Here's what I mean by that. Whenever somebody called this radio station over the last 2 years and went, you know what, I really don't think that this is going to go anywhere great, they probably should consider trading Steph Curry. Whenever someone would do that, I would have these dueling thoughts, which is, I think a smart person could make that case. The basketball, the X's and O's, the financial situation, the age of the players, you could make that case that that's the right thing to do for Warrior basketball. But why did we always categorically dismiss it? Because from an emotional standpoint, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, that's not how this is going to go. So in other words, if you called over the last 2 years or texted and said that, I get where you're coming from. I just think you're missing the emotional connection of Warrior basketball in this moment. They do not want to trade Steph for all the stars in the NBA. All of them. LeBron, Giannis, Jokic. Let's offer all of them for Steph. No.
I don't think the money works.
No,
but
it doesn't. But no, thank you.
Right.
No, thank you. We want to stick with this because it's such a wonderful story. It's so iconic. And even if it leads us nowhere, I think that Warrior fans are so activated by the effort to just try, and everyone's okay with it, quite frankly. If Steph does not end up getting to the mountaintop again, I think at least most Warrior fans I talk to, they still want to just let's see him try. Let's see him try, and I'm here for that. And I'm not going to be mad if you can't quite do it at age 38. And I just feel like the people who are around him, namely Draymond and Steve Kerr, that's part of this story. That's part of this story. And so the group has clearly stated that they want to do the rest of this together, and I feel like they should be able to.
Well, they should be able to.
Kind of like no matter what.
Well, the premise is that Steve Kerr would want to go elsewhere. And
which is I
don't buy it either.
I can't see it, yeah.
And if you, for example, if they go 2 more years and Jimmy, Draymond, Steph, they all decide we're going to retire, we're done playing basketball, and Steve Kerr's contract is up, Warrior fans probably wouldn't feel bad about Steve Kerr going out and coaching somewhere else. If Steve Kerr decided in 2 years that, he wanted to go coach, I don't know, fill in the blank team. Maybe it's Dallas. Jason Kidd goes to New York. Dallas has a couple of interim guys who don't work out. Bam. I'm going to go coach Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks. Yeah. And if Clay's still around, that would be the end of his contract. But you get the point. I don't think that Warrior fans would hold it against Steve Kerr. However, if Steph Curry plays the next 2 years and his contract is up and Curry decides, I want to go to Charlotte and play there for a couple of years in my home, they're not going to hold it against him. But I think Warrior fans would be a little bit bummed.
They'd be bummed, for sure. For sure.
So it's not quite apples to apples when Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, and the emotional tie to it.
I didn't mean that. I just mean, to me, it's still all about Steph. It's all about Steph, but Steph wants Steve there. Steve has stated he wants to be the one doing it with Steph. Draymond, same thing. And those are such big characters in this story that, put it this way, a little bit of an analogy, if you will. You ever watch a TV show and it's one of these, it's a drama where, sometimes there's loss of life in the show. There are certain characters you can't kill off. You can't do it. In fact, if you do it, you're like, oh, this series is going downhill. That actor didn't want to be there anymore. They got into a contract negotiation. It didn't work, and that's the end of this show. That's it. You can't do this without him, and I feel that way a little bit about more than just Steph. Steph is the lead role. Steve Kerr and Draymond Green are the supporting actors, but I don't think the show is the same without them, and I think that Steph feels that way.
Well, the show will end eventually.
Of course it will, but I think it ends with all of them walking off the stage together. I really do. I think that's how it's going to go.
Hopefully the finale is better than some of the finales we've seen on TV.
That'd be nice, but it might be a little Seinfeld-esque. It's pretty hard to come up with a finale when the regular season shows are that good.
And this has been Seinfeldian in terms of its high quality and, the cast of characters and the rest of it. That's one of your better analogies, I'd say, just about you're watching a show. And some shows like The Wire, for example, it is built around having your favorite characters get killed. And so,
for sure, yeah.
While it's heartbreaking, but it's kind of built in the fabric of it. And, some of these NBA teams are kind of built like that, where it's like, okay, you make a run for a year and then you're going to have to take this thing apart and start it all over again.
I don't want to get dark, but the movie Seven?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, it's sort of implied, obviously, but in a spoiler alert, the movie's about 1,000 years old. But that's Gwyneth Paltrow's, that's her cabeza in the box, right?
That's what's in the box?
She dies in the movie, but you also barely got to know her. Brad Pitt is, quote, the star of the movie. You ain't killing Morgan Freeman. You're not doing that.
Yeah.
It won't work. Morgan's got to be there right next to Brad, or else it doesn't feel the same. And that's kind of, to me, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, they're doing Morgan Freeman things for Steph Curry's Brad Pitt here. That's all. And again, I know that a lot of people would not agree with that. They just want it to be the basketball. And it's all about Steph. And I understand that. But to me, this has become so storybook, and I'm so here for it wherever it goes.
Yep.
That I would feel lost even if we just, quite frankly, don't get to see where it goes. Like, even if it doesn't go somewhere good, I want to see where it goes, not move off of it because that's the right basketball thing to. No,
well, they already killed off one of the characters in Klay Thompson.
Well, he kind of got in. He was an actor who got into a negotiation and didn't want to be on the show anymore. And I think, as it's turned out, based on the way this fan base received Jimmy Butler, I don't know that Klay Thompson was as vital of a character as maybe he and others thought.
Well, the show must go on.
It must go on, but Klay, like, he scores more points, but Draymond Green is the more important character.
Yeah, absolutely.
Draymond Green is way bigger personality.
Klay had moments that were more important than Draymond's most important moments.
No doubt, but he's the better character if this is a story.
Yep.
He is the one who everybody talks about. Like, Klay Thompson, yeah, that's all about, like, Game 6 Klay.
Exactly.
Other than that, they're like, yeah, he had a boat, he had a beautiful dog, and we love Klay. It's like, he never made you mad. There was never anything really to discuss. It's just like every now and again, he'd score 30-something points in a quarter, and you'd be like, holy crap. But you know what I mean? Like, the show did go on without it.
Right. Well, the show always goes on. And just a quick 60-year-old reference, Brady Bunch, remember Oliver? That was Chris Paul on the Warriors. They brought him.
Oliver?
They brought him the bespectacled cousin in like season 5.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm probably too young. Man, I'm older, getting older.
Well, like sometimes,
like Chris Paul was a character you brought in. Like, you're just gonna try him for a season and see how he changes the plot of the story. It's like, well, that plot didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, 6.5 years is not a lot until you make it like about that. Like you might have watched Brady Bunch at age.
Like 12, probably.
Right,
in reruns.
Which means I was 5 or 6.
Right.
I didn't know what the hell was going on.
I'm trying to find where that line is where you would be old enough to remember something and I wasn't too old. Probably 19, because you were born in 75, right?
And I watched Brady Bunch, but I don't remember all of it.
Yeah.
I remember when, Oh My Nose, I remember when Marsha broke her nose.
That's iconic.
Yeah.
But if you're born in 75, like most of my references would probably need to be 85 and later.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah, okay.
Or at least 82 when the 49ers won their first Super Bowl.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I remember like really locking into on the TV. Niners and Bengals.
And you were...
It was on my 7th birthday.
On your 7th birthday? Wow.
Yeah, on the day. We had a dueling party. It was for my birthday.
Okay.
And the Niners.
And the Niners, wow.
So there were no other kids there. It was just all of my extended family. And I never understood what was happening because one of my uncles had bet on the Bengals.
Oh.
And I was 7, and we're in the Bay Area. I didn't understand why the hell someone would come to my house and root against the 49ers. What the hell's wrong with my uncle? I had to pull my dad aside. What the hell's going on in here? Why is he rooting for the Bengals? Well, don't worry about it, son.
He's in deep to the bookie. He needs to stop.
Years later that I was,
right.
I get it now.
Tough one.
Yeah. Hey, Jonathan in the city is on the line. Hi, Jonathan. How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Omar is coming. Real quick. This kind of decision. If the Knicks are crazy enough and they really want Steve Kerr, I feel like this kind of decision is above Steve Kerr's pay grade. And what if the Godfathers of New York and Golden State get together on a sit down and says, we're going to give you an offer you cannot refuse. What if that offers, that offers 2 first-round picks, right, for Steve Kerr, and then a player swap because, Steve Kerr is going to want his connectors and adapters on the team. So what if the Knicks are willing to, maybe trade for Moody, the Pods, and Looney, because Steve Kerr is going to want his connectors, right, for a player of choice, not named Bronson or Towns.
Well,
what do you guys think?
I think, Jonathan, thank you very much for the call. I think you're sort of leaving out that trading a coach and a player are 2 very different transactions. You don't get to trade a coach if the coach doesn't want to go.
Done.
Like, he
absolutely.
just, like, flat out, he says no. And then that's it. Now the Knicks don't have a coach. Like, that kind of negotiation, you're right. The negotiation between the teams, at least my read, would come after the negotiation that happened directly with the coach and the agent. Like the Warriors would have to give maybe the Knicks some permission to talk to Steve. Steve would go to the Warriors and say, I want to do this. And then the Warriors would say, okay, we'll let you go. Hey, Knicks, what do you want to give us for it? Because that's our coach. But we'll let him go to you, but you got to make it worth our while.
Exactly.
That's kind of the order that it would go. You don't get to trade him in the middle of the night in the dark and not tell him.
Right.
The Knicks would end up coachless.
Yeah, he has the right of refusal. And the way it's worked in the past is the coach has gone to the team and said, I want out, or I want to go there, or whatever it is. And Doc, his situation in Boston was, I see the writing on the wall, and honestly, you probably don't want me either. He's making $7 million, 3 years and $21 million, which at the time was a big contract. And Boston was shedding salary and rebuilding. And so Boston wanted a young coach, and Doc didn't want to suffer through losing. And so it was a perfect win-win. They brought in Brad Stevens. They rebuilt that thing, and Doc went to L.A. and blew a bunch of 3-1 leads.
Well,
he's blown the most.
I do.
3-1 leads.
I do. That was the fault of the uniform, not the coach.
Well,
that's the way it works. I'm sorry, those are the rules. I lived there for years. You're not allowed to go win things on the Clippers. You're not allowed. Happened again this year.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to beat the Nuggets. I thought they might go to the NBA Finals. They were that good. But nope. Aaron Gordon hit a dunk with 0.000000003 seconds left to go. You lose. That's the Clippers things right there.
That is. It's a little different since Steve Ballmer took over, but they're yet to really, get over that hump. Have they even ever been to a conference final?
A conference final.
Sounds like maybe they've done one of those.
I don't think so. They've definitely never been to the finals.
Correct.
I don't think they went to
they lost the conference finals, in 21. Ty Lue at the helm. Ty Lue's first year.
Okay.
I'm just Googled.
Yeah, lost to the Suns that year. And that was randomly when Kawhi got hurt, and they still made it through the playoffs.
Still made it through.
The Suns.
What? That was
21.
2021.
Okay, it wasn't bubble. It wasn't the bubble.
Post-bubble.
It was the post-bubble.
When the Bucks beat the Suns in the finals.
Bucks and the Suns. Most forgettable finals of all time. Because it wasn't COVID, but it was the post-COVID, and we were all like, what's going on here? What is this that you're showing me? Alex Dickerson is throwing balls at plastic in the outfield. Like, there's just weird crap going on. And I'm like, I don't really understand sports right now. This isn't the sports that I know. It's all we got. But it was just weird.
Did you have one of those cutouts out there?
I did.
Did you get to keep it after?
I had a good seat, too. I went and saw it. I was between home plate and third base. And I did try to keep it, and I thought I had it, and it has gone missing. It might still be in the studio. I'm sure it's been tossed away now. It might have ended up back in the studios of the other place. Mm-hmm. And just like them, they're gone from those studios. So
right.
Anyway, yeah. I don't know where it ended up. It's too bad. Like, I really actually wanted that as a fun souvenir.
Yeah,
but
kind of a fun one.
Yeah, I was in the stands that year.
A memento of the weird COVID era, like you're saying.
Dude, I went to one of the games when there were only they would allow a few media members in, but still no fans. So I went to one of the fanless games at Oracle Park. It's one of the oddest experiences I've ever had at a sporting event in my entire life. Just cavernous, empty stadium, cardboard cutouts everywhere, and then a baseball game in front of you with kind of total silence except for ballpark trying to add different sounds to sort of make it work on TV. Weird.
Yeah.
Really weird. So anyway.
You mentioned earlier in the crossover, we were talking about chivalry and this and that, and you said with my wife, supper, she goes by supper because she calls dinner supper. Yep. You said, did you pay for your first date?
Yeah.
And just all this COVID talk had me thinking about one of our first dates was June 15th, 2021, when Yaz hit the slam when they were down 7-0.
Oh, and they won 8-7.
And he hits the splash slam.
It's against the Diamondbacks.
That's right.
Yes.
We were there with about 7,000 people because we were socially...
you had to have a bunch of empty seats next to you.
So we were between home and third, and might have been where your cardboard cutout sits. We were 25 rows up, and No one to the left, no one to the right, no one in front, no one behind. And that was one of our first dates.
Oh, wow. And did you pay?
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay, good
Odds
for you.
are I paid.
Or did you get free tickets?
I don't know if I used to have that juice. In the World Series run, I had the au jus.
Oh, yeah.
And
the juice was good.
The juice was loose.
Yeah.
I had behind home plate for the World Series.
Dog.
First row of the view deck. Best seat in the house.
For the 2010?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like right next to the camera operator, the high home camera they call it. And that row consists of 4 seats. Those 4 seats were mine.
That's strong.
Dog.
Strong.
Very strong.
We had to pay for ours. I wasn't even living here yet. I wasn't back yet. I came up for that. Came up for games 1 and 2. And we were a high side third base. But I'll forever, ever, ever love the seat I ended up in because I was right next to a Ranger fan.
Oh.
And he gave me the business for the entire pregame about how there's...
I love this story.
Yeah. You're not allowed to beat Cliff Lee.
Nope.
Nobody beats Cliff Lee. Ain't you read the paper? Nobody beats Cliff Lee in the playoffs.
I don't even know why you're still here.
He had never lost in the playoffs. I don't know why we're playing this baseball game. And then every run that scored, I just kept looking at him. Nobody beats Cliff Lee. They've got 11 runs on the board, but nobody beats Cliff Lee. And then we drank all night long. Oh,
Then we drank. You had 2 drinks, I bet.
Let's drink. I did. I probably had 2. Ran into Ashcon at a bar.
Of course you did.
Wow.
I did. My friend next to me is the one, I was kind of sitting in one spot, and then there was my buddy, Scott, and then right next to him was Ashcon. And my buddy Scott was actually pretty faded. And it struck him as so funny that he was sitting next to Ashcon. He didn't notice for a good solid 3 or 4 minutes. We're just sitting there on one. The whole Bay Area is, 8 feet above the ground. It's loud, it's energetic, it's bouncing. And then he just kind of looks at me and smiles, and he looks right, and he's like, just falls into one of those uncontrollable silent laughter things. All he could sort of muster was, "You're Ashcon." And Ashcon looked at him and kind of gave him the yeah.
I am. What else you got?
We're going to move, actually, now. It was amazing. All right, hey, we promised you the Draymond thing, and we want to play that for you. So we'll do that immediately coming up next. And then we go into the final hour of the week, so it's all on the table. The Giants are crazy. The Pacers are up 1-0. The Warriors are going to try to keep Jonathan Kuminga, but apparently they don't like any part of him. I mean, we've got all of this on the table. Wherever you want to go, fire away. 888-957-9570. That is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
I don't care. Well, first of all, I don't really care.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It's crazy, bro.
It is crazy.
I don't know what's going on in 2025, but games are really like, it's the stupidest, oldest phrase in the book. It's not over till it's over. But my God, it is not over until it's over.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
I'm convinced that the color commentator, that's Howard Dean, who has somehow picked up Korean, and he's a basketball announcer. Wow! I mean, and I know it's coming up on the giggle hour for you, but every time I hear that, I cannot help but think about Howard Dean.
Wow! I just wish there were more people who would, I got to think that there's people in their 20s and 30s and this is just flying over their head.
Perhaps.
Like, Grandy, did you even know who Howard Dean was until we explained the whole thing to
I wouldn't have been able to give you his name. I've definitely seen that before, and I've heard the story, but I wouldn't have been able to pull it just randomly.
21 years old. That's 21 years old.
Right.
Okay.
Howard Dean is now 76. And just a brief backstory. At the time.
This Bay Area Backroads?
No. Doug McConnell. You don't know what Bay Area Backroads is. You can't possibly.
Bay Area Backroads. Yeah. Now
it's a show where a guy used to get in a Jeep and drive to a Bay Area locale. And today we're in Tamales. And he would just show you what goes on in Tamales.
That's nice. That's where I first learned about the mystery spot. You've all watched for years. You ever see the bumper stickers that are on everybody's cars for a long time that say the mystery spot in Santa Cruz? I always used to see those bumper stickers and be like, I'd like to know about, what is this? What's the mystery spot? And then one day, there it is on the TV, Bay Area Backroads. You know what we're doing today? We're going to go to the mystery spot in Santa Cruz. I'm like, dog, take me there. What is the mystery? I want to know about it. And actually, I still to this day couldn't tell you really what it is. People have told me, it literally is just a spot. Have you ever been there?
No, that's part of the mystery, is you don't really know, it's a spot.
The mystery is there is no spot. Can you find it? Oh, now my mind's going to something else. Anyway.
Bay Area Backroads, 1985 to 2008.
Really?
Good run for Doug.
It's a really good run. How does that match up with Evening Magazine with Jan Yanahiro and Richard Hart?
Okay. The fact that I know all these things, it's really breaking my heart.
Jan Yanahiro was my boss. She hired me at Academy of Art. That's how I got teaching over there. It was Jan Yanahiro.
It's great.
Because of a recommendation from Peter Hartlob. I mean, just legends. Legends in this town.
It's amazing.
Have you ever heard of Evening Magazine, Grandy? Evening Magazine.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Have you ever heard of Jan Yanahiro?
No.
You've never heard of Richard Hart?
Maybe.
This is a problem. It's a
I
problem.
won't even hit you with Van Amberg because
I've heard of the mystery spot.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, Jan and Richard need bumper stickers. Maybe that would help. I don't know. All right, let's go live to Mark Randy, who's got an update for us on the NBA Finals.
Oh, you said last segment that 2021 NBA Finals.
Oh yeah, the
Bucks Suns.
Bucks and Suns.
What most forgettable series or whatever?
Just the most nondescript. Yeah.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals this year, Pacers Thunder averaged a 4.7 rating and 8.91 million viewers on ABC, making it the lowest rated and least watched finals opener since Nielsen tracking began in 1988, excluding the COVID-impacted 2020 and 2021 finals.
Okay. Yeah.
Great game, but not a ton of people watched.
4.7. And are you looking at the list of all of the...
I can probably find it, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
But, if you look at the Warrior-involved Steph Curry ones, which are pretty recent, even the one in 2022, Bay Area, Boston, 2 big markets, and those numbers are far, far better. I think it's a little bit of a shame because, you watch the Pacers, and like you said, Mark, these games are never over. It isn't over till it's over. And that game, that was a very entertaining basketball game. Fun.
It was great, but that's not, this is completely predictable. It's Indianapolis against Oklahoma City.
Yep.
And in fact, like even Shai Gilgeous-Alexander being the MVP, I would argue there's no player that is like an iconic NBA star that people are like, I got to tune in to watch that guy. There's no Giannis, there's no Steph, there's no LeBron, not even a Jokic. There's no name like that. Shai is not that yet. He's just not. I mean, I know how wonderful he is and was this year and MVP and all of those things, but he's in the middle of America and is brand new to that level of stardom. And Haliburton, now people are calling him a superstar. I don't even know if he was a star at the beginning of the playoffs, let alone a superstar.
Yeah, and
he was a good player.
Oh, yeah, very good.
But I don't know if I would call him a star.
Well, even think about the final four teams in the NBA playoffs. You've got Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. You've got Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. Right. These are not household names to the casual fan. And that's why I wonder about the future of the association and who is going to be next as far as being the face or the faces of the league, because Steph at 37, LeBron's 40, and KD is in his late 30s, and the other guys you would say are icons. Giannis a little bit younger, but a lot of these guys are starting to age out, and I don't know who's going to take the mantle.
They don't either. And this is kind of, this goes back to the point we were just making about, like, if the only, I know people go, God, the only goal is winning. No, it's not. No, it's not. If the only goal was to win, yeah, maybe you do call a radio station and talk about trading Steph Curry a year ago and getting a massive haul, and then you could win. But never forget that these teams are also running a business and putting on a show. And that number of 8-point-something million viewers, 8.91. I know roughly what an NBA Finals number that has LeBron or Steph is. And you're talking about at least a 50% increase on viewership if Steph or LeBron is in the game.
It was 3 million more people in 2022 with Golden State and Boston.
Yep.
The rating was a 6.4 instead of a 4.7, so it's about 30% higher.
Okay, so like that's what that guy is worth. And I know you'll say, oh, but it's major markets. True, but it's also, like, it's been proven for a decade. The ratings drivers are LeBron and Steph.
Game 1, 2018, Cleveland and Golden State, not necessarily two major markets, but they doubled last night's audience, 17.7 million.
You don't trade those people, period.
Yep.
Like, that's why it's a non-starter. You don't give the show away. It's just like and that's why that's always been, kind of, I think for you, for me, that's always been, I don't want to call it a tune-out. Like, I understand where people are coming from, but it's a non-starter. It's a non-starter of a conversation. It still is. He's about to turn 38 next year, and it's a non-starter because the dude is still the show.
He's the show, and he is the draw. And if you don't have the show and the draw, and I'm just looking year over year and going back to 2007, when it was San Antonio beating Cleveland, San Antonio had a lot of quote-unquote stars, but smaller markets. LeBron James on that Cleveland team, and they got 9 million viewers for Game 1, which at that point was unheard of how low it was. So the rating comes down to really the markets first, and then secondarily, is there a watchable star out there?
Granny, what else you got?
I think Dibbs is looking at the same thing that I see, but yeah, some of the other numbers. 2015, Warriors-Cavs, first year Warriors were in the finals. 17.77 million was the Game 1 number. Next year, the 73-win Warriors, who just overtook the Thunder, that 3-1 comeback, Game 1 of that finals in 2016, 19.2 million. Like, talking about 10 million more.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's why when people sort of saw that this was headed toward Indiana and Oklahoma City, all the media people are like, oh, God, low ratings and whatnot. It's like, I don't know if, most fans out there care. It's like, you're right. I get it. We get how this works. But the NBA is not actually run by a conspiracy. You're actually allowed to win even if you're in a mid-market. And so here we are. They've earned their way there. I find it interesting. Yes, I put a little paper on it to make it even a little bit more interesting, and whatever. We'll see where it goes. But it's pretty predictable that those numbers, they're going to be low.
Yeah.
They're going to be low.
And that's just the nature of it. And I wonder about the idea of parity in the NBA. Adam Silver spoke before last night's game. It's the tradition that the commish will speak before game one. And one of the things he was asked was, is it a good thing that y'all have a 7th different champion over the last 7 years? And he didn't really say if it's good or bad. It's just kind of the reality of the CBA and, where the sport is right now. The sport is healthy. If you look at their recent contract that they've signed to go back to NBC, they're paying big money to have the rights to this. So I don't think we should cry poor for the league or for the networks. The cap is going up and the money's coming in.
Here's what Adam Silver said about this, and this was just yesterday, I guess, right?
This was, it might have been 2 days ago, I think it was. He was doing his little media tour before what Dibbs is talking about, speaking ahead of game one. This was on FS1 Breakfast Ball with our friend Mark Schlereth.
Okay, This is what Adam Silver said on what you're talking about.
It's one thing I really admire about the NFL. I mean, if we were going into a Super Bowl and it was Packers against Steelers, you guys would be celebrating that. Those would be storied franchises. People wouldn't be talking about, the fact that Pittsburgh is a small market. So in fact, I'm happy whatever team ends up in the finals, but it's been intentional from our standpoint to create a system, a collective bargaining agreement that allows more teams to compete. And just by way of background, we're going to have to go through a process of getting to the point where people are accustomed to tuning into the finals because it's the two teams that deserve to be there and it's the best basketball. Similar to, again, with the Super Bowl, if I asked somebody if they were going to watch the Super Bowl, they wouldn't say who's playing. It's a national holiday. And now that's nirvana.
That's
I'm not saying we're anywhere close to that yet. There's still, if the Knicks are in the finals, there's a segment of our fan base that's going to watch that may not watch if it's other teams. But my job is to get people to love and follow this game. And so that if you're a huge basketball fan, you should want to tune into the finals because that's the best basketball.
Well, what Adam didn't know at that time is that if he just got everybody to watch the Korean broadcast, then there would be 25 million people watching this game.
Wow!
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty exciting. Last Super Bowl had 127.7 million, and that's just in America. So it's cute that he tries to make the comp like the Super Bowl. It's not really a comp, but the Super Bowl could roll out the two worst teams in football. You could put a high school game on and put them in pro uniforms, and it would still draw 100 million people.
Yep.
It's the Super Bowl.
Dude.
Also, in what world is Pacers Thunder comparable to Steelers Packers? They might be small markets, but those are two of the most meaningful brands in the NFL.
Exactly, but I think that's kind of his point, is the parity within the NFL, the structure of the way that sport is built, the fact that now all of us have these fantasy teams where we are activated by all of the other teams. It's the only sport where we can sit down. Again, I've told you this. My kids get mad at me when I lock in on the 49er game on TV because they want Red Zone. They're Niner fans, but they don't care. They'd rather have all the games flying around all the time, and it's the only sport that does that. And so that's what leads to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Los Angeles or New York being essentially equals. They're the only sport that's been able to create something like that. I don't think that'll ever change.
No, it won't. And I was just looking at market size and take out what Grandy said about the iconic nature of Green Bay. That's the smallest market in football, market number 69. So if you just move up, and I gave you this Super Bowl pairing, it would be Buffalo and New Orleans in the Super Bowl. 120 million.
Easy.
It doesn't matter. Even if you went to a more obscure matchup, Jacksonville and New Orleans. 118 million.
Yeah, you might lose like 3 people.
Right, but Jacksonville is market 43, New Orleans is market 50.
The Super Bowl has achieved a level where you feel like a weirdo if you don't know what happened. And I know that that's probably we're talking to a sports radio audience, so I feel like it's a safe space. You know what I mean? I'm sure that'd be offensive on some levels.
Well, you actually said this when you had the Watch Party Willard a few years back, and someone was just walking down the street in front of the lovely Christie's house, and
I wanted to interview him.
Call the police.
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell? What's wrong with you?
Totally.
You okay? Are you on some sort of an Anne Heche journey right now? Back in your house and watch the game. What are you doing?
Do you know who Anne Heche is, Grandy?
I don't.
Okay.
No, we're filled with some weird reference. I told you it was Friday. I told you.
She was connected to Ellen DeGeneres for a long time. And I hope you know who that is.
Of course.
Okay.
All
and
right.
then Anne.
They were a couple.
She lost her way and was found out in the desert, kind of like, I don't know.
Hence the reference.
Yeah,
sounds fun.
Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, at least for now. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, hey, hype in the city, Tom in Sonoma. 888-957-9570. Stay right there. We're going to come straight to you, but I've been promising this long enough, so let's play it. Listen to this. It's kind of fun. Draymond Green on Jimmy Kimmel. Was this last night?
Yeah.
The night before? Last night. Draymond Green and Jimmy asked him, hey, when Luka got traded to the Lakers, what was your reaction? And listen to the story he ends up telling.
When it first happened, we were at the Warriors charity poker tournament, and I had just saw Joe Lacob 10 minutes before this happened, and I saw Joe, and Joe gets excited, and that's my guy. Like, we've been together 13 years, championships. Joe Lacob's owner of the Warriors, majority owner. And Joe goes, Draymond, I think we're going to get Kevin Durant. Like, it's right there at the finish line. It's happening. We're getting Kevin Durant back. I'm like, oh, man, like, here we go. Let's go. And we talk about it. He's like, you think it'll work? I'm like, absolutely. He leaves. He comes running back to me like 2 minutes later. Draymond, I wasn't supposed to say anything. Don't say nothing to nobody. I'm like, Joe, I got you. I won't say anything anyway. So we're at this tournament, and I go sit down, and about 15 minutes later, Steph yells, Draymond, you see the trade? I go, it happened? Steph goes, wait, who? I said, oh, never mind, nobody. What happened? He's like, Luka got traded. I couldn't, and we're at this, like, it's video out, like, because we were at the charity poker.
Of you guys reacting?
Of us reacting. I couldn't believe it. Like, superstars at 25 don't get traded. Luka's a mega star.
Right.
Just coming off the NBA Finals, like, you just don't see that in the NBA.
So he goes on to say, by the way, I know that means I'm next. Well, I'm sure, and of course it's not, but like I do think that that's part of why NBA players sort of reacted the way they did, is it made them all feel like you're all if Luka's tradable, all of you are tradable. You know what I mean? I don't know if Steph and LeBron felt that way, but everybody else did for sure. And then the other interesting thing about it is obviously him being told that they were moments away from getting Kevin Durant. I guess maybe they hadn't asked Kevin though yet.
Yeah,
and
there's
remembering the way that went down. Kind of got vetoed.
A little bit, yeah. And Draymond, yeah, it'll work. And I've actually seen the video of what he was describing, and I'm looking at it again, and you see shocked faces of a bunch of different Warriors, a number of who would actually be traded in a matter of just a couple of weeks. Yeah. There's a Kyle Anderson where he's got like the Macaulay Culkin. Oh. Do you know Home Alone? Have you seen that?
Yes.
Granny, I'm just trying to see where we are.
We're just checking.
Because he does the Macaulay Culkin. And looking back now, it's like, oh, Kyle, yeah. Turns out you could be traded.
Yeah. I mean, that's different.
Sure.
That's different. Everybody remembers exactly where they were when Kyle Anderson got traded, right?
I had forgotten what he was wearing at the poker tournament. It's like a turquoise, feathery fluff coat. Very nice.
Were we on the air when the Jimmy thing went down?
Yeah.
We were on the air, right?
We were at Splash, I believe.
No, you guys were here. It was right before.
Splash was the next day. Splash was reaction day.
Okay. It might have been in Warriors Live before the game in Utah.
That sounds
But it was
correct.
right around then.
That sounds correct. Yeah, that sounds correct. So I do remember where I was both for the Jimmy trade and the Luka trade.
Oh, because I remember you actually came on the air, I think, and said the Warriors have left the floor. There was a report that the Warriors were going back in the locker room.
No, it was building. It was building. Like something was happening. And so they built toward it, and then we got word. But I remember where I was for both of those trades. The Luka trade, I was just sitting on my couch yelling at my son to shut up because I'm like, that's not true. He yelled from downstairs, Dad, did you see that Luka got traded to the Lakers? I'm like, shut up, dude. I'm not in the mood for your humor right now. It's been a long day. So just no. I did not see that Luka got traded. No, Dad, I'm serious. Look.
Is this the 18-year-old or the 11-year-old?
Yeah, 18-year-old. Pick up your phone. Look. I'm like, holy Schmidt.
Yep.
He's not lying. So anyway.
I was sitting in my bedroom waiting for Mai to finish up story time with her mother. because, I do the teeth brushing and then she does the stories and then I say the goodbye and then we go on with our day.
Did you still have to brush the teeth?
Well, we do teeth first and then she's doing stories and I'm just, looking at my phone. Yeah, in the bed on my phone waiting for for her to say, Dad, bring up the Milky. And then I get the Milky and then...
Right. But did you tap out though? You're like, honey, not now. Luka got traded to the Lakers.
No, because I'm just looking at it, and then by the time you do your goodbye, then it's like, okay.
I would actually love, knowing the way Mila uses the letter L, I would love to hear her say that Luka got traded to the Lakers. That would have been
the Yakers.
Yeah, Yuka got traded to the Yakers.
Mila, did you hear what happened? Of course, Yuka got traded to the Yakers.
She's like, I'm yacked in now.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
She said, I don't yike that for the Mavericks. She didn't yike the deal.
They didn't yike it either. But they yike getting Cooper Flag.
Yeah.
All right. Hype in the city. Hey, Hype, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, Willard Debs. First of all, I want to give you your flowers. You are the creme de la creme of 95.7. Been a long-time listener since its inception in 2011, so thank you for all that you do. This is kind of a curveball. I wanted to know if you were aware of a sporting event, the San Francisco Air Guitar Championship, which is happening tonight.
Ooh. Wait a minute. That's tonight?
I'm not aware of this. Hype, do tell.
Yes. So Air Guitar, U.S. Air Guitar, has been in business since 2005, and every year there are regional events throughout the U.S., and one of them is tonight at the famed Bottom of the Hill. I'm sure you both have been there.
Many times. Many times.
Sure.
Yeah. That's a Lower Haight, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It's the bottom of Potrero Hill.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
No, all right. I was getting it confused with another spot, Shadowy.
Wait, do you know about this event?
Absolutely.
You
I
do?
did. Yeah, we actually did a thing on it many years ago. And as you start to do the dive into this is a serious thing.
Well, yeah.
Like, it's not just like three long-haired people horsing around. Like, people train and practice, and it's a real thing.
This is incredible. Hype, are you in this, or are you just into this?
So I'm technically retired, but I now host this event.
Hold on.
Time out, Willard and Dim.
Okay.
Hold on.
You've got Grandy on the floor.
Oh my God.
I don't care if that's been used before. That was magic. Wow.
I'm on air. All right, I'll stop with the fun.
Man.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, now it goes down from there. That's a 3. But anyway, go ahead, Hype, as you were.
No, I really appreciate it, guys. So, yeah, tonight at Bottom of the Hill, 8 p.m., is the San Francisco Regional Air Guitar Championship. And the winner moves on to July 26th for the first time in 17 years. The Nationals is back in San Francisco at the Independent.
Wait, we're hosting the Nationals here?
The Natty.
That's right. The Natty is at the Independent on July 26th. And I'll end with this, my friends. Like, this is where it gets nuts. And Dibs, you're not wrong. This is serious stuff. The winner of Nationals goes on to Oulu, Finland at the end of August for the World Air Guitar Championship.
This is incredible, and I have so many questions for you, but I'm remembering in the past when we talked about this, isn't there somebody who's like the Joey Chestnut of air guitar, somebody who's like an unbeatable force?
There is, and it is a San Francisco legend called Hot Licks Houlihan.
Yeah. Is he in the field?
I'm getting more and more into this as I listen. This is fantastic. Yeah,
yes,
is he still around, Hype?
Join the dark side.
I love the dark side. I'm always on the dark side. I'm bummed that July 26th, I already know this off the top of my head, is a Saturday, because immediately my thought went to wherever this is, if it's on a weeknight, we should be there. We should be doing our show from this thing. But we don't work on Saturday, Hype.
You're making me want to reschedule it now.
Are you in charge of this thing or something?
I am on the U.S. Air Guitar Executive Committee, yes.
Wow. That is quite a title.
Yeah.
That is quite a title.
Yes, drip it.
I'll tell you what, we've actually, Hype, if you may, we've got a live call of the Air Guitar Championships from last year. This is from the finals.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는데요. 할리버튼!
Yeah, Houlihan wins again. Am I right, Hype?
We're going to take it back from Cleveland and now San Francisco.
All right. Hey, Hype, have a great time, man. Good luck with it.
Hey, thank you so much, brothers. Take care.
All right, see you later. That was amazing. He said he was retired.
Yeah, which clearly he's run the material before, but it was new for us.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
The defending champion is Zachary Ichabod Fame Knowles out of Canada.
This sounds like
Who are you?
For whoever loves plays on words, this sounds like the Mecca. Like all of the whole thing is just plays on words. Everybody's names. We got Hype on here. He's retired.
Yep.
I mean, like this whole, is this like the thing? Is this how it all goes down every year?
This is the thing.
All right.
It's a mix of comedy, music, and just all-out fun.
I have been known at a concert to get down with the air guitar to the point where back in college, I had some friends who were pretty uncomfortable going with me. They're like, we're going to need you to stop. This is Dorkville. Like, you got to just chill, dude. You're not in the band. So put your hands down and just get a drink
Stop
and walk
rocking
the show.
out.
Yeah.
So I just was looking at the logo, and you know the logo for the NBA is the logo,
Jerry
red,
West.
white, and blue silhouette of a guy playing basketball. This logo is a guitar pick, red, white, and blue with a silhouette of a guy, right hand on the hip and left hand out on the neck of the guitar. There's no guitar. It's just an air pose, long hair on a guitar pick.
Who's the person?
Don't know.
Who is, I need to know this.
It could be Kirill Guitarantula Blumenkrantz, Guitarantula.
Who are you?
Blumenkrantz?
There's Matt Aristotle Burns. He actually went back to back.
What is going on here?
Wait a minute. You got all these champions, but he's saying that there's a, like you guys were just talking about this, that there's a Joey Chestnut of air guitar, and then you have all these other names as champions.
Right. Maybe he just is the American champ. I'm looking at only the world champs.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does Finland host it every year?
I don't think so.
Or does
World
this
champion of what?
Yeah, I mean,
the rare Joe Shasky in the afternoon.
Good question.
That was pretty cool.
All right. How about Tom in Sonoma? Hi, Tom. What are you doing?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dib. Happy Friday, guys.
Yep, to you too.
So I'm calling about your question. I would not trade Steve Kerr no matter what, but I do have a candidate I feel the Knicks should really look at, and that's Mark Jackson. I think that guy's a New Yorker, and he played for the Knicks. I think he'd be a great fit for him. So if they get him, because nobody's tried to hire him recently. But I got one more thing to say, guys.
Yeah.
We've got 3 All-Stars that are 35 plus. I believe JK's coming back. I don't see us making any trades this year. I'm thinking this team is going to come back mostly intact. And my question to you is, if that team does come mostly intact, can we win an NBA championship?
Tom, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. A couple things to throw. I do want to comment on the Mark Jackson thing. Listen, I have no specific knowledge of this. This is just my read on the situation and whispers that I've heard. Some of you will get this reference. It does feel to me like Mark Jackson is the Eric Bieniemy of the NBA. And here's what I mean by that. Like, there's this person who has this resume that keeps making people think that he should get a job. He should get an offer. And Mark Jackson did play for the Knicks, and he's a New York legend and all of these things. Why did Eric Bieniemy, longtime offensive coordinator of the Chiefs, why did he never get a job offer? And people often pointed to systemic racism and things like that, and I'm certainly not going to say that that doesn't exist. Then again, there have been plenty of black coaches who have been hired over Eric Bieniemy. Same thing in the NBA. It is my sort of read on the situation that something's going on as far as behind closed doors or in the background or on the resume that is making teams look in a different direction. That's my read on it. Because again, when you're making draft picks or hires, when it's going to be 7-figure investments by a team, they do a whole lot of background checking. They do a whole lot. And I just have a feeling that there are certain people in that situation where when you really get deep in the weeds on it, there's something going on that makes people uncomfortable. I don't really know what it is, but I think that that's probably what Mark Jackson has suffered from and why he's never gotten another gig.
Right. And there are things out there that have been alleged and things that have been said by Mark Jackson that I do believe were a part of his removal here. And he's been out of coaching for 11 years. Steve Kerr's in his 11th year. How many coaching changes do you think there have been in the last 11 years? I don't have that number, but I can tell you this. How many coaching changes do you think there have been in the past 12 months?
In the NBA?
Yeah. Since last year, June 7th. How many different coaching changes have there been?
Okay. You just want a number?
Yeah.
If you're going to play the music.
It's between 1 and 30. I'll give you plus or minus 1.
Oh, okay. And this is just since last June.
Last June 7th. So 365 days. How many different coaching changes have there been?
Well, I mean, I can think of 4 in the last 4 weeks.
A little longer than that, but yeah.
Yeah, no, well, right.
Michael Malone was April 8th.
You had the 3 playoff coaches, and then you had Budenholzer with the Suns.
That's a quick 4.
That's a quick 4. So I would say, and then encompassing a full another NBA season, gosh, I'd probably add, give or take, like another 5 in there. I'll go 9.
The answer is 9. Kaboo! You should hit yourself a wow!
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는데요.
Wow! I mean, I could ask you to name the teams. You would. I won't bore people with it.
No chance.
Phoenix, the Knicks, the Spurs count. Thoughts and prayers to Pop.
Yep,
the Nuggets, the Grizzlies, of course.
Yep.
The Kings. We kind of forget about Mike Brown.
Right, Mike Brown.
The Pistons. The Cavaliers last summer, they brought in Kenny Atkinson.
Sure.
J.J. Redick to the Lakers.
Oh, God. I forgot. Yeah, J.J. Redick.
And if you only go back another 4 months from that, there's 4 more. So my point of all this to Mark Jackson is there probably have been in the 11 years more than 150 coaching changes that have happened. And so if you haven't gotten a second chance, that ship, it has sailed.
There's a reason, man.
Yeah.
Of course. There's multiple reasons. Yeah.
But anyway.
So then his next question was basically like, what are the Warriors' chances at an actual ring if the roster construction remains exactly the same? Look, we're in the midst. The Indiana Pacers at this moment lead 1-0 in the NBA Finals, and nobody at any point, and most people still at this moment, would look at their roster and say, they might win a ring. Like, nobody ever would have said that. So I am going to put it above ground. It's north of 0 are the chances. However, I don't think that, and I don't think they think that they are constructed perfectly. I'm over and over again sort of struck by how Steve Kerr would phrase this to us when Jimmy Butler arrived, and he always referred to it as, we found something. We found something. So I don't even think they knew exactly what they were looking for. They didn't even know exactly what the answer was. But you have to blend what you want with what's available. And I think that they'll do that again this offseason. I don't know exactly what's available to them, but they're not constructed perfectly. They are old, they are undersized, and they lack a little bit of shooting. All of that said, they're very good. So I'm going to put it north of 0, but to really feel like the Warriors have an actual shot next year, I think some new people. I think some new shooters and some new tall people need to be on the team.
So this year, they entered the season with the 11th best odds to win the NBA championship. This is according to the Action Network before the season started.
Yep.
They were 11th, and they wound up as one of the last 8 teams in the postseason. That, for me, is an overachievement based on expectation and the results. Boston was number 1. OKC was number 2. The Pacers, they were 66-1, which puts them at 17th. They had the 17th best odds, and here they are up 1-0, having stolen game 1. Another lame expression, but they stole it, Mark.
Yep, they did.
And they actually kind of did steal it.
Yeah, I mean, they've made a habit of it.
They were behind the Pelicans and just ahead of the Kings. So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah.
So a team next year, the Warriors, they'll probably be about I would say the 9th or 10th best odds on the board. And the 17th best odds this year are in the finals. And that Warrior team has got some championship pedigree. So,
well, I mean, this is not even what we were necessarily talking about, but the way you just laid that out, it made me think of something. You know how we always hear like, oh, America loves the underdog, and we love a great story. And every time it happens, I'm like, no, you don't. What were the ratings, Grandy? The lowest, ever outside of COVID. Since when?
Since Nielsen started tracking, I think it was like 88 or something like that.
Yeah, you don't love the underdog. You don't love a good story. You love big, bad, fancy athletes. It's been proven over and over again. Everybody who ever showed up at a Super Bowl party and went, I'm so sick of the Patriots. No, you're not. No, you're not. You don't want to replace the Patriots with a cool story from Jacksonville at all. You want big, bad, fancy, famous people on your TV. That's what we've always wanted. What's going to rate better, Yankees versus Dodgers, or do you want a cool story? You want a cool story like the Anaheim Angels and a rally monkey. No. So that's what we're seeing yet again. The Indiana Pacers are an unbelievable story, and it's a great underdog. 66-1, start of the NBA Finals, plus 505. Huge underdog, epic, historical underdog. And they hit a buzzer beater, and they're up 1-0, and in relative terms, nobody was there to even see it.
Yeah. 2 examples to prove your point, and I'll start with baseball. 2023, Texas and Arizona.
Get another ring.
Fewest viewers in history for Major League Baseball. Last year, Dodgers, Yankees. That thing was up almost 100%.
Yep.
And it was a $9 million on average in 2023. It was $15 million on average last year. You had all the names. You had Judge and Ohtani and New York and LA. So you're absolutely right. And the other one is the highest rated NBA Finals of all time is the Last Dance. You had big names.
Yeah.
You had the farewell. Could they get their 6th? Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Stevie Kerr.
Yeah.
All the fellas. And it was Utah, not a big market. And yet it was the story. It was the dude. It was a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's it's something that, quite frankly, the Giants have been battling. They were battling throughout the Farhan era. I know they tried, whatever, air quotes, all of that stuff. But it's like, even when they won 107 games, and a lot of people were there, and I get it. It did feel kind of fluky, but a lot of people were there to sort of dismiss it and blow it off. And I think that that's a piece of it. It's not just about winning. It's really not. There are tons of examples in sports of teams that win but still don't interest people. And so that's just something I always notice. I think it's very relevant when we talk about people who wanted to break the Warriors up. That's why you don't do it. You don't break up these television characters, because that's what they are. They're unbelievable television characters. And I don't care how young and good that other player is. That's like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, not a TV character. Sorry, not yet.
Yeah.
He's just not. And so he can be the MVP all he wants, but not a television character yet.
And I wonder who the next big NBA television character will be, because you've got some good candidates, and maybe the best of all is Victor Wembanyama, just because he's such a unique athlete.
Maybe.
But in America, he doesn't have that national appeal because he's French. And Nikola Jokic, great example, unbelievable player, best in the sport, but not American either. So does he resonate with a non-diehard basketball fan?
Yeah, I mean, there's the domestic young stars who I think would resonate on TV if you got to become great though. not just good. You got to become great. Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham. I think these guys can
John Morant is a guy.
Morant, yeah, really, and good-looking guys and all that. They've got all those pieces, but you can't go to the second round or whatever, even the third round.
Yep.
You can't you got to be great. Let's go to roast beef in Richmond. I'm hungry. What up, beef? What are you doing?
Shoot, I'm driving home, man. What's going on with you guys?
Hey, man, we're just, here talking.
I can dig it. Yeah, I just got in the car and turned you guys on and, decided to call in.
Okay.
Long-time listener, first-time caller, by the way. Yeah, man, no. You guys, when I got in the car, you guys were talking about Mark Jackson. It just so happened to pop up.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, man, there was two things that was going on, and I believe it was the younger players. This is like Draymond, Harrison Barnes, and those guys, right? And I mean, I'm not saying they said it, but I remember hearing it, that Mark Jackson would like show up because he's a pastor also, right?
Indeed.
So apparently he show up and like try to get guys to go to church. And if you didn't show up, then, it may affect the playing time or whatever the case may be. Like, again, that was one of the rumors that went on around that time, but, who knows? But the other thing, and I believe this is confirmed, that man kicked Jerry West out of one of his practices. Once he did that, I knew his deuce was good.
Yeah, I don't know all of the ins and outs. Like, the only stuff that's really, really public, and you may well be right, roast beef, and thanks so much for the call. I mean, the most outspoken person in all of this was Andrew Bogut. He has made no bones about the fact that he could not stand Mark Jackson, and there was a very fractured relationship. And whether it was about demanding going to church, I've also heard people be like, why are you out here demanding people go to church when then I see you do XYZ on your own time? I'm not going to put a label on that because I don't know the man and I don't know exactly what's happened, but I know that people have said that. So, yeah, that's part of it. But, as far as where that goes next and why no one has hired him since then, I still believe there has to be even more to the story. Because one thing we also know in sports is, boy, if people think that somebody can help you win, it's incredible what they will gloss over. It's incredible what they'll gloss over and act like it's no big deal if they think that someone can help you win. So I don't know if this is on both sides of the ledger, NBA and personal, but yeah, there's a lot out there, and I would point to that as why Mark has never gotten another job.
Right, and there's also the thought that he was making homophobic remarks about, people and where they might wind up by being gay, and that's Rick Welts was the president of the team at the time, and he's, openly gay, and so you have your employee saying this, and I think Jason Collins at the time was the first openly gay player, and so those things are things you can't really come back from.
Correct. This is an interesting text we just got from 707. Although whoever this is spelled my name with a C, which is offensive. Grandy, put your hand down.
Yeah.
But anyway, Mark, you said nobody likes the underdog story, but then you wonder why people don't like Brock. It's an interesting comment. First of all, the first thing I would say is people don't like Brock. I don't know that people don't like Brock. I know there's a lot of opinions.
Brock parody.
Yeah, it's very polarizing. But when we say people don't like an underdog story, I'm sort of more talking about ratings and teams. Now, on an individual level, it's a little bit different. Again, I'm with you, like, because who's the person that, again, not the player, but the story. Who does everybody compare Brock Purdy to? Tom Brady. And everybody ended up loving Tom Brady. That was an underdog story, but then he became the favorite. He became the dude. Now he's the GOAT and all of this stuff.
Right.
Huge star. So you can come from that place as an individual. That kind of has that Olympics feel that I think a lot of people, it's like the story behind the individual. And then do you become a big television star? Some do, some don't. I don't know where Brock's going, but I'm largely more talking about the teams. When the teams get to the end, we like recognizability. Like, you can call Brock Purdy an underdog story, and he clearly is. He's also becoming a very big name, though, which is why he gets, you can say people don't like him. I would argue he's great for business. Like, why do you think so many people nationally talk about Brock Purdy? He's become a celebrity, and there are multiple opinions surrounding him. So that's good. There's a lot of fodder there.
Yeah, and it is a great story. It's a great underdog story. And if you get all the way into the Super Bowl, then, you know, you might have it where, okay, now we're even more excited because he can be the Mr. Irrelevant to go out there and win the Super Bowl. And when he went there the first time, there was definitely buzz, and that's part of the story, but it's not going to ever override what the real power of the NFL is, which is it's the NFL. You could put the two least interesting, smallest market teams in there, and you're still going to pull 40% of all TVs or more.
You ready for this on a Friday afternoon?
There's one thing that I've been waiting for pretty much all week.
Really?
It's the thing that we like to end our week with.
All right. Here we go.
We doing it?
Let's go to Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, there you go. Hey, Willie and Dibs, the best sports boys in the Bay Area, 95.7.
Kurt,
my guy.
So,
what are you doing, Kurt?
Well, what am I doing? Well, I'm going to tell you what we're going to talk about. I'm doing great, feeling great as always. Hey, the thing about Purdy, come on. Anybody that calls in and says anything big about Purdy, that's not happening. Purdy is a superstar, bottom line, and he's going to do something fantastic this year. He's a superstar, and he's a big celebrity, and that's the bottom line about Purdy. As far as Steve Kerr, there's no way that he's going to go to another team. You can forget about that idea. That's not happening at all. Period.
I mean,
and as far as our boy Kuminga,
Hey, what about him, Kurt? What about him? Do you think the Warriors?
What do you mean? What about him? Did I hear a story that they might take Kuminga back?
Well,
let me tell you, if
you
they
definitely
take
did.
Kuminga back, good. That's good, Joe. Good, Carol. I'm glad you decided to do that, because if you take him back, you don't want him on the bench, that's for sure. And you want him out there, and you want all summer to get him going. Like I mentioned, he's an electrifying player, and I know that they're talking about it. He's not going to bring you to a championship, but if you give the kid a chance, he's 22, he's a rising superstar. You got to give the kid a chance, and he's got to work with Jimmy, the all-time greatest player. He's got to work with Stephen Curry, the greatest shooter that ever lived. He's going to work with Green, the best defensive player on the planet.
Hey, Kurt.
And as far as the San Francisco, what's
Kurt,
that?
Kurt, before you move on, just because you're referencing this and we haven't played it in a while, I want people to know what you're talking about. But I got a question for you around this, and it's from Monty Poole on the Dubs Talk podcast. Listen closely to this whole thing, and then you tell me if you think he's saying that the Warriors really love Jonathan Kuminga and want him back. Take a listen.
Well, the tea leaves and as well as scuttlebutt around the NBA is that the Warriors very likely will find a way to hang on to JK. Doesn't mean that he's going to be a long-term answer, that they just move him later. Because what seems pretty clear in talking to people is that even the people who are, I guess you can say, JK backers with the Warriors don't see him as a guy that's going to lead them to championships. So it's not like he can take Steph's torch into the future. Nobody's saying that, if we hang on to JK, that's the guy that's going to get us more rings. No one is saying that. And so that's why there's that wiggle room there that says, they like him, but they're not committed to him being there forever like they were to Steph.
Okay, does that feel like they're into JK or not?
Well, I don't like what he's saying, to be honest with you. I don't like it one bit. Seems like, maybe they don't like Kuminga, but they're making a mistake, because it sounds like they have no place to put him and nobody wants to take him. That's what I get out of that conversation there. But I still think they got to give him a chance. That's the bottom line. If you remember, you go back 3 years when he won a championship with us, the second year, They had him out on the court all the time. He was averaging 25 points a game. He was slam dunking. He was taking the ball all the way down the field, faking everybody out. Come on, they got to give him another chance. This guy can be electrifying play. I know they're not saying they're not in love with the guy, but they didn't give him enough time. They didn't give him a chance to work with the three superstars. And Steve Kerr, I know what he said during the season. He put the guy down and said, he doesn't fit in. And that's a crack of shit. Excuse me.
Oh, wow. We never got to the...
Get out of here! Hey, Kurt, what do we do when somebody comes on terrestrial radio and they swear?
Get out of here with that.
That's what happens.
Pretty much what happens.
Get out of here.
Yellow card caution or red card? And are we looking at another suspension?
Let's get that little guy and get him the hell out of here.
No, I'm gonna sort of handle this the same way when Draymond punched Jordan Poole.
He gets to come to ring night.
I mean, maybe this is against our better judgment. But Kurt is welcome back next time.
I love Kurt, and
it's 5:38 on a Friday. The YouTube audience really loved that.
Okay,
so
I don't want to make this out to where it's completely your fault, but I feel like we were asking a little too much out of Kurt. I think that he's got a window of time when he can be effective, and when you played the Monty Poole, we should have had him out of here.
I mean, you're basically calling him Kuminga.
No,
you're saying we can only use him in short spurts.
Hey, I like Kuminga.
We can't put him in there with our best players. We can't play a sound clip for him and let him respond to it.
We don't talk a lot of hockey on this show, but there's a reason why most shifts are 90 seconds.
I'm sorry?
Shifts. Guys could go out there and play longer, but they're not as effective. You gotta get him out of here. I think you asked for too much from Kurt, and he broke down at the end of the call.
He did rile himself up.
He did. He had a giant steak, too.
I bet. He probably loves Farhan because you're calling him a platoon player.
What was that, sir?
Yeah. What'd you say to him?
I think that you're trying to get 2 innings out of Kurt, and he's a 1-inning caller. Like air guitar guy earlier. No. You know what? You pulled the plug at the right time.
Let me tell you, Willie.
I was going to make Kurt our closer because you notice, short,
I was in need of a closer.
Short, sweet, and over. Is usually the way that goes.
Yeah, you tried to get too many outs out of Kurt.
Well, listen, I'll wear that. That's fine. All guests on 95.7 The Game, including Kurt, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? It's River Islands and Lathrop, and we'll be back with more. Still time for your calls. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
And that's a crack of shit. the best sports boys in the Bay Area, 95.7. That's good, Joe. Good, Carol. To be honest with you, I don't like it one bit. But that's a crack of shit.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Was that all in one call?
That was all from today.
That was all from this call?
Yeah. Every time Kurt calls in,
oh my God.
I have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I get it. We actually, now this is very rare. We don't often have this on this show or quite frankly any show. I didn't even know this existed until recently. Did you know that when the callers call in, sometimes there are other radio platforms doing play-by-play of the call? Did you know that?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, we have live audio of the play-by-play in Korea of Kurt's call.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
I swear to God, I heard a Hayward Hills in there. Or was it was either a Haliburton or a Hayward Hills.
It got crazy at the end. It just did. And so that's what it sounded like in Korea.
Yeah, I'm fixated by the expression that he used that ultimately ended his call.
It was a crock of bleep?
Crock of Schmidt. Like
the fact that Steve Kerr couldn't get Jonathan Kuminga to work with Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green?
Well, just like, how did that expression ever start? Like,
don't open that box.
No. Like,
there's so many of those.
Right.
There's so many of those.
Like a crock is like a crock pot.
Like a crock pot,
so,
yeah.
But somewhere, someday, there was a crock pot that had
filled with
Schmidt in it. And so somebody's like,
but that's a crock of shit.
Right, I'm not, hey, come get a planet. That's a crock of Schmidt.
Maybe you should try that with Mila. Stop putting her on the toilet and put her on the crock.
Put her on the crock.
See what happens.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. I don't yike this crock. Well, you're going to have to get in there and get it done. I just looked up crock and earthenware pot or jar. Definition number 2, something considered to be complete nonsense.
Yeah.
So it's almost redundant. If it's a crock and then it's a crock of Schmidt.
Right.
I don't even know. I guess it's really crocky.
It's kind of just like a crock with emphasis.
Right.
Like we're angry about it. I got a buddy who was a stand-up comic. Like he never made it like big, but he made it kind of medium. And he used to do this bit on crimes, assault, and then aggravated assault. And he's like, if you're going to assault someone, shouldn't you by definition be aggravated? Like, are you just out there assaulting people even though you're not angry? And that's kind of how I would liken your crock of Schmidt to that. It's like there's assault and then there's aggravated assault. So a crock is something that's full of it, and a crock of Schmidt, that's like the aggravated version of it, I guess.
Yeah. I think the difference between the two is like assault is a flagrant 1 and aggravated assault's a flagrant 2.
Yeah. And you know what that is, by the way?
It's an aggravation sensation is what it is.
Let's go live to Gene in Oakland, who really wants to put himself out there. Let's find out a lot of different ways this could go. Ladies and gentlemen, live, 5:49 on a Friday, it's Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. What are you doing?
Hey, fellas. No, it's Kurt again. Hey, sorry for the drop, man. Hey, listen, I got something else to say about my favorite Warriors player, the Italian kid, Jonathan Kuminga. I got another idea. Why don't we send him to the European League for a year or 2? Let him develop his skills there, and if he comes back as the next Kevin Durant, you know what that'll be, Dibbs? A transformation sensation.
Hey, Gene!
All right. One more thing I want to say about that wise guy, Gene from Oakland. I like him. He's smart and he loves dogs. Dog's a man's best friend. You know how I know? I tested it out. I just put my wife and the dog in the trunk of my car. I came back an hour later, and guess who was happy to see me? Forget about it.
Hey, Kurt, before you go, if you do run into anybody in your life who doesn't like dogs, what do you say to them?
Forget about it.
You almost got
Work on your game. Oh, gosh.
Judges?
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
I would like to remind you that I said at the start of the show, this is the most Friday has ever been.
It's pretty Friday.
Yep.
You're going to the yard, and it's payday, and summertime feels in the house. It's Friday. And you had Kurt going, invoking Casey Schmidt and Gene in Oakland with a slightly irreverent impersonation. I put my dog and my wife in the trunk of the car, and guess who was happy to see me? Bada bing. I mean,
bada boom.
That's something.
Oh, man.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
If he nails the tagline, he gets a 4.
Head coach of the Knicks, Steve Kerr, making an appearance on the show.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, just fantastic. Fantastic effort by Gene.
Did you want to say something to Jonathan, who said this is bummer news?
Hello.
Oh, gosh. Yep. All right. That
about sums that up.
About does it for anything I've got to say today.
Yeah. Who's facing off tonight at the yard? Is it a Roop night or?
It's Hayden Birdsong versus Spencer Schwellenbach.
Ooh, Schwellenbach. You got to throw the records out when that guy throws.
Yeah, he's a hell of a pitcher.
Yep.
Is he?
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
Okay.
And who mentioned it earlier about when you face a team that comes in playing really, really badly, how you don't always...
who said...
Might have been a caller earlier. Oh, it was our guy from Queens, Richie in Queens.
Yeah. He doesn't like it when the team's on a losing streak.
Right.
Yeah, and the Braves have been a hot mess.
They lost, I think, 10 of 13.
But Acuna has walked back into the bigs and acted like he didn't miss a beat.
Yeah.
He's crushing the baseball. Well, Oracle Park will take care of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, you want to set a little tidy over-under on total runs with your suddenly hot-hitting Giants against an Atlanta team that puts up 10 every night?
For the series or for the game?
For the series.
For the series.
It's kind of been a fun way to look at a series. It's a 3-gamer, and you got, Birdsong, Roop, and then would it be Logan?
Yeah, correct. Actually, it's the other way around. It's Birdsong, then Webb, then Roop.
Okay.
Webb will be tomorrow. Roop is on Sunday. 2-day games. 2-day games, and I think the weather is supposed to be okay.
Those, like this, mid-60s.
They tend to be a little bit easier to hit the ball. But yeah, we got the night game tonight. Let's see. Strider is going on Sunday, so they got to face Spencer Strider. A lot of Spencers in this series. We'll see. It's kind of like Carson's down on the Sacramento River.
Crazy.
The entire rotation is all named Carson. Let me think. Obviously, we set it at 20.5 for the Padres-Giants series.
For the 4-gamer.
For the 4-gamer, and it ended up at 22.
Yep.
Which is unbelievable.
Cash the over.
Yeah,
yep.
That's right. But
over-under tonight is 7.5, with the under slightly favored. So the expectation would be 7 runs for the under.
I would expect it to be less than that myself. All right. Let's put the over-under for the 3-game series, total runs, both teams. I'm going to put it at, I want to put it at 16.5.
Ooh.
17.5, maybe?
Place it. You said it, I'll bet it. That's dead air right there.
17.5.
17.5.
17.5.